Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2023 Yellowjacket Comics and Toys Canadian Highlander Championship put on by LoadingReadyRun and Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. My name is Benjamin Wheeler. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here, but I'm not alone. And before I introduce one of my co-hosts for the day, there's a very short story. Some of you may be surprised to see me here and not playing in the event. This is the first year that I haven't qualified for the tournament, and that's because I'm washed up. But it's also because a certain someone knocked me out of qualification not once, but twice. And I'm happy to have him here today with me on commentary. It's Trenton McIntyre. Trenton, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing pretty good. It's great to knock you out of contention.
Oh, thank you for doing so. You have no idea how many free Monday nights I had when I figured out I wasn't going to qualify.
Yeah, it's great. It is actually great to be here, and I'm excited to do it again. And I think we have a really cool day ahead of us. We have a lot of really interesting decks that the players brought, and I'm really excited to see some good Highlander.
Me too. And we hope you are as well. And of course, we couldn't do this without you and the support that we receive over at patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. It's because of all of you that we're able to put this together and that we actually have a nice shiny trophy the winner of this event.
It looks great.
It is nice.
Oh, yeah.
It is
super nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that bad boy's going to have a name on it at the end of the day. Of course, we have 8 players here today from the local Yellowjacket Canadian Highlander tournament series that goes over the course of the year, in this case the previous year, where players rack up qualifying points, ultimately giving us a leaderboard that we chop to a top 8, and then the players play for store credit, packs, sleeves. No. I mean, that too, but
yeah.
No. Glory. We are here for the glory.
The glory is the most important part of it.
Bragging rights are eternal.
It's huge. The feeling I have of knocking you out of contention, like that's worth more than any packs I could possibly get.
Yep. Sure is. I mean, I'll remember this one for the rest of my life. We hope that you'll also remember this tournament because we got a good one. We have an absolute murderer's row of players set up today. If we could get the bracket up here to showcase what we're doing. So again, we have 8 players. We have the semifinals, which will be played as best of 3. The quarterfinals, best of 3. Semifinals and finals are going to be played as best of 5. Play draw has been randomized. And we have the following pairings, players, and the deck lists associated to them. So, round 1, we have Sacha Christensen on Doomsday Breach, Canadian Highlander Counselor, versus Spencer Kanaka, Canadian Highlander Counselor, on Naya Monsters. Our next match after that is going to be Greg Van Horne on Red Deck Wins versus Thomas Simmons on Jeskai Green. On the other side of the bracket, we have Robin Sorensen. He's played this game once or twice.
Couple times.
Playing Blue Moon. We'll get to that midlife crisis when we get there. Jason Jobin on Mardu Tokens, which is, not to pick favorites, but my money's on Jason. He's been killing it with this.
And his list is just clean.
Oh, it's wild.
Clinical.
You do not, we're not on Brimaz anymore. We're on cards that kill people. And then we have Jacob Varro on 5-color Thoracle lands, a fever dream of a deck list that has been in the oven for a decade so.
It does have the sweetest point spread of Strip, Thassa's Oracle.
I think Jacob gets an extra point too because Strip went down. Maybe there's an extra. I mean, if Jacob's rocking 9 points, God bless. And Jacob is versus Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Big Papa Noel Robin on Gruul Monsters. You better believe there's a Gore Clan Rampager in this list.
Thrun the Last Troll, anyone?
Oh, yeah. There's a Thrun. And if you are interested in looking at all the Thruns and weirdo cards that the players have selected for today, the deck lists are public. The players all know what everybody's playing. As soon as it got posted to the group chat, the razzing began. The waffling was immense. it was some powerful Magic.
If you haven't seen Pink Horror, for anyone in the chat, check out Robin's deck list. Give it a spin.
It's worth mentioning that Robin wasn't the only... I mean, Robin is the only player, I believe, that sleeved up Pink Horror. But I do believe Sacha was considering playing Pink Horror as well, which would have been just an incredible sign that none of us are deserving of this title anymore.
Basically, all of our players have banded together and started working at a Waffle House.
That explains all the fighting, right?
Their deck choices were as last minute as they could have been.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is worth noting that we are a very collaborative community. Players were testing against each other. Players making suggestions. There's a very funny one that'll pop up once we get to our first match. But yeah, you got people playing their deck of choice. They're playing, it's not everybody sleeving up. I mean, we do have a Jeskai green and a breach player, but not everybody is sleeving up the deck to like try and spike the event, because it's not just about winning. It's about winning with your deck.
Oh yeah, totally. I talked about this a lot last year, but there's this like really cool feature of Lander, which is like your deck is your deck, and you can be a specialist in that archetype and have a ton of success with that archetype, even if it theoretically, objectively might not be exactly where you'd want to be if you were trying to be as optimal as possible. And that's really where Canlander shines. Like, it's still really competitive, but you can play like decks and cards that are theoretically not optimal, but like are optimal for you, right? And we see that with like Greg on Red Deck Wins. Like, we know that Greg is playing Red Deck Wins
for sure,
and that's just that's just who he is. He plays Red Deck Wins, and when it really comes down to it, if he tried to play something else, he'd probably be less effective because he isn't as practiced. Like, he is a Red Deck Wins player. And so where his choice really comes into play is in the type of like aggressive strategy he is actually trying to like go into. So for example, Greg brought Mana Crypt today, whereas like previous Red Deck Wins deck lists might not even have played 10 points at all. Like, you might have just played Mox and Strip Mine. So yeah, I'm really excited to see all these players who are really practiced in their archetypes. And with that,
we got some spice. Yeah, I will as we go to the game here. The first match being Spencer on Naya Monsters versus Sacha on Doomsday Breach. These two players were chatting, counselors, good pals, playing, testing, figuring out the matchup. Sacha convincing Spencer to cut Thalia from his list, which is an incredible dagger. You just love to see it. Now, worth mentioning, out of all the Waffle House employees, Spencer may have been the most waffling, or at the very least, second to Robin. It's really hard to tell at this point.
So Spencer was waffling between this deck and Death and Taxes, and he just told me that on Monday night he played Death and Taxes, drew 10 lands in a row in multiple of his matches, and said, "This deck is cursed," and then registered Naya Monsters. So yeah, he's definitely the lead chef at the Waffle House.
Oh yeah, as a former roommate of Spencer, let me tell you this: it is a shock that he was one of the first players to arrive at this event, that he was awake, sober, and that in fact, I think he made the most shocking part is that I think he made a good decision with his deck list.
Yeah, I really like his deck list. I actually did a little bit of testing with Spencer because we're a community, and we were just hanging out playing some games, and like, him and I had a lot of conversations about some of the pet cards that he was playing. I think Spencer, he loves his pet cards, but he made a really considered decision in this deck list. I think if you're looking at Naya Monsters, this is like pretty close to an optimal deck list in terms of like what you'd want against an average field. I will say, however, that he did make some decisions that were sort of metagamed to the rest of the players, hoping to dodge a particular matchup. And
oh yeah, the chat was filled with razzing as everybody looked in shock as somebody registering Kitchen Finks in 2024 and then getting the combo matchup. Just not getting, sometimes you gamble and lose,
It happens.
So if the players are ready, I think we're ready to go to round 1.
We're totally ready.
Great. So let's kick off round 1 here very quickly. Sacha's points are Black Lotus and Underworld Breach. Spencer's points are Triple Mox and Fourth Aerolingus. It looks as though Spencer is on the play here, cracking off of Marsh Flats and then going deep in the tank about what land to get.
Yeah, so in this matchup, Spencer is going to have to do his best to disrupt Sacha's game plan, but also apply pressure. My guess is that we'll see Spencer mulliganing a little more aggressively in this matchup. Like we were talking about, Kitchen Finks, not really your all-star, but he also has a couple of other cards that are considered for the rest of the field. Thrun the Last Troll, etc.
Yeah.
And so Spencer's going to be looking for a combination of a fast start with some amount of disruption. However, he does actually need that clock. Unlike Death and Taxes, Spencer doesn't have a ton of disruption.
Right. But the clock is, getting a turn 1 mana dork or a Moxen, some kind of acceleration is step 1. And step 2 is playing Broadside Bombardiers, one of the most messed up cards of all time.
It's amazing.
I'm not kidding when I say that this creature might just be an all-time great from the LCI Commander deck. Funny enough, on the North 100 podcast that we reviewed this card was so good, I forgot to include it in the list of cards that we were talking about. And then somebody mentions it, and I just reply, "Oh yeah, best card in the set." Just yeah,
it's not particularly close.
Nope, not close.
Bombardiers just does it all. This is the start that Spencer is looking for. Now, if he can pair this with Disruption, he'll be really happy with where he's at. Now, on the other end of the matchup, Sacha's going to be looking to have a mixture of answers for any of Spencer's potential disruption, and then also trying to go as fast as he can. He has a little bit of time and a little bit of wiggle room, but not a whole lot. Spencer's deck is really streamlined in terms of like how fast he is actually going to be able to win against Sacha. And so Sacha's turns are basically going to consist of him choosing between do I spend my mana to tutor and risk potentially leaving interaction down, and then what do I find on my top? It's really complicated from Sacha's side.
Yep.
Even though the matchup seemingly, you think the Kitchen Finks deck would be really bad against the combo deck, and that's not necessarily the case. Like the power level on Highlander is such that Spencer will be able to kill Sacha pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Sacha having a turn here really deep in the tank on this top, topped on upkeep, and then ended up flipping the top. Usually that's a sign of either, God, why did I keep this hand? Or your opponent going, there's no way they have it.
Totally. Right? I'm interested to see that Sacha played the Watery Grave there instead of maybe drawing the fetch land off of the top. It looks like he did keep the Windswept Heath and draw it, which means that he is prioritizing keeping that Sensei's Divining top on the top of his library. Playing untapped Watery Grave means that he definitely does have a play this turn. It might be something as simple as a removal spell.
Yep. It's worth noting that the top being flipped does open up Fatal Push. Like the removal spells that Sacha might have are a little limited because in the combo deck, you're not going to want to play too many cards that don't really facilitate the combo, but you got to survive in some way, shape, or form. Fatal Push is one of those that can deal with this Bombardiers, but it looks like it was just shock myself go, which is either great for Spencer or terrible.
Yeah, if you're on Spencer's side here, Sacha flipping the top is really interesting, and that's going to give Spencer some pause. He's going to want to think about, what does that mean to him, and in terms of Sacha's clock against him. A lot of this Doomsday Breach deck, the clock is, from the other side of the table, is really hard to evaluate because Sacha wins mostly from the hand, right? And so when Sacha flips the top, will give Spencer some pause. At the end of the day, he just does need to play his 4/3 Bone Crusher Giant and apply the pressure.
Yeah.
And now we can see that Spencer is probably making some assumptions here about Sacha drew off top, which means that he potentially was land light, and then he cycled with Troll of Khazad-dûm, which means Sacha doesn't feel like he needs to keep the top. to either grab what's missing from his hand, which could be interaction, it could be mana, it could be tutors. So if I was Spencer, I'd actually be a little worried here.
It's always that weird dance of like, as the creature deck, you're just doing what you got to do, right?
Yeah.
You're playing out your cards, especially if you don't have a huge amount of disruption. Of course, free spells change that, There could be an endurance lurking in the back, but even just playing a 4-power creature here, which on board, that is 12 damage.
Yeah, Spencer's putting up a lot of pressure here. And 12 damage, that can turn to 13 really quickly, really easily. So my guess is Sacha, if he has the ability to, he's going to try and combo off this turn. We saw him cycle the Troll of Khazad-dûm on the end step, which means we know that he has 2 lands in hand. What else he has is unknown to us, but I think Sacha's either going to have to play some level of interaction that slows Spencer down enough to give him an extra turn, or he's going to have to try and combo off.
Yeah, I believe I saw a Chrome Mox in hand, and it looks like, okay, so this is, we're going through a collective brutality here, trying to gain us some life and kill off the Bombardiers. Honestly, a great, setup for Sacha to get a little bit more cushioning here.
This is exactly what Sacha was looking for. This buys him most likely a full extra turn, and it's interesting from his side. Spencer didn't sacrifice the Llanowar Elves to deal 3 to Sacha, which can indicate a couple of things about Spencer's hand. I'd say probably on average you would just send sacrifice the Llanowar Elves to the Bombardiers if you could, to get that extra damage in, but...
Not to say that I'm a god of the game, but that collective brutality escalated twice, so we're getting the full buffet here of killing the broadside bombardiers, draining Spencer, and then also trying to find an instant or sorcery. Spencer did have the endurance.
Yeah, and that endurance is super, super relevant here. Endurance in particular is a piece of disruption that Spencer has that Sacha is going to have a harder time interacting with.
For sure.
He has Pact of Negation. He has some ways around it. Sacha is also playing Abeyance, Orm's Chant type effects. We see a Chromatic Star.
Star. A little upset that before the event, Sacha said he cut Chromatic Sphere, talking the praises of Wizards Rockets. If it were me, I'd play all the eggs. If anything, I think Sacha should add maybe 10 more eggs to this list. Get a second Sunrise going. You got the Black Lotus, you might as well.
Yeah, you might as well. We were talking about Sacha's deck, and it's all the best cards in Magic on one end, and then on the other end, it's 14th pick draft commons.
The cards of how did this get made, plus why does this exist? Who is this for?
So Spencer attacks for 5 here, which should put Sacha down to 8.
Which the endurance then leaves up 8 mana in total. Oh, wow. Prismatic Ending on the Chromatic Star. That looks like it is kind of a nothing maneuver, but that is huge because, with the endurance, the Underworld Breach line is not checked, but you have some game against it. And so if Sacha is kind of priced into doing a Doomsday pile, right? You need that draw.
Yeah, it makes the Doomsday pile so much easier. And Spencer finding a place for Prismatic Ending to be good against Sacha is just really fortunate. And because Sacha knows that the endurance is in Spencer's hand, I don't believe Sacha's at 10. I believe he should be at 8. Oh no, he gained 2 life from collective brutality. Yeah.
The players are on life total duty. However, our priority for facilitating this event is to let them play Magic the Gathering as at their maximum capacity. And that's a Drift of Phantasms getting transmuting.
We're getting Doomsday. It makes sense. So Sacha actually knows that he isn't dead on board to Spencer playing out the endurance this turn. So what I expect to see is Sacha might have some cards in his hand that help him build. He might cast a Preordain, Ponder, etc. We'll probably see Spencer draw a card off of this Sunbaked Canyon on Sacha's end step. I don't think you really have a need to play the endurance. You already have a 2-turn clock with your Bone Crusher and your Llanowar Elves. So just keeping it in hand, you have your Delighted Halflings, so you have the ability to evoke it. But if you can, if you draw extra cards off the Sunbait Canyon, you could potentially draw into more disruption. And Spencer right now can feel that Sacha is being squeezed by what he has put into play and the clock that he has on him. And so basically Spencer's game plan now is to, like, can I find another piece of disruption to just continually disrupt Sacha so that if and when Sacha is able to go for the combo turn, he doesn't actually have the requisite amount of resources that he would need to actually win.
It is worth mentioning that an endurance here is going to put Sacha to 2, which could put Sacha to a point where paying life for Gataxian Probe or Street Wraith is off the board.
Super relevant.
Which is kind of interesting to think about here. But there's also the chance that Spencer might want to just keep the mana for some of the bigger idiots up top that can really push through the damage. It's funny because it's a spot where there are multiple lines of play that you can take here. They all shut off different aspects moving forward. And so this is a real key moment.
So it looks like Spencer values having the mana from the Sunbait Canyon, which is a really interesting assessment. If he drew 4th Aerolingus, for example, he would win on the spot. As it is right now, he just gets in for 5.
I think he drew Cankerbloom, which is kind of huge. Breach is likely off the menu, but there's a Cankerbloom. Sacha reading Cankerbloom.
Yeah, so now Spencer's basically saying you have to have a Doomsday kill, and it has to be really specific. I'm not sure if Sacha has the ability to get out of this spot. I'm not as familiar on the piloting side with Doomsday Breach, but it looks like it's going to be a tough position for him. However, he does have the Doomsday in hand, and so anything is possible.
Anything is possible with Doomsday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything. Sacha is going to go into the tank. We have told players, these are untimed rounds. Players are still expected to play at a reasonable pace. There was a question in the player meeting of, say a player is resolving a Doomsday. What is what are we talking about here?
I mean, we're a community. We got to rag on each other. Combo decks in Highlander are really interesting because you only have one of each card and you're playing 100-card singletons. So cards like Doomsday are extremely complicated. What's Sacha playing there?
There's a chance that Sacha and Spencer are talking about their lines.
I can kill you if I go through like a Breach Doomsday stack, but this doesn't do it otherwise.
No, yeah, I wondered if you had a...
See, again, they're talking... This community, you love to see it. They're talking about the lines that they could go through. Sacha has a Doomsday and a Whale of the Forgotten.
Wow, it looks like Spencer takes that one down. More to your point, and something that we saw in the recent Pro Tour is the players chatting afterwards about the games and the matchups. Even we saw, Simon Nielsen asking Seth Manfield after the finals, like talking to him about the matchup.
Yeah.
Which most people in that position, if they were to lose that match, would probably want to head out and do whatever they need to do to sort of come to terms with the idea that they got that close. And I mean, it's still in a fantastic finish, but that's something that you can see a lot in Highlander, which is even if you lose a match, you had a good game.
Yes.
And the games are so complicated and so intricate and so interesting that even though these players are playing for all of the glory today
and a trophy,
they're still wanting to actively discuss the matchup.
Yeah, it's I think about the older days. I mean, if we're old now. I mean, let's keep it real. Unfortunately, Sacha, who started playing in the Victoria community at the age of 15 or something, I mean, this guy's an adult. he's a politician. He's
It does make me
he's
feel
an old
a
man.
little old.
And so what I'm getting at is that, in the older days, like in even as early as like 6 years ago or whatever, which is not exactly early. Yeah, after the tournaments, let's all go grab a beer. Let's talk about the event. What should I have done? How do you feel about my deck choice? All that kind of stuff. It's a for formats like this that are community driven, right? You kind of need that for it to survive. And it's something that is very heartwarming, that seeing that this is a feature no matter where you are, right? Victoria, it's the motherland for Highlander. But even in the newer populations, the newer communities that are, newer is also a relative term, but comparatively, they are so collaborative. It's all about just like, no, I just want to get better. I want to play more. I want to learn about new tech. And that's beautiful.
Yeah, to that point, Spencer and Sacha tested with each other for this event. And they talked about their deck. I mean, we talked about that earlier where Sacha convinced Spencer to get off of Thalia. Hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, the community is really strong in Canlander, and it transcends the competition in a way, right? And I want to come back to this. They are playing for all the marbles. They're playing for the trophy. They're playing for the bragging rights. And yet, Sacha loses, plays his hand open, talks about the lines he could have taken. They talk about like sort of how that game went. That's not something you'd really see in competitive matches.
Especially not for combo, where some of the strength of the deck is my opponent doesn't know what I'm doing. To then be like, yeah, I'm dead. Here's how I was going to try and kill you. That's giving valuable information to someone that might not know the intricacies of the deck.
Yeah, of course. And but again, that the community transcends that competitive nature, right?
Absolutely. Players right now looking at their opening sevens, trying to decide what. Sacha going for the stare down. Oof.
So especially on the draw, Spencer is going to have to mulligan a lot more aggressively. I'd say Sacha's average turn kill in Doomsday Breach, if uninterrupted, is turn 4. And so we are going to see Spencer mulliganing way more aggressively. Sacha, on the other hand, especially on the play, most likely he's going to be able to keep a wider variety of hands.
Yeah.
However, he is going to be looking for ways to interact with Spencer's disruption, because Spencer will be mulliganing more aggressively. So there's this interesting dance here where if Spencer is mulliganing a lot, at a certain point he can't go, like he's probably not going down to 4, right?
Yeah.
And if Sacha knows this, then he could theoretically keep a hand that might be a little weaker to a piece of interaction, knowing that Spencer could mulligan. So there's sort of this mind game aspect before they even play their first land.
For sure. It's one where if Spencer keeps a hand, sees something like the endurance, and that drives him to be like, well, I'm keeping this. I have acceleration. I have this endurance. Maybe I have a disenchant kind of effect. And then Sacha just has a hand where it's like, oh, cool, I get to play the one ring on turn 3 or turn 4 and kind of take it slower and kind of know that this is going to, obviously the one ring, busted magic card, will give Sacha a whole extra turn. But, Sacha can keep a hand that is more disruptive or builds up to a more extravagant turn than necessarily trying to go as fast as possible.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Looks like their players have kept. So Spencer mulligan down to 6.
We got a Xander's Lounge pass off of Sacha. Spencer, that's a Mox Ruby. That's a pretty good card.
I mean, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, fast mana. Pretty important in general. Basic Mountain. Oh, the monkey. Interesting that he didn't Mox into the monkey. Didn't want to dash, just wants to keep it around. How do you feel about that?
I think it's probably okay against Sacha. My worry would be, I want to start getting the value off of the monkey right away. And Spencer has both Scavenging Ooze and Endurance in his hand, which are green heavy cards.
Really?
This hand is actually really good in this matchup. So I actually think playing the Savannah and the Mox Ruby, getting the treasure token from the Ragavan, could be really relevant in terms of Spencer's disruption package. There is something to be said about, I think the Scavenging Ooze and the Endurance are the only green cards in his hand.
There's a monkey eating a lightning bolt, and both players are laughing.
Yeah. So if Scavenging Ooze is the only other green card in his hand, Spencer would want that extra green mana to be able to actually manually cast Endurance. And we see Spencer getting punished here. Sacha had the lightning bolt, and now there's no pressure on him.
You love to see Spencer getting punished. It's one of the best. It's honestly, it's a great feeling. I can't think of a more deserving person to get. Oh, here we go, though. This kind of makes sense. If this Inti, Seneschal of the Sun, was in the hand, as you want to start getting the Inti going, have the monkey, in play. You've spent that mana. You don't need to dedicate more mana. This card is not okay.
Yeah. The Inti is amazing because when you read it, it looks pretty innocuous. Like, it does a lot of things, but how good could it really be? And then someone plays it and attacks you with it. It's really, really good. And specifically in this matchup, Spencer is going to value these cards pretty highly because he's able to get rid of the cards that don't work in the matchup, like Kitchen Finks.
Yeah, that's huge. Is that, like, if you're going to be playing these matchup specific cards, that a threat's a threat. Like, if you need to attack with the Kitchen Finks, you can. But there's going to be a bit more urgency at some point in time.
So Sacha fetched for a Surveil land, which is the first Surveil land we've seen on camera.
So good.
Bin to Path to Exile. Very interesting choice. From Spencer's side, this either tells me that Sacha doesn't have access to white mana easily. And we're transmuting Talari West. What do you think we're getting, Ben?
Well, if I had to wager, I would probably say the Black Lotus.
Makes sense.
Pretty good magic card.
So getting rid of that Path to Exile, if I'm Spencer, to me tells me that Sacha either doesn't have access to white or has more pieces of interaction for my potential disruption.
Inti getting in here. We're pitching a Taiga. Getting a little bit bigger. And what are we hitting? A Path to Exile. Probably not.
Yeah, that's not the one you really want.
No.
Inti's pretty interesting this matchup too, because let's say Spencer flipped a creature there. He has to decide whether or not he wants to develop his board with the Scavenging Ooze or the creature that he flips if he wants to get that card advantage.
Yeah.
It looks like he's just passing.
Leads me to believe that the Endurance and the Scavenging Ooze are the only green cards.
Yeah, that would be my suspicion as well. Spencer has 3 cards in hand, so we know Scavenging Ooze and Endurance. And this is the type of game that you really don't want to be in from Spencer's side. Sacha feels really low amounts of pressure here. He can just play setup cards, the One Ring.
Now, not to be a god of the game, but this is exactly what I'm talking
Ben's
about.
looking into the future.
I have the gift of prophecy in that my performance in this past year was as bad as the set Prophecy, which is why I'm on commentary. But
not to toot my own horn either, but when I spoke earlier about the matchup, I did say like Spencer needs a combination of pressure plus disruption, right? And this is the game where we see that Spencer kept a hand that has had a high amount of disruption, but doesn't actually have a ton of pressure past the first creature that he played.
Yeah,
this Inti is really good. But we're getting to a point where Sacha's getting to untap on turn 5, and he's at 15.
Yes, that's pretty good. I'm pretty comfortable if I'm in Sacha's spot, especially with a Black Lotus in hand.
Yeah, Sacha is definitely advantaged here. He's going to draw 3 cards off the One Ring. He's at 15 life, so he doesn't really fear like sort of getting burned out. Also, Sacha, like knowing Spencer's deck list, probably assumes that Spencer is having some sort of mana troubles.
Yeah.
And to me, this would lead me to believe, if I was Sacha, that Spencer does have some sort of disruption in his hand. Because otherwise, why would he keep it? And so, because Sacha has the time, we'll probably see him not hurry into comboing Spencer. We're most likely going to see him take his time, set up his kill in the right way where he can play around every potential piece of disruption Spencer has. And now he just has the perfect information here.
Yeah, the Gitaxian probe revealing the scavenging ooze and the endurance that we mentioned before, as well as a copy of Fateful Absence. Not doing much here. There is some, like, you can kind of hide your disruption behind a hand of, look, I'm on 6. It has a Mox, a Ragavan, and an Inti. I'm probably keeping that no matter what, right?
Definitely.
But I would agree. The mana, it's a little shaky, you know.
Yeah, the mana is shaky. And so the mana is shaky, but also Spencer discarded a Taiga. And to me, that feels like, okay, his mana isn't perfect, but he's discarding a Taiga. And that probably means that he has some way of interacting with me.
Yeah. Which is not, I mean, this is the nice part about, the nice part about the One Ring is anything about the One Ring. But in this case, one of the nice parts about this is just the time you get and the raw just number of cards let you take the time to figure out what kind of disruption my opponent has. And then figure out your line of play based around that, right? Sacha has all the mana in the world. We got a way to instantly draw a card through the One Ring. And we know that my graveyard might get mucked, so maybe Breach is off the table.
Yeah.
But setting up like a Doomsday Thoracle kill, even with the Fateful Absence, Sacha has enough stuff going on that he can pretty comfortably set up a zero card library so that the removal of the Thoracle.
Yeah.
He's not on Thoracle. He's on Jace, Wielder of Mysteries.
Yeah.
Which might actually change this.
It does change his mana requirements, but I think at this stage, Sacha is just trying to figure out, how do I beat this endurance? He knows he can, or like he should be able to. But he did take 2 off that Gitaxian probe. This Inti is coming in for 5.
Yeah.
Endurance isn't particularly easy to beat, since it is a trigger. So it's possible that Sacha has to spend another turn setting up here to beat this endurance. And Spencer getting another draw is pretty scary.
We got a dress down. Transmuting Shred Memory for dress down as an added layer of protection against the endurance. It's kind of interesting. That I'm either terrified if I'm Spencer, because that is like you have so much time. But at the same point, like you said, depending on the draw, Spencer might actually just be able to kill Sacha. Like, the pressure is real. Inti is going to be smashing for a whole bunch. Unfortunately, Spencer appears to be a coward and is not playing Berserk, which I think these Naya decks and these Gruul decks, just play a Berserk.
Spencer was waffling so much, I'm sure Berserk was in the maybe pile. It looks like Spencer here is going to attack with Inti, most likely discarding this Fateful Absence. And then basically hoping to either draw a green card or some level of disruption that can beat the 7 cards in Sacha's hand. Another thing to note is Spencer knows that Sacha doesn't have a 5th land, which means that his hand is all gas.
It's all gas. We got a One Ring drawing 3 cards. We even have a top if for whatever reason we just need to tap to draw. Game action is taken in response, then you can tap the top. That's relevant if we're keeping the Fateful Absence to potentially knock out the Jace.
Yeah, I was just going to say, now that we know that Jace is the way that Sacha kills, the Fateful Absence staying in hand makes a lot of sense. I think if I was Spencer, I would have been tempted to discard the Windswept Heath to try and find something else.
Yeah, just pushing a little more damage, maybe cashing in.
I guess playing the Windswept Heath makes it so that your endurance playing your endurance end step does actually lead to you winning against Sacha. And we see Sacha playing the dress down before anything gets started, which means that Spencer doesn't have the endurance line available to him.
Yep. Now, if that was a get lost,
we generally see dress down in response to creatures, but it leaves that on the end step, and its ability of creatures losing all of their abilities is just going to be static throughout this turn.
yeah.
So Sacha leading on it makes a lot of sense, although you just don't see it that often.
No, it's also it's a little terrifying if my opponent leads with dress down before tapping the ring. It's like I don't need to see some other cards. I'll save that for later.
Yeah.
Let's get this out of the way. Okay.
So we're seeing Grim Tutor here.
Sacha going to 2. This is a tough spot. Spencer is, Sacha has played this deck quite a bit. Wrote an article about this deck earlier in the year, around the time that he joined the Canadian Highlander Council, was singing its praises. And I am confident, at least in Sacha's ability as a player, to navigate this line in such a way that this may end the game. This will end the game. One way or another, one of these players is dying. It all depends on,
Well, once you're at 2 life and you draw 3 cards off your ring.
The Grim Tutor found Lion's Eye Diamond. Didn't need to show it. Showed it anyways.
So we're seeing Infernal Tutor, and then holding priority, Sacha breaks Lion's Eye Diamond for 3 mana.
3 black mana. Now, what costs 3 black mana?
So Spencer is conceding here.
Yeah.
I think he's making Sacha show him
Yeah.
the breach. And yeah, so here Sacha would play Underworld Breach, break his Lion's Eye Diamond for more mana, exiling whatever 3 cards from his library, and then he would just continue to make mana, and then cast Brain Freeze on himself, milling himself for however many cards, and then he would eventually cast Brain Freeze for the entirety of Spencer's library.
Yeah, at that point, you're dead. For the folks at home not entirely familiar with this, this is going to be a side effect of players understanding their decks, understanding how to kill people. Now, notably, I actually think that was not that was a little was that a little early? If Sacha goes for the Brain Freeze, can't Spencer on his upkeep endurance himself?
My guess is that Sacha has some way around that. But
yeah.
I think if I was in Spencer's seat, I wouldn't have conceded.
Yeah.
Again, these 2 players, they tested with each other for this event. So they're both very aware of what either of them, how familiar either of them is with each other's lists.
For sure. To be clear, to all the people that are, magic splaining to me about what Lightning Bolt and what Jace, Wielder of Mysteries does, 2 cards that, they're pretty well known. They were not currently in the pile that Sacha was demonstrating. Now, again, players are communicating to each other that we don't have exact, perfect information as to what Sacha was relaying to Spencer. Spencer can concede at any point in time, right? And yeah, I believe, given the rapport between the players, the familiarity with each other, it's a concession of like, yeah, I'm dead. I know I'm dead. And Sasha's doing the like, yeah, I'll show you. You are dead, but, kind of throw them out.
Yeah, I mean, Spencer, I'm sure, is very confident in Sacha's ability to find whatever he would need to work around the Singleton Endurance in Spencer's hand. And I think in that game, we can boil it down to Spencer had to mulligan aggressively to some level of disruption.
Yeah.
But then he didn't have more than his initial clock. And that really gave Sacha the time that he needed to play those setup spells. And that's where the matchup is difficult from Spencer's side, because he needs a lot of things. He wants fast mana, he wants a fast clock, and he wants disruption.
Right. Yeah, it's also just kind of awkward when you're in the combo matchup and you are converting extra lands that you don't need off your Inti into creature removal that you aren't going to use in this matchup.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Spencer does have a lot of cards that aren't really live in this matchup. So we'll see if he can keep a 7 here. I'd say on the play, if I'm Spencer, I'm more likely to keep a 7 that doesn't have disruption but does have a fast clock.
Yep.
Sacha's deck, being a combo deck, it does have some level of hands that don't really do a whole lot or end up being a lot slower. He is playing a lot of transmute cards, for example.
Yep.
Like, Sacha can't realistically keep a hand that plays land, transmute for 3, right?
Yes.
And so if I'm Spencer, now that I'm on the play, I'm going to be a little less picky about the types of hands that I keep in terms of how much disruption I have.
For sure.
And really look for a fast clock.
Yeah, we're not in a case where we're going to be mulliganing for Archon of Emeria or, not a Thalia because he cut the Thalia.
Well, he has the other Thalia.
He has the other Thalia.
Heretic
Yeah,
Cathar,
the Thalia Heretic Cathar. We're not mulliganing to that. We are just trying to find a hand that kills our opponent.
Yeah.
And ideally one that does so with not a huge amount of creature removal. But for what it's worth, this deck is more teched for creature removal than, say, the Gruul variant. White gives you some of the most broken Magic cards that we have received, right? You get your Comet, your CZDZ, Seasoned Dungeoneer, your White Blue Adventurer, 4th Aerolingus, whatever. But it also gives you access to Swords to Plowshares, Path to Exile, Get Lost, Fateful Absence, Solitude, cards that aren't doing much in this matchup, where something like Gruul, the Gruul monsters being like a pillar of the format. Naya has gotten to this point, but Gruul being the my opponent's on Gruul. Those slots are often dedicated. If they're still going to removal, it's going to be damage-based removal that can go upstairs or just, faster cards.
Yep. Definitely.
Looks like we are in a game of Magic the Gathering here. Spencer, of course, is going to be on the play.
It looks like Spencer's keeping, but deciding what he wants to bottom. I think we see a Dromoka's Command, a Swords to Plowshares. Not exactly where you want to be. Dromoka's Command can make Sacha sacrifice Underworld Breach. I don't know what the red card is in his hand.
Looks like there's a Moxen. Is that
We have
Flame
Moloch.
Smash? Oh, Moloch.
And we also have Ignoble Hierarch and I believe a Punishing Fire.
Punishing Fire?
What?
He was on Grove of the Burnwills, but he's not on Punishing Fire.
I don't know what that red card is. This hand is really borderline. I can see why Spencer's spending a lot of time thinking about it.
Okay, we're going to 5.
He's ultimately sending it back.
I think it was Flame Slash.
Yeah, that would make sense.
It looked
to me.
like Flame Slash. Going to 5. Not where you want to be, but also not the end of the world.
I mean, if we think about it like this, Moloch, Flame Slash, Swords to Plowshares, very weak.
Yep.
It's basically a 4-card hand from Spencer at that point. And so mulliganing to 5 here is actually correct.
Yeah. It's don't keep bad hands just because you don't want to mulligan.
Yeah, right? And I mean, like, the nice thing about the mulligan rule is that Spencer's going to look at 7, and if he has a hand that has 5 cards that are reasonable and 2 cards that aren't, he doesn't care because the cards that aren't reasonable in this matchup basically do nothing anyways.
Yes. Yeah. If we're Spencer, we're looking for like a Deathrite Shaman as our mana accelerant and possible disruption into, a Lelia, a Broadside Bombardiers, something that scales ideally, Like I will take the accelerant into 3-drop into 4-drop and just try to kill you. Line.
Yeah, at this stage, I don't think Spencer can be really picky about the types of hands he keeps. You can have hands where just one of your cards ends up beating Sacha, but it's not really that likely. So at this stage, Spencer does have to adjust his expectations, and he can't just continue to mulligan.
Right. It's tough. It does look like we found a 5 we're keeping. Or at the very least, we found a 5 card. Yeah, that looks like 2 cards we don't want to see. Pop them on the bottom here. And we're off. Oh, there you go. Thalia, Heretic Cathar, and Birds of Paradise. Playing a Grove of the Burn Willows.
So Spencer's playing Grove because he identified in the creature matchups a lot of the time the life doesn't really matter that much. It's interesting because in this matchup it actually matters a lot.
Yes.
Because Spencer is looking to clock Sacha, the life gain from the Grove is going to add up, especially since he mulliganed to 5. This Grove is more often than not in this matchup or in this particular game is going to gain Sacha probably 2 to 3 life.
Sasha's Preordain showed a Surveil land and a Strategic Planning.
And well, I saw Spencer draw Forest there, so I don't know if he had the 3rd land, but he definitely hit it.
I believe he had it.
Yeah.
But either way, this Thalia is going to be a beating.
Yeah, this Thalia
Heretic
is really
Cathar.
huge.
This is one way to not only just have a reasonable clock, right? 3 power is nothing to shake. I don't know where my analogy's
Nothing
going.
to shake your head at.
Shake your crackers at a
Shake
bed
your-
at. But being able to really stymie Sasha's mana development and also puts a lot of pressure on that gemstone mine, where Sacha might want to use other lands for, just the 1-drops and all that. But ticking away at those mining counters? Question mark?
The mine counters.
Yeah.
Sacha plays a Surveil land. It enters the battlefield tapped twice. Also, of note, I believe the last creature in Spencer's hand is Miglaw's the Crusher.
Oh.
And so Spencer actually has a pretty reasonable clock in his hand. I think with the haste, Miglaw's is going to put Sacha on a 3-turn clock. If I am correct.
And we also drew a Caracas.
It
I don't remember everything that Ligma does because it's there's so many words, dude.
It looks like it isn't, because I believe Spencer would have played the creature and then given it haste. So I'm not exactly sure what he's up to here.
I think the activated abilities of Miglaw's are... I mean, you have the Disenchant. That's big.
Can you give it haste? I thought you could.
No, Vigilance and Menace.
Oh, this card does everything. except
5
haste.
oil counters? Jeez Louise. Oh, and love it. I don't know if we instructed the players, but those are indeed the counters that we use for oil counters. So Spencer's in his element. I mean, this is, for a Malda 5, exactly what you want.
This hand is exactly what you're looking for, and Miglaw's being able to destroy an artifact or an enchantment, that's a big game. Sacha has a basic land in hand, so he gets to play his 3rd land in Transmute. This is not exactly what you want to see from Spencer.
Is that... Oh, Spencer draws a Lion Sash. I believe. Yeah, that looks like a Lion Sash. So we have some more disruption on the table.
That
here.
is an amazing draw from Spencer.
This gives Spencer enough mana to be able to develop the Lion Sash while still keeping the Disenchant ability from Miglaw's up.
Sacha grabs Doomsday. Can we put Miglaw's back up on the... Sorry.
We only got through part 1.
It's a 2 mana to give it +2/+2. So I think that Spencer has lethal next turn.
Yes. Absolutely.
So Spencer has lethal next turn. Sacha's lands enter the battlefield tapped, most likely. Miglaw's has the ability to destroy artifacts and enchantments. Spencer has the 5th land, so he'll be able to keep up Miglaw's activation to destroy an artifact or enchantment, as well as holding up activations of Lion Sash. So he has a bunch of different angles covered. Basically, where Sacha is going to be is he's going to have to navigate between these 2 angles and decide what he wants Spencer to spend his mana on. Alternatively, if Sacha does have a way to interact with Spencer, like, for example, being able to remove the Miglaw's, then he could buy himself an extra turn.
Yes. The Lion Sash, no permanents in the graveyard currently. So the Lion Sash, if Miglaw's is off the table, the pressure does get a little anemic, but the disruption is still, it still sticks around.
Yeah, so Spencer hits Sacha for 7 here. Sacha goes to 11. Play a Lion Sash. Hold up Miglaw's activation and Lion Sash activations. If Sacha exiles the Miglaw's, Then Spencer only has a 3-turn clock on Sacha. There are no permanents in the graveyard. Nothing for him to increase that clock.
Oh.
Really interesting decision here. Spencer pumping the Miglaws.
Very aggressive. I mean, to his credit, right? If he's not that worried about breach, right?
Yeah, very interesting here. Spencer has basically identified that he feels like Thalia plus Miglaws activation is enough to get him through the next turn.
Sacha drew a card and then leaned forward, and that's usually a bad sign. He's getting out the life pad, or the pen and paper. That may have been a dark ritual.
I think the play from Spencer is really interesting because if Sacha does have... It's better if Sacha has the removal spell for Miglaws because you get the damage in right away. But it still leaves Sacha on a 3-turn clock anyways, so I think I would have preferred to play the Lion Sash there. But we'll see what Spencer has going for him here. I think Sacha does feel like the writing is on the wall, and that's why he's taking a little bit of time here. He basically needs to figure out how he doesn't lose. Wow,
It doesn't.
you're
It
3
is
for
indeed
3.
3 for
3
3.
for 3.
Well, I mean that one I kind of cheated. I got to see it. So Dark Ritual into Doomsday, a classic.
So, what Doomsday pile do you make here? Is the question.
Breach is a tough one. Sacha, the kill conditions for Sacha are Jace, Wielder of Mysteries, and obviously, Breach with Lightning Bolt. There's no Tendrils of Agony to be in sight.
Brain Freeze.
There's Brain Freeze, and no Thassa's Oracle. Not in here due to the points.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So, we don't know what's in Sasha's hand, and that's going to contextualize the Doomsday a lot. So let's see what Sacha has here. It looks like he has a Lotus Petal in hand.
Worth noting, there's only one island. So Sacha is on Gush. Gush is a way to draw free cards, effectively.
Yeah.
This will be... Sacha looks to be pretty quick in getting this pile. Again, we had a talk at the beginning of the event to please... players get time to resolve spells. And there is a certain leniency when it comes to resolving cards like Doomsday or like Gifts Ungiven, right?
Yeah. They're really complicated, so...
For sure. And so we are now setting something up here. This is actually kind of funny. Spencer not pumping twice does put Sacha into a position. Maybe this is something that he was kind of toiling with himself of, not pumping twice means that Sacha could get a free draw off Get Probe and off Street Wraith when his mana is so restricted in the first place. So that, I mean, not to talk about the last turn, but the last turn there was a lot more going on than just like, do I play Lion Sash or do I not play Lion Sash?
Yeah, Spencer's last turn was extremely complicated. A ton of tools available to him. I'm interested to see how Sacha tries to navigate through this. Also, Sacha has to consider that Spencer did draw a couple of cards that he doesn't know about. And that could influence his decision in terms of what he tries to play around. Or Sacha could have gotten to a point where he says, I can only beat what's on board.
Yep. So we see a Lotus Petal here into an Opt, drawing a Brainstorm. We're firing off this Brainstorm. I believe this Brainstorm is going to grab us 1, 2,
Pact of
3.
Negation, Jace, and...
Black Lotus.
Black Lotus,
Yeah.
yep.
Although we do need another draw. Right? Because
No, I
we
think
we put 2 back. We go to 3 cards in library. Although I believe, a Taxian Probe or a Street Wraith will do it.
So Jace mills 2.
Draws the Street
Draws
Wraith.
the Street Wraith. Cycle Street Wraith.
And that's it.
The game.
Holy smokes. So Sacha Christensen taking it in 3 with Doomsday Breach. Moving on to the next round. I mean, look, I'm going to say this right out front. Spencer and I, we have a relationship where there are a lot of daggers, a lot of backstabs. We could ruin each other's life at a drop of a hat. However, I got to give him credit. He had a mull to 5. He played it well. He used the tools that he had even when it popped up, and that, seeing all those lands and all the creature removal, he kept his options open. He did what he needed to do. And to get Sacha into that position on a mull to 5 is pretty impressive.
Definitely.
And to Sacha's credit, luckiest guy I've ever met. I mean, drawing the Dark Ritual there, come on.
I mean, I don't want to, blow up anyone's spot, but he did have a basic land when his opponent played Thalia.
That too. I mean, I'm sitting
Doesn't
here.
run that many.
Come on.
Doesn't run that many.
Come on, Raptors. What, only one? Come on. Oh, my God. Okay.
Yeah, that Dark Ritual being very key. Also, I think Spencer played that as well as he could have. His decision to metagame against the rest of the field, unfortunately, just didn't really work for him at this stage.
Right.
But I think he played that really tight, really well. And I will also point out that, you two dagger each other a lot, but you did roll for the pairings.
Yep. And I felt bad. I felt bad. I was like, oh, come on. Come on. Yeah. Not to say I'm rooting against the combo pilot, because I'm not. My horse is coming up later in the race.
Yeah.
But not the easiest matchup, but big thanks to both of our players to making a show out of it and making a pretty good and interesting match with decision points that you might not normally expect from idiots versus combo. You know?
I also want to give a shout out to our players there. It was really cool to see them talking about their games while they were having them.
Yeah.
Again, in these events, it can be really, people can come into it with a really big air of sort of deep seriousness because it is competitive and there's a lot on the line. And it's really nice to see that community prevails over that.
For sure.
And I wouldn't say that anyone who is serious in this event is doing anything wrong.
Yep.
But I just do love to see that side of Magic. I think it's cool that we have both.
It's one of the best parts about this format. And the second best part is we get to watch more. If we can get the bracket up on screen, we can see what's coming up next. Now, to remind folks, the quarterfinal matches are all played best of 3, with the semifinals and finals being played best of 5. So Sacha advances into the event. This is single elimination. And then the next match that we have is Greg Van Horne on Red Deck wins, the RDW god, if I may say so. Not to besmirch Trenton, an absolute beast behind the Blazing Root Wall is. And, I've lost in the top 8 with that too. Against Thomas Simmons on Jeskai Green, the boogeyman of the format, one of the boogeymen of the format.
Definitely. This match is going to be really interesting. The onus is going to be on Greg to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Jeskai Green, there's a lot of powerful stuff going on there, and it interacts on this axis, on the creature axis, really, really well. But Greg being the premier pilot of Red Deck wins in the format,
Absolutely.
I'll give him that.
Yep.
I'll give him that. Him and I, we've been talking, we've been cooking. Recently added Mana Crypt into the mix. A couple more 3-drops.
I'm so excited to talk about his list.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we're going to take a very quick break as we swap over our players and get us ready for round 2. So don't go away. The 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship will be right back. And welcome back to the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship for the Yellowjacket Comics and Toys Canlander season, brought to you by LoadingReadyRun and also Yellowjacket. My name is Wheeler, and joining me I have Trenton in the booth. And we're about to go to round 2 of the tournament, of the quarterfinals. We had a heck of a round 1. This one is going to be a different beast entirely.
This is going to be a really tight match. Small misplays, they're going to matter a lot.
Yeah. 2 pillars of the format. We have a Jeskai Green list, seen as one of the best, if not the best deck in the format, or some variation. It depends, Minsk and Boo included or not. and Red Deck Wins. Piloted by the premier Red Deck Wins pilot of the format.
Yeah, it's a real treat for everyone to be able to see Greg play Red Deck Wins. That Greg is a red mage through and through. And so you're just in for a really good match.
It's wild. And we, appropriately, when we sat down, we were like, whose list do you want to hold? I have the Jeskai green list. Trenton has the Red Deck Wins list. I want to very quickly cover some of the intricacies of this deck. For those not familiar, think of all the best cards and all the cards you hate. Well, they're in this deck. Thomas is on a point spread of Ancestral Recall, Treasure Cruise, and Dig Through Time. So no 4th Aerolingus in here.
Really interesting choice.
And also no Comet Stellar Pup.
Yeah, there are a couple of omissions that seem odd to me. But
Yeah.
Thomas is very practiced in this archetype. And like you were alluding to earlier, Jeskai Green can be built in a lot of different ways.
For sure.
And so this is sort of Thomas's take on what he feels like is really important in the field.
Yep.
It's also possible that he's adjusted his deck list specifically for this metagame.
Absolutely,
As opposed to like, he might play Comet at a Monday, but he doesn't feel like Comet is good in this
Right.
in this room.
Players did not know what everybody else was registering, but because they're people you play with week by week and have known for a decade plus, you have an idea as to what they're going to be bringing.
You have some inclination.
Yeah. Some of the goofier cards in Thomas's list. I mean, goofy might not be the right word for some of these. Thomas is on 2 of the new Surveil lands.
Yep.
The islands being potentially the blue-white one is in. What's a blue-white one called?
Meticulous Archive.
Meticulous Archive. Thomas is on 2 of the Surveil lands, not on the blue-white one. Mind you, his Jeskai green list is not. It is a white is the supporting color.
Yeah.
In the sense, no double white pips, like no Solitude, doesn't have the density, all that. Is also on Torch the Tower, a burn spell from Wilds of Eldraine that has Bargain that exiles and it hits player Planeswalker. So that's, like you said, a consideration to the fact that there are going to be at least 3 players here playing 1-drops.
I've talked to Thomas about he really likes Torch the Tower. He thinks it's like quite excellent. So,
And one more card. Counterbalance.
yeah, I was looking at the list, and I got to the very end on Moxfield, and I went, huh? Counterbalance?
Now, I'm a fan of Counterbalance. I've flipped a miracle once or twice in my life. There's no Sensei's Top in here. The Surveil lands can certainly help out with this. But this is very...
The raw Counterbalance, no top.
What are you doing, bud? What are you doing? What do we have for Greg's list? Because this is a sick adaptation.
Yeah, so Greg's list, I think the most notable thing is that he's running Mana Crypt. So his point spread is Mana Crypt, Mox Ruby, Strip Mine. And because he's running Mana Crypt, he's running more 3-drops than sort of him and I have been playing in Monday nights for the last year. So he's playing most notably Broadside Bombardiers, as we saw in game 1 of our last match. Amazing card. Super, super good. He's also playing Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which you wouldn't find in a lot of red lists, especially the really low to the ground red lists,
Sure.
the 30 land lists with every 1-drop. But Fable, it doesn't need to prove itself. It's won the last 4 Pro Tours.
Yes, yeah, it's Fable the Mirror Breaker.
New from Murders at Karlov Manor, Fugitive Codebreaker.
Big fan on this one.
2 mana, 2/1 Prowess Haste. Honestly, I think it slots right in.
Yeah, we could stop right there. But
The disguise cost actually is relevant, especially if you are running Mana Crypt. There's something to be said about, there are going to be games where Greg has a Mana Crypt. It's a longer game. He can pay the cost on it. I will say that with the Codebreaker, we probably aren't going to be seeing like flipping it for 1 or 2 mana.
sure.
I'd say on average, Greg is probably going to be flipping it for like 4. But that gives him sort of a pseudo 4-drop in this game. And Codebreaker really relevant in this matchup. A lot of how Thomas wins is he trades 1-for-1 with removal and then plays a threat that is larger than what Greg is doing, and he goes over what Greg is up to. And the Codebreaker, allowing Greg to refill on cards, can give him a big edge. And we're also seeing in that 3-drop slot, Reckless Stormseeker. Greg is trying to go as fast as possible with the 3 drops that he chooses. I personally haven't played this, but it looks really good. And I'm really excited to see it.
And we're on, we have a couple of people in chat asking about it. We're on shocks. We've got shocks. We've got shock.
We've got literal shock.
We got literal shock.
Literal shock. Probably 33 land. We've got Smuggler's Copter in the mix, which is something that...
It's back.
It doesn't always make it, but I mean, if you're mana crypting...
Yeah. Might as well. Great. Yeah. Very excited to see this matchup. Very excited to see the different interpretations of these archetypes by people that have been, jamming them for God knows how long. And if our players are ready, I think we are ready to hop into our match.
Oh, I'm ready.
Oh, yeah?
Now...
the fist bump. Love to see
it.
Thomas on the play, playing out Bloodstainmire, one of these
That's
fetches.
a Bloodstainmire, yeah.
Yeah.
So Thomas winning the die roll.
Huge.
Being on the play, very, very big in this matchup.
That's
so Ramanep Ruins means that Greg probably doesn't have it. Oh, my lord.
Oh, no.
It's a Mana Crypt?
Why, we have a Mana Crypt start. Into a Kari Zev. Skyship Raider.
And this is exactly where you want to be if you're Greg. I guess he'd prefer to have one of his 3 drops for maximum value.
Yes.
But we see that he also has a Mishra's Factory in hand. So this Mana Crypt does double duty, right? It'll let him activate Factory, but also play out his board. So if his hand is 2 drops, he'll be able to play some more 2 drops while he's attacking with Factory. So Thomas is already on the back foot.
Yep. Worth noting, too, there's a Wasteland. So blowing up that Triumph. The mana of Jeskai Green is quite good. However, it can be susceptible to getting Wastelanded if your hand is not, fetches... no duh, Ben. Fetches really pull this deck together. The mana bases in Highlander are wild at this point, but you can disrupt it. And funny enough, I believe Thomas has Torch the Tower in hand.
Oh, he does.
Karizev's got 3 toughness.
Ooh. But he does have to bargain it to hit Karizev for 3. So let's see if Thomas is able to actually remove this Karizev. It is one of the better threats for Greg in this matchup. I think Thomas has Torch the Tower and another red removal spell. So we'll see what that can do for him.
Oh, the counter.
My God.
Oh, yeah. That gaming.
I mean, it's too easy. It's too easy.
This is so funny. Oh, my God. All right. We got the crypt flip. Yep.
Okay, so Greg called even there, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Even, look. Oh, hold on. We have a don't talk to me or my son ever again situation about to pop up here. As Greg has drawn Ragavan Nimble Pilfer, which this does circumvent the legend rule. You are allowed to have your Ragavan shipmate. I don't remember what the monkey token is called, but you can
First
double
mate,
Ragavan.
I think Ragavan
first mate?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
There are several Ragavan tokens.
I think if I'm Greg here, I'm wastelanding Thomas. You are tempted to play the Mishra's Factory, but I think you really do have to attack the mana base. The mana in Thomas's deck is good, but it isn't perfect. This slows him down, and now Greg has to decide sort of what does he feel like he can play that is most likely to get through this counterbalance randomly.
And we're just attacking here for 3, deciding not to dash at the Ragavan. Probably wants to save that for a spot where Greg can double spell to know if the coast is clear.
I think we see a Firebolt and maybe a Price of Progress.
Play with fire.
Play with fire, yeah.
And a Cemetery Gatekeeper, which looks to be the play here. Cemetery Gatekeeper coming down. Pretty nice disruptive target here. Getting to exile a land. Oh, the flip. And there's a 1 on top as a Chain Lightning.
Greg chose correctly.
Yep.
The Gatekeeper going to exile this land. Now Thomas is going to take damage anytime he plays a land, which is a really big game for Greg, especially since Thomas has to play fetch lands. Like we were talking about earlier, this deck plays all 10 fetches plus Prismatic Vista, right?
But that's a Fury in hand.
You
Big sigh. You hate to see it.
You hate to see
it. Fury coming down. Fury, just what the hell? What the hell?
It's a good one.
Yeah, which will clean up this board. It is going 2 for 2 here, and we know that Greg has follow-up pressure, follow-up plays, pitching the Chain Lightning there.
Yeah, so if you're Greg, this isn't the worst Fury for you've ever seen. It is still bad, but you've stunted Thomas's mana development. He doesn't have any threats in play. You have some removal resistant threats in the form of Mishra's Factory, Dash Ragavan. He drew Blazing Root Walla, fantastic draw. He just wants more threats.
Your sweet baby boy.
So let's see if Greg can stick this Ragavan.
Thomas's hand is Burst Lightning, Torch the Tower, Flame Slash.
Wow.
Gross. I didn't even notice the Burst Lightning, but I mean, I'm a genuinely big fan of that card. Let me get a land off the top. Counterbalance really putting in work here.
So interestingly enough, from this point on, though, Thomas has the removal to deal with Greg's 3 next threats. But that's it. He doesn't have a lot in his mana base.
Yep.
He doesn't have any threats of his own. He doesn't have any card draw. So Thomas is going to have time to find some stuff, but he does actually need to find something.
He needs lands too.
He needs both lands and a threat.
Absolutely. We're shuffling away, that land. And we're going to start a parade of removal spells here to be able to take them out. Funny enough, you can Torch the Tower sacrificing the counterbalance once you realize that this card does nothing.
I'm really interested to see where this game goes in terms of. So Thomas is going to deal with Greg's next 2 threats. But then the threat that Thomas draws also needs to be good against red removal. Thomas can assume that Greg has some amount of shocks in his hand at basically any given time.
Yeah.
And so Thomas not only needs to deal with the threats that Greg presents, draw lands, and he also has to draw a threat that actually is able to overwhelm Greg. And the whole time that this is happening, Greg is also drawing cards.
Yes. Land drop for Thomas there. Looks to be a
Flooded
fetch
Strand.
land. Yeah. Thomas making it impossible for our wonderful Ben Ulmer on Card Reader by playing... what the hell, dude?
Notably, Greg is kind of tied up on red mana here. He's only able to develop 1 threat a turn. It might not matter that much, the speed that he's able to develop those threats. We'll really be able to see that later in this game.
Thomas raiding Mishra's Factory because he was born in 2019. Boots up the factory, comes in, gets the Burst Lightning. And now let's see if Counterbalance can earn its keep. Because I think the root wall is coming down.
I'd say another notable thing is that Greg is taking a lot of damage from his lands here. And he's been winning every mana crypt flip, but at some point he is going to start losing them.
That's a hell of a draw coming up. We did, thanks to the folks in chat that also have odd choices of artwork, that is a Seachrome Coast, apparently.
I see.
But a Treasure Cruise revealed from the Counterbalance is going to help Thomas get into this game. I mean, he's been playing nothing but cheap, efficient spells that can now get converted into more cards as a Flame Slash.
Flame Slash on that Blazing Root Walla that Greg played last turn into the Treasure Cruise.
Yeah.
This is why Thomas has spent one of his points on Cruise and one of them on Dig. This is exactly how he draws up a lot of his games. And Cruise was basically the best draw in his deck. I guess maybe Recall is better because it would have countered the.
Well, it's
Blazing
funny.
Root Waller.
It's funny the difference between the two here being that one of the cards that Thomas drew, notably no lands, drawing Snapcaster Mage, but now there's nothing in the graveyard to be able to flash back.
Yeah.
Greg does have a handful of burn. We got a Play with Fire, a Lightning Bolt, a Firebolt, and a Chain Lightning. And being bottlenecked on red mana is going to be awfully tough.
Yeah. Another thing that's going in Thomas's favor here is that Greg is drawing. He's going upstairs.
Play with Fire upstairs, please.
So Greg's gonna get the Scry ideally, if Thomas doesn't flip a 1 off of Counterbalance. Let's see here.
Now, this is where the Surveil lands might come in clutch. So with the Counterbalance trigger on the stack, Thomas is going to crack the fetch land and find presumably Thundering Falls. This deck doesn't usually need double green. Double red is kind of a nice spot.
Yeah, my guess is he's getting Thundering Falls here as well.
Or, I mean, he could get a Triumph, but I think his mana is worked out. It's going to be the Thundering Falls. So he gets the Surveil and then can check for a 1 to try and set up this Counterbalance to do anything.
I will say that the Counterbalance here is nice because there is some danger of if Thomas goes low enough, he could potentially get Price of Progress out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so being able to counter these shocks that you don't really want to spend an actual full card on can be really relevant. So we'll see if he keeps this on top.
It's interesting, too, because there might be 1-mana cards that will counter the Play with Fire, but that Thomas might not want to reveal or might not want to keep on top, because at this stage, if we're Thomas, we're looking for like the Omnath. We're looking for doubles checks to make sure he's on Omnath. He is on Omnath. We're looking for Omnath. We're looking for Oko, Minsc and Boo. Cards banned in other formats is what we're looking for. We get a Scry to the bottom with the Play with Fire. Greg probably looking for a red sword.
And
a second red sword.
Thomas decided not to reveal off of the Counterbalance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and losing a Mana Crypt flip. I didn't know you could do that.
So Greg's best draws here are most likely his 3 drops.
Can I interest you in another burn spell?
It's interesting. The bottleneck on red mana actually is hurting Greg here quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
If he was able to throw out a flurry of burn spells at a given time, then it's possible that he could steal the game from Thomas in a future turn. But the fact that he has to tap out, take a damage from his Ramanap Ruins just to try to Incendiary Flow Thomas, not even sure if it'll work. Thomas knows there's a Helix on top, so he just gets to,
Oh my god, it's Lightning Helix. And
oh my god.
Oh my
God.
I was going to say that you could play out this Snapcaster EOT and even just get the beatdown going.
Yeah, Greg's at 12. He's taken a lot of damage from the Ruins, just started losing a Mana Crypt flip, so if he loses a couple more, the Snapcaster could just close out the game with this Lightning Helix.
The Helix does represent an additional 6 damage to Greg, 6 life for Thomas, especially because you got the Helix, Snapcaster Helix. And yeah, Thomas hitting his 5th land for the Stormcarved Coast. And just chilling as Greg
drew a Searing Blaze. Not really what he wanted to see there.
This is unfortunate.
He also, I believe, lost the Mana Crypt flip. I don't know if he's naming the same thing every time.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah, the Lightning Helix representing an extra 6 damage is quite a lot.
You can hear them laughing because Greg's looking at the Chain Lightning and recognizing that Thomas has double red. In fact, triple red. So that Chain Lightning might be coming back.
Yeah. It's not often that your Chain Lightning gets bounced back to you as a mono red player, but... And Greg knows that he's in a tough position here. So he's basically trying to play to his outs. My guess is that Greg has identified that he basically needs to have these burn spells resolve and then draw a Price of Progress.
Yep.
And have that resolve as well.
Oh my god, Thomas's hand. Jesus. This is just going to come down to a burn mirror of players throwing burn spells at each other. However, Thomas is not gated by mana. And that Lightning Bolt getting countered by an opt off the Counterbalance. Now, we talked smack about Counterbalance. because it's fun to do so. But I'm a diehard. I mean, anything to get me to play Counterbalance, I'll take that.
Yeah, in this matchup, Counterbalance is probably a lot better than it is
At its best,
yeah.
surely.
Thomas is running a lot of one-man interaction. He's really low to the ground when it comes to the interactive spells he has. So, like we saw, Thomas is able to get to a point where he was able to resolve a Counterbalance with not a ton of pressure. And at that stage, over the course of the game, he can expect to counter at least 1 to 2 spells, if not more.
For sure. Counterbalance looks great here. However, we haven't seen any of the aforementioned 3s, the cards that would really help Greg get off the ground with this mana crypt. And yeah, there are other matches. Oh, the skull crack!
Wow,
though.
a skull crack.
Huge.
That is huge. Let's see if Thomas has it. Oh, I think he knows the top card of his library, so he doesn't reveal off Counterbalance.
Oh, but you love to see it. I mean, now Greg's at 3, and there's going to be a Snapcaster Lightning Helix to kill. But you got to admit, the skull crack to be like, no. I'm going. I know I'm losing,
I'm going
but
out,
you're
I'm
not
going out of my
getting
own
life.
terms.
Yeah. All right. So Thomas Simmons takes game 1 with Jeskai Green. We're going to game 2 here. Greg, unfortunate mana issues there. Didn't find the second red. Kind of got bottlenecked on that. And, I mean, burn spell, fury, burn spell. That's that into like a treasure cruise. That's kind of what Jeskai's looking to do. And that's tough. But
the treasure cruise was the pivotal draw of that game. Thomas is basically always going to have hands that have some way to interact with Greg's first 2 to 3 threats. The real kicker is when he's able to refill. And so drawing the treasure cruise right on schedule there, he was able to flame slash first and then cruise for the full 6.
Yep.
Bolt Snapcaster into Lightning Helix. I mean, we've been doing it for what, 12 years?
Oh God,
15 years.
I think the first Jeskai event that I played was, oh no, I feel so old. 2014, maybe. It's been a decade. I mean, people have been able to Snapcaster Bolt since before 2014.
Yeah, Innistrad been out since I think 2012.
Yeah, but in Canlander, this sounds odd to folks at home, especially at this point. But believe it or not, there was a time where Jeskai was just not a thing people played. It's just not. It was like, yeah, you could do it, but then it's like, oh, I could play Jeskai because then I get to put Orm's Chant on my Isochron Scepter. And it was like, oh, okay. But yeah, Lightning Helix and Snapcaster Mage wins games.
Against Mono Red specifically.
Oh,
It wins a lot of games.
Yep.
So Greg on the play here. He's going to be looking for hands that are threat dense. His shocks and bolts are not at their best in this matchup.
Nope.
Thomas is going to be looking for hands that are answer dense. His threats don't matter nearly as much as Greg's in the early turns of the game. And the way that Thomas loses most of the games that he would lose against Mono Red is Mono Red coming out fast, Thomas being a little slow to react, and then even though he does have really powerful threats, those threats not really mattering because the Mono Red deck has gone under them.
Mm-hmm. You don't mind seeing the burn. You just don't want to see it then, right? You ideally would like to get it later when you are in a string of must answer cards from your opponent, or the must answer cards that your opponent has to be like, am I really going to mana leak this shock? And it's like, well, I don't want to get got. I don't want my mana get tied up. Like if I don't do it now, then I can't actually like resolve like a threat, like can't throw. Oh my God, he's not on Seasoned Dungeoneer. Thomas, what's the deal? What's going on, dude?
I don't think he's on any of the initiative creatures.
He's not on White Plume Adventure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say that like a key thing in this matchup is if Greg is really fast, Thomas will have to make decisions during the game on what lands he wants to fetch and whether or not he can afford to play tap lands.
Yep.
So Greg is going to do his best to put Thomas into positions where either choice that he makes isn't really that effective or efficient. I believe both players have mulliganed.
Yep, it does look like we're both going to 6 here. Which on one hand, it's kind of interesting. Like, the deck with Ancestral Recall can always undo the mulligan. And then Greg's deck can draw Mana Crypt, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Ragavan, and that's pretty good. But even without all these busted Magic cards, Greg's deck can just see there are 7-card hands, 6-card hands, 5-card hands. They all effectively look to do the same kind of thing out of Greg. Whereas Thomas will have to make these decisions of like, well, I'm down on cards, and maybe what do I want to keep this reactive spell for one of these 3s that could come out? Do I want to is my game plan like kill a thing, play Oko, and cross my fingers?
I'd say the onus is initially on Greg to put Thomas into a position where the onus is back on him, and he has to come up with the answers. And we see that Greg actually bottomed a Firebolt or some shock variant. I believe it was a Firebolt. And that's really indicative of what matters in this matchup. And Greg could not ask for a better 6, by the way. Fable of the Mirror Breaker in this matchup is definitely one of your better cards. And the fact that he gets to play it on turn 1, if his Goblin gets in, he's undoing the mulligan in sort of a mana efficiency way. And Thomas is going to 5. And I will say that one thing that Red Deck Wins does really well is it actually does make your opponent have to mulligan differently because of the pressure, the consistent pressure that you put on. When it comes to consistency in the format, we look at like Red Deck Wins and Cradlehoof as sort of like the pillars of we have some of the most consistent draws in the entire
cards
format.
on the table. What we're doing. Right?
Like in Cradlehoof, they're playing turn 1 elf. In Mono Red, they're playing turn 1 drop. And so Thomas, as he's mulliganing, he has to think about sort of this crossroads of like, I have to keep enough interaction, but also I have to find a way to win the game. And now that I'm down on cards, like you were saying, his assessment of like cards has to be really clean and clutch. If he keeps, say, a counter spell, but then Greg gets under that counter spell, he could die with it in his hand.
Speaking of dying, Mountain Mana Crypt into Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Pro Tour winner 4 PTs in a row. We're going to make the Goblin token. Now, you'll have to understand. When it comes to the availability of the Goblin Shamans, I'm looking directly at Ben as I'm saying this. While players have been instructed to use the appropriate tokens, and that we have provided them as well, I gotta tell you, producer aside, the charm of this format is seeing Greg kill you with Cyndaquils. Now, we are going to make sure that at least there are not game pieces from other games, but a handmade Goblin token. I mean,
you do what you got to do.
You got to get a little romantic about it.
Also, Thomas mulliganing 5 has to play a tap land here.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Huge.
Greg knows he's getting the mana, so now he gets to potentially discard this mountain off of this Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Maybe he discards the Galvanic Blast.
Right.
Maybe he keeps the Galvanic Blast because he assumes that he's going to get the second treasure, and then he'll actually have Metalcraft to be able to deal 4.
So opting to cash in a snow-covered mountain and replaces it with another snow-covered mountain.
So Greg kept the Galvanic Blast, which makes sense. He's dashing Ragavan, so he's going to get 2 treasures this turn, which means he actually does get to Metalcraft it if he wants.
That's so sick.
So sick. You basically never see that in Mono Red.
Yeah. But when it pops up, it feels great.
Oh, yeah. You feel it. When you animate your Mishra's Factory to make Metalcraft.
When you animating the Mishra's Factory, when your Wild Slash has Ferocious, so the little things.
Very relevant. Greg flips a Ledger Shredder here. And even though the Metalcraft on Galvanic Blast is very cute, I think you do have to cast this Ledger Shredder.
Yes.
The way that Thomas gets out of this is that you don't have enough threat density, and you start drawing a bunch of lands. I think you might as well just play the Ledger Shredder here. It does 2 things. One, you're pretty likely to cast a couple spells on a turn. And so you can start conniving lands away. And then 2, it just gives you an extra threat so that if Thomas just has a bunch of 1-for-1 removal, you can overcome that.
Yep. And I mean, worst case Ontario, it at least forces Greg to remove the 2 treasure tokens on opposite sides of the table. That's some unhinged magic right there.
Incredible.
It's just,
The world works in mysterious ways. Greg flipped the ledger shredder so that we didn't have to look at the 2 treasure tokens on each side
and we
of the
thank him
battlefield.
for it. A Dreadhorde Arcanist hitting the table here. This is hilarious because this is where Galvanic Blast having Metalcraft
It
is
actually
super
matters
relevant.
a lot because Dreadhorde Arcanist is one of Thomas's best cards in this matchup. And if he untaps and gets to attack with it, he could actually deal with what Greg is bringing to the table. But because Greg has specifically this Galvanic Blast, he's able to just blast it away before blocks.
Oh. Sequencing out the
Ice
Ice
Hide
Hide
Golem does
Golem because that also gets us Metalcraft.
That's Metalcraft, baby.
Oh, we missed a Saga trigger here.
Yeah, it looks like we missed Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Let me go get that as the acting judge here. 1 second.
Judge.
Yeah, so missing this Fable of the Mirror Breaker isn't ideal for Greg. It's not the worst. I'm not exactly sure what the fix is here. My guess is that he's not going to get the trigger.
Basically drew for the turn.
But Greg is still in a commanding position. He's playing this Ice Hide Golem. He's gonna be able to Metalcraft kill the Dreadhorde Arcanist with Galvanic Blast. He's going to most likely break his treasure token to make a red and dash Ragavan.
So we can either back it up or it stays as it is. This is putting a lore counter on this is an action and not one that can actually be missed.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is, also for the sake of what we're doing here, is untap. That goes back to hand.
Yep.
That gets flipped.
Okay, you're saying that's the that's the
yeah,
okay.
yeah. We're going to rewind that.
Okay, so it looks like we are able to rewind.
So 3 XL bounce back. Sorry about that, man.
Yep.
This does change some amount. I don't think it changes a whole lot. Greg is still in a commanding position. It just means that he's able to attack for 2 the next turn or copy whatever his best creature is.
Oh well, yeah.
But it doesn't change what he's going to play. He's going to play this Ice Side Golem. He's going to Galvanic Blast this Dreadhorde Arcanist. And then he's going to get in.
Hey, everybody. Judge T.O. commentating Wheeler here. Yeah, very easy backup here. Putting a lore counter on Sagas is not actually a trigger.
Oh, it's not a missable event.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
It's a very clean backup and straightforward to resolve. So we went ahead and did that. And then, there you go, Metalcraft Galvanic Blast.
Yeah, and Greg being a consummate master knows that Metalcraft on Galvanic Blast happens. He recognizes it, but he does miss his Ledger Shredder trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Yeah.
You do have to. Did he play? Oh, he played the Ice Hide Golem.
Yeah, he played the Ice Hide Golem first, then he played Galvanic Blast.
Yeah.
So it looks like they've just agreed that it's a missed trigger. Greg dashes the Ragavan, gets in, makes the treasure token, flips a Prismari command.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of spicy. Prismari command is also a consideration to the potential Thassa's Oracle or Doomsday lines where you can forcibly make your opponent to draw cards.
Definitely.
Which is nice. It's not in every version of this deck, but it is one that pops up.
Thomas really likes it a lot. It is really flexible.
That Ragavan should be back in hand. The players do recognize this. Again, I want to stress this as we are winding down this particular game. Even though an Uro hits the table, which will give Thomas a little cushioning, I cannot tell you how difficult it is to play Magic the Gathering on camera. Even if you are not talking or commentating or working it through, if you do not do it, as somebody that does it for a living, it's still really hard. And if you're not, Magic's a hard enough game as it is. The pressure of this event, you might miss a trigger or two, right?
Yeah, and the 2 things that Greg missed Fable, recently new edition, doesn't have a lot of practice with it.
Ledger
Ledger Shredder, not in his deck.
Not in his deck. May have actually been like one of the first times he has played this card. Greg has expanded to, over the years, playing Is It as well, which his version of Is It is, what if Mono Red got to cast Ancestral Recall? Or Gruul, what if Mono Red got to cast Berserk or
And become
Gore
immense.
Yes. So, like we're saying, master of the craft, master of the archetype. But when you play with a specific set of cards week after week, over and over again, when you introduce new cards, you might, miss one or two. But like we showed, it's an easy fix. These players are just they want to have the game operate as it should be. They want to win because they are playing their cards, taking the actions. It's friendly here.
Yeah. One thing I'll also say is it's very possible that Greg, when he knew that he was ahead, was feeling a little nervous because this does matter, right?
Yes.
And that coupled with playing on camera for maybe the first time or one of the first times, that's a lot.
In a hot minute. Greg has made it to the top 8 before.
Yes.
Greg, unfortunately, much like myself, has not produced the results in the top 8 that we are probably looking for, personally. And when you are in a spot where you're like, oh, I'm winning this game. Like, I've got this game on lock, right? You might start thinking about the next game, or you might start thinking about even the next matchup, or just your mind is elsewhere. There's a lot to... there's just a lot going on.
I mean, also, when you're a red mage, you just want to get them dead.
You just want them dead.
You just want to go upstairs, right to the dome.
Both players shuffling up for game 3. This will have Thomas on the play here. Ideally, not looking for a mulligan.
Yeah, we saw Thomas concede last game after casting Uro. I mean, he probably could have kept playing, but I think he saw that the writing was on the wall. Didn't really want to continue. Go next.
Yeah, GG go next. He was going up to 13, but then he was guaranteed taking 8. And yeah, again, some of these players, you might be like, well, why are they conceding? And it's like, well, because they know they're dead. Which, if you're brand new to the format, if you're brand new to Magic, played at this level or proficiency or with some of these cards, then yeah, it's totally understandable to be like, what's going on? Currently, it's just a Ralgren Triumph. But at some point, there may be spots where it looks a little odd, and that's why Trenton and I are here, and coming up later, Ben Ulmer, are going to be here to help guide you through the intricacies of Embereth Veteran. Took a second to figure out which Jackal pup this is.
Greg and I, when we look at new sets, when Wilds of Eldraine was coming out, we messaged each other and we're like, they printed another one.
I am a Jackal pup truther. I love my one. I mean, my red lists, 28 lands, all
you're
one
full
drops.
Tilt sly.
Yeah,
you're low.
I am here. I got a bus to catch. I got a bedtime. I got to eat between rounds or whatever. This one's great. I will say, I got to give Greg props. And I, in fact, did. As soon as he sent me his deck list, I said, hey, dude, thank you for cutting Tattermunch Maniac.
It's tempting to play the Munge because on camera, it's just so
it's
clean.
So funny.
It looks so good.
Oh, I don't know about all that.
But yeah, the Munge, unfortunately, has been... it's definitely been power creeped out.
Yeah. Speaking of power creep, we have a Ledger Shredder hitting the table, this time on Thomas's side. Does a great job blocking the Embereth Veteran here. Greg does have a Lightning Strike available.
So if you're Thomas, this is the one of the types of starts that you really want. You're actually pretty happy if Greg is Lightning Striking your Ledger Shredder, because that means he isn't developing his board state.
Yeah, Shredder is a wild one. Both Dreadhorde Arcanus and Shredder, providing a big booty that gets around the shocks, and then the fact that it keeps doing stuff. But Shredder takes off the, okay, well, I'm just going to play 2 more 1-drops and then burn it the next turn. You can't do that. Tom's going to get
Ben, I don't want to
connived.
interrupt you, but Thomas just drew Ancestral Recall.
Okay, well, that's a good one. What does that one do again?
He's
Target player draws 3 cards.
going to draw 3 cards?
For 1 mana. Why would you print that? Not to alarm the red deck pilots of the world, Thomas also drew Aragorn, King of Gondor.
He also has Pyrokinesis in hand. This is going to be a pretty big uphill battle for Greg. It's definitely doable, but he's going to need to continue having gas.
Yes.
He's going to need to get through this first Pyrokinesis. Also, he's going to have to get through Teferi. But he has the Reckless Stormseeker.
Reckless Stormseeker coming down, introducing the world's best mechanic of Day-Night. You can hear them even laughing about Day-Night. Thank you very much.
My guess here is that Thomas is going to cast the Pyrokinesis. There's no need to take 5.
Oh, but pitches the Aragorn. So that's a genuine cost.
That is a genuine cost. If Thomas is going to throw anything away, Greg is really happy to see that it's the Aragorn.
So Thomas's hand, quite a few lands, and we got a Tishana's Tidebinder and a Teferi Time Raveler. That's a lot of T's. A lot of T's. What is this? The back 9? Anyways, Thomas just passes here, which means it is nighttime. Sorry, did that throw you off?
I don't even know what to say. I'm at a loss.
You could say, I need a new commentating partner. Ooh, Cemetery Gatekeeper, though.
So Thomas holding up the Tidebinder here. It does look like he is a little land flooded. I think he has Tidebinder, Teferi, another card, and a couple lands. I think he might have a Cryptic Command. Not sure, though. This Gatekeeper... It's actually where Greg wants to be, but it's not. Oh, gosh. We've got a Mystic Sanctuary getting back Ancestral Recall.
That's pretty good. Yeah, Ancestral Recall being put back on top of the library off of a totally fair common land. This is kind of where you want to be if you are Thomas, because it looks as though the Cemetery Gatekeeper was trying to exile the recall. Potentially.
That's what I was saying with the Gatekeeper. It's like, it is kind of where you want to be because getting to exile that Ancestral Recall is really relevant. I think basically Greg has to go for the Gatekeeper there, even though he knows Thomas has Mystic Sanctuary face up because of that fetch land. I think he just has to hope that Thomas misses it.
Okay, so Thomas opting not to even let this thing hit the table, just going to put the recall on top and then cast Cryptic Command, countering the Gatekeeper and drawing the recall. We hit Falconwrath Pit Fighter, another Jackal Pup with upside.
I've recently messaged Greg about this card.
Speak on
that. You can sacrifice Mutavault.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Thomas drew a Chain Lightning for turn. So now we have... This is where Jeskai and Jeskai Green really start popping off.
Yeah.
Just get that Day-Night. Nobody cares. Let's be real.
Thomas is in a position where he has a commanding presence. He now needs to basically identify how he wants to handle the rest of Greg's threats. We could very easily see him just bounce the Falconwrath Pit Fighter here and save the Chain Lightning for something that is a little harder for him to deal with. These are the positions that these more controlling decks get into, that they basically need to ask themselves, like, what is the sequence of plays that Greg has that leads me to potentially like getting into a disadvantageous position? And it looks like Thomas has identified that he can just tick up the Teferi. He has the Chain Lightning in hand, so now it turns it into a Lightning Bolt.
But Chain Lightning is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Because instant speed Chain Lightning, if Greg holds open red mana, because Greg's probably not dedicating too much mana into spells this turn, we can fire that back. If you are in Greg's position with a handful of burn, and a blazing root wall is, I believe, the draw for the turn. We're just going upstairs, right? We're just ignoring this Teferi?
Yeah, I think you probably have to. Basically, where Greg is at now is he has to assume that Thomas, when he casts Ancestral Recall, he just draws a bunch of lands or cards that don't do anything.
Yeah.
And he's most likely playing to some of his better outs, Price of Progress being the main one. If Greg can resolve a Price of Progress at any point in this game, he could basically steal it. So I love this attack for 2 right at Thomas. The Teferi is excellent. It's going to be really, really good. But Greg correctly identifying, Thomas is already drawing a ton of cards. He's already going to have a ton of stuff. So now you just go straight to the dome.
Yep. You can see Greg contemplating cashing in the Pit Fighter. Obviously, very appealing with the idea of madnessing the Blazing Root Wall. However, Teferi will get around that. Teferi will prevent the casting of the Root Wall here. And it looks like they are asking just that.
Yes, please.
Trenton, take it away.
Yeah, so I think where Greg is going to want to be here as a mono red player myself is develop
You're shaking
more
your head.
threats,
Yeah, yeah.
try to get as much in as you
I sort of thought that
possibly
was the case.
can,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
just hope to continue to rip burn off of the top.
Um,
Thomas doesn't actually have a ton of ways to gain life in his deck. He has Lightning Helix, but like he isn't really like flush with ways to gain life. So if Greg can get Thomas to a low enough life total, he can start to knock the top of his deck and just hope that he draws Price of Progress, Fire Blasts, etc.
yeah, yeah. So I would like activate the ability, discard it, madness.
Yeah, so they're talking about this interaction right now where like Greg was thinking about activating Falcon Wrath Pit Fighter to discard the Ruwala, but because of Teferi's time restrictions on its static ability, you actually can't cast a Madness card.
I walked into the room. Greg goes, "Hey, Ben, I've got a interaction here." I shake my head. I go, "It's not good." And he goes, "Oh, yeah, okay." And then I walked out. Yeah.
Okay, so we're seeing a recall for Thomas here. Wow, and he drew 3 lands.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is the beginning.
Yeah.
This is the beginning.
It's live.
Greg is not dead here. He has draws. Thomas drew Torch the Tower. It's good, but actually Thomas is happy to draw removal spells at this stage, but at some point he is actually going to need to get some sort of threat on the table. So Greg doesn't know it, but that was actually pretty good for him.
And we got Torch the Tower from Thomas. Thomas can clear the board here. We can bounce one of the creatures, draw an extra card here, and then if we want to Torch the Tower, we can Torch the Tower.
Yeah, Thomas is still in a commanding position. And he drew a Preordain, which is definitely where he wants to be. He sees 2 lands. He shows them to Greg.
Thomas puts the worst Preordain art into the graveyard and has drawn actual factual counterspell. I mean, come on. We actually razzed Thomas about this at testing earlier in the week, where it's like, what are you doing? There's so many good arts, and you go with that one. Apologies to the Dual Decks Elspeth versus Tezzeret fans in the audience.
The Elspeth versus Tezzeret enjoyers.
Yeah, all 2 of you. Thomas and Thomas's mother.
Greg drawing a land there. Not exactly where he wants to be. We might see Greg hold the land in hand. He has Fable the Mirror Breaker in his deck. So you got to play to your like really close draws here. This root wall is getting in. Thomas is killing it before Greg pays the mana to Rootwalla. I find that to be an interesting decision, but ultimately I don't think it matters that much.
Got the Falcon Wrath Pit Fighter joins the table yet again. Thomas looking at a hand. Again, we have a Tidebinder, a Chain Lightning, a Counterspell, and I believe lands. But this is kind of interesting. The inclusion of the surveil lands really helps in spots like this too. Like, I know it seems weird to say given that Thomas has 6 cards in hand, but like, they're not the most exciting cards.
As my friend Daniel would say, it's time walk. You play a surveil land, you bottom the card.
Time walk.
Time walk. Thomas actually playing 24 points in his deck. 10 regular points, two surveil lands that are time walks.
Mm-hmm. Well, now to be fair, we are giving him -5 points due to counterbalance. Like that at the top. Just going for real like 2012 Canlander rules where it's like, well, it's only 5 points if you play both of them.
Yeah. And as you indicated, hedge maze.
Yeah.
So Thomas fetches a hedge maze end step. Oh yeah, when the triple mox roll we used to have, where if you played the third mox,
mox tax,
it cost more.
Yeah. Honestly, terrible for the sake of the legibility and accessibility of the format. Great for playing it.
Totally.
Yeah. Very, very, very big fan on that front.
Looks like Thomas kept the card on top. Yeah, and Greg, playing super tight, notices that because Thomas fetched, he's able to activate his Falcon Wrath Pit Fighter.
Oh, but here's the Tidebinder coming in clutch.
This is a blowout.
Yeah, this is not good.
And it gives Thomas a clock, which he didn't desperately need, but he'd love to have.
Now he can start cooking.
Yeah, so Thomas draws a Mana Leak, which means that he's going to be able to counter Greg's next 2 spells, most likely.
Yeah, the Mana Leak, very strong against these strong card in general, but against these low land count decks too, especially because the most impactful cards that Greg is going to try to find here are going to be, the 2s or hopefully the 3s. We got a bunch of burn. We have a Goblin Guide. But truthfully, it's not even that much burn.
So Greg leads on Goblin Guide, and then, we've got 3 burn spells in hand.
Mana Leaking the Goblin Guide. Just get it out of here.
If you're Greg here, you're in this position where you are now being clocked, and you don't have enough burn to actually deal lethal to Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where he starts to Tarfire the Tishana's Tidebinder, for example.
Yeah.
And this is not where you want to be as the burn player.
No. Get that off the board. It's not ideal, for a variety of reasons, but it's also just something that you kind of have to do. Like Thomas, to Greg's credit, Thomas is starting to get low on cards in hand. I say that as there's a Chain Lightning and a counterspell, but we can get a Mishra's Factory cooking. We can still work here.
Yeah, Greg isn't totally out of it. If he draws just right off the top, he's cooking.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back to that turn where Greg attacked Thomas instead of the Teferi.
Yep.
This is the context of why that turn is so important, and it's so hard to make that judgment call. Because if Greg was able to remove that Teferi, and if he knew this is how the game would go, he would have attacked the Teferi.
Yep.
But he identified that he felt like he needed to go straight to Thomas's life total.
Mm-hmm.
And the way the game is played out, that isn't necessarily where he wished he ended up.
Thomas drawing a Wasteland and immediately using it on the Ramanap ruins, not saving it for the Mutavault that came out. Okay.
Gosh. Greg draws the Mutavault.
See, this is, Wastelanding Ramanap feels very weird to me. Like, it's just so much mana. I think that was I think that was a tilt Wasteland, as that was a draw land for turn, draw land off Teferi. Thomas now finding Opt, which can hopefully get something cooking.
I don't mind the Wasteland from Thomas. There aren't actually a lot of lands in Greg's deck that you really care about.
For sure.
And the way that Thomas does lose this is some combination of, like, maybe Greg activates Ramanap Ruins and then finds a spot to resolve Price of Progress, right?
Yes.
So Thomas is now working with information where he has to play around the really, really heavy hits that Greg has left in his deck. So I think the Wasteland is fine. He does get punished for it, though.
Yes.
Greg just ripping the Mutavault off the
The
top.
Mutavault, hilarious draw. There is still that counterspell looming in Thomas's hand. Thomas had drawn the Flame Slash for the turn.
I don't know if Thomas has an answer to this Mutavault, and my guess is that Greg is going to go at the Teferi this time.
Well, there's the ticked up. Did Teferi? No, Teferi drew. Oh no, that was the last turn. Teferi.
Yeah, so
being
since
able to,
Teferi
yeah.
ticked up, he has access to the Flame Slash.
Yeah.
Um,
I think Greg's avenue for this is ripping a card like Sulfuric Vortex or Fable the Mirror Breaker or even Fugitive Codebreaker, something that is not a creature. I mean, Fugitive Codebreaker is a creature, but something that is, not a creature. Vortex is what I have in mind. Into a pop, because a price of progress here is, what is that? 6-10. Yeah, pop is just lethal.
Thomas drawing, playing a land, and then not upticking Teferi. That might end up being pretty relevant.
Oh,
He did draw a Remand for the turn, which at this stage is quite excellent against Greg's 3 lands.
Galvanic Blast.
And not ticking up the Teferi here is super relevant because now Thomas might feel like he has to counterspell the blast, but Greg goes straight to the dome.
Oh,
it
you'll love
looks
to
like.
see it.
Wow.
Thomas has drawn Flame of Anur and Prismatic Ending. So Prismatic Ending makes the Sulfuric Vortex less of an issue. So unfortunately, that's kind of off the table. But the Flame of Anur can hopefully find some action. I'm kind of shocked. I mean, Thomas hasn't passed. Yeah, we're gonna fire this off main phase to try and get something. Thomas really needs an Omnath or a Minskin Boo or something to hit the table. That looks like it's a
Lorien
Revealed.
revealed and
Lorien Revealed and Unknown. Thomas being very sneaky with his cards.
And Thomas doesn't have to cast a Lorien revealed on his turn here because of Teferi upticking.
Yep. Kumano faces Kakazan hitting the table. Very powerful one.
If you're Thomas, I think you just let this resolve. Hits Teferi. You have Prismatic Ending, so you can just Prismatic Ending it on your turn.
Yep.
Taking one at this stage, it doesn't matter because the most important card in this game is Price of Progress from your opponent. Greg has Arc Trail, Incinerate, and I believe Searing Blaze. Maybe it's a Lightning Bolt. Judge call.
Judge call. These two, I tell you.
This is a good good reminder that if you are ever at an event and you have a question, call a judge. They're great.
Can I deal
Stern
2 to
judge.
Teferi, 1 to Thomas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to tap my 2 mountains and try to do that.
Yeah, so Greg was asking if he has the ability to Arc Trail Teferi plus, I believe, himself. What was the question there, Ben?
Arc Trail. What can it target?
Gotcha. So he was asking if he could target Teferi and Thomas? Yep. Yeah, so it looks like you can target planeswalkers and players with Arc Trail.
Yeah, it's just a classic old formatting card where it's one of those things where it's like, and even Greg said like, so I want to do this. I'm 99% sure I can do this.
Yeah,
Can I do this?
Magic changed the rules a while ago to make that a little more clean. Thomas looks like he counterspelled the Arc Trail.
Oh. Okay, so Counterspell is off the board. There's an extra card in Thomas's hand that I wasn't able to get a peek at beyond the Lorien Revealed. But going, it presumably shields down is, I mean, we're drawing 3 cards. We might hit another one, but still, Pop's live now.
I mean, if Thomas draws a bunch of lands here, or like Fury, for example, it's really good. It doesn't beat Price of Progress.
Nope. Swords. It looked like Swords of Plowshares, Fury, and then I gotta talk to Thomas about the art choices.
In in some games, Swords to Plowshares might be enough.
He countered it with something else. The counterspell is still in hand.
Okay.
Okay, I see. Perfect. It was lose focus. Okay, so the other card drawn was lose focus.
Makes sense.
So, and there's a dig through time.
So now Greg is in a position where he needs Thomas to miss on this dig through time. And then he also needs to draw a threat that Thomas has to counterspell. But Thomas can answer most threats with Prismatic Ending or Fury. And then if Thomas has to use that counterspell, then Greg can draw Price of Progress.
Yeah, it's really... we have a Murktide Regent and a Force of Negation, which I imagine are going to be some of the considerations here.
Yeah, I think if you're Thomas, you have to take the Murktide here. Once you have Murktide in play and you have the counterspell in hand, you should be able to put Greg on a two turn clock here.
Yeah.
And now with the actual threat that Thomas has, I'm not entirely sure how Greg can get out of this. He does have a couple of burn spells in hand, and Thomas is at 9. So I could see him manufacturing a situation where Thomas feels like he has to use the counterspell because he doesn't know the cards in Greg's hand. Greg, notably, hasn't had a moment where he could have cast a Price of Progress that is safe.
Okay. So we have a treasure. We had one single turn. We had Dig Through Time, Treasure Cruise, and Murktide Regent. This is going to, of course, grow the Murktide Regent.
Yeah, because it triggers whenever you have a card from your graveyard go into exile at any point. Yes.
And so this makes a very big boy. Jesus, stupid Magic card. 14/14 Dragon, and draws the Lightning Helix off the Treasure Cruise. So those two cards alone represent lethal.
Yeah, I am.
And the Chain Lightning. I mean, still had all these, but and Thomas gives him to still have all these.
I don't love to say that anyone is strictly out of any particular game.
For sure.
But I don't really see how Greg comes out of this one.
My man upstairs.
I do love going out with going straight to the dome.
Yeah. The classic, well, you didn't die, but I did put you to 4. So you got to admit it. I got you pretty close.
So yeah, we see an Incinerate there, and then
the Burst Lightning. Thomas is going to counter it. BM, Thomas. BM. Let the man put you to 4.
Just take 2.
Take 2.
Move on.
2. What are you going to do now, Thomas? It's a 3-3. All right, and GG's.
And we see the fist bump from our two players.
Yep.
And Thomas takes that one home.
Heck of a match. It, that game especially was very interesting because it felt like Thomas was in the driver's seat for a long time, right? Teferi was going, Ancestral Recall were killing things left and right. But Greg, had spots where if he draws a Price of Progress, he draws a Sulfuric Vortex, he gets there, he's killing Thomas and shows the strength of Red Deck Wins. Not necessarily as a deck looking to go as fast as possible. It can do that. But as a deck that just is threatening at all points in the game.
Well, and when you look at that game, let's just say Thomas doesn't have Ancestral Recall. The card is 8 points for a reason.
I'm there.
Even though he had Recall, Greg was still hanging.
Yeah.
Greg was still hanging around. He still had possibilities. He had outs for the majority of the game. And that's when Thomas drew his 8-point card, right?
Yeah.
So it does really show you the strength of Red Deck Wins in terms of you can actually play a long game in a lot of situations. And I feel like Greg piloted that game really well. I loved his attack into Thomas and not the Teferi. And then when he did attack the Teferi, I love that as well. I think he really did play those outs, and unfortunately, he just couldn't get there.
Magic the Gathering. Am I right? And if I am right, and I hope I am, we got more of it coming up. If we can get the bracket up here to look at what we have next onto the other side. Next round, we're going to have Robin Sorensen on Blue Moon versus Jason Jobin on Mardu tokens. Now, for that round, I have been informed that that really bad golf joke means that I am going to be on a 1-round paid leave.
He's cut.
I'm cut.
We're cut.
I'm out of it. I got to walk around. I got to breathe. A little. I understand why.
Well,
and I will say this: my parting message for that round, because Robin and I go way back, and he was humming and hawing about this deck. He was in my DMs. He's like, "What am I playing? What am I doing? Do I play Breach or do I play Blue Moon?" And I said, "If you want to win the event, you play Storm. But if you want to feel something, you're going to sleeve up Blue
you
Moon."
want to feel alive.
This man's sleeved up Pink Horror, and he's against my horse in this race. I've got Jason on it to win it all. On Mardu tokens, this deck kills you dead. Jason's on a hot streak. The deck, it's the people's deck, right? I mean, how do you root against Mardu tokens?
I don't know. It's got Aomor, King of Rohan in it. I mean, enough said.
Enough said. Well, there will be more said. So again, for the next round, going into round 3, I am going to be stepping out of the booth. And we're going to have Ben Ulmer coming in, taking over the spot there. I'm fine with it. I
found a better Ben. Also, if we cut you for a round, you make less money, you make less golf jokes, you golf less. It's perfect.
Finally, an answer to my golfing addiction.
I know you golf on the side. I get it.
Please don't tell my husband. Please don't tell him. All right, don't worry, everybody. We will be back for round 3 of the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship in just a couple of minutes. Don't go away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship, brought to you by LoadingReadyRun and Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. I am the reformed ghost of Benjamin Wheeler, who has been put on timeout. It's me, Ben Ulmer, and of course, I am joined by Trenton McIntyre. How you doing, man? This has been a great matchup so far.
I'm doing so well. Love seeing all this top-level Canadian Highlander. And then this next matchup, it's bringing the spice.
I'm really, really excited for this for several reasons. One being a lot of my Canadian Highlander watching and stuff is putting North 100 Showdown producing the show. So it's 90% me watching Wheeler beat the crap out of Surge. So it's really cool to see like a variety. He's giving me the thumbs up in the booth. It's really cool to see a variety of players coming in, and the slugfest going in multiple directions. But also, Blue Moon was the first deck besides RDW that I played when I started learning.
Fascinating.
Learning, Canadian Highlander when I moved here, because that was like when I first moved here. The hot format was tiny leaders.
Oh, I remember.
There was
that.
like a brief period of time here.
Stage, yeah.
And then Highlander kind of became the thing, and it's such a cool deck. I'm really excited to see Robin going in, but Mardu tokens is the one that we're looking at really today too.
Again, we come back to the Waffle House analogy. Jason Jobin, he's adding the spice. He's adding the bacon into the waffles. You know, we've got maple syrup on that bacon. Cinnamon.
This is the dessert for breakfast.
Oh yeah,
of what we've got going on. Yeah.
We're eating well when Jobin's on the grill. You know what I mean?
This is so exciting.
I want to talk about this Mardu tokens list a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a really good example of what I talk about when I talk about Highlander, which is like you get to play your deck, and it's still in a really competitive environment.
Is there something that you want to do in Magic the Gathering? There will be a deck for you in Highlander.
Is there cards that you're in love with from old standard formats, old modern formats that don't really quite cut it anywhere else?
Unsets.
Yeah. Are you an Unfinity enjoyer?
We've got. I can't believe I saw clowning around is in Jason's list. That's incredible.
So cool. So yeah, like Jason's list, I'm really excited to see it play out. He's been working on it a lot. He is I'd say one of the only people that is working on this type of archetype, Mardu tokens. I know that you have experience playing Mardu Initiative.
That is my current fave deck.
And it's cool because like you share a lot of similarities, but Jason's take on it is totally different. And that changes the context of these matchups. And that's another great thing about Highlander is like you both play Mardu.
Yeah.
The same colors, you're playing the same fetch lands, you're probably playing the same dual lands, tap lands, etc. But your archetype can be totally different.
Yeah.
And that changes the context of the matchup so much.
Initiative, from the way that I've played it, feels so reminiscent of like the Mardu Pyromancer lists of like modern and stuff. A lot of hand attack, removal, and then like these kind of sticky threats or reoccurring sort of things. How does tokens sort of work in this Mardu show?
So tokens has the ability to go wide. But it also has the ability to make a singular threat that matters. And so in this matchup specifically, there's going to be this interesting dance between how wide can Jason go when it matters versus is making a singular threat good. Robin is definitely playing the control role in this matchup. Yeah. Blue Moon, he's playing a lot of targeted removal. Most of it is red. He's got counter spells. Robin's going to be looking to more often than not develop a threat that helps him manage and maintain the board state until he can get to a point where he has full control of the game state.
I imagine that a lot of the single targeted removal and whatnot that we've like sort of mentioned and whatnot, the goal for Robin 2 is to try and not necessarily make it a 2-for-1, but the cards that are inherently like in and of themselves like a 2-for-1 on a card, like something that would play down a creature enter and have like a token come with it, countering like those specific kind of things.
Yeah, there will be moments where Robin is going to have to make the choice between like, do I counter a clowning around because the 2/1/1s plus the anthem
potential
effects
3
that Jason has matters a lot. One notable card that we want to put, and Ben put it onto the screen, is Pink Horror.
Yes.
If you want to toss it back up.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've read this one.
The Universe is Beyond cards, man. They are something else.
We were Ben and I were talking about this, and like Robin really did go deep.
But I love, I'm a big Thermo Alchemist fan.
Yeah.
And so any of these cards that say when you cast an instant or sorcery, you ping or deal any amount of damage really gets me excited. So.
Totally. And I mean, this card, it gets around the damage-based removal or the destroy-based removal that Jason has. And in this matchup, if Robin is able to land a Pink Horror and then continue to cast spells, that actually is a really good way for him to maintain the board state. Jason's creatures on average aren't super large, so the 2 damage is quite relevant.
Yeah, in general, the list, like we're also seeing, you were talking about Torch the Tower earlier from Woe. It's made its way into Robin's list as well. What are some of the things that you're bargaining away typically in the Blue Moon list? Because, I mean, I assume you don't want to bargain away your Blood Moon, right?
I'd say on average, you're probably not bargaining that often.
Okay.
Generally speaking, you don't have a lot of material that you're willing to throw away. There are some cards like Arkham's Astrolabe, a Dress Down, if you're willing to just get rid of it the same turn that you play it, etc. But the shocks are actually pretty reasonable in this matchup. There can be certain situations where Jason plays out a wider board, but the clock isn't that fast without him adding an equipment or making one creature a little more important than the others. And in those situations, the shocks do come in quite handy. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Robin's 1-for-1 targeted removal really works against this tokens list, because there are things that you do actually have to remove. But then again, if Robin has a handful of shocks and Jason has a handful of, timely reinforcements, or
making 2 for
like
1
clowning
cards.
around, etc. Like he's just going to overwhelm Robin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, we see in Anthem. Do we have a War Leaders?
I was going to mention that. Yeah. War Leaders call from Murders at Karlov Manors in this list. Recently, I played some Standard with this card. It's really, really good.
It seems like a house.
There's something about having an Anthem that does a lot of damage, and then if they answer your board, your creatures just start to slowly ping away at them, that's actually super good.
I'm experiencing this right now playing WoW Limited on Arena.
This
getting
card rules.
Yeah,
or
just
MCAM, you mean.
but in WoW Limited, just the raid bombardments. And any of these, just like, well, I'm just you can block all day, but I'm just gonna play these 1/1s and make rats and hit you for one. But I believe we've got the lads are ready to go. So as I'm so pumped to see how this matchup
this
runs.
matchup is full of the spice.
Yeah. I mean, and it continues to kind of show too that like the spread of decks that we have going on today are it's such a wide variety,
Oh, it's incredible that when I looked at the lists for this top 8, I was in awe. Like, we get to see an amazing amount of what makes Highlander so good.
Yeah. All right, we are going to go now live to gameplay. I'm really pumped to see how this is going to go. Also, getting to experience the variety of the players within the community as well too. Like I've only had the pleasure of really like interacting with like Robin, and he's a longtime player of the format too. So
one of the progenitors.
Yeah. So it's always fun to see him work. So
I love seeing the fist bump from the two players too.
Every time.
Let's have a good game.
It's just a group of buddies.
Yeah, totally.
That's really what I love about Highlander too. It's on the back of the community in general. We had a number of people really reach out during MagicCon Chicago the past week. Just communities everywhere coming together.
So cool.
So we're seeing the Savai Triome getting grabbed by Jason off the wooded foothills. Wasteland coming out from Robin. And is that just an instant no, go away?
Yeah. So Robin sometimes is going to decide to attack Jason's mana base if he can. The one thing about the Mardu tokens deck is that sometimes the mana can be a little shaky. It really depends on the type of draw that Jason keeps. And so I like Wastelanding there right away.
Well, it seems to have paid off right away because that's a plateau go from Jason and then a Scalding Tarn back from Robin. We're just we're showing off our land bases now. But
and this is a key turn, and this is a reader. Chivalric Alliance.
Yeah. The old pre-con.
This card is actually really interesting in this matchup. Robin doesn't really have a lot of ways to deal with enchantments. And this means that Jason can't really flood out. The thing about playing this on turn 2, though, is that Jason isn't putting any pressure into play. So Robin is going to have time to, maybe cast some Ponders, Preordains, maybe find some specific cards. He does have ways to get rid of Chivalric Alliance. He could bounce it with Brazen Borrower and then counter it, etc.
I imagine it also makes the targeted removal too that he'll end up using a little bit easier to determine where those are going to go, right? Like if you're seeing that there's what creatures are on the board, but only 2 of them can attack, it probably narrows down where the shock is going to go.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect Jason to get a trigger off the Chivalric Alliance by just discarding cards to it. He's definitely going to have to play some sort of token generator that lets him go a little bit wider.
So it resolves. We're heading on back now to Robin, who just says Island Go. We're seeing some very classic Blue Moon, I think, in these early stages right now. So Kenzen coming down on Jason's side, so we don't need those 2 tokens. Apparently, we've got other ways.
Yeah, and I think this tells Robin a lot about the context of Jason's hand. He can probably assume that it's all playables.
Well,
Squee
doing a very good Krenko impression. Coming on down the haste and is going to make a tapped 1/1 token that's attacking. But we're saying, no, we'll stomp on Squee. Go away.
Yeah, and these are the situations where the targeted removal is really good. Like, Jason does have cards like Squee that are pretty weak to the Torch the Tower, Bone Crusher Giant effects. And just an Island Go from Robin.
Yeah. It seems like Robin is very happy to pick and choose the moments of their play. Like, Jason is going to try and seem, from the looks of it, just try and have something stick if we can get any, triggers off the Chivalric Alliance. But no, is that a pass back? That is a pass back. And we're going to see an opt from Robin, taking a look at what's going on. So no creatures. What does that look like for Jason?
So for Jason, my guess is that he has removal in hand. Mm-hmm. He might have a flash token maker like Resolute Reinforcements or Raise the Alarm.
Yeah.
He could also just be starting the discarding cards to Chivalric Alliance train. If I'm Robin, what this indicates to me is like I'm probably not at the stage where I want to resolve a creature threat. Search for Azcanta here is perfect. Robin probably assumes that Jason has maybe a couple of removal spells in hand based on the fact he didn't play the 4th land.
We're going on an adventure.
Well, no, Jason discarded to the Alliance.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And we're getting the Knight token coming on out here.
Unfortunately, we aren't seeing Imidane's Recruiter in Highlander. Not yet, anyways.
Fair.
Notably, no 4th land for Robin.
That is
a big
huge.
deal.
So I'm curious then if because of that we're going to try and flip this search as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it also tells Jason a lot about the context of Robin's hand. And
sounds like a spooky hand.
Yeah, like it's like,
kind of
oh,
the
you didn't
thing.
play your 4th land, but you're playing a control deck.
All right. Well, oh my gosh, we're going through the rally at Hornburg here, making 2 1/1 soldier tokens.
And this is the perfect card for Jason, and Robin has to force of will this because
You get to card draw.
he would start to draw cards off the Chivalric
Yeah.
Alliance. Yeah.
That's tough though for Robin. I imagine forcing that as well because we're seeing like this is the targeted thing that also costed him an extra card.
Yes.
To use there for. It's very fun. It's lovely to see Force of Will going out a.
I think if you're Jason, you're pretty happy with that on average.
Yeah.
Like now you get to discard a card if you want to the Chivalric on Robin's end step, and then potentially develop more. Robin has to start answering these threats. He discards Fable the Mirror Breaker, which I find really interesting. I feel like Fable is one of your better cards in this matchup, but Jason has more experience with this list, and I think he's basically come to the conclusion that he's just going to start making these 2/2s. Robin missing his 4th land drop again.
That's got to be tough. It definitely at the beginning here was feeling like Robin was very much in the driver's seat as things were going, but now starting to fall behind in the land base is definitely difficult. But did do what we talked about there earlier, was saying like, okay, I've got this one piece of removal. We're going to deny you the Alliance trigger.
Yeah, so he
You're not
lightning
drawing
bolts
cards.
the detect or the knight or whatever.
It looks like a detective.
Yeah,
on a
it
horse
does.
A little bit. Yeah.
Notably, the lightning bolt going to the graveyard means that he gets to flip this search for Azcanta, which is really important.
There's your 4th land, and that's a pretty good one. We also saw the Ledger Shredder in the bin too.
I think Robin's at the stage where he just wants lands now.
Mm-hmm.
Now that he has the search for Azcanta flipped into the Sunken Ruin, the more lands he has, the easier it is to activate. You just start drawing cards. Like, we have a Consider Keeping on top.
Ooh, and that's a.
Oh, he's thinking.
Oh yeah, so we've got a lose focus, Flames of Anor.
Oh, and here's Raise the Alarm.
Oh, all right, yeah. I mean, this is what we were saying, right? Is like we're seeing these single cards that create 2 threats. Unfortunately, yeah, lose focus feels a little bit better here.
Well, and like you were saying earlier, like Robin has to counter this. He can't just use removal on it, and that puts Jason in a position where now he can discard a card to the Chivalric Alliance and attack for 4 and draw a card if he wants. It looks like he's identified the cards in his hand he wants to keep.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's great. That's great for Robin. We're still kind of keeping that. That is not so great for Robin.
That's definitely not good for Robin. Seasoned Engineer is...
I know this card well. Seasoned Engineer bringing the initiative in, so allowing Jason to grab a land, which I imagine feels really good too. As just, do you play the land here, go to 5, or would you keep it as like discard fodder?
Unless he has one of his 5 drops in hand, he probably just keeps it in hand.
That feels great.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about anything like discard from Robin. So keeping the land in your hand, there's not really any cost to it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just gives you a free card to discard to the Chivalric Alliance. Now, basically, Jason is putting it all on Robin to find the answers.
This is so tough because Robin. I don't believe we're seeing like any big like hasty threats coming out of Robin to try and steal that initiative back. So Jason's just gonna get to keep going dungeoneering all on their lonesome.
Yep. Robin has to have a specific subset of answers to deal with this. Red removal is not particularly amazing against Dungeoneer. So we'll really see what Robin has to go off of this next draw step. I know he has a mental misstep in hand, which has seemed a little suboptimal.
It has not worked great here, yeah. Going in. There we go. We're into the initiative tokens.
Thank you. Thank you to our players for representing the board state.
It helps. It really, really does, and they've been doing a great job. I really, really enjoyed seeing Greg's drawings in the in the last the
They
Goblin
rule.
token, the
They
day-night
totally rule.
cycle. Yeah. Day-night cycle, terrific thing, by the way. Don't let Wheeler fool
Fantastic
you.
mechanic.
Yeah. Everybody's a big fan.
I like my mechanics to represent what I go through every day.
Yeah, exactly. You know, exactly.
When I'm playing my mythical fantasy game, I like to be reminded of real life.
Yeah. No. There's much worse things out there like blood tokens. So,
So Robin just draws and passes. He has Flames of Anor in hand, so he is going to be able to kill the Seasoned Dungeoneer,
terrific. Yeah.
which is a big game.
That feels really good. I mean, it's a very, very hard card that needs to get answered right away. The exploring is just something that's like tacked in there.
It's so overwhelming.
Yeah. And the fact that you just get to continue to do that. So
An Inquisition from Jason is really
and there we go.
But Robin's actually pretty happy to see that because this mental misstep has been rotting away.
yeah, they're just like, please give me something.
Anyway,
right?
anything.
Now, fortunately, like while Jason definitely seems like they're in the driver's seat here, and the wedding announcement coming on in is also going to be a tough one to deal with. Robin is still very much like sticking in, despite like the land troubles did not help, but I think we're going to potentially start seeing the Chivalric Alliance trigger at least once or twice here.
Yeah, and this is where I'm coming to. Like, part of Robin's game plan in this matchup is he wants to resolve a threat that helps him control the board state. Like what we've seen from him in this game is he's had the 1-for-1 removal for all of these creatures. He's had the counter spells for the Raise the Alarm and the Rally at the Hornburg, but he's still behind. Mm-hmm. And so things like the Smoldering Egg, the horror that flips. I can't remember
Thing in the Ice?
Thing in the Ice.
Good old thingy.
These are the threats that Robin is really looking for, and these are really key in the matchup. Because, right now Robin is still doing okay, but he is pretty far behind. And he's still missing, like, his 5th land drop, for example.
Yeah.
So playing the Bone Crusher Giant out.
Just having something in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we did see Jason decide to go down to the forge path there. I don't know where the tokens ended up going, but
I think he trapped Robin, so he dealt 5 to Robin with the initiative.
Right, but we have to go through the forge first.
Oh wait,
right, and then it goes trap.
Oh, he went to forge last turn,
yeah,
and then Robin killed the creature.
Gotcha. There we go. That's what we saw. So trap is up next.
Yeah, so
and
Robin
I happen to
just
see
got
Robin
trapped.
at 5. Yeah. Okay. That now we went on through. So Squeeze coming back though, which is
I love Squee.
The recurring threat, but nope, we're getting dazed. Go away, Squee.
That is a huge daze for Robin.
So we're seeing Squee now just gonzo, which is very, very helpful for this because that just ended up using all of Jason's mana for the turn. Wedding announcement ticks up, and we're seeing the pass back to Robin.
Yeah, Jason had an interesting decision there of whether or not to attack Robin, lose his 2/2, draw a card. And he just opted to leave his creatures back and make the 1/1 with the wedding announcement.
There's definitely a lead right now going on for Jason that didn't seem like pressing the issue needed to be the case there.
Yeah, I think he's pretty far ahead. And so at this stage, he can leverage the things that he has in play.
Yeah, keeping the initiative in general to just make, I've got 3 blockers. There's no way you're getting through. I'm making my way through this. Oh, but we are seeing the Cathartic Pyre now. Hit the knight. The knight goes away. The giant comes in. The soldier goes away. And now there is 1.
I like Robin's attack there. I think when you're at 5, it feels like you should keep your creatures back, but it's basically a forced block from Jason because he doesn't want to give the initiative away.
Yeah, and I mean, and we can see too that like it would benefit Robin greatly to get another basic out of there too.
Oh, definitely.
Ragavan, the old turn. What are we on? 10 monkey. In this, it seems good, but choosing not to rush it, most notably.
Yeah,
despite
not
the fact that
dashing
Robin's...
is very interesting.
Yeah. I said rush.
I wonder what else Jason has going on here. Maybe he's looking to rebuy Squee again.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the 4 mana here. Kind of still... Yeah, because we effectively have 3 on board, and we have the ability to trigger a Chivalric Alliance, but it looks like we're just deciding to go on through to the end step, flipping over. Now we've got an Anthem on the board, and just taking the pass.
Robin finally draws his 5th land. I know he has a counterspell in hand, which isn't super good on this board state. He'll be able to counter the Squee, which is important. But yeah, Robin sees the writing on the wall and just...
We're in a tough position. Yeah, we didn't need to see the monkey coming right on in there.
There's just so much going on, right? Jason, if he brings Squee back, Robin has to counter it, but then he has to block the 3/3 knight that's coming in, losing his 4/3. And
it's just bad all around. Yeah. That's a tough one. Man, I incredibly close in that one where it felt like, seeing the turn 2 alliance coming out of Jason was like, here is something that is going to be prevalent the entire game. You're going to have to constantly be thinking about it. And Robin answering it essentially at every step. But because he had so many answers, then he started stumbling on lands, and that's kind of where it felt like it was crumbling apart a bit.
Yeah, I felt like Robin was pretty ahead when he played the Search for Azcanta
the search felt
on turn
great.
3.
Yeah.
It's like, this is exactly where you want to be. It's a threat that can't be that isn't a creature, so it can't just be removed. It'll get you into the late game where you can draw a bunch of cards, and then your 1-for-1 removal is a lot better because you continue to draw 2 to 3 cards a turn. But yeah, what we ended up seeing is Robin just missed a lot of land drops, and even though he had the removal to not get completely run over, Jason's mixture of token generators, the Chivalry Alliance being really relevant, and always being an option, even though he really didn't take that option that often, sort of culminated in this game where Robin can't really get his wheels spinning.
Yeah. I was looking at chat and having the exact same thought as we were talking that this is a batch of Canadian boys. If you were to tune into a Canadian Magic the Gathering tournament, this is about what you would see. And then I'm definitely throwing the occasional A in there unintentionally. So seeing this, like, I mean, we've talked about what each player's game plan is. What do you think Robin is looking to change, seeing like what has kind of gone on in that first one?
So now that Robin's on the play, there's a couple of things. He knows he has more time, and because he has more time, he can afford to keep hands that are a little less reactive.
The toque came off too. But go ahead.
So he is mulliganing here, unfortunately. But basically, he's going to be looking for what I was talking about earlier, those threats that help him manage the board state. Smoldering Egg, even Pink Horror, again, if it lands, it's actually incredible. Yeah, so, and for Jason, because he's on the draw, he's going to be looking for resiliency.
Right.
Because he probably isn't going to be able to get off on a really aggressive foot, just based on knowing both of the deck lists. Like, we are at an open deck list event. Jason knows that Robin's rocking a Braid, Torch the Tower, Lightning Bolt, Chain. He knows that his first subset of creatures are getting killed.
Well, and Jason's on the triple Mox too, so has like the ability to kind of come in swinging as well, right?
Definitely, yeah. The Moxes and Robin's Recall can change the dynamic of any given game. But I'd say on average in Highlander, when you're keeping hands, you can't really consider the pointed cards a lot of the time. Oh,
totally. Yeah. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about the Mana Crypt in Greg's list in the last one, and it's just uncanny that it showed up instantly in both games. But it's like, that's the thing though, right? Is knowing that they're in your deck, you have the ability to play around, but they can't be the only consideration that you're making.
Definitely, and that's where we see, like I was talking about with Wheeler earlier, the power and the sort of consistency pillars of the format in Cradle, Hoof, and Mono Red. The reason that they are powerful in a very consistent way is because in Mono Red you have so many 2/1s for 1. In Mono Green, you have so many mana elves, right? So when you're making mulligan decisions against those decks, you can expect them to have those cards. But when it comes down to it, you're making a mulligan decision against Jason. You can't really assume that he has a Mox in hand, right?
Yeah.
And same with Robin, you can't assume that he has an Ancestral Recall. And here we're seeing a Thundering Falls.
Yeah, coming right on out. So, no... Taking it slow. I did not know how to evaluate these Surveil lands at first, and I thought the general consensus was that they were okay, but it seems people are pretty high on them.
I think in Canadian Highlander specifically, and we see a Mox. From
Yeah,
Jason,
if we mention it happens. Oh, and the Esper Sentinel on turn 1 against Robin seems pretty nice.
Yeah, the Esper Sentinel is going to be really good. Robin rocking quite a lot of instants and sorceries.
Yep, we're seeing a lot of counter magic. We do have the Treasure Cruise in Robin's hand, which probably feels nice after you've done a mulligan.
Force of Negation also feels pretty decent. If you are able to land a creature threat that does threaten the board state from Jason, having some sort of free counter magic can be a game-winning play.
All right, so it looks like we're seeing a Preordain come on out, paying for that Esper Sentinel tax. So, Death and Taxes is still here a little bit.
Yeah. Honorary Death and
Honorary
Taxes.
D&T making it its way in. All right, and we're firing it back off to Jason now, getting his second land drop. 3 mana on turn 2 always feels nice.
Notably, Jason doesn't have any black mana.
Oh, that is a huge thing. Yeah.
His deck is mostly red-white. The black suite of cards is basically for disruptive elements and like Lingering Souls flashback, Shadow Summoning, etc.
Do we still play K Command?
I don't know if he's playing K Command. Doesn't look like it.
Okay,
Nope.
no K Command.
Wedding announcement.
Wedding announcement, though, making its second appearance. The first one didn't work out, I guess, so now, once again, they're getting remarried. But the force here seems absolutely right, like you were saying.
Force getting rid of Dig Through Time. The Dig's not really coming out anytime soon.
That's true. I mean, we've still... Oh, maybe it was... Okay, it was Dig. I thought I saw Treasure Cruise in hand. But, so we've still got the Fork Bolt, too, we see, which seems like it would be a pretty great
Yeah,
piece of
Fork Bolt
removal.
is definitely a key piece of removal in this matchup. Same with, like, Fury, etc. Anything that can divide, because then you can cleanly trade 1-for-1 with the Rally of the Hornbergs, the Raise the Alarms, etc.
Yeah. Arid Mesa coming on down. We're going to be fetching instantly. What is the likelihood that Robin just goes like Fork Bolt onto the Esper Sentinel 1 to face just to get rid of it?
It really depends on the context of his hand. Especially in this matchup, Robin's going to try and eke out as much value as he can. But if his hand is full of instants and sorceries that don't necessarily affect the board state, we're talking cantrips, etc. He might want to Fork Bolt the Esper Sentinel right now so that he can start to actually cast those cantrips.
It seems tough, yeah. Like you do not want to be handing the Mardu deck any amount of cards.
Definitely not. And it's interesting because the Esper Sentinel is not... oh, wow, he didn't pay.
Didn't pay, so maybe we're holding up, I assume, counter magic right now. I think we did see a Logic Knot in Robin's hand. So that could be for that.
Jason plays the Swamp.
And there's
Right
the
on
duress.
time.
Exactly
Right on
what we were
time.
talking about. The black is in here to be annoying. It looks like Robin's going to say no. Yeah, we're going to Logic Knot away that duress. Fine then, keep your secrets.
This duress is amazing in so many ways. Robin has to exile these cards from his graveyard with this Logic Knot, which is super relevant. He is Logic Knotting for 3 here.
Oh, yeah. And is saying, if you want this, take the turn off. No. Okay. All right. Wow.
I believe the reason that Robin did that is because the last card in his hand is a land. And so Jason correctly identified that that's why Robin would make that play. And so he just lets the logic knot resolve and plays a squee.
Plays a squee, gets on in for 3 with this extra little goblin buddy. And this seems really good for Jason, right?
Yeah, Jason's definitely in a commanding position. Robin needs a good draw.
And we are going to see... Okay, that's the Otawara that was in hand.
Yep.
We don't know what it is. Robin playing expertly like a non-camera player, not giving the commentators an inch of knowledge. And the Thoughtseize right after.
And we see the logic knot having to exile those cards was super relevant for Robin because he drew the treasure
cruise. Oh, back for... And then the 4th Aerolingus, newly pointed.
Wow.
Oh.
Jason either having or drawing that swamp into the duress was so important this game.
Yeah. That
is
was
the
massive.
critical moment in this game. Now 4th Aerolingus, Jason leaving back a goblin for
Monarch protection,
potential
I suppose.
haste creatures from
Yeah.
Robin. But he's going to take the monarchy here. He's still got 2 cards in hand. Robin, he's knocking the top of his deck. He's looking for Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, this needs to be it. It's an island. And that is
Yeah,
going to be
Robin.
the way. Wow.
Wow.
Firing on all cylinders in both games. The Mardu Tokens deck did not give an inch.
Jason just putting a clinic on creating a wide board state against targeted removal. He had decision points in the game where we weren't exactly sure like why he would make those. Like, for example, playing the Ragavan but not dashing it.
Yeah.
But again, consummate expert in his archetype.
Still, yeah. I mean, we could have had a still. I still have all these sort of scenario, right? Like, we didn't see the full extent of Jason's hands ever. Like they knew when to play things and how to resolve them properly. And the beautiful thing is, like, Robin played amazingly. Like, every decision I think they made was correct.
Yeah, Robin definitely made the correct calls, and he gave himself the outs that he needed. Unfortunately, he just wasn't able to get there.
It seems like a really tough matchup for Blue Moon.
It's also interesting. Like, I want to come back to this logic knot.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, these cards feel really free. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, I almost always have extra cards to give away with my logic knot, etc. But there, it mattered. Like, it mattered a lot that he had to exile those cards.
It's true. Yeah, we saw the treasure
He had
cruise
4
right
in
up
his
next.
yard, so if he didn't have to logic knot the duress, he could have untapped, paid 4, and drawn 3 from the cruise, and then he's back in that game.
Because at the time, Robin's hand was the Otawara and the Logic Knot, correct?
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, Robin chose to cast the logic knot, but he could have let Jason take it and not remove the cards from his graveyard.
Yeah.
And that actually is a pivotal moment for him. He basically had to decide whether or not he felt like this hidden information Otawara was worth exiling 3 cards from his graveyard. He made that decision, and then unfortunately, he was punished for it.
Yeah, but I gotta say, that is such a masterful play. Like,
so
it would have had
close.
me
It's
fooled.
so
I would have been
close.
shaking in my boots
Like,
at that table.
Like, he logic knotted me for 3? But I
Yeah,
have 3
this
mana.
must be an
Like-
amazing card. And then to just know, so I'll be like, play this Otawara on the next turn.
Well, and
kind
then
of thing.
Jason responding and just saying, yeah, you got me.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. It's just like that's a play from somebody who knows what they're doing when it comes to Magic and has been around the Blue Moon block once or twice.
Just a couple times.
Just a couple of times.
The thing I'm most sad about, we didn't get to see Pink Horror
We
on
didn't get to
camera.
see Pink
I was
Horror.
waiting for it. I wanted it to happen.
Well, on the bright side, we've got so much Magic left, and I'm sure we'll see a Universes Beyond card maybe played once or twice.
I'm looking for clowning around. I'm looking for Pink Horror.
I need to see clowning around. I gotta say, we talked about it very briefly, and just as like a joking anecdote, I gotta ask. Paul and I were looking at the lists when this was going on.
Okay.
And we popped off because we saw an attraction deck. But then we looked through. This is Sacha's deck,
Yes.
I believe.
Yeah.
We looked at the list. There's nothing that grabs attractions. What is going on here?
It's basically a meme where Sacha is like, I'm gonna bring an attraction deck because there are cards that introduce attractions in the format.
Yeah.
But he's not playing any of them. He's playing
There's
Doomsday
no way
Storm.
to get it.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just looking through, getting the card reader ready, and I'm like, clown extruder.
well, before we started, I asked Sacha. I went, "Do I need to know these?" He goes, "No."
They're just here.
Well, like I don't want to have to read these if I don't have to.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I mean, I've read some of them. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure I read them at some point, but like I'm not super familiar.
It's
so.
incredible. The flex play of being like, and here's my attractions deck. But then, you also put yourself in a position where you have to remember you got to randomize the attraction deck before every game.
He brought the attraction deck, but I will say I don't know if he brought stickers with him, so I'm not going to give him the full.
Yeah,
I'm going to give him the full.
We're not
credit.
seeing any ambassador bloopity blurps making their way on it. All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket now to see where we're at. We're going to be going into our final quarterfinal game after this. So Jason is going to be moving ahead, and up next we've got Jacob Varro, who is on Thoracle lands, versus Noel Robin, rocking the Gruul monsters. Now, we saw Naya monsters out of Spencer earlier on today. What are the key differences you would say? I mean, besides, obviously, down a color.
Yeah. Gruul monsters, I'd say, is a little more consistent in the clock that it brings to the table. It also has more haste creatures, so it's a little better at taking the initiative, the monarchy, killing planeswalkers, etc. You also get to play, I believe Noel is playing 2 Moxen and a Strip Mine.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
he's not playing 3 Mox.
I guess it opens up, not having that third color opens up a Moxen.
So you're like a little better at interacting with lands and mana denying your opponent. Noel, you can also play more mana elves. The Naya monsters list doesn't really play all of the mana elves it possibly could, whereas Noel could theoretically be playing a lot of them. It really depends on where you want to be. There are some Gruul monsters lists that play like just tons of mana elves, 3 and 4 drops, and that's like kind of your game plan. That's your business. Others, they're like they play a decent amount of mana elves, but they also like play an actual curve. It does really depend on the pilot. I will say something about Noel piloting Gruul monsters. Noel has been a Gruul enjoyer for as long as I've known him.
Terrific. So we are going to see a master at work.
And if you love Flint Hoof Boar, you're in for a treat.
Oh, baby.
The big
all right.
pig. It's coming.
All right.
You.
We will not bury the lead anymore. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back after with these games. We're going to take Wheeler out of timeout. He's paid for his time. And Trenton's gonna now get you're gonna get some time to chill for a little bit.
Yeah. I'm not being kicked out. I'm leaving voluntarily.
Gracefully. Yeah. So you're gonna have me and Wheeler in the booth coming up after this. Don't go away. Plenty more action here at the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship here on the Loading Ready to Run Network, brought to you by Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. Don't go away.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Can you believe they let us two in the booth together?
You're looking good.
Yo, you're looking swole.
Did you do something with your hair?
You smell amazing.
God damn, did you just logic knot for 3 to get me to tap out on the duress pass? That's so hot. Welcome, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship, brought to you by Yellowjacket Comics and Toys and broadcast over here at Loading Ready Run. My name is Wheeler, and joining me I have a Ben.
Hi, I'm a Ben.
And they let us do this together. If you disagree, blame James, which is the old adage. I am so pumped for this matchup for the pure reason
of you said we were talking about Jacob's Thoracle lands deck.
Yep.
And you handed me the list and said, "You'll enjoy this. This has got a lot of commander cards in it."
Non-derogatory.
Non-derogatory. There are a lot of cards that cost 5 mana in this deck.
This deck, and Jacob Varro as a player, everything Serge wishes he was.
My man's taking a beating this Saturday.
Well, at least he's not here to defend himself, and this deck used to be an Enchantress Lands Thoracle deck, too.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
very much up Serge's alley.
Yeah, well, I'll get into this in a second. If we can get the bracket up just to show folks what they're about to watch and what has happened so far, this is the 4th quarterfinals match, meaning that after this, we'll have 4 players left to get our way to the finals eventually, and somebody's going to go home with a trophy. We have Jacob Varro on 5-color Thoracle lands, more on that in a second, versus Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin on Gruul Monsters. Papa Noel.
Yeah, we were talking just before the break about the Gruul Monsters list, and the big thing that Trenton was pushing forward is Noel knows how to run a clinic on playing Gruul Stompy.
Yes. Yeah. Not just the fact that he has been playing Gruul and big idiots across any number of formats. This is the worst part, is that he's been playing it forever. The deck list is like top 5 in the format. Like it's one of the big boys.
Yeah.
And he's just so goddamn good at Magic the Gathering. It's really annoying.
It's the wombo combo.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Even just like some of the there's some classics. Gore Clan Rampager is in this list. But then you get to, and then you go all the way to the newer stuff that like I looked at and was like, this is probably pretty good. Like Furnace Punisher.
Yeah.
Furnace Punisher is in the list from 1.
Yes. Yeah, there is a bit of a punish you for your mana-based kind of package.
Yeah.
Magus of the Moon, Blood Moon, Furnace Punisher, Price of Progress, that kind of thing. Just really looking to beep, beep, honk, honk, vroom, vroom is kind of the name of the game.
Yeah, and we've highlighted Thrun as well. Do you think that's going to, because I mean, obviously that's the biggest middle finger to the control players and stuff like that. Do you think that's going to come up much in this matchup?
Not for this one, unless Jacob has so Jacob's deck has a lot of tutors, a lot of ways of finding the card for the right scenario. And so Thrun having hexproof means that Caracas is off the table. That's not really available. If Jacob does go to clear the board through like a copy of Damn, it's not really doing anything to Thrun. And hitting for 4 ain't nothing. No. The issue is that
We need to, yeah. People might not be aware of what is going on here.
Gruul, Triple Mox, Soul Ring.
You know what happens in Gruul Monsters.
It'll be fun. It'll be great. Whatever. This is a deck list where its points are Thassa's Oracle, Strip Mine, and that used to just be it.
Yeah.
Strip Mine got lowered, so now it gets to play Tainted Pact as well. And this is a list that, if you show people new to the format, it'll break their brain. If you show people that are outside of Victoria and that think, they're really chuffed up, they're winning their locals or whatever, they're like, I went 4-1 on the Discord, whatever. They might look at this and be like, what does this do?
Cool brawl list.
This is the product of years upon years of development and tinkering and tutoring and a lot. Like, it's not like Jacob snuck into this top 8. Like, Jacob was the front runner on points for a majority of the year, I believe.
Really? Wow.
Like, he was leading the pack for quite some time. And for a while, I don't know if the stat is true now, for a long portion of time, the most dominant archetype locally was 5-color Thoracle lands. Like, it had the most tournament wins solely off the back of Jacob. You got the lands package, you've got a prison-ish setup, you have a make sure I'm never taking any damage ever throughout a variety of lines with Thought Lash and Solemnity, and
are we running Chasm in this?
Glacial Chasm. Woo! You got a Dark Depths kill. You've got Field of the Dead tokens overrunning everything.
So this isn't. I mean, we run Thoracle as the name, but the deck is not only winning off the back of Thoracle.
Not only winning off the back of Thoracle, but a lot of these cards also facilitate a setup of like, well, I'm never dying. So what is the best way of sneaking in a kill that synergizes with these I'm never dying pieces?
Yeah.
And so like you're on Glacial Chasm and you're on Solemnity and you're on, if we can get Thought Lash up on the screen, because this is a big one. Thought Lash, 4-mana enchantment from Alliances. Cumulative upkeep, you exile the top card of your library. When its cumulative upkeep isn't paid, you remove your library from the game. And you remove the top card of your library to prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Huge in a 100-card singleton, first and foremost, but also just lets you your entire library to get Thoracle into play. It lets you sculpt the top of your library so you hit cards for Courser of Crewfix. Lets you sculpt the top, like your draw step.
Well, and this is so super great, right? Because it's like there are obviously key parts that you don't want to get rid of. And so while we're talking about one card that has to take its back medication at this point now, we should talk about another card that has to take its back medication that I saw.
Yes.
That went, oh my God, that also helps you look at the top of your deck and we got Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams is in this deck from
James,
Legends.
play the World Enchantment alert. Yeah, so Field of Dreams.
God.
If you don't know what World Enchantments are, congratulations.
Yeah,
you
you're
were not
young.
an adult during the first recession in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Secondly, it's a 1-mana enchant world that says the top card of each player's library is always revealed, which sounds really weird and bad. And it is. But much like, Lantern control decks of, say, Modern, we can take advantage of it with Thought Lash, with knowing when to take game actions, to sculpt the top of our deck, to work with all of our cards that care about the top of our deck. I mean, it is... This deck is this deck is a treat.
Yeah.
It is a treat.
I'm so pumped. I feel like it's going to be a really good time.
Yeah. Wow. And if you obviously, fingers crossed, great game. We're hoping for great games across the day. If you don't get your fill of this deck from here, and this tickles an itch, which this is absolutely an itch tickling deck, give it a shot. Put it together, try it out, because this changes your chemistry.
The fact that I see Archdruid's Charm up at the top too, and it's like this triple pip. Green pip in a 5-color deck. It's like, I gotta know. I gotta know. Let's go to the game.
Yes,
I assume the crew's all ready to go. So we are gonna go live now over to the game and see just what we're getting our butts into.
Yeah, Noel is on the play with a turn 1 mana dork here in the form of Delighted Halfling. Pretty nice pickup.
Told you that we'd see more Universes Beyond cards.
Yeah. And Jacob countering with a Birds of Paradise.
Dork a piece.
Yeah. Just dorking it.
So what's the best 3-mana play here for Noel?
Ooh. I mean, Alalia is pretty good. Honestly, Furnace Punisher gets things started. Goblin Rabblemaster. Like this deck, the Gruul Monsters is filled with skip the turn, play a card that takes over the game.
Well, we saw them earlier, and they are back.
Miglaws.
Miglaws is back with five oil counters this thing comes on in.
It's so big, and the disenchant is going to be relevant in this match,
Yes.
right? The lands deck does you need your Crucible of Worlds or your Fast Bond or your Field of Dreams to really set things
You
up.
ever spend 3 mana to disenchant
A Field of Dreams? Honestly, that if that happens to me and I'm Jacob, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, this card already paid for itself. Yeah, I mean, Miglaws is a really, really wild creature too, right? On fact, alone for the fact that, it's a 3-mana 4/4.
Absolutely.
It is a toolbox. It has pretty much everything that you want to be able to deal with. We generating big mana.
Yeah, this is a deck where Jacob is I had a word that wasn't slow, so I didn't sound like a jerk. Jacob is a very deliberate.
Patient.
He's a patient player. He's a deliberate player,
Yeah.
and that is a product of the archetype as well.
I think you'd have to be.
You're sequencing. You're making sure you get the right lands. Make sure you get the right mana. Am I getting blown out if this Cobra dies with the sack on the stack? There's so many things that you have to consider, and I mean, in this case, we're pretty free, unless Noel's about to gut shot this Cobra.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's there's a lot to think about on Jacob's side. And speaking of, one thing Jacob has to take into consideration, right, is the blood moons. And so we see a basic land coming out, a basic forest here.
So interesting. So we have the bayou. Why do you think that they would go for that over, say, plains in this instance if they're trying to go for basics?
Well, a basic green is very important here.
I mean, maybe we've got that Archdruid charm.
Yes.
in
Yeah,
hand,
yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
We talked about it, right? The triple green pip in the 5-color deck.
Realistically, as a 5-color deck, there's only so much that you can do around Blood Moon. And so as long as Jacob can set himself up so that he has green to then cast the cards that unlock the other colors.
Yeah, naturalizing things and whatnot. I mean, that's what you're going to see in the green. So we've got 2 mana generated now for the Lotus Cobra and an open plains.
Yep. Selecting oil and oil as the colors here. Oh, and a prismatic ending. Okay, great.
All right, clean answer to Big Miggy.
Miggy off the table there.
And yeah, and now just has this seems like a lovely little board state for the Thoracle deck where you've got,
I'm terrified if I am Noel, because Noel does not play a lot of Commander, and he's about to learn. he's about to learn the power of 5 drops.
Yeah, we're gonna see some like what is it, like Renin World Breaker like come slamming down on in.
I mean, if there's like Titania is just a good Magic card, but Tatyova could hit the table.
That'd be huge.
Start doing stuff.
We see a Bayou coming on in, and Tarmogoyf is here. Ooh. So we're looking at a 3/4 from the looks of it.
Currently a 2/3.
2/3.
But it's likely going to get a bit bigger as the game progresses.
Oh, right, because a Prismatic Ending exiles.
Oh, yeah. Ooh,
and the clamp.
Clamps.
Clamp.
Clamp, obviously, just a broken Magic card.
Yep.
Also, just great with like Delighted Halfling. You can cash in the Dorks. You can put it on Delighted Halfling, so it's an actual threat. Yeah, we got some good stuff. Now, Jacob's deck can kind of ignore Noel's deck. It's weird. The Thoracle lands deck can pivot from being like, I care about everything you're doing and will look to stop it, to, oh, no, now it's time for self-care.
Yeah, let's just go through my entire deck and win.
And Jacob has a hand of, I believe, Crop Rotation, Sylvan Scrying, and the One Ring.
That's pretty spicy.
Yep.
That seems real good. I mean, the One Ring alone, but having the ability now, as we were saying, like 5-color mana bases are difficult.
Yes.
And we're seeing on turn 3, Jacob basically has the ability to get there already, like in having every color under the sun that they can work with. So they're firing off that Sylvan Scrying. What's the land they go for?
Well, it's kind of interesting because when you hear Scrying and Crop Rotation, and you might think like, oh, they could get Dark Depths built. Yeah. They could find the Glacial Chasm and really bunker down. They could also just find a fetch land and fix their mana
and make a ton off
ring
of Lotus Cobra.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's heads up hockey.
The strength of tutors like Sylvan Scrying, obviously they're restricted to finding one card type or whatever. But the thing about tutoring up lands is that think of all the broken lands in the game and all the weird stuff that they can do and how difficult they can be to interact. And then also just like you want to make your land drops and cast your spells.
Yeah, having the mana to get out the real threats. Because I mean, like lands, I don't know what Noel does against a Merit Leish. It seems like nothing.
Yeah,
right.
It's a little tough,
right? And so it definitely seems like you could fall into the trap of being like, well, let's just set up my Thespian Stage combo
for sure,
right? But in this instance, as we talked about, there's so many cards that are just big, beefy 5 mana booties, right?
Yes.
And being able to cast that on turn 5 while simultaneously fixing your mana.
Yeah.
And there's that plains as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. So white and green. Green being the premier color for dealing with the blood moons.
The premier color of the format.
Yes. Well, hold on. This lets you get out the One Ring. We know that Jacob still has a Crop Rotation in hand and an Abundant Growth, which is going to further help fix, replace itself. Like we've got options. So now Jacob is set up where he likes his mana base. He can tutor for whatever he wants given the situation. He has a nice little turn of protection here. And as long as he gets to keep some amount of the cards on his board, I'm feeling pretty confident if I'm Jacob here.
I feel like the Cobra has paid for themselves at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Noel opting to clamp their elf. And drawing a card looks like was that a monkey?
I think that's a monkey.
I think that's a monkey.
I think that's a goofy monkey. Goofy monkey and Simmons.
God, I mean, so we talked about we just said like the Lotus Cobra has paid for itself. If Noel decides to rush in, not rush, haste in the
Lorcana championship is next week.
Next week. Sorry. Tune in for that one. Do you trade with the monkey with the Cobra?
I mean, at least for this spot.
Right. We've got pro everything,
Yes.
right? Because the One Ring is a magic card.
Yeah, for some reason. So Scooz is kind of interesting here. This is a way that Jacob does use his graveyard. Scooz tends to fight with Tarmogoyf a lot.
A little bit.
And yet they always end up at the same party.
Yeah.
They take the same Uber.
The nice part is for what it looks like, we've got the creature coming in on Noel's side, but then it's double sorcery, double land on Jacob's side, right? So we've got some retention there at least.
Not to mention the Skull Clamp is going to convert these additional mana dorks into more cards while also fueling the graveyard for the Scooz. So
That's huge.
It's kind of a nice relationship. But Noel opting to suit up the Scooz. And
out comes the Llanowar Elves, and back to you because you have pro everything.
Everything. So Jacob drew a card off the One Ring, going to draw for turn, and then we can draw another 2 cards off the One Ring, and then we're golden. Don't know why that card exists. I will say this about Jacob's deck too, because Kanlander players, especially players that are really into a specific archetype, right? Like we like to flex. We like to. This is what we do.
I get it.
Yeah. Those eggs ain't German foiling themselves out. And Jacob again has been playing this deck forever and has one of a very uniquely pretty deck. Is the way that I'm going to word it.
There's a lot of foiling. That bop pick is
he knows what he likes and he looks for it and he has he'll surprise me. Isn't a friend as a person who also enjoys old bordered foils is seeing his 7th edition foiled Wild Growth and stuff.
I appreciate when it's the old classic. It was Thomas who was on New Hotness for the entire time. I'm like, I don't know what these cards are.
No, and in fact, Thomas will be starting the round with a game loss.
All right, so we're seeing Mana Confluence, Commander Staple Mana Confluence. Generating it.
Ooh. Idyllic Tutor.
Okay, what are we looking for?
There's so much.
Man, Field of Dreams.
I mean, Fast Bond, obviously, with Lotus Cobra, gets you really going.
It's pretty gross. We've still got so many cards in hand for Jacob, too, right?
Oath of Druids. I mean, it's funny that Jacob's on an Oath of Druids deck with
all of that, too. Wow.
Yeah.
This really has a lot of pieces to it.
The self-mill is pretty important.
Solemnity.
Solemnity is a fun one. We got a reader here, folks.
Yeah.
Players can't get counters, and counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands. So a bit of a weird spot with the One Ring. The One Ring does not put the burden counter on it for as part of the cost. So it's not as though
we found the way, finally a way to break the One Ring.
Thank God.
But it does stop instantly the Scooz too.
Yes, that's very important.
Yeah.
Stops the Scooz. So Jacob's like, yeah, I'll draw 2 extra cards a turn and just take 2. That's fine. Instead of having to increasingly ramp up the ring.
Yeah.
And drops the Solemnity there. Loses 1 for the Mana Confluence. And we're starting to sink in. This is at the point where Noel really needs to find something disruptive.
Yeah. We can see instantly though.
No. Hold
Can't
on.
do that.
Can't do that.
Think they're seeing it? No.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Here comes Judge Wheeler. Oh man. Now I'm in Trenton's position where I'm just in the booth alone. I mean, Solemnity is such an interesting choice here, right? Because it's like you look at this card and it's typically used as like a combo piece in the instances that I've watched it and like seen it being played, right? Like, or you know, the anti-poison tech and stuff. In this instance, this is just kind of their way. In response, they were deciding to go for that. Okay, it does make sense. So they see the Solemnity coming in, decide to eat something, get that last counter, and now they go, all right, now I've got a 3/3 Scoos. I was so curious. Yeah, I mean, we're talking with chat. Like, Solemnity is typically used as a combo piece.
Yes.
Seeing if we had, like, the 9 Lives combo or, any of these sorts of things. But in this case, it's just, it's an annoying enchantment.
It's a very loose definition of combo in this deck.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, it's annoying is the best way to describe it. This is one of the issues with,
we see Merit Lage. We see Dark Depths, which is pretty huge.
Yeah. Noel, taking a look at a hand. We got a monkey.
Got a lot of land.
Yeah, a lot of land.
Well, now the monkey makes sense. We're seeing the tap 2. No. Thinking about it still. I mean... Oh, man, I wonder if we're in a scenario where you go in with the monkey, and if it gets through, you clamp it after.
Yeah, I think we kind of need to see what's going on.
Yeah, we're
here.
beeping.
But we need to do something if we're in Noel's spot, right?
That's the thing, right? We've had so many turns where we're not crunching in. Like, we're on turn 5 now, and we've only done 4 damage. So Jacob decides to trade.
So this is great because Jacob has the crop rotation in hand, which can find the glacial chasm, which has cumulative upkeep, to which Solemnity says, nah, you're good. You don't have to pay anything.
So until Noel finds a naturalize, the game is over.
This is where the One Ring comes in. Obviously.
True. I guess there is the 2 life loss.
Yeah. Drawing 3 cards a turn, pretty good, especially when you're not taking any more damage. But it's not nothing combined with the mana confluence, because losing the Cobra here in an effort to, keep Noel's pressure off in case the Solemnity is lost. But the life loss from the One Ring and mana confluence can add up. Yeah. And Sentinel of the Nameless City, that is
a great one.
God, this card's so good.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah, very big on map tokens. Strictly better than the token that shall not be named.
Blood tokens?
Yeah.
I will agree with you on this.
Great, finally. We've come to an agreement. But, I mean, so Solemnity was so heads up. Like, Jacob is playing, 4 turns in advance with that grab.
Yes. Yeah. Excuse me. For these decks, you kind of have to.
Sure.
You have to be like, I'm taking this play. What does my next turn look like if it works out? What is it looking like if it doesn't work out? And so he's setting himself up for success where I untap with Solemnity. Great.
Yeah.
But what if something goes wrong? Well, at least there's a bit, the monkey's off the board. I don't have to worry about exiling a key, combo piece or whatever. Speaking of, that was Athas's Oracle.
So, there we go. Great.
Commentator's Curse.
Yeah, man, it's happening big time. We skipped over it very quick. Sentinel of the Nameless City is a 3-mana 3/4 for Vigilance. And that alone, without the secondary text, would be enough to be played.
Yeah. No, but you see, it's a fair, balanced card because it costs a single green. So you can play it
Therefore.
You can play it in 4-color decks, 5-color decks.
Man, so we've also just watched Jacob over the course of 2 turns draw 8 cards.
Yes. Oh, there's an Azusa Lost But Seeking.
So we can just slam down tons of land.
We can play a lot of lands.
So I see. So we're probably going to see, we're going to see this Taiga come down.
Yep.
And then do we just Azusa crop rotation?
The sequencing here is interesting because you want the Azusa so you can play more lands. You might not want to play it before, if we're planning on casting Abundant Growth, to put on the Mana Confluence so that Mana Confluence is now just not hurting us anymore.
Yeah.
And it replaces itself. And you might draw a different land that you want to play that isn't going to use your land drop.
Okay.
But at the same time, you might crop rotation this Mana Confluence away.
Or Abundant Growthing on the Mana Confluence.
Don't want it to lose its life anymore.
Yeah. Over it.
Oh, we drew the Thought Lash.
Wow.
Oh my god.
With the Thassa's Oracle in hand.
Holy smokes. So we have the crop rotation for the Glacial Chasm. We have the we have the Thought Lash to go with the Thassa's Oracle. We got the Solemnity.
Everything.
No.
Wheeler, you're describing a perfect storm.
Noel is in an awkward spot here. I
Yeah.
mean, that's an understatement.
Yeah.
But being in a spot where you really just need like a strip or a wasteland, and we know Noel isn't on strip mine, so we need a wasteland. A Blood Moon would still be quite good.
It would be nice. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, a Blood Moon. So if Jacob, so what do we have? We have a forest and a plains.
Yeah,
right.
That's it.
I guess we have the abundant
And the
growth.
abundant growth.
The abundant growth helps out quite a bit. So Jacob's not completely out of there.
No.
But a Blood Moon off the top for Noel would put him in. But we're seeing that as a Chain Lightning, which is not helpful.
No. The thing is, Noel might not even know that he's dead.
I mean, it doesn't look like it, right?
No.
It doesn't look like it.
Noel doesn't know about the crop rotation. This is, again, Jacob's deck does some interesting stuff.
Yeah.
And so it is not unfamiliar with the concept of flailing.
Yeah.
At times.
It's a that sure is a collection of Magic cards on there.
A beautiful collection of Magic cards that sometimes may not work with each other.
Yeah.
Like you might have the All Azusa, you might have a Thought Lash with like a card that just does not matter.
And we're seeing the crop rotation firing off now.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like a hold priority, or we're throwing. We're getting rid of the
Yeah.
Verdant Coast. We're done with losing life. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm good. In fact, I would like to no longer take any damage. So I imagine Glacial Dark Depths. So we're just killing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so we're doing that. Yeah, we're doing this on Noel's end step, I assume.
I believe this is in.
In combat.
Oh no. So this is. Does Jacob not have enough mana for the Glacial Chasm? Because this is. If we go for the Dark Depths here, so let's run through like why are we doing this, right? We get the Dark Depth Solemnity. It's going to make a big idiot, right? It's going to make a large merit loss here. Mm-hmm. And so we can make blocks that put Noel in a bit of a tricky spot here. That said, Noel has the ability, even though the Skoos isn't going to get counters, the Skoos can still gain life.
Yeah, and with Noel at 19.
Mm-hmm. And any creatures that are getting blocked and killed here, as if Skoos, I think you have to
kill the Skoos, 100%.
Yeah. And then blocking like this, at least it kills off the Skoos. Skoos can eat 3 things. I believe that's a stomping ground there. So we could eat the Lotus Cobra, the Ragavan, and the Landowar Elves.
Yeah. I mean, it is worth noting, as much as we were thinking about Glacial Chasm and stuff like that, and we see the Thought Lash, and we see the Thoracle, currently Jacob only has 2 blue.
Doesn't eat. Didn't eat any of the things. Yeah, Jacob on a very low amount of blue mana. Reveals the price of progress.
Oh. So now's the time, Jacob.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we're seeing like the Endotha Triumph. Yeah, and there it is. Wow.
Not how I expected.
That is not what we thought was going to happen. But
No.
I mean, it is like it was one of the lines that we talked about, right? Like,
yes,
we saw that through the crop rotation, you have 2 lines.
Yeah.
You go. We have the I just punch you in the face with biggest squidus.
Yeah.
Or we go through our whole library and do the namesake of the deck.
Jacob's list is something that in the past I have referred to as garbage decks, but I think a better term is platter decks.
Sure.
In that they have all of these overlapping combos and pieces and engines that look like a collection of cards that does nothing. Or you look at it and you're like, how does this ever do anything? And it's like, well, because crop rotation sets up this and protects me. And there's just so much overlap between across the cards that every tutor can effectively unlock any type of card with mana being a limiter.
It does make me think of like toolbox pod decks in a way, you know, where it's like, you know, the pod decks of being like, you know, I can go grab this, I can go grab this. None of these pieces necessarily on their own will beat you, but like because I have the ability to just keep grabbing, because like, boy, at the end of the day, Jacob's hands have to be tired from the amount of shuffling and tutoring and all that kind of jazz that goes into this deck. But because of that, you know, it's the small price to pay for effectively being able to grab the things that are going to matter.
Right. I have a lot of empathy and understanding of where Jacob's coming from, because I'm going to mention Eggs. I got to do it once or twice. Eggs is very much that kind of deck. And Eggs is a very difficult deck to pilot. And I imagine that even an established player, like you could take any of the players from the top 8 that is not Jacob. If they picked up Jacob's deck and tried to pilot it, they'd flail for the first like 3 events.
Oh yeah. Well,
right?
It's just like, it's knowing it's knowing the deck. Part 1. It's knowing magic. Part 2. It's knowing statistics and stuff like that, right? And just like the effect that you can have with each of your moves on even your opponent. Yeah. Right? Like in the last match that we had with Robin piloting the Blue Moon, right? The play where I can't get over
the
it.
logic knot.
The logic knot
so
play.
Good.
Where they logic knotted, spent all their mana, delved everything away to stop this duress that wouldn't have hit anything in their hand.
No, it's so sick.
Just about the coolest thing I've seen today.
Lose the match, win the hearts of thousands.
Oh my God.
Like,
in love. Amazing.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
So, and I think the thing that has really impressed me about just Highlander in general is we are doing a top 8 where none of the decks are the same.
Right. The closest overlap is Gruul monsters versus Naya monsters. And honestly, the naming convention is partially for the benefit of a viewer that isn't as involved.
Sure.
Because we don't want to call it Sloppy Jalopy's Experience or something and tilt Cedric Phillips into the dirt.
Right, yeah.
We want to, we instead...
We're not calling Naya Nactil Farm.
No. But if you look at the lists, from their curve to their card choices to their removal spells to how they use those removal spells, is even still just all over the place. Yeah. Right? Like it's completely different. And that's beautiful. It's you hear this talked about, like, not to talk about limited at a format for a tournament for a good format. But but you hear about this. James is giving me the middle finger. We are on our way. But I will say this, is that it's usually a good sign of like a limited format where you can have 2 decks of the same colors and they pilot completely differently.
Absolutely.
And that's Highlander in a nutshell. As Birds of Paradise starts off our game.
Oh yeah, we got the Bloodstained-Mire out from Noel, and then just the Jacob Trop Birds. We're going out and we're grabbing. Okay, looks like we're just grabbing. Is that a Stomping Ground?
That's a Stomping Ground.
Coming in tapped, not paying that too. Love to see it.
Kind of interesting. I think Noel mulliganed to 6, but Stomping Ground tapped on turn 1. For one, it lets me know he's not on a Surveil land, which is kind of interesting.
So we're going to see a turn 2 play.
I've got to imagine we see a turn 2 play, maybe even a Moxen. Oh,
harsh mentor. Oh. Mamma mia.
Tough but fair. Look at this bad boy. 2 mana 2/2. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact, creature, or land, if it isn't a mana ability, it deals 2 to that player. This is so sick against Jacob's deck.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything to this bird, just any activated ability. And I mean, we're...
Fetch lands.
Fetch land, yeah. You ever just want to, lightning bolt yourself for a land? Oh, man. But yeah, huge turn 2 drop. And this is sort of like the pressure, I think, that we didn't see in game 1 that Noel needs to have in this matchup. Like, everything that Jacob was able to do was because they were kind of behind this like pillow fort of stuff, whether it was like the One Ring or just like dirtily idiots that were getting in the way, so that Noel's couldn't really threaten Jacob's life total. Because it's like, had Noel had the opportunity to, Jacob would not have drawn as many cards off of the One Ring.
Yeah, last game, Noel's deck looked more like a collection of Reed Duke cards than a collection of Noel Robin cards.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Where...
Wow.
Oh,
And we're just, I mean, we popped off for how hard it's going to hose Jacob's deck. So seeing him fire off that Vindicate, get out of here.
Jacob is going to be at 17 from this, which, you know...
We're doing damage?
Yeah, the Harshbender did some damage.
Yeah.
It got in there. But, yeah, Vindicate, not a huge amount of interaction outside of in Jacob's deck that isn't like lands or very specific. And so playing a Vindicate just gives Jacob an answer, you know, for anything.
So Fable, and we're seeing the return of the... Are they sharing the token? Is this the same, or is this a different one?
Highlander's all about community, Ben.
Yeah. We have one drawn token that we spread amongst the entire community.
Yeah.
Man, but yeah, the Vindicate on the Harsh Mentor, that's offering some respect.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, so Jacob is at 17 that we're showing off on the dice there. So
Yeah.
we'll update the overlay.
We'll get the
in a hot
overlay
second
updated. Don't worry.
Don't you worry.
We've got James on the...
Is that World Conduit?
oh, yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, every Crucible you can find.
I'm just, man, yeah.
And a fast
bond.
bond.
Oh my.
No.
Oh, okay. I can see why he vindicated the Harsh Mentor.
Yes. Yeah.
Man, yeah, very blinged out decks though from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's like, so Gruul Monsters is just something that Noel's been rocking for years, eh?
You put a Taiga in Noel's hand, and he's going to kill people across a variety of formats. Green in general, he's the mean green machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, this man makes Dungrove Elder look like Wood Elemental.
Well, I mean, I remember when Jeremy White was like, just like the biggest advocate for Big Green Stompy. Like he was bringing it like every week, and it was just cool to see. I love, green, famously underrepresented and doesn't get powerful things. What?
Oh, Echoing Depths. Okay.
Echoing Depths.
So this is a new-ish card from LCI, followed by Conduit of Worlds. Conduit of Worlds is going to play a Crucible here, but Echoing Depths is kind of important for this. So Echoing Depths is a new-ish card from LCI. Comes into play tapped as a copy of a land in a graveyard,
so
which
it's an Arid Mesa.
Right now it's an Arid Mesa. You play it with Realms Uncharted and like Gifts Ungiven style cards to make these packages that just always work. But Conduit of Worlds, not only is it a Crucible, but you can also cast spells or permanents rather from your graveyard with it. You can once you do it, you can only do that once per turn. Mm-hmm. But Jacob's deck doesn't actually need to cast that many spells. It just takes game actions.
Yeah.
Like cracking, nurturing Peatland, Horizon Lands, or sacrificing lands to Zurin Orb, activating Thought Lash.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
So we're seeing the pass back and Noah just going right on in with his goblin, making a treasure. And Urza's Saga. We're also seeing that Mox was what was discarded off of to the Fable. So very clearly Noel's representing that I've got mana.
Yeah. I'm good on this.
I'm good on
4 mana. Undermount it. Oh, Caves of Chaos Adventurer.
The initiative, pretty good in this position.
Yeah.
We're getting that started.
Let's get it started. Let's go.
Let's get it
go
started in here.
Yeah, let's get it started
in here. Lose control of initiative.
God, no. Please, no.
All right. Well, okay. I mean, so we are seeing Noel's deck firing and doing what it's supposed to do.
Yes.
But the resiliency that the Thoracle deck has is so impressive. And an elf coming in as well. We have this Urza Saga, so I assume we'll probably end up seeing a Clamp later on for some things. Or a Shadow Spear.
Yeah, Shadow Spear. I mean, the life gain is not as relevant. Nor is, I guess, the trample with the Caves of Chaos.
Yeah.
But, if Jacob does, again, this is part of Jacob's deck, where he could take a different passage and field the dead up the board.
Yeah.
Like, you might need that to stay alive.
It's true. I mean, so I assume we're gonna head on down to the forge, because then it's like you can make your goblin token into a 4/4, and then you've got the beeps.
Yeah, we are staying on the left side of the dungeon for today. We're playing a fast bond to start things off.
Yeah, out comes the Arid Mesa from the graveyard. The old having fast bond and crucible at the same time kind of day.
It's not bad. There is a Nissa Vital Force. I'm trying to remember. It's Nissa Vital Force in Jacob's graveyard, which is a very funny planeswalker from Kaladesh.
In their hand?
In their hand, sorry, yes. It returns permanents from the graveyard to your hand. It can make 5/5s, animate lands, but it also has an ultimate that pops off the next turn, I think. Like, it's one of those, play it, take it up, next turn you can ult it.
Yeah.
You get an emblem that says, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you draw a card. So, I mean, we saw Jacob's deck hit 5 mana on turn 3.
Yeah.
So play this huge planeswalker out, protect yourself with this 5/5, and then ult this, and you got your personal Horne agreed.
Yeah. So we're in the position now where Jacob can can just keep grabbing this fetch over and over from their graveyard to grab as much mana as they can take regarding to damage, because after the first one, each one going forward is going to take 2 life essentially to do this, and we're at 12 against a stompy, Bernie, Gruely deck. So how deep is Jacob going to go, do you think?
I mean, it really depends on what is drawn off this abundant growth, I feel. It can make or break this entire game. Noel does have, with the Forge included, 10 damage on the board.
Out comes Nissa Vital Force.
That's pretty good at either taking the initiative or just making a blocker. You make a 5/5. It's pretty gross. I think for Jacob right now, the biggest question is, like, do I want to play this Arid Mesa out of my graveyard? Because you might want to fetch a Triome.
Yeah.
Just, nothing too big.
They elect not to. They're just going to pass it on back, doing the uptick and animating the Echoing Depths.
Yep. Ooh.
So we're going down. We're forging, and I assume where are we putting the counters? Do you think the Goblin?
Well,
or maybe I guess you're supposed to just make your. Okay.
If you put them on the Caves of Chaos Adventurer, it can push through damage beyond the 5/5. But as a 5/3, it's already trading with the Echoing Depths. Putting it on the Goblin means that you can kind of spread your damage around a little bit. And I think that's what we're looking to do. I mean, obviously, if Noel can get rid of the Echoing Depths, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, we're in a spooky position, too, where from what we saw in Jacob's hand, they don't have anything to do with this Kiki Jiki either, right? Which is spooky when there's initiative creatures on the board.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Noel has a Sorensen in hand, which can actually put down 2 extra attackers here, which can be a little awkward. Like,
what do they got on the right there?
We have
is it just a land hand?
Is that a Rampaging Ferocidon? It's a Ferocidon.
Oh, that's
very good.
That is spooky.
Because that prevents
the
Zuran Orb, which is one of the ways that Jacob can combo with the fast bond and also just keep himself healthy. But yeah, smashing and then slamming Ferocidon.
Sounds pretty hot.
Is pretty good. I think we're in a spot where Noel is considering, do I attack Jacob? Do I attack the Nissa? Do I attack the Nissa with like enough to guarantee to push damage? We gotta figure out where these things are going. How much do we care about the Nissa? It's tough. These are the points where it pays to be a Pro Tour Day 2 competitor that has always played these.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is when my brain just goes like, oh, I should have just brought artifacts.
Well, and you're playing with the knowledge as well that the Urza Saga is cracking for something next
Yes.
turn, right? So it's like you could drop your hand here essentially and grab that Skull Clamp, knowing that you've got, a way to clamp onto like some elves or something. You've got the Shadow Spear. Anything else really, I guess, that they could grab off that? I mean, there's obviously the Moxen and stuff in there. There's the one other Mox.
I think it's just Mox, Ring, Clamp, Shadow Spear, which is like pretty standard for the Monsters decks. You're not going to often see the like, ooh, but I'm on Retrofitter Foundry.
Right.
Or like, I don't know, a spicy like Relic of Progenitus Pyrite Spellbomb. We're not doing that.
There's a saga into Ginger Brute.
Ooh, I mean, that one's kind of hot.
Yeah. Nobody sees it coming. Yeah, I mean, so we also, like, Jacob has the Dark Depths in hand right now, too. So there's always that. We saw it happen. It's just about getting there. And if we don't go after Nissa, that is so much card draw that Jacob's going to get next turn. So we're seeing Noel going. We didn't see any finger pointing towards Nissa. Mm-hmm. So I assume what Noel is saying is, I'm going to go to your face. It's going to cost you life to do fast bond things.
Yeah.
And has that hidden Ferocidon right now that if Jacob goes, well, I can find Zurin Orb, this will be fine, and takes it or anything like that, or I assume blocks the 4/4 with their 5/5, then they go, oh crap, the moment the dinosaur hits the battlefield, right? We're taking a look now at the Caves of Chaos because all these initiative cards have a lot of text on them.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that you don't really need much text beyond take the initiative. Mm-hmm. But the rare cycle has more. And in fact, it has good text that then gets better if you're already winning the game.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
So there is the line as we were talking, as we were showing too, because of the Merit Lage in their hand, that they can block and trade the Caves of Chaos adventure for the Echoing Depths, and then try and get Merit Lage, like the Dark Depths, into the bin so Echoing Depths can Merit Lage essentially.
Yeah.
So it's about getting the Dark Depths in there though.
Yes,
is kind of the key. Oh, we're in the thought zone now.
Yeah,
they're thinking. So
this could be make or break. Like this could be Noel's tournament life on the line.
Yeah. So yeah, initially it looks like they were looking at just eating, but now that might be the line that they're kind of thinking about now, where they put this Echoing Depths in because they can just come on back, and try and make that Merit Lage. It's spooky though because you're still in a position where you're at 8 life, right? Yep. At the end of this. And so that's not a lot of procs off of Fast Bond. I mean, it's a decent amount, but it looks extra scary, I assume, when this Ferocidaddy comes down.
And once you start taking into account that, it's not just the Fast Bond damage, you really want to have the fetch lands involved here. Mm-hmm. It's a lot. That damage adds up quick, and 8 is not a ton.
Yeah.
The
bop was not what we wanted to see off that exile, unfortunately.
No, ideally not, but it's not the end of the world.
It's a great Skull Clamp target.
And here's the funny thing about Jacob's deck too, is Noel could be thinking about a Wrath.
Yeah.
Like Damn is in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could see a number of things here.
Yes, and so by taking this line, we are not able to, by playing the bird, certainly, we're not able to make a Karnstruck token.
No.
Oh, no, we can because this has the Pilgrim's been around. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
But still, at the cost of a treasure, which makes the Karnstruck smaller, and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, realistically, what we've gotten now is 2 very good clamp targets. What did he draw? I missed it.
I believe that is a Valakut Exploration.
Oh.
So not only is this Nissa going to ultimate. Oh, yeah, there we go. Put that in the bin, baby.
Here we go. Yeah. Man, if we weren't off to the races before.
Oh, do we have the emblem? Oh, we got the emblem.
Let's go.
Jacob prepared. Yeah. This is how you know you're a lifer on your deck. You buy the emblems for your Planeswalker.
I mean, Nissa seems like a reasonable one to get.
This one's more defensible,
right? Yes. Because it's like it is only like in 2 turns you get this kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Some of them,
Who are you kidding?
Who are you fooling?
Yeah.
Don't put your nickel bolus.
I've emblemed Ren and 6 a couple of times, but even then, like, who are you fooling? We played our first land out of the graveyard and drew a Solemnity. So we have Solemnity, Dark Depths, but I mean, it might be too late at this point. It's a nice blocker, but the Caves of Chaos, or sorry, the Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to be able to, potentially make another Ferocidon. So you have 2 menace threats. Like that's
So I mean,
a lot.
and the Dark Depths will put Jacob to 7 too, right? I mean,
Yep.
From the pings from the Ferocidon. So it's like anything that Jacob decides to throw in the way is also going to hurt them. So they're going to need to find some way to basically stave off this massive alpha that's going to happen next turn.
Are you talking about Noel?
Yeah. The massive alpha coming in with a Sigma.
Pro Tour Sigma competitor Noel Robin. That felt icky to say out loud.
Yeah. Oh God, I felt uncomfortable as I said it. What a horrible language.
Commit for the bit. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Oh, also noting, Noel's got the trap.
Yes.
Next
that's
turn,
pretty. That's
too.
pretty important.
Yeah. So if Jacob plays any creature, they go to 7. They basically only have 3 life to work with here, unless they win on this turn, right?
If I'm Jacob and I'm in Jacob's spot, and this happens when you play these decks.
You playing a 5-color deck?
I know, shocked, I'm sure. You take the game action and you're like, oh, I should have played this Valakut Exploration.
Yeah.
Like I got big like, well, maybe I should have committed this card. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't want to do it anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean copying a Ferocidon, you got 2 menace friends. So this is a tough position.
It
This
is brutal.
You gotta be thinking here. So looks like we're seeing the Solemnity come on down.
Okay.
Flap on down to the Apple Patch. So I assume, there's the Dark Depths coming on out. Drawing a card. And
Courser of Crewfix. But I can't gain life because of the Ferocidon.
Ferocidon being in Noel's hand at this moment and onto the battlefield now, huge.
Yeah. Noel giving the accidental middle finger to the fans here.
Oh, I don't know.
By accidental,
Yeah.
I mean.
The Merit Lage is going to come on in. We're going to go down to, right.
Yeah, so Jacob's at 6 now.
Yeah. Because we saw, the one ticking from, we're playing a second land because he played the Arid Mesa.
Yeah.
And now playing the Dark Depths and then a creature entering. So that's 2 ticks.
Yeah.
Abundant Growth now going on to the Arid Mesa because we cannot use that for mana.
Nope.
Or we cannot crack. We cannot fetch.
We're not cracking this.
We're not fetching this.
Well, I mean, if I'm in Jacob's spot,
Yeah.
and I'm not,
Yeah.
because I didn't qualify.
Please tell us more, non-qualifier Benjamin Wheeler.
Well, I'm just thinking, I'm accepting that I'm dead. And that, like, any kind of action that requires me to make decisions on my opponent's turn, it's not happening.
Yeah. Is that Phyrexian Altar? That they
No,
just drew?
no. Zeator's Proving Ground.
Oh, it is, yeah. It looks like an altar.
No, I think it's just a promo foil.
Okay. All right. So then outcomes. We're taking one more. We are now in I die in your upkeep step.
Yeah. Echoing Depths coming to play not as a copy of anything.
Yeah. So it seems like what Jacob has done now is go, I have to do something to win this turn effectively.
Drew an Hour of Promise.
Interesting.
That's what I mean, is that if we're entering the spot where it's like realistically, I'm not going to take any actions on my opponent's turn. I'm basically dead. I have to go for the like.
You had to go for the Thoracle win or the ones that get you there now.
I want to take game actions that draw me cards before I spend my mana.
Yeah,
is what I want to do.
Yeah, I worry we are at the position now where it's like we tried to go the Merit Lage route, and we're like, no, not based on what I draw. This isn't going to work.
Yeah.
And now we're trying to crawl out of the position that we wouldn't be in if we didn't go the Merit Lage route. But it's like, it's tough to tell, right? Like you're wanting to draw all these cards. Like you've got the Nissa emblem on the board, right? So drawing is always a really, really positive thing to do. But
it's so tough when you're in Jacob's spot. I mean, this
Yeah.
Ferocidon making so your
How do you
Zern
get your
Orb is
life?
alive.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
yeah.
We're cracking a polluted delta.
All right. Where are we going with this? I mean, I'm having a very good time on Jacob Varro's Wild Ride.
Yes. I do not want to get off.
Yeah.
I think we're on. Are you on Swords to Plowshares still, Jacob? You are. Are we on Draw Swords? Are we on Path anymore? We're not. I think we might be on Draw
So
Swords.
Right, but it's so you
You
swords
swords
your
the
merit liege,
Or no, you swords the Ferocidon.
but you're still gonna die to the trap.
We have to swords the Ferocidon and then pop off.
Right. Okay. I see what you're saying. Swords it and then find your Zurin orb.
Yeah, we swords the Ferocidon and then we fetch with the Arid Mesa going to 1 and then we find the Zurin orb.
Yeah.
And that's how we get there. But
I mean, I want to see it. We're down to 1 now.
I want to see it.
Drawing a card.
Is that a lightning bolt?
It is a lightning bolt. This deck's got
Oh my
everything.
god. Okay. All right. The dream's alive. The dream's alive.
Okay. All right. So we're tapping for 5,
We're
6.
tapping we're tapping so much mana.
Hour of Promise.
Okay.
So we're gonna grab 2 lands.
We're gonna grab the Glacial Chasm
Yeah.
and Flag Zones of Trocare. World Tree.
That's huge.
Jacob.
Like they bought them a turn, right?
Well, no, because the Glacial Chasm doesn't prevent life loss.
Right.
Unless there's a way to somehow give him Shroud.
Oh, is the trap is they lose 5
Yes.
life, not that
Yeah.
they take 5
Yeah.
damage. Man,
This is tough.
this really is like Jacob knows the ins and outs of their deck, right?
Yeah.
They are at a point in which to the naked eye, they look Dobbs.
Yes.
Right? But like there was a brief moment there where they're grabbing Glacial Chasm and I'm like, oh, they just are good.
Yeah.
They just found a way.
I mean, in general, it's bad commentary etiquette to be like, I would have done this because who gives a shit? Like, I mean, I don't care what you would have done. You're not there.
Yeah.
You're not the pilot. You're not the master.
We did see them look at that. They made eyes at that Zurin orb.
Yes.
They said, "Baby, I'm coming back for you later."
I'll be picking up you later. But in spots like this, it is worth trying to talk through the like, well, I think taking this set of actions could set you up in a position where you have a, albeit unlikely and risky line, but you have a line where you are not dead. Like you can win, right? But that said, it is so tough. Like, obviously, Jacob is the master for this deck, and making a series of plays that puts himself in a position where he's like, okay, well, I have to deal with this anyways, but then what am I doing? It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, they're looking at that chasm. What's the second one that they've got behind there?
So there's a Glacial Chasm. I believe that's an Odawara.
Oh, okay, so that's their... Well, no, they're all tapped out now.
It is not. Oh, it's Obero, Palace of the Clouds.
Oh.
Okay. Whew.
Can we bring up Obero?
So Obero, Palace of the Clouds, has tap out of blue, pay 1 generic, return it to your hand, its owner's hand. Glacial Chasm is going to prevent all the damage that would be dealt, and sacks a land on ETB. So the Chasm sacks a land into the graveyard that isn't a fetch land, and then you can replay it, draw a card off of your Nissa trigger. The damage is prevented from the Glacial Chasm that Fastbond would deal, and then you can proceed to pay 1 to return Obero and replay it over and over and over again and draw your deck.
Oh my god. Yeah, Noel's going, oh, this is happening. So, okay, we're drawing the deck.
I think so. I mean, Jacob's got to see it. We've got to and what do we do after we draw the deck is I'm throwing papers everywhere.
Yeah, we're looking.
What do we do? I mean, we Thoracle. We could just like land Thoracle and not die. Importantly, Jacob is at 1. If we can get Jacob at 1 to really just lock in how messed up this is.
You're right, because they draw their entire deck. They can play as many lands as they would like. Glacial Chasm is stopping the damage.
So, and now he doesn't even need a Boro, because now that Strip's in the graveyard, you can actually activate Strip to target itself. So it constantly just puts itself into the graveyard, drawing the cards from your deck. Or he could just keep doing this to float a bunch of mana.
They're literally demonstrating the loop. So at this point, Jacob has infinite mana and infinite land drops.
Yes. And he's drawing so many cards. And he's relaying this information to Noel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's kind of just getting
Short
stuff.
shorthanding things to kind of showcase how this goes.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Yeah. Typically in spots like this, there's a communication among the players of like, look, I'm drawing my deck. I'm showing you how I do it, and I'm showing you that I have access to mana.
Yeah.
So instead of being this like, look at what I'm about to do, and then taking the, just play the land, draw the card, sack to kill the thing, draw the card, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's Jacob's doing so in a way that, either makes sure that he's not going to screw himself up, and also relays to his opponent what is going on. Because Noel, at this point, is mostly hit F6.
Yeah.
Like he is, yeah. It also could be Nissa's draw. Is Nissa's a mandatory? You may draw a card. So Jacob is not worried about decking out.
No.
Jacob gets to be
by
in
doing
control.
this mana, resurrection scenario.
Yep.
They're able to do it in the way that they want to do it.
And so now Valakut.
Now you get to Valakut.
Yes.
So realistically, Jacob got to have his cake and eat it too. Really? Is that the adage?
He's eating good.
Oh my
God.
This is incredible.
Hey, when do you want to record the next North 100 showdown? I've got a deck list I want to play.
This is wild. You can't do this to Surge.
I can and will.
All right. So the end game here is, as we've kind of been continuing to guess, is that realistically, so Jacob can draw their entire deck.
Yes.
They have no way to gain the life until they just find a path or whatever. Mm-hmm. What is stopping Jacob right now from drawing their entire deck, grabbing Thassa's Oracle, and just playing?
In a spot like this, it's really just about
they're shaking it up.
Jacob,
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Jacob Varro in 2, taking it over Noel Robin. Thoracle lands beating out Gruul monsters. This is a combo player thing, right? Again, we talked about sportsmanship a lot today. We've talked about familiarity with decks. This is something that I have talked to Jacob about this, and it is something that as a Kanlander combo player that plays a pile of garbage that will eventually do this to you, it is genuinely important to us that our opponents don't feel cheated.
Yes.
That our opponents feel like they understand what is going on.
And in this situation, that turn alone took Jacob about 20-ish minutes to figure out. And not because any sort of BM or anything like that. It's there's a way out of here.
Yes.
I need to figure it out.
And that happens. You draw a card, and then there's you are dead.
You're discovering it along the way.
Yes. And now I have to show you that you are dead. I have to do so in a way that doesn't cause any game rules violations.
Yeah.
And ideally, I want to be as clear and communicative as possible so that everybody is on board with what's going on. There's no misunderstanding. And that I am going to develop a win condition that is also the quickest way and the easiest to understand, which in this case is just, I'm going to deal a bunch of damage to you.
Yeah. No, this is such a good microcosm, I think, of competitive Magic. Mm-hmm. And something that in general is so good for the game.
Yeah.
Is if you're in Noel's position, it's so easy to feel like you that you just lost it all.
Yeah.
Right? Kind of a thing. You're I feel wronged, or this got taken away from me. I feel like I was in the position to win and now it's just gone for some reason.
Sure.
Right? But the absolute class on both ends of being I'm showing you what I'm doing, making sure, and at no point, did Jacob go, what I'm just fast forwarding through. It's
you're dead, idiot, concede to me.
Yeah, exactly. This is what's happening.
Yeah.
This is the line we're figuring out. And because we saw the slow pattern, at the start of the turn, that was not Jacob's plan.
Yeah. There's an in chat. Daddy, Noel's daughter says, no, Daddy.
Oh, no.
Hazel, look away. Valentina, I am so sorry. To that note, though, again, even if you are frustrated, because Magic can be a frustrating game. Losing to combo can be frustrating.
It can be really tough.
Yeah. And it makes sense. I've had games against Jacob where we've taken turns at tournaments of, hey, I just comboed you out, and then leaving and be like, yep, that's my night. And same thing. I get comboed. I'm like, okay, yep, no, that's the whole event. And you just kind of have to roll with it. It's okay to be like, I can't believe they had this. Of course they had this. Please don't have this. Like, that's just any kind of like competitive nature. It's just like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, you had it. Oh my God. Like, it's going to get to you, but at the same time, all community.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, what's the best part about this is tomorrow or today is Saturday, Monday, they're all going to meet up and play again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is like 12 hours of Canlander, and all I'm thinking of
is what you're bringing on Monday.
So am I bringing Jacob's deck or am I bringing Jason's deck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm bummed as a Gruul boy. I'm bummed to not see that making its way on, but I am so excited that we're going to get to see more of Jacob's deck.
You've had a hard semi or quarterfinals. You
Yes,
lost
I
Gruul
lost-
monsters, Naya monsters, Red deck wins, Blue Moon.
Yeah,
but Mardu's still in it.
I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna have to back up your horse in this race. The Mardu tokens deck look really sweet. So to that, let's take a look at the what we're going into the semis with.
Yes. So we have Sacha Christensen on the Doomsday Breach deck fighting Thomas Simmons on Jeskai Green. This is going to be a hell of a match. These are best of 5 for the semifinals.
We're strap in.
This is some Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
And then on the opposite side, you have Mardu tokens by Jason Jobin and Thoracle lands by Jacob Varro. And not
can I announce it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so pumped about this because you are about to see some clinic level Magic playing, and you are going to get it commentated by some clinic level Magic player. Joining in the booth, I'm going to be stepping out here. We got the one and only Robin Sorensen coming on in, commentating with Ben Wheels here. And for a game like this, it's going to be a tremendous time.
It is going to be so difficult to be professional.
Yeah, we've been doing a very good job of it.
Well, I mean, we've been, we've at least been like, oh, this is nice and professional or not professionalism, community.
Yeah, well, I mean, people are very excited in chat. It's really, really exciting to see. I mean, it wouldn't be a tournament without somebody LSVing.
Yeah,
so
of course. Yeah.
We need somebody to come. We need one of the players to come to the booth after. So yeah, I guess we'll thank you very much for having me. It was great to be here.
Glad to hear.
I'm gonna step back into the booth, but we're gonna take a quick little break here so we can run all the commercials and get players situated. And when we come back, we got the semifinals. Don't go away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship, brought to you by LoadingReadyRun and Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. We have just wrapped up our quarterfinal matches. We're about to go into semifinals round 1, and we got a very special guest here. I'm Wheeler, of course, and joining me is the one, the only, the dude that brought Blue Moon to the year end, the pink horror himself, Robin Sorensen. What up, man? How you doing?
It's great to be here, Ben.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you for being here. We got
If I won, I wouldn't be.
Yeah. So, hey, same also. If I had won enough during the year, I might not be here. Yeah. Well, actually, no. Well, what are you going to do? We've got a hell of a match.
Yeah, we got a slugfest.
This is going to be brutal. The quarterfinals were best of 3. Going into the semis, it's now best of 5. And we have 2, it's weird to call them titans of the local community because they're young and short. But 2 players that,
They're mental giants. They're mental giants.
They
both have immaculate records against me. I think I beat them both like once this year.
Interesting. Not me. I've trashed these 2 dudes in the finals with real bad decks. But I'll take your word for it. We have Thomas on Jeskai Green, and we have Sacha on Doomsday Breach. If we could take a quick look at the bracket here. So this is this side of the bracket. Waiting on the other side, we have Jason Jobin and on Mardu tokens and Jacob Varro on 5-color Thoracle lands. We've had some wild matches of Magic the Gathering. This one, is
mine weren't that wild, Ben.
no. Well, you
Mine
did
were fairly tame.
once again. You did bring Pooh Moon, and the emotional crisis you were going through when you were messaging me at 11:59.
I had no sleep.
I
for
even
like 2 days.
I even told you could add the Sabo's web if you really wanted.
It's like, Ben, I made Blue Moon. There's no volcanic island, and there's 2 opts.
Yeah.
I'm tired, man.
It's okay, man.
I'm so tired. I just want it to be over.
It's good to have you here. It's going to be over shortly. Is Robin a bit low? Oh, he's just very tall, and he does talk a little
Low in
quiet.
spirits after getting my soul crushed.
This is why we want you on here. We thought you're at your lowest. You're spiraling out. Get that man on the mic.
Yeah, you can't kick me.
How do you
I'm
kick a
already
man?
dead.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah. How do we feel about this match? What's going on here?
We got 2 tier 1 players. It's best 3 out of 5. I don't know if the semis need to be 3 out of 5 anymore.
Okay, see, this is why you don't have to smack talk the structure.
That's how it's always been done.
It's how it's always been.
Yeah, we got Jeskai Green, a pile of great cards. I was saying I was testing with Blue-White Control and Blue Moon against Jeskai Green, and I was like, it's like I got a musket and he has a machine gun.
Yeah, the
And it'd
cryptic
be like,
coat.
oh, I have the Hull Breacher for his second ancestral, but oh no, he had the plow. Yeah.
Oh, well, what are you gonna do?
Every single card in Jeskai Green is pretty much a 4 or 5 star card.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
not Burst Lightning. Okay, yeah, I mean,
burst lightning and counterbalance.
Thomas is trying to make it the worst version possible.
and he's succeeding. He's succeeding.
But it doesn't mean he can't win when he draws the good cards.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? He's going to need to draw some good cards, ideally some pressure too, if
Yeah.
he's going to be able to take down Sacha's Doomsday Breach deck.
His decision to not play Pyromancer, Young Pyromancer, and what was the other
Third
one?
Path, I kinda
Third
call it.
Path. That's gonna maybe come to bite him
Yeah.
against Sacha, because those 4-drop world beaters,
Mm-hmm.
not so great when you're paying for a Cryptic Command. Not great against Doomsday.
Yeah, it's a little much.
You want to
It's-
get tempo, you want to get some threats, and hang out behind your counterspells and cantrips, and then close them out.
But we're supposed to be unbiased as commentators.
I
so
hear
the-
that, but I don't know.
Well, the best that we can hope for is a clean 3-0 sweep in Sacha's favor.
I mean,
You want to give Thomas a game?
yeah, you can have a game
Okay, you
or
can
something.
have-
Sure, you get the Force of Negation.
Yeah, I do want to see one blind flip counterbalance.
I love
at least.
biased commentary, by the way.
Yeah,
The 92 Royal Rumble was the best Royal Rumble because they were so biased towards Ric Flair.
Yeah. I mean, a 92 Royal Rumble. I've started watching wrestling. This is
got-
going to turn into
that's-
a wrestling podcast.
I don't know much about wrestling,
But
but,
you
man,
do know the 92.
92 Royal Rumble, the best.
Okay. All right. You heard it here first, folks. The 92 Royal Rumble. Robin, out of all the cards in these decks, who's in your boys' stable?
What?
All right. Let's go to the match here if our players are ready.
Boys Stable.
Sure.
Is this a portal card, Ben?
Don't have starter 99, dude. We got a fetch land here for Thomas. Finding maybe a play. Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, he's going to cast something.
Now, if it's like an Opt or a Ponder, if it's a Darcy, get that Dragon's
Darcy
Rage
would be
Chandler
good,
in
yeah.
there.
Chain Lightning to the head.
You want to fire off the Chain Lightning to the dome right away?
You might as well.
Damn. Okay. That's sick. I'm here for that. I mean, mana efficiency is going to be pretty important. Like, you have plenty of disruption, but also you're going to need to keep up mana to do that. And eventually you would like to reduce their life total to 0.
Serum Visions. Woo.
Does Thomas have the worst art choices for Magic cards out of any player in the top 8? I mean, top 8, maybe that's an easy yes. What about Victoria? The Highlander
Definitely.
scene. Definitely? Yeah.
No question. I've taken the Goblin Shaman art. Not to diss the Magic artists, by the way. But just to strictly to diss Thomas.
Did you see that? He flashed the counterbalance to the camera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. He's feeling himself a little bit.
We played some test games with Counterbalance, and he got very lucky. I told him if he loses, he has to take a course in statistics. Or maybe he should just buy lottery tickets, whatever.
One of the two. Like, what
He's
is
going for it.
it? Yeah. Fetch it down to 18.
It's so weird to see triomes in combo.
Yeah. They're kind of slow.
Personally, they're very, it's as slow as it gets.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, did you hear that? The audible wow.
Wow.
Wow. Oh,
There's the
wow.
peacocks. From
There are a lot of peacocks in Victoria, British Columbia, and most of them have tasted the blood of Thomas.
There needs to be more peacock magic cards. I'm surprised they didn't have it in Capenna or something.
There's a peacock in Kaladesh.
You know what a female peacock is called?
A peafowl?
A peahen. A
Peahen.
Not as bright plumage. But the bright plumage here is on counterbalance.
Mm-hmm.
Great art.
Incredible art.
Yeah. What's he going to do on 2 mana?
Like a strat planning?
Yeah, I don't know how high he's on them.
I think he
There's
is
the
on
whale.
strategic. Oh, the called shot. Oh. Strategic planning coming down. And we got a flip on the counterbalance. If we could possibly ask Thomas to slightly move his deck over to the left, just so we can better see the counterbalance blind flips. It's going to be important. There we go. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Thomas also not on divining top to get the maximum value.
Yeah,
no
that
soothsaying.
That
No
part's
divining
agreed.
top.
Well, soothsaying is a little understandable. Top, I don't know. I'm coming around on top.
Yeah, I cut it from Blue Moon
Yeah.
because it wasn't helping me not die, but here we are.
Sacha binning a preordain and the One Ring.
Interesting call on the One Ring.
Card seems pretty important.
That's if you want to get a plan B here, the One Ring's your plan B.
Yeah, it's a card that will for sure force a counterspell, and if it doesn't, well then you're just sitting on the One Ring.
Yeah. Yeah, Thomas also notably not playing White Plume Adventurer.
No White Plume, no CZ no Comet Stellar Pup.
Yeah, he hates Comet, so
That
if
you
you
know,
hate the dog hates you.
we do talk about pet cards a lot as Thomas land cycles the Lorien revealed. We talk about pet cards and how people are, you get some flex slots and you get some spice that you can play.
Sure.
But what we don't talk enough about, in my opinion, is haters. I think haters need more, what's the word I'm looking for? Adoration. We need, a real hater that looks at comment and goes, no, I'm not doing that. You kidding me? I hate that.
Can't
dog.
control what it does.
Yep. Tarmogoyf counterbalance. We got some next level blue.
I
going on
played
here.
that deck and extended.
How'd it go?
I lost to I lost to Colin. And I had the top counterbalance, and he just burned me out, man.
Nice.
Interesting top 8. Every deck playing red in it.
For this one, yeah. Lightning Bolt's a hell of a magic card.
My, as Ben knows, my original deck was going to be Blue-White Control featuring Chill, Blue Elemental Blast, and Pyroblast.
Mm-hmm.
And after testing, I realized that I still lost to red, even with putting Chill in my hand.
Yeah, that'll happen. Is red the best color in the format?
No.
Is blue the best color in the format?
Yeah. Although, Mardu destroyed me. And here I was with the 2 blessed colors. Tarmogoyf, there's the little threat where I was talking about. There's his clock.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, the Wizard's Rockets.
There's
with
a
the
rocket
fancy
in
art.
my pocket, Ben.
Now, thank you. I don't. There are very few people that can just throw me off. Robin Sorensen is one of them. Mostly because my brain immediately pivots to trying to say something terrible and that I do not want to say on camera.
Life is a terrible joke, Ben.
Speaking of terrible jokes, there's a Black Lotus. And Black Lotus Force of Will has
And
the
plow.
swords. You're on,
Let's see what that counterbalance does.
you're on plow. You got to be kidding me.
Interesting choice.
The
for Project.
Prismari Command.
Oh,
I mean, that's pretty good, having the Prismari. I mean, it can show up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can blow up the Wizard's rockets.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Prismari Command, my maybe second favorite 3-mana shock.
What's your first?
I'm an Electrolyze guy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Notably, I did not play Electrolyze in the top 8. I chose to run Prismari Command.
You know what 3-mana shock I'm really into? And I've always really liked? Stagger Shock.
Stagger Shock.
Stagger Shock
That's
is
a great
dope.
one.
It's
Yeah.
so dope.
That's like 2 3-mana shocks.
Yeah, it's sick.
Let's try to think of some other good 3-mana shocks. Magma Jet, not 3 mana,
No, but it's a good one.
Respectable shock.
Thomas playing the Otawara here and casting a
Oh,
Murktide Regent.
He's doing what he wanted to do. He's getting those cheap threats.
Yeah.
It's just a 5/5. Who cares?
just a 5/5.
Just a baby.
Now,
He's got the Brainstorm in his hand too. He can set up any tricky counterbalancing things.
oh, that's sick. Sacha opting to fetch here. I don't know if this is still with the Murktide on the stack. He's got a Force of Will. Typically, you would prefer to protect your combo and push through.
No, he's
winning
got
the
a
game,
counterbalance.
But I think you
in
gotta,
play. Yeah.
yeah.
Force of Will is an interesting one too because you get instances with Lion's Eye Diamonds and Infernal Tutors where Force of Will is really awkward.
Yeah.
Interesting RKF there. I love the art on that. Kind of is giving me some Fist of the North Star vibes.
Yeah.
Definitely a Kenshiro.
Why did you say that like it's a guy's first name, last name?
Kenshiro.
Hi, I'm Ken Shiro.
I'm Kenshiro. This is the year-end top 8. Back to you, Ken. Please, Ben, it's Mr. Shiro.
It's Mr. Shiro. I've asked you this before.
There he is, showing the Brainstorm like I didn't already see it. Thomas, 2000 and late.
Yeah. What is that card in Sasha's hand? It's like a full art blue card. Can't really tell. This is
see that one.
Or in let's see.
Oh,
Kind of
oh.
peek it up. Peek it up. Show me what you got. I mean, not that one. That's the Machinations.
You want to talk about a bad card?
Dimir Machinations. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
good.
You don't even draw a card.
Transmute.
Imagine if it didn't have Transmute.
I don't think it would exist. You want a cool transmute fact?
Sure. But only if it involves Grozoth.
It involves brain spoil. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
the reason that there's only one 5-mana transmute card
Yeah.
in brain spoil is because they were too worried about Battle of Wits.
Wow.
Yeah, like they were going to make 2 of them,
Yeah.
and they were like, we can't do this. Battle of Wits would be too good.
I famously ran Brain Spoil in a top 8 and lost.
Did you ever cast it?
In games throughout the year, yeah, I did.
I tried
Go
to
for the Diabolic Revelation before Behold the Beyond was printed, or the what's it called? 5-mana Dark Petition.
Oh, Dark Petition, yeah. I tried to brain spoil their creature, but they had the Blanchwood armor. The Transmute found us a Doomsday, pretty important card. for the
Transmute's
deck.
very good against these kind of decks.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've played with Storm of Past against blue decks. You tap that 3 mana, you see their counters are itching in their hand.
But I mean, this is still a scary spot.
Muddle the Mix in hand. It looks like a Trinket Mage, perhaps.
We got Trinket Mage, Doomsday, Muddle the Mixture,
it's
Cabal
Trinket Mage.
Ritual, Force of Will, Black Lotus, and then this unknown card that I assume is just getting pitched to Force of Will.
Yeah, his hand is stacked.
Yeah. Pretty good. That said, Thomas has a counterbalance in play, 4 blue mana available.
I'm Force of Will in that Brainstorm. If I'm Sacha, I'm Force of Will in that Brainstorm. If push comes to shove.
Bet.
He's got a Black Lotus, yeah.
Yeah. He's got a lot of mana.
He just had the natty nuts.
Well, if you play against Sacha enough, you'll start to realize.
Yeah, now you got to tell me.
Yeah. Come on. What is that weirdo card? Is it like a secret layer art, like Consider or something?
It does appear to be a blue card. Lorien Reveal? I don't know what it is. Maybe he'll cast it. No, he's going for it. He's at 11. 7 cards in the yard.
He's not on like Defense Grid or anything, is he?
I don't think so. This is not actually the best tournament for Chants and Silences.
No,
My original
absolutely
Storm
not.
list I was going to play, I cut the Veil of Summer, the Orm's Chant, and the Silence for Toxic Deluge, Hydroblast, and Blue Elemental Blast.
Cabal Ritual here. We got cards in the yard. It's adding a bunch of black mana.
He's going for the counterbalance.
Come on,
Let's see what you
counterbalance.
got.
Land.
Yeah, predictable.
Stops the Black Lotus.
Yeah.
But this is also cool because this gets Sacha into almost like a false sense of security, right? Like, you see a 0 on top. All I need to do is fight through the counter magic in his hand. We're counting
to
Storm. Man,
If
who
that
you
Doomsday
kidding?
resolves, that Murktide's lethal next turn.
Do you think this guy needs to count Storm this turn? He's not on
Nah,
tendrils. What are you
Maybe
going
his
to...
brain freeze? I don't know. He does have a muddle in hand. There is a brain freeze line.
That's true.
But he's going for the Doomsday, I can tell.
Was it the fact that he cast Doomsday?
I mean, he didn't cast it when I said it, Ben.
Okay.
Doomsday,
Your word against mine,
Weatherlight
Robin.
card. I'm more of a Urborg Stalker kind of guy myself.
I got a pack of Weatherlight as a prize for an event up Island one time. And I opened a gemstone mine.
What was the rare?
I think it was gemstone mine, wasn't it?
I thought it was uncommon.
Maybe. Anyways, we got a brainstorm.
Oh, there's the
result
Urborg
here.
Stalker. Beautiful Cliff Nielsen art. He's going for the brainstorm. Sacha not using the Force of Will there.
Nope.
Interesting.
Looks like we drew Ralgren Triome. We drew Omnath, Locus of Creation.
He's didn't announce the counterbalance trigger with the thing. It looks like they're rewinding a tad. Oh, he's got the Prismari command. Okay. All right, they're letting him have it. Sounds
Yeah,
like.
Okay.
You sure? Sloppy play by Thomas here.
Absolutely sloppy play by Thomas.
And he's opting not to let the Doomsday resolve. And sometimes you want to let that Doomsday resolve. You're lethal next turn.
Yeah. We do have the Prismari command. So that's countered.
Best use of Prismari command I've seen all day.
I did like your idea of Force of Willing the Brainstorm. That's so sick.
But maybe he's, you don't know what's in the other player's hand till it's there.
This is like an interesting pivot point, though, right? Because we got the Lotus, we got the Transmute for the Breach. We can just try to go again. I mean,
Yeah, now Lotus is live.
yeah.
Yeah, I think, maybe there's a line where Thomas lets that Doomsday resolve because now all of a sudden his brainstorm is really hot.
The extra card is not Secret Lair Thassa's Oracle. That is too many points for this list, and you don't need to shout. We're right here. We can hear you.
Imagine if it was, though, Ben.
If it was, we're taking this sucker down. Black Lotus on the stack right now.
Yeah.
Thomas did I believe he put a land, so cycling the Ralgren Triumph can
Ooh, clever.
counter the Lotus.
Clever lad. Going for it.
Going for it.
Smooth like an old Scotch.
Old Scotch Simmons, we call him. Or, as he's known to his friends, Mr. Peacock.
Ooh. The storm carved coast on the top. Goodbye, Lotus. I think Sacha has got the muddle, but his cards are mostly error right now.
Yep. And that muddle, too. Like, you're hoping to convert that muddle into Underworld Breach. I gotta imagine.
Oh, popping the rockets.
The Wizard's Rockets.
Big filters. He's looking to transmute.
Yeah.
No way to cast that thing.
So I can do it X value.
Yep. Reading Wizard's Rockets, always a good look.
Drawing a card off the Rockets. It's a Perplex. Double Transmute. Sacha has all his Transmute cards altered.
Really?
Yeah, I'm starting to notice a trend. That Wizard's cooking up something. So we're transmuting this. We're finding an Underworld Breach, presumably. Or at the very least, we're finding a card that Sacha has verbally mentioned. That is an Underworld Breach.
That is the breach. Different art on there, too.
He's got a Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Okay. That's also good with counterbalance. Just needs that 2 on top. Another bonk from the dragon.
Bonk the Murktide Dragon.
Secret lair.
Sorcery. Oh, is that Fabricate?
Okay, yeah.
Is that a League of Legends Fabricate?
It's the Warhammer Fabricate.
Man, I hate this game. They chase the Mind Sculptor coming down. Getting hit with a Force of Will here.
Force.
Pitching the League of Legends Fabricate.
Well, I guess Sacha needs
Or
a red
Fortnite?
source. Sacha needs a red source, and this could be it.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have one?
Nope. Well, Trinket Mage could find Lotus Petal for what it's worth. Oh, it's a
yeah,
Warhammer
yeah. 40,000.
All right. Well, my point still stands. This Chase the Mind Sculptor gets countered here. Not wanting to flip the counterbalance. Which I guess you're like,
Yeah. How many 5s does he have?
Draws the
Oh.
red source.
Hit the red mana.
Yeah, that's not,
He's
not
going
too
for it.
bad.
Yeah, that was a hot draw, as they say.
Anything I can do to alter the odds on this? Nope.
I mean, I suppose.
Underworld Breach, counterbalance trigger, flip
Let's
it.
go.
Oh. Well, I mean,
That cuts off the Lotus.
not nothing, cuts off the Lotus.
Yeah. But he does have the Cabal Ritual. Let's see. We're counting cards.
Getting this Cabal Ritual.
Yeah, it can't keep caballing forever, though.
It goes over here and then it goes back to the grid.
The threshold count.
Thomas, of course, being bored after the creation of Threshold.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That was hell of a draw. I mean, there are a lot of draws.
Yeah,
you
I
can
mean,
get, but it's a
he
land.
probably has a number of red sources in his deck.
So I can.
Can he do it, though, is the question.
It's
And
tough.
I don't think Sacha knows.
Because you can't cast the Lotus. The Wizards, oh my God. So Sasha and I were talking about this, and he was talking about how good Wizards Rockets is. And he's like, yeah, I cut Chromatic Sphere for this.
Chromatic Sphere.
He cut Chromatic Sphere.
It's the uninteractable win condition.
Exactly. And it's also one that doesn't come into play tapped. So you can filter with it immediately.
Exactly.
And if he has it, then we're cooking. He's casting Dimir Machinations.
No, that can't be right.
There's just no way.
Yeah, here's the bunk part about.
Wait a minute. No, but he can if he Dimir Machinations, he can set up Thomas's top of his library so that counterbalance is not going to trigger on the Lotus.
That is pretty stellar.
That is,
Unless they're all land.
unless they're all land.
Machinations target you.
Oh my God.
That's pretty incredible.
Canadian Highlander. Holy, what did you say? What did you say about this card?
I said it sucks, man. And I stand by what
Yeah,
I said.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
All right, my turn.
It's still quite impressive, though.
That is so.
Yeah. The
You
bunk
look
part
at
about transmutes is there's
Island.
not a lot of synergy
Reprieve,
with
Force of Will.
not a lot of synergy with the
It was the next card.
Underworld Breach.
No.
Thomas probably wishing he had a divining top.
Nelson, this card is on the stack. Dimir Machinations is being cast from the graveyard to set up Thomas's library so that counterbalance will not interrupt, presumably Black Lotus, further Cabal Rituals, Doomsdays, whatever. It is.
Notably, Sacha no longer has threshold.
Yes. Yeah. It is still tough, right? Like Sasha can,
Probably putting the force on the top.
You can have this on top.
which is such a weird thing to do.
Yeah.
You can get exiled. And don't worry, you can.
It's just a weird feeling.
So then I'm going to.
All right.
So
Yeah,
now
he's a little low on cards.
Yeah.
Honestly, a Lion's Eye Diamond would probably be better than Black Lotus here.
we're casting this Black Lotus.
Oh. Faking the left.
I duck one way. I duck the other way.
Sometimes you zig when you should have zagged.
He's casting another Black Lotus,
What's he
going up to
doing?
8.
Is that right? Did he have? I thought he had 2 in the pool.
He had 2, and then he cast Black Lotus, or 8, 7, excuse me.
Okay, I had exactly 7. Tricky stuff here.
And now he transmutes. What's a 3 that he's even going to get? Like he
I mean,
can't.
the Drift of Phantasms can block for a turn back.
Oh, he can grab Drift of Phantasms. He can grab Grim Tutor, and then he can Grim Tutor for Brain Freeze.
Wow.
Wow. Dimir Machinations being
Very
cast and winning the game. How can you not get romantic about baseball? I mean, how can you...
Friendly game of baseball.
Oh, my God. So Sacha is now leading the set 1-0.
What a game.
Yeah.
You can see the crushed look on Thomas's face.
Yeah. Well, if I were Thomas, I would have simply played better.
Yeah, that's true. Let that Doomsday resolve, Thomas. Or not. You know, whatever. He probably did what he could have.
Yeah. Wow, that is sick.
That was a very
That
sick
was sick.
game.
Dimir,
I love playing on the back foot of Storm.
yeah.
Who would be the protagonist of Magic's Moneyball?
Well, the protagonist of Moneyball is like a guy.
Jonah,
Just like
Jonah Hill? Because it sure wasn't Brad Pitt. I felt he was just kind of along for the ride.
Yeah. So if we're saying Jonah Hill, like but that's not even a Jonah Hill. Like that's a. Hold on. This analogy is all falling apart.
I do a lot of, with Blue Moon especially, I have like kind of play to ranges sort of things.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, a game of averages.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Moneyball, great movie.
Yeah, it's a pretty good
In
film.
theaters now.
And no, I don't know about that one. All right. Going into game 2. I mean, you got to be riding high if you're Sacha off that one.
Yeah, the heart gets pumping in those Storm games.
You saw it. I mean, his hands were shaking. Like that gets you, right? You're like, oh, this is...
Vomit on his sweater already.
Yeah. Machination spaghetti.
Yeah, that Demir Machination's amazing.
Incredible stuff. And like to Counterbalance's credit, not Thomas's, but to Counterbalance's credit, it did put in work.
To Cold Snap's credit, great set.
Yeah, well...
Ripple, not that great. in
Name
Highlander.
5 good cards from Cold Snap.
Dark Depths.
Okay, we got 1.
Counterbalance.
We got 2.
Thrumming Stone.
Okay, it's like when I said good,
What else do we have here? Arkham's Astrolab.
that's Modern Horizons.
Cold Snap. Ripple, yeah.
I used Scred. Okay, I'll give Scred and Into the North the points.
Okay.
Came up with and Mishra's Bauble.
The Yeti.
The Yeti. Oh, Stalking Yeti?
I remember the PTQ for Cold Snap, and the guy that won drafted the Ripple discard spell.
Oh, yeah, the Surge of Despair.
It's like 1 black, target player discards a card, Ripple.
Yeah.
And he just picked as many as he could
Yeah.
in the top 8. No one else was really high on black, I don't think. And he won the tournament.
Oh, you just mind twist them on turn 2.
Turn 1.
Turn 1. Turn 1.
I think it's 1 mana, isn't it?
No, it's got to be 2.
I don't know, man.
$5?
$5. We brought cash. We are down to bet. This is fully legal in Canada, by the way.
Yeah.
As long as the house does not take a cut.
Players shuffling up for
Yeah,
game
Ripple.
2 as I find this Ripple card.
Oh my god. I'm so old, I don't even remember.
Oh, it is 2 mana.
Oh,
Chat was unaware.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You know, you can keep it if you want. You can keep it.
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing. I think the white one is 1 mana.
I don't even remember the white one. It's like a creature.
I think it's the 2 one.
Yeah.
I don't care if I lose this match. That was worth it.
Perilous Research, another good Cold Snap card.
Okay. After this, I am seeing quite a few people here mentioning genuinely good Cold Snap cards. I'll give it to that.
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
They're wrong.
Okay. 3 mana? Actually? Oh, damn. You could have won $10. Thomas
All
in
right.
the tank.
Tanking on game 2. Yeah, it's going to be a toughie for Thomas. I think, the best he could probably do is just kind of game 1 vibe there with the low threats.
Yep. We are into the game with Thomas starting off with just a land here.
Now, is he going to go for the Triome or the Surveil land? I was talking to him about that, and I was like, I think if you run Triomes, the surveil lands are a little dodgy.
That is a lot of lands that come into play tap.
That is, I played blue-white with the surveil land and the irrigated farmland.
Oh, yeah?
And it was too many.
Really? I like the surveillance quite a bit.
They're great. I played
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I had it both of my games.
Both players just playing lands, not doing much. Thomas is going to fetch at end of turn. Sacha played a Watery Grave, tapped. I like this Watery Grave art.
That's not bad.
Yeah. I mean, I like the OG cycle.
The Rob Alexander.
Yeah. But these...
Shout out to Raymond Swanland.
Man's got land in his name. It's got to be good.
Swanland coming soon.
Thundering
Thundering
Falls.
Falls. All right. Blazing out of the gates here.
Thomas, known fast player.
Will Thomas have a 2-drop?
That Tarmogoyf getting swords was kind of a heartbreaker. Swords to plowshares in your Doomsday deck? Come on.
Well, I don't need the life.
That's true.
It's just an exile effect. Ironically, back in the Tendrils days, before Breach was printed, that would have been a factor.
Yeah. Path to exile. Hit him with the Vendetta.
Ooh. Yeah, Fatal Push maybe.
Thomas does have Minskenbu in hand. Bit of a pricey card for the matchup, but one that can very quickly end the game.
Yeah, you just tap out. Binning the Aragon, get him out of here.
Yeah, sorry, King. Not today.
Come back for the sequel.
Now, it looked like he drew a power sink, but actually it's a sleight of hand.
Power Sync, by the way, amazing in this matchup.
It would be so good.
1 up, 1 down. Excellent choice of sleight of hand art. A
It
rarity
is
for
the
Thomas.
best one. Yeah.
Shout
You know-
out. Well, I mean, the real star here is, of course, Phil Poglio.
The Folios, they were at Chicago. Both of
Really?
them.
Wow.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them since 1998
Ooh.
when they came to Victoria. I still have cards signed by them to
Nice.
this day. One being a Master Decoy. Tempest All-Star.
Tempest All-Star. Tap that
Yeah,
down.
bet me something on Master Decoy, Ben.
No, what am I going to bet? I know
I don't know
Master
how many
Decoy.
zebras are in the art.
Oh, that I don't know of that one. I do know that Sacha played a Ransack the Lab and is looking at Land, Cabal Ritual. Now, obviously, Cabal Ritual, pretty good magic card. Opting to take the land here.
He must not have a third land, is
No.
that? I notice when I'm running Storm, a lot of the time you want to land off the top.
This guy got a Black Lotus? He's got a Black
He's
Lotus.
got
in
a
hand.
Black- of
He's
course
got a
he's got a-
Duress and he's got a Black Lotus.
Of course he's got a Black Lotus.
Of course he's
Have
got
you seen?
Black
Oh,
Lotus.
count Thomas, sack for sack.
Come on. One
Has
good
the
sack
counterbalance.
deserves another.
Chad, if you don't know, both these players irregularly lucky.
On God, the luckiest players you've ever seen. If you make the pilgrimage to YJ, you come out on a Monday night, you might get sacked into the dirt by these two.
Yeah, good luck everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I think if these two were in different brackets, they would be meeting in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
With
On
the
luck
only,
alone.
The only obstacle being, of course, Jason,
Yeah.
who, he beat me, so that means
My money's on Jason. Oh, we're transmuting here,
transmuting. Yeah, that
which
gets around the
Thomas did
counterbalance.
fetch in response.
No, I don't think he plays Stifle.
He does. He's
He
got
does.
Stifle.
Oh, really? Because before we were speaking...
My man, he's got the Stifle.
He's got the
Oh,
Stifle.
that's one of the ways to get around the
We
transmute.
were speaking about it the other night, and I know he's running Tashana's Tidebinder, and I was saying, I think Stifle's just better, bro.
It's one man.
Like 3 mana, 3/2s, that's not helping you against Greg.
It's one man.
It's 1 mana. Out cold from the new set. All right, Ben, let's brainstorm some new secret layers for the future.
Sure thing.
The Simpsons, Springfield,
Yeah.
releasing Marge does have reach due to the size of her hair.
Homer would just be Kami of Old Stone. Can we get Kami of Old Stone on the screen, please, and thank you. I think it's a great fit.
Speaking of
actually.
commies, a card I almost played in blue-white due to my bad red matchup was the white Genju.
Oh, really? Genju of the
Almost
Fields?
got in there. It was in the maybe
my
pile.
God. All right. Well, we're not playing. Oh, opting to go with Jace, actually. Well, Jace counterbalance pretty hot.
Bold move. What else are you going to do?
Well, he's got a Minskimbu.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's punted there.
Well, I mean, to his credit, he's probably trying to set. Is that a Mystic Confluence?
That's a Mystic Confluence.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm a sucker for Mystic Confluence.
I'm not.
Really?
Yeah.
That feels like such a U card.
Nah,
No
it's
offense.
a Josh Lane card.
That's a Josh Lane card.
It's the thing with 5-drops. You know, people talk about cards that are when you're winning. Mm-hmm. Every single 5-drop that you cannot cast for free is a win when you're winning card.
Yeah, that's
Shout out
the
to
Jeremy White.
Shout out to the Pink Horror.
Ooh, Pink Horror.
Didn't draw it tonight, but had I would have still lost.
Jay's putting back a couple of cards, trying to set up a counterbalance here.
Yeah, what do you think he's got, Thomas? You know, maybe you just play the Lotus if you're Sacha. There's no way he put a land on top.
No way.
It's probably, my guess is it'd be a 2, if I had to guess.
I mean, you could check with Duress if you really want to.
Yeah.
If you throw out the Duress and it gets counterbalanced, then you know your Lotus can hit the table. If you throw out the Duress...
What if he Duresses and he opts not to counterbalance?
Then you get to pick a card out of their hand, and that's pretty great.
Yeah, but you don't know what's on top.
Yeah.
Do you cast the Lotus? These are questions our top 8ers must answer. We would answer them, but we're not that good.
Unfortunately, we are washed.
Oh, he's going for it.
Firing the Duress.
What'd you put on top? He knows what's on top.
Yeah.
Oh, he's letting it resolve.
We got an Uro Mystic Uro Mystic Confluence, Teferi Time Raveler, and a Misty Rainforest.
Not too shabby. I'm guessing that Thomas probably has a 0 or a 2 on top.
Yeah.
That's probably what I'm doing if I'm him.
I think it's a land and a Minskimbu.
It'd be interesting for him to put a 4 on top.
Well, Minskimbu is definitely on top. It's just not the top card. Yeah. I had the read for the Diabolic Tutor. I knew he was on
cast the Jace.
He's on the Garrett build.
Oh.
The 108 cards.
Yeah, he played the Great Furnace. I knew what was up.
Playing out a Marsh Flats here, and we're lightning bolting the Jace. Now, if he flips with a counterbalance, he's a master.
That would be very impressive.
That'd be so dope. Jace is down. This is kind of interesting, too, because the way, presumably, the 4 is not on top. So it's card...
It'd also be better for him now if he was.
Yeah.
Play that.
Well, that's what I'm about to say, is that now he's not going to have pressure, unless there's no way he puts Minsko. Yeah, he had
the 2 on top.
Yeah.
Well, what does he do now?
I mean, this isn't
guess
the
he's
worst
gonna
place in
rock
the world to get like a Teferi on the board if you want. You can EI to try and clear the top, knowing
That's what
that
he's likely going to do.
Yeah.
Interesting tapping from Thomas. Cutting off the green for double red. Maybe it doesn't matter. He's got some lands.
That's a memory lapse.
Yeah, great card. Probably the best card from Homelands.
Yeah,
I'm a Aaron the Relentless fan myself.
that's a good one. Best card from Homelands.
Serrated Arrow.
I like Serrated Arrows.
Sprite.
You know, I like Death Speakers. I'm a big Death Speakers guy too. Just 1 mana, 1/1 pro black.
Okay, yeah. Abby Matron.
Oh. Plays the shock land here. Thomas has not been keeping track of his life total with the die.
You don't need to.
No, you don't.
However, Sacha does have the ability going off with Breach to just kill the opponent with Lightning Bolt in case there's some kind of Endurance or Emrakul Gaia's Blessing scenario.
Sorry, you said Endurance, Gaia's Blessing, Emrakul, and I blanked out. What?
Yeah, they're all cards
Yeah,
I
they're
played
all-
today.
That you played today?
No. But I wouldn't have done any better had I.
I was on the polymorph
I feel like Surge
package.
probably would play all those cards.
I think I've seen him play all those cards. It's nice to see you getting in on the Surge beats too.
I remember I borrowed his lands deck for some fun games, and I was a little light on lands. I needed to draw some, and I drew Emrakul and Enter the Infinite.
We had a surveil.
That was the last
here.
time.
Yeah.
Lands decks come a long way. Don't forget, everybody, next round, we get to see Mardu tokens.
Versus 5-color lands.
Versus 5-color lands. I have no idea what's going to happen there. I think Mardu tokens is a savage deck.
We've got an Aether Spellbomb here with...
A blind flip.
I think it's leaking.
I don't even know. Get some paper towels. I don't think I would even counterbalance there.
No.
I don't care about it.
No.
And the Fabricate. Okay.
The
Let's see
Fabricate,
what
you go
got.
for it.
It's
It's the Lightning Bolts.
you win some, you lose some.
You know.
Well, Fabricate's not resolving.
No.
It's going back
hitting
on
that
top.
Memory Lapse.
Memory Lapse, brutal card to play against.
So good.
Especially in decks like Death and Taxes, where your threats aren't always super stellar, and the card drawing is not plentiful.
Not to mention in this spot, now that you know that there's a 3-drop that's on top, like you can maybe set yourself up for success, right? Do we have Howled Fountain Thundery Falls? If I think that's a Misty Rainforest. It's hard to tell. Thomas picks really bad artwork. But if that's a Misty Rainforest, we can now set up Mystic Sanctuary as a potential that
would
gotcha
be sick
moment.
too.
Yeah.
Robin has a great voice. Why, thank you.
Oh, he drew the Prismari command. Okay.
Okay, 1 less 3.
So his hand is now Uro, Prismari command, Lightning Bolt.
Nice deck, Thomas.
Man, you should have seen it. What was he casting? He cast something on Thursday when we were testing, and he took a Thought Scour over an Oko. That's what it was. It was like a sleight of hand against red. He takes a Thought Scour over an Oko, and
Against the burn deck.
against the burn deck, and I roast him for it. He's like, I have this Uro in my hand.
I'm going to win anyway.
He does win that game, and then I look over at his hand, and he still has the Thought Scour that he just hasn't cast.
It's a land.
Fabricate, not getting hit by the counterbalance, just letting it rock
Well, the odds never fail. They fail all the time.
all the time.
Here's the pure denim. I opted for the fishing jacket today.
It's a good look.
Waterproof. Yeah, a little
a good
Columbia
look.
thing. We going fishing after this, Ben, or are we getting wasted?
Why not both, man?
Why not?
Why not both?
Apparently they go together. Sacha is probably going to try to obfuscate the fact that he has Lotus in his hand. And going for anything else here might be a tell.
It does give it away.
If he had something like Defense Grid in his deck, that might be a tell.
Absolutely.
That might not be a tell.
He could get LED. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the choice. Not going for the spell bomb.
Not going for Sensei's Divining Top, huh?
He's too worried Thomas will steal it.
Oh, give me that.
Take it with my Dak Faden. Big cuts from Thomas.
The bomb.
The bomb is back. Where did it go? I don't remember. I thought it was a play.
I believe it got bounced with.
He bounced it
Teferi.
with Teferi. Okay. Big
So we're cracking the land. Is this where you Mystic Sanctuary?
to counter the spell bomb. I don't know, Ben.
No,
He could get a surveil land if he has another one.
I'm gonna let you in on a hint here, Robin. I believe that to be a really bad play. However, it is my duty as a commentator to not necessarily lead that, but to set you up to tell me whether or not the Mystic Sanctuary putting your one drop. Stifle is not that bad of a card to have.
That's
if
actually
you're
a pretty
Thomas.
sick play.
Yeah.
Like, who cares about the spell bomb?
Yeah.
Although, that is like a turn off the clock with Minskaboo.
Mm-hmm.
Spell bomb, possibly buying Sacha another turn. His life total is 14. Those tablets in there don't work very well for the life track. But
Because it died.
it died. But it worked a little bit. I was just pressing it a bunch.
Nah, skill diff, man. They're just iPads.
And I got some Vaseline on my fingers.
It's all the fish liver oil. The Arabian Nights card.
Wear the fishing jacket.
Yeah.
Expect the oil. Thomas coming with the Hedge Maze. Wow, that's a lot of lands that come into play, Thomas. He absolutely deserves to lose.
He did. He did borrow. He asked to borrow duels from me, and he's like, "I need a tropical island, taiga,
Hedge Maze?
and a Thundering Falls." I'm like, "Wow, you're on 2? Okay."
I would have done a little bait and switch and just given him the wrong card, see if he noticed.
I'll find my Temple of Epiphany.
Simic Growth Chamber.
Oh,
The
no.
art looks pretty similar.
Well, you can return your Mystic Sanctuary at least.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh!
Goodbye, Aether Spellbomb.
Goodbye. But
It was
now
the
you can
silliest counter. Now he's
you're-
got the Lotus.
Yeah, now you got the Lotus.
I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it.
Write it down.
Run out the Lotus. Is he going to cast it? Now he's facing a Prismari command. Looks like he's got air in his hand. So he might just be running it out to get it around the counterbalance. Right into the clutches of the Prismari Guild.
Ooh, the Prismari, the Prismari Guild. I think they're a school.
A school.
I mean, he's at
whatever, man.
5. Throw the bolt. What are you
he's at
doing?
5. How did he get to 5? What happened?
I don't know.
He's not at 5. He's just at 14.
No, he's at 5.
What possibly has dealt damage to him?
Well, there's a mana confluence. There's a
He
fetch
hasn't
land.
tapped it 15 times.
I don't know. It says 5. That dice says
That's
5.
from last game. The chat
No
will know.
way.
Look, how the hell is Sacha at 5?
That's one person.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Scrambled
guess-
dude, he knows what's up.
I guess the
They know
fact
what's up.
they know what's up. I guess the fact that hold on. You know what? I'm gonna go correct life totals. Please don't get us canceled.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh.
No. Don't come on, man.
Let me tell you about the time when me and Ben were at Sopranos. All right, chat. I'm taking over. Unless they muted me, which they probably should have. So I almost played, I'm just going to talk about myself because what else would I do? I almost played blue-white control. After brutally losing to red, I decided to play Blue Moon, as the matchups would probably be the same, except I'd have a little bit more game against the red decks. There's Ben there, twiddling the dice. Somehow it's 14 all. Good for me. Yeah, those tablets aren't working so well. Oh, we got an Old Man of the Sea there. I kind of want to buy an Old Man of the Sea, but a little bit expensive. Yeah, my original plans for this tournament, I also had Storm built. I cut the Orm's Chance Silence and Veil of Summer. I said this already. What am I talking about? I played anti-red cards because there's lots of red in this tournament. Thomas opting not to Prismari command. Interesting play. I don't know why he did it. What's
Why is there
Sacha
an old
doing?
man? Actually, I know why. There's an old man at the sea.
Why is there an unsleeved card? I don't know. Oh, did he break a sleeve? Why didn't I play Sorensen? Blue-green is like the best deck in the format, right? Totally, dude.
There's a Conjurer's Bauble in play.
How do I feel about Blood Pet? Love it.
Oh, I like Sea Singer.
Wheeler's definitely a buzzkill. I don't know. I'm buzzing pretty hard right
I'm
now,
a
bro.
buzzkill? What? Who said that?
I'm peaking right now.
Who said I'm a buzzkill? I want their names. I want them out of here.
Sea Singer. Great card.
How can I be a buzzkill?
I'm
I
also
just
a
said
big
I love
fan of-
Sea Singer.
I'm a fan of Sea Scryer,
Oh,
too.
Sea Scryer's good too.
Blue Ramp. Blue Manafish.
Fixing. Ramp. It's a merfolk.
Great picture.
Excellent picture.
Favorite flavor text from Tempest. Oh, well. You got the Apes of Wrath. That's a good one. What else? The problem with Tempest is that the buyback reminder text really killed the flavor text.
And there's so much flavor text that is just about.
I mean, if we're going Wrath Cycle, I think, what's that one? Vengeful Stroke had a great one.
What's the? Is it Tooth and
Deathstroke,
Claw?
rather.
Tooth and Claw. The 4
red
mana
enchantment?
enchantment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one is a good one.
Weatherlight, one of my favorite sets, too. Amazing art. Just like a great variety of colors and great flavor text. And yeah, like Call of the Wild. What a
Call
great
of the
card.
Wild's a great card. They reprinted that in 8th edition.
Sacha baiting the counterbalance, looks like. I believe his hand is air. If you've ever played against me on Storm, I love baiting people.
Mm-hmm.
They freak out.
Yeah. That's the best part about playing combo. It's just doing a thing and they're like, what?
Yeah.
You're going off?
Robin, what's your favorite card without considering power level? I always consider power level. I mean, I don't know. What makes a great card? Oh, I just said Sea Scryer. That's got to be it. Oh, here's one. Kukamessa Serpent.
Oh, Kukamessa Serpent's a good one.
Ian Miller, amazing artist.
So we're throwing out this Prismari command.
Yeah, what's he even doing? Come
I
on,
don't know.
Thomas.
We're responding to this Rain of Filth.
Okay.
We're
he's
looting and
looting.
making a treasure. Maybe he's got stuff
This
on
is
top.
exactly what I was talking about. It's like he's scared.
Yeah.
The first game got him rattled, and now he's in full panic mode.
The machinations.
Is he blowing up the Lion's Eye Diamond? I don't know what he's doing.
Did you talk about Sopranos while I was gone?
The bar, not the
No,
show.
I know the bar.
Hey. I only watched the first episode of Sopranos.
It's a good show.
It's hard to. I don't think we can watch it in Canada.
No, you can watch it.
What streaming service is on? It's on like Hulu.
I'm not going to tell you how to watch it while we're live, but I will tell you there's a very easy way to find it.
It's going to be on the card reader,
So
season 1.
That was Rain of Filth Pass.
Did it get countered? No.
No.
No, he baited him.
Huh.
And he's got a warping whale in his hand. Is that right?
Warping Whale and no, not
dress.
Warping Whale. Whale of the Forgotten.
What's
and
Warping
Addressed.
Whale?
Warping Whale is the Eldrazi counterspell. Kind of spicy.
Yeah, I believe year-end champion Adam Thorne has won with warping whale in his list.
Yeah.
I think some of the worst decks I've ever played.
Have been in
Are,
top 8. yeah.
There's like ones where I wasn't even on camera. I had what's that 4-mana enchantment? Players can't search. Players can't.
Oh,
take
Stranglehold.
turns. Stranglehold.
Yeah.
Treachery. 5-mana Teferi. I really love the alternate art on Whale of the Forgotten. Unfortunately, mine is the regular version.
You want one of those? I got one of those. Yeah, I'll just give it to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
A rare gesture of generosity.
Man, that's
from Mr.
that's a
Wheeler.
lie. Come on, you make me look bad.
No, Ben actually gave me a signed Crackling Drake from one of the events he attended, and I played it today in the top 8.
How'd it go?
Actually, it would have been an okay draw.
Crackalack
I
would
didn't have double red most of those games, but
We got a dress down here just to cycle. This is not a great spot if you are Sacha. Although it's
I don't know. You know, those he has Lotus LED in play. He just needs gas.
he does have shred memory in hand. Kind of wild that Thomas didn't want to get Uro out here. Like,
Who knows? Yeah,
yeah.
maybe he's holding it. One can only fathom what goes in the mind of Thomas Simmons.
Crackling Drake, very playable. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look here at Spencer's deck.
Oh, he's got a Kitchen Finks.
Yeah, he played Kitchen Finks in 2024.
Oh, there's big crackles on the screen.
Oh, I love the
Gotta
crackle.
love that. Not great into dress down, let me tell you.
No, not the best.
Yeah, lots of those. There's that other one. It's like whenever you discard a card for the first time in the turn, you draw that many cards.
Oh, Riel? You were on Riel?
I was not,
Okay.
but I like that card.
Yeah. Crackalack kills people. It does. Like,
It's so like against red, you just tap out. You're up a card. You got a wall.
speaking of up cards, Thomas has found himself a Snapcaster Mage to Flashback and Ancestral Recall. And it's not the largest amount of pressure in the world, but it is enough. Oh, and the Flame of Anor with the Wizard.
Oh yeah.
You have to do both. You can
the
blow up
Wizard.
hit that Lotus. Draw yourself some cards. You got a Teferi
I think it
Time
might
Rattler.
fizzle. Oh, it's target player draws. Okay,
Yeah,
we're good.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, he has enough to blow up both those artifacts.
Kitchen
However,
fi-
the fatal flaw of these decks, the Jeskai green ones, is they're very much lacking in graveyard interaction.
Yes.
Blow up the LED. Sacha is cool. I need my glasses. I can't see the screen. It's pretty far away. Glad to see 3 of us monkeys share a single brain cell. All right. That's
All
enough
right.
reading that. That was not worth squinting for, Ben. The crow's feet are coming.
Sometimes Twitch chat giveth, sometimes Twitch chat take
Why
it
isn't
away.
Thomas on guided pass? Okay, that's enough of that.
Come on, you and of all people got to be up for guided pass.
I love guided passage. Yeah.
It does lose some viability when you can't find the second guided passage.
Great card from Invasion Block Constructed.
I've never actually looked at the art. Oh no! Oh, the boulders.
Famous Victoria player Jonathan Q. Rickard once said, most Magic cards involve either robes or lasers in the art, and the best cards involve both.
At Flame of Nor.
There's the lasers
And the robes.
and the robes.
You got a Gandalf. Snapcaster getting in the beats here. Teferi ticking up. Thomas having too many cards in hand.
Yeah.
Got to do
it's
something.
a lot of cards in your hand.
Still shocked to see this Uro not hit the table because I
You
think
got to kill him, Thomas.
got to
You
kill.
can't just Snapcaster beats. He will have time to rebuild.
All it takes is a silence.
I should have
into-
played Storm today. I still would have been.
You really? I told you to play Storm.
You told me to play Storm if I didn't want to feel anything.
No, that's not
That's
true.
pretty off-putting, man.
No. I said play Storm if you want to win. Play Blue Moon if it's good for the soul.
I swear there was something about not feeling anything.
This is so messed up. Why would I say that? That's like nihilistic. That's not supportive in the slightest.
Sacha shocking in a fetch land. Interesting play. That's got to strike fear into Thomas. Especially, that's like a whole other turn when the Snapman's out. What a great invitational card to have. Snapcaster Mage.
It's so good. I said Storm if you want to win, Moon if you want to feel something.
Feel something. So logic would dictate by playing Storm, I would then feel nothing.
No,
or next
that's-
to nothing.
That's not true. I'm sick and tired of having
No,
my
I stand by
words.
that. And, you were right. I didn't want to play Storm. I like Storm for big 40-person tournaments where you just want to slog. You don't have to, grind through these 50-minute matches unless your opponent's really slow. What's he doing? 3
right.
blue spells for Thomas.
He's doing the still have all these. Transmute the shreds.
And the counterbalance. Is Thomas just bragging to the camera?
I think he's
because
bragging.
I am not impressed for one.
No, this is yeah. Who cares? We know you have a handful of blue cards.
Yeah, you've drawn like 7 cards.
Yeah, dude. You've recalled twice.
Yeah, Sacha going for the shreddies.
Sasha, I think you'll find
They're
that I
good,
have
good
all
holy.
these counters in my hand.
You can possibly never resolve a spell. And your swords to plowshares will take the clock off you. Breaches in hand.
How do you feel about Molder Slug? Not the person in chat, but the card.
Oh, I love Molder
Yeah,
Slug.
Molder Slug's great.
Yeah.
5-mana 4/6.
4/6.
Eats artifacts.
Yeah, I think I had it in like a hoof deck I played last year.
Wait, what? Last year?
Yeah, there's lots of death and taxes.
Oh,
It was after the Turbo Initiative kind of phase.
I
and was
got
like,
a
let's play
sick
some-
bad beats story. Actually, it's good beats, but I'll tell it between rounds.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Thomas probably wishes he has a Divining Top about now. This
I
is like a great position. For
genuinely
Divining
kind of curious as to why he's not playing top, because top obviously works well with counterbalance. It works well with the surveil
Top. Yeah, get that
lands.
Serum Visions out of there, man.
Yeah.
Well,
What are you gonna do? I mean, not play Serum Visions and play top.
okay,
I'm
what's
low.
your Molder Slug story? Enough of this game.
No, it's not a Molder Slug story.
Oh.
It's at this MagicCon in Chicago, and I meet a player who is playing like a hoof deck, and I'm undefeated on the weekend. Like
Okay.
I'm 30-0.
What were you
Real
playing?
talk. Eggs.
Okay.
And they're
In
playing Highlander.
Okay.
And they're playing a hoof deck.
Yeah.
And they're like, my hoof deck's a little off. I got some weird cards in here. I'm still figuring it out, picking up the cards or whatever. I have a sick line where I Wargate for Tolarian Academy into Time Twister, and then I untap and I'm going to kill them.
Sure.
And they go land, Soul Ring, Beast within your Academy, Rex Sage one of your artifact lands. I'm like, oh no. And then they end up green sunning for Acidic Slime to blow up one of my other lands. And then I play a Walking Ballista on 4, and I can block one of their big creatures, kill a Deep Forest Hermit and a bunch of stuff. And I'm like, okay, I can survive. If I do this, I'm cool chilling. And I get this feeling of kill the Hermit now. I'm like, why would I do that? I'm not doing that. I pass the turn. They Crowsand grip my Walking Ballista. Yeah,
Crowsand grip.
it was dope. Hell of a way
Always
to lose.
go with those feelings.
Yeah.
Dear Magic players, if you got a feeling, you got a hunch, always 100% go with it.
Yeah.
You'll probably lose, but you're probably going to lose anyway.
There was something where it was like a shiver, I got to do this.
Yeah.
Fight or flight kicked in.
I lost with Flash Hulk against a new player, first tournament ever, and he just got me with the sudden shock.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this is years ago.
Oh, sick.
Nice guy, too. I wasn't even mad. You're always kind of happy when you lose with Flash Hulk.
Yeah. Sleight of hand here, managing to get under the table. Kind of shocked that Sacha is still alive.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas not really... is he actually at 5 now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they are properly tracking their life
Yeah,
totals.
he's shocked in that Ravland. LED in the hand somehow? Mm-hmm. I guess he's not cracking it. Thomas's threats all there. Oh, he does have a Minskin Boo in hand. So I suppose...
The machinations.
Oh, and the Urza Saga.
You going to give him the Mac attack? Like, what are we talking about here?
I think it's his only hope. No, this game is over. Thomas is winning.
Yes.
Although, last time Demir Machinations was involved, I didn't think it would come up, so do your worst, Sacha. That's sorcery speed, yeah, the Teferi. Here we go. And guess what, everybody? This is best of 5.
Well.
All right, Ben, I'm thinking of a magic card.
Are we going by art?
Oh, we're going by art.
Or what the card does? Okay.
This is the best way to play this game.
Okay.
20 questions magic, but they can only be art questions.
Does it have a wizard on it?
I didn't think of the card yet. So. Okay. All right, okay, I got it.
All right. Does it have a wizard on it?
Nope.
Does it have an animal of some point?
Yes.
Okay, and it's got an animal. Like a real world animal or like a magic
It's a
animal?
real world animal.
Is it a mammal?
Yes.
Okay. Is it an animal that could be owned as like a pet? Like is like a dog or a cat?
Some people own them, but it's a certain type of people that you got to own one of these.
Certain kind of people that own one of these. It's not Gang of Elk, is it?
Nope.
Nope. Oh.
Don't look at chat.
Small animal?
Oh, you're looking at chat.
What? I'm not looking at
Okay, well, don't. Small animal. They can be big, but sometimes they're tiny.
Tiny. So it's a mammal. It's not a reptile.
Nope.
It's not a bird. It's not a cat or a dog.
Sometimes they can fit on your fingers. Sometimes they'll fucking tear your head off. Sorry,
Okay,
I swore.
please no swear. Oh, is it a monkey? Or an ape?
It's in that family.
Is it Uktabi orangutan?
Ook ook.
Gripping commentary here at the 2023.
This one's for Patrick Produsco. Congratulations, Patrick Produsco. There's
Oh,
levels to this.
good Lord. How is this game still going on? We have a Whale of the Forgotten resolving here. God, this is brutal.
Whale of the Forgotten. All right. Well, we got the plow. What's that card? Is that like the Transformers secret lair?
No, it's a Grim Tutor.
From Transformers, right?
I don't think it's from Transformers.
Don't they have one?
Isn't that when Bumblebee has to make a really tough decision?
It's in the movie. When Optimus Prime dies, so they can sell Generation 2.
Hold on, spoiler alert.
Oh,
Swords to Plowshares on the Snapcaster Mage gets countered by the counterbalance, flipping up a
going
ponder.
for the LED.
LED hit the table.
Yeah, Simpson's secret lair. It's going down.
Grimlock Tutor.
Me, Grimlock.
me Grimlock, no like play against Thomas.
Thomas take too long.
Thomas take too long to kill.
Make Grimlock angry.
Grimlock angry. Thomas no deploy threat to put pressure on combo
10
opponent.
turns of measly Snapcaster hitting Grimlock.
1-1.
1-1.
We're going into game 3 after this.
I need to order more pizza for
You
the
want me to
lounge.
get you another slice of pizza?
Would you like to smoke a cigarette with me in the booth here, Ben?
I don't think we're allowed to, but honestly, that would be real nice.
Sponsored by the...
This is technically art, right? We can smoke as for the reasons of artwork, right? Like it's a
Make
presentation.
mine a lucky strike.
Commentary is like putting on a performance, Robin. And I'm thinking of a magic card.
Camel.
No.
It goes with the cigarette.
No. But you're shockingly close.
Okay. Thinking of a magic card. Does it feature a human in the art?
Yes.
Is there more than one character in the art?
No.
A single human. Are they outside or inside?
They are outside.
Oh. Alibaba.
No, but you're close.
Aladdin.
No, but you're close.
Is it based on a character from something that's not from the Magic universe?
I mean, yes, but not like a named character.
Old Man of the Sea?
No.
That has two.
That does. It is not, and I'll give you a free one. It's not Ali from Cairo.
Okay. I'm assuming it's from Arabian Nights here.
It is. It's from Arabian Nights.
They're outside.
They're outside.
One person.
One person. They're having a ball.
Probably wearing a robe.
No.
No robe. And no other animals in the background?
No.
Are they like doing something?
They are kind of doing a thing.
Are they doing something cool?
I mean, it's pretty cool.
Okay. Well, it's not oubliette. They're kind of half outside.
Yeah.
Being a rotting skeleton, I don't know. Is that cool?
Well, this is a person.
It's pretty metal.
I would not say Kabul Ghoul is a person for the sake of this.
It's me. I'm the Cabal Ghoul. Let's say I'm going to cheat and look at chat. Flyman has more people in the art.
Yeah, there's two. It's not El Hajjaj. It is flying.
Does have flying, and it's a human. Magic or bird dancer.
That's not its name. But you're right.
Oh man,
This is a big blunder. It's Bird Maiden.
Bird Maiden.
Yeah,
I was
Bird
like,
Maiden.
Kaja art.
Yeah,
Amazing.
great.
Arabian Nights, one of the best sets ever.
Amen to that. We have our players looking at their opening hands, deciding on whether or not they're going to want to keep. We got Sacha on the play. Thomas giving his classic smirk.
Yeah, the Thomas smug smirk will get ya.
Yep. I guess I can keep Force of Will, Counterbalance, Ancestral Recall. Sacha has a hand with what appears to be land, opt, brain freeze.
Is that the Jace in his hand?
I think that's Jace. My mind
Yeah,
went to Mu Yan Ling, but I don't think he's on it.
The best players don't draw their combo cards.
And Sasha's brought
the kill cards.
Sasha's drawn two. We got a Thoughtseize here.
Brain freeze is pretty good in game too. I like to just wait till the opponent plays a couple cards and just
Freeze
freeze
yourself?
myself.
Yeah. I assume Sasha's on Savine's Reclamation.
SSS.
Oh no Savine's Reclamation.
Savine. Interesting.
Interesting.
Well,
Okay.
maybe that's a blunderous play.
Well, how does Sacha get Breach back after a mill? I mean, we can just Doomsday instead. But interesting. Maybe he was relying on stealing somebody's attraction and going to the trash bin.
Ah.
I think that
Is he
regrowth.
playing attractions?
He does have a registered attraction.
Yeah, he tried that last year. I think the lid's off that.
Yeah, it didn't do anything. It didn't do anything
once
last
they
year.
spoil the lists, it's a little.
Thank you for doing that in the mic. Little.
Hey, you know. Hey, not tonight, pig.
Not tonight, pick.
And what a list. I wonder if you could play like eggs with some Breach Doomsday kind of stuff going on.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, all those decks kind of free roll quite a bit. Your points are on the Black Lotus. Everything else is up to you.
It's up to you, wizard, to construct your magic.
Choose your own adventure. On page 3.
Sacha sure has Force of Will in his hand often.
Yeah, I think he might be cheating.
You can't say that.
Let's go get him.
No. Firing off a Thoughtseize.
Let's go
here.
ring him out, Jobin. That rhino will fetch us a handsome sum.
Firing off a Thoughtseize here.
Ooh,
Oh,
Thomas tapped out for the Serum
What?
Visions.
Did he draw the vision? He must have drawn the recall off the visions.
Who knows, man?
I mean, if you have preordained in your hand and Serum Visions, it makes more sense to start off with the Serum Visions, and then you draw into the recall, and you're like, oops.
What does chat say?
He did.
Jer. Hi, Jer. Turn to counterbalance. Yeah, you know Thomas got it on top.
Got to keep it on top. Fetching
Also,
included, Delta.
Worth noting, Sacha has one of the legendary artifacts of Victoria, a Force of Dill in his hand.
He has Force of Dill?
There are 4 forces
He
of Dill.
owns one of the Forces of Dill?
He owns one of the forces
I
of
did
Dill.
not know he owned a Force of Dill.
I didn't know there were 4 of them. The most common of the legendary Victorian artifacts.
In the beginning, 4 Forces of Dill were given to the men. 1 Force of Bill Krause given to the wizards.
I myself possess the James C. Volcanic Island. A volcanic island written on by someone named James
C.
I got it signed by the artist as well.
Firing off a preordain here.
Yep.
I
Honestly,
have
losing the recall, like whatever.
I have the Datura Wall of Blossoms.
That's another
Yeah,
great
that's
artifact.
a good one. Yeah. If you get them all together in one deck, there's no way you can lose in the top 8.
When your powers combine.
What is Force of Dill? Well, you know Force of Will, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's all you really need to know. Drawing Beseech the Queen.
They sound like Beavis and Butthead in here. Like, Force of Dill. Great magic here. Coming up after this, we have Enchantress. It's not even Enchantress.
No, it's not.
Hot Tub Time Machine,
No,
combo
it's not.
enchantment land.
Not Hot Tub.
It's kind of.
Yeah, but there's no Time Walk. That's the Time Machine part of Hot Tub Time Machine.
Really?
Yeah, what did you think it was?
I just thought it was like a lands combo deck.
No.
I've never seen the movie. What happened to Thomas's permanence?
He's done.
He's done.
He's done.
Stick a fork in him.
Sacha did cast Whale of the Forgotten there. Just trying to pinch a card out of his hand. We're fetching. Are we just fetching a bunch here?
He's got to be strategic planning. He's not bouncing.
Did he? Whale of the Forgotten. Wait, what?
We're really not paying attention to this match.
Well, it kind of sucks, but. Trenton, can we bring up the text on Whale of Forgotten? It's not a boomerang, right?
No, it's a non-land permanent.
Oh, there must be a daze fired off. Yeah, I was going to say he's got dazed.
Dazing the whale. Okay.
Yeah. We are paying so much attention to this match. Look, you get 1 unhinged round, right?
Yeah, and it's not this one.
No.
The hinges are on. This is some good commentary. Box. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the boxes. Whale of the Forgotten. Well, it is now Sacha who is one of the whalers.
Why would you
Making Thomas
daze
Bob
a Whale
Marley.
of the Forgotten?
With a triumph. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? Thomas playing Bant Control here.
Sacha drawing.
Man, I need a drink of water.
You can go grab one.
It's okay.
Okay.
Sacha with the opt. He's digging.
Yeah, take that land. Sacha needs to just hit land drops here.
That's what I'm saying with Storm. A lot of the times, you already got the goods in your hand. You just need those lands to cast them.
Yes, indeed.
I cut lots of silly cards for just lands. I mean, I'm on 31. It's not a ton.
Yeah.
Sorensen is hyper fixated. I'm hyper something. Yeah, peak psychosis right here.
Are we casting Brain Freeze? I think we're casting Brain Freeze.
It doesn't have the Savines, but it does pump up his yard for some of those. I mean, it's. What if you brain freeze yourself and hit the Doomsday and the breach?
Oh, I think we're just fetching now so we don't get stifled. That's
fair enough. Yeah, Tidebinder also.
Yep.
Kicking around. There's the coast. Comes into play untapped.
Coast to coast and rubbing on your skin like lotion.
Like butter on toast. right.
If you're playing
Thomas
Thomas's
gonna-
deck,
I mean, this would probably be a good turn for him to cast something.
yeah,
Like, play that threat out, man. Play that white plume that's not in your deck.
he's got Uro.
Yeah, I mean,
Why did he daze the Whale of the Forgotten? Like, it's such a weird thing to hit because it doesn't really do
he
much.
shot the sheriff.
But he didn't shoot the deputy. Thomas is not on White Plume.
Nope.
He's not on Comet Stellar Pup, and he's not on Seasoned Dungeoneer,
Is
and
he
he's
on,
not even on Geist to Saint Trap.
Darcy and Raggers?
He's on Darcy. He's on Ragavan. He's on Ledger Shredder, Tarmogoyf, No Questing Druid, Murktide.
That's all fair. Yeah, questing Druid's okay. You got a lot of counters there, so
Yeah.
would love to see Sorensen on return to North 100 Showdown. Can we make that happen? Let's make it happen.
Folks, with your donation.
Thank you for the roses. Man, that's so weird to me.
What?
Like when people send emojis, people get paid for it. They're like roses, roses.
Oh, the
Thank you
yes,
for the
yes,
glizzies.
yes.
Thank you for the glizzies.
Ice cream is so good.
I mean, I could go for a little soft serve.
Yeah. Oh, a little Beacon Hill Drive.
All right, I'm gonna go get some water.
Okay.
If anything happens, just yell through the wall.
No, I'm going to use this as an opportunity just to try and do some real commentary. Not to say that what we were doing was not that.
Good luck with that, Ben.
Okay, thank you, dude.
Gotta have things happen to comment on it.
Okay. As Robin said in leaving, you got to have things happen to comment on them. We are, I believe we resolved this ponder. Kept Loring revealed on top here. Thomas looking to hit land drops. Both players a little stuck on hitting their lands. Also not that, not that big of a deal given that Sacha is drawing not so great. We got some cards in here that probably don't need to be in here. Or at least cards in here that we would prefer to be in the deck. Jace Wielder, Mysteries, Brain Freeze, that kind of bunch. Thomas is kind of in the tank as to what to do here, what to set up. Because ideally, he might be in a spot where he wants to find like a Surveil land or a tap land here with the Lorien revealed. But that would leave him unavailable to reprieve. We got a Dark Ritual. We're going to try to pop off a Beseech the Queen. I mean, we committed to the Dark Ritual. Feels like we're going to commit to this Beseech the Queen. Notably, Beseech the Queen, a card that interacts in a very funny way with fast mana, Dark Rituals, is that they are only able to find a card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control. And so in this deck, it doesn't really matter that much. You're finding your Underworld Breach, you're finding Black Lotus, Doomsday, whatever. And Sacha has 3 lands. So we're able to Beseech pretty reasonably here. Now, whether or not Thomas is going to fight over it, that's a different story. We got this reprieve. It's kind of burning a hole in our pocket. And we know that if Sacha commits a Dark Ritual to the Beseech the Queen, then it's unlikely that, I mean, he could go land Beseech again, which is kind of a sick play, and just using Dark Ritual to try and get this Beseech through. But Thomas is oddly in the tank. Robin, now that you're back, you did miss at least 2 game actions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Reprieve, that's what I just
Sacha
said.
cast Dark Ritual into Beseech the Queen.
Love it.
Beseech the Queen now on the stack, and Thomas is trying to consider whether or not to fight back, whether or not to throw a Reprieve out here.
Reprieve is a pretty legit play there.
I think it's a
Can
pretty
Sacha
good play.
win if he forces it? I don't think so.
No, I think this is a
he
setup
doesn't have
play.
a Lotus.
Yeah.
Interesting idea to ritual into it. He doesn't need to.
I think that's an Infernal Tutor, so he would be getting
okay.
the Lion's Eye Diamond.
That's very powerful.
Yeah.
Maybe he can win. He gets the Lotus to the Diamond, and I think that's a win right there.
But instead, he's going to use this as an opportunity to Brain Freeze.
Himself? Oh, him. He's brain freezing
Brain
Thomas?
freezing Thomas?
No, they're both touching their decks.
Well, what are you doing? I mean, it is a Storm card. You can Brain Freeze them a little bit as a treat.
He doesn't have a Savina's wreck.
Mills
there's
the Doomsday.
Lucky Duck did not hit the breach. Wouldn't have that been a way to win?
Thomas draws the card off the reprieve. Draws a Treasure Cruise. Pretty good card to have here.
Yeah, not bad. Only as good as your top 3. I feel like I'm watching an SCG Tour event from 2016, and that's a good thing. That's a few years before 2019, when Magic was destroyed.
From what? War of the Spark?
Who knows? I just stopped liking it.
It's not my thing.
Here's a good question. MMQ or LEA counterspell? What's LEA?
A limited edition alpha.
5th edition. The sad
pick.
clown.
Good pick.
The Pagliacci.
Oh, my spell.
It's not easy being green.
I like masks better. I use beta.
I use unlimited. Got it signed to me. But for this one, I rocked the Tempest counterspell. I've been rocking those counterspells for a long time.
You've been using those Tempest ones.
I like the having everything black bordered.
Yeah.
Although I do play the white bordered lightning bolt. You know, out of respect for Christopher Rush.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas in the
I
tank
mean, I
again.
use the beta signed Christopher Rush lightning bolt, but you know.
Well, you know, I use the
Yeah,
unlimited sign one.
Okay.
Chris Sutherland.
You
has the
can't see it,
coolest
but we're
bolt.
shaking our hands.
Chris Sutherland, coolest bolt in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Signed, dedicated to him.
That's so cool.
And he's very nonchalant about it, too. He's like, oh, yeah, it's just my lightning bolt.
Classic Chris.
I'm like, come on, Chris.
Come on, Chris.
Chris Sutherland almost made it in this year.
So close.
There were 5 people in the playoff. And it was a great crew, but we can't all get along. And he was the one that did not make it in.
Unfortunate. But I mean, it's Chris. He's gonna be here next year.
Absolutely. He's
Surely.
going to be here with bells on. One of the best players of Victoria.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted. Randomly, I haven't played him at all since he's gotten better.
Neither have I.
Yeah. Neither of you. Mike Simpson also said he has not played against him.
Weird.
Yeah. The pairings are rigged.
The pairings have always been rigged, you know?
There's a point in time when I was getting to buy first round.
So many times.
So much that Ben would drop if I got the first round buy to make it an even amount of people.
Yeah.
I can't explain it. I don't know how to code.
I'm a hater. What can I say? Oh, the why you got it. Discards a mountain after that Treasure Cruise.
Interesting choice of mountains. I kind of like that one.
Is that invasion?
It's invasion.
Yeah. Kavada?
I think it's, yeah. Kavada or maybe, that's the guy that did Nether Spirit.
Quick, who's the artist from Nether?
Alan Pollock.
Jackson Paul.
Jackson.
That's a secret layer that I'd be down to clown with.
Secret Lair Jackson Pollock.
Well, I mean, not just
the
necessarily
cards are
Jackson Pollock.
huge. They had Secret Lair Bob Ross.
That's true.
Yeah.
Secret layer and then insert artist. Like you know, fine artist or whatever.
Sure,
Just-
yeah. Even like a manga artist. I mean, they had
Yeah.
the Secret Lair Jinja Ito.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a Secret Lair Yoshitaka Amano.
Oh yeah. Secret layer Go Nagai.
Oh, that'd be awesome. There's some other trippy artists out there. Do love me some Go Nagai, though.
I will ask you to not name any hentai artists.
Well, we've all done the
We've already mentioned the folios.
when the chips were down. And maybe Jackson Pollock. Too.
yeah.
Depends what's on your mind. Jeremy, yeah, we played a ton. There was one time we played like 5 times in a row around one.
Jesus.
Secret Lair Hieronymus Bosch. Yeah, I mean, you're a little limited there. Secret Lair Peter Paul Rubens. Let's get this party started.
We had a lightning helix fired off just to the dome.
Get it.
And then for the sake of mana efficiency, we're going to brainstorm. You know, Thomas really should cut this Uro if he's not going to cast it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just in there to spite Greg.
There's the Snapcaster Mage. So we can
Oh,
Snapcaster
yeah.
recall, start getting
Notably, I mean, he's digging for probably the counterbalance, I assume. That's ironically, one of the things that can throw the biggest wrench in Sacha's plans.
Mm-hmm.
More Yoji Shinkawa card art. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm right with it.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend like I know who that is.
It's Yojishinkawa. Is that the Metal Gear?
No, that's what I'm thinking.
I think it's Metal Gear.
Secret Lair Kev Walker. I love Kev Walker. He's like awesome 90s art. How about this one? This is a good one. Secret Lair Rob Liefeld.
Oh, so big. We got a Thought Scour at Instep as well.
Okay, sure.
Milling some cards.
Maybe he just wants to mill Sacha, hit that breach. That would be some funny stuff. Sacha, notably super dead if that breach is in the yard.
Yeah. Breeding
I
pool
think
hitting
so.
the
Let's
table.
look at his list here.
Yeah, there's no Savines.
Yeah, I play Savines. I play Agrivin Find.
Ooh.
I play Regrowth because you can transmute for it.
I'm into it. Oh, welcome Raiders. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream.
The Oakland Raiders?
Thank you to Jim Davis. No,
The whole team's in chat.
the whole team's in chat. This is the Canadian Highlander 2023 Top 8 Championship. We have a Jeskai green control deck against a Doomsday Breach combo deck. And myself and co-commentator Robin Sorensen are losing our minds here. The rate of play has hit a crawl.
There's something mentally that happens when there's no time limit. And people just kind of glaze over and they shut down. And oh, there's the counterbalance.
There's the counterbalance, and there's the force will to try and deal with the counterbalance.
Sasha doesn't like it. It
No.
just puts that wrench right in his plans.
It just makes it really awkward to sequence with the Lotus and the Breach, and it's not great.
It just adds another dimension. This is probably the coolest I've ever seen counterbalance be played, although it did just get countered. Sasha,
I mean,
with
it
the
did.
okay.
Counterbalance was a 2-for-1,
Yeah.
and it gets the Perplex out of the hand. The Beseech the
Going
Queen.
for the beseech. We see the force and negation in Thomas's hand. Does he let it resolve? That's the
he-
question.
Yeah, he lets it rip.
He does.
Now, Sacha has an IOK too. He drew an IOK. So if
Yep.
we're just going to Beseech the Queen, find ourselves presumably an Underworld Breach or a Black Lotus. We have an Infernal Tutor, so probably Lion's
I
Eye
don't know
Diamond
if
is likely
there's-
better here.
I don't think there's a Lotus or LED in the graveyard right now.
Yeah. So if we're getting into Lion's Eye Diamond, then our next turn can look like fire off the IOK.
Does someone have Quicksand in
oh.
play? I don't know how to answer that, Ben.
Well, there's no X2s in play, so
Yeah, they all have flying.
Mm-hmm.
Judge in chat, can I ask something? I don't know.
yeah, sure. I don't know.
Spencer says, "Okay, let's be honest.
Let's be honest.
I'm not even going to read the rest. Why would anybody ever be honest?
Talk to that. Speak on that.
This is the top 8.
Yeah. I do think, I mean, I will go in, tell them to pick up the pace. At the same time, they are still taking game actions.
If we yell loud enough, they will hear us.
I don't know. I don't want to scream.
It's actually, there's pretty good soundproofing, I gotta say. Yeah. The old studio,
Oh,
you definitely hear through the wall.
Please don't yell for the sake of Trenton. we do not need to burst those drums.
And what drums they are, Ben.
Thomas sitting on a hand of what appears to be a Force of Negation. Plays out a Wasteland here. Actually kind of big. This lets him get Sacha off the red
great.
source for the Underworld Breach.
Thomas.
And now we're sitting on Mystic Confluence, Mystic Sanctuary, and Snap. Is that the Snapcaster still? Oh, yeah.
I don't know. He's got. Oh, is that true? I don't know what the cards are.
For
Yeah,
every 3
Sasha's-
minutes between game actions, one story from Lucky Bar Monday nights gets revealed to the public. We're going to have to get a judge on these players. We're going to have to speed everything up. Gonna need you
The
to
match
take
was
some
pre-recorded. We're just gonna play it at 2 times speed. I was never a big Lucky Bar person. I was kind of older when Ben was younger. So it's already past it. Sasha with the breach in hand.
Yep. So, Breach in hand, no red mana available.
No defense except for the Inquisition of
Holding on to the
Kozilek.
IOK. Now, if you're Thomas, do you recall here? Or do you just go for the Lightning Helix or the Bolt and try to get it done?
You recall.
Yeah, you recall. I'm trying to pepper in a little something.
You flashback the Serum Visions. Oh, the Flame of Anor. There
Yeah,
it is.
Flame of Anor.
Thomas might run out of counter magic. I could see Sasha getting this done with that lowly Inquisition of
That's
Kozilek.
why pressure is, well, he drew a lose focus.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Yeah.
And Snapcaster Mage, not great pressure.
Not great pressure.
Not great.
But but he could snap, honestly, like Chain Lightning, Mystic Sanctuary, put the Chain Lightning back on top.
Just get
Like
that
I
Earl when you
think
play.
Thomas is going to burn. He's just doing nothing.
Yeah.
This guy's miserable.
Thomas does. I think he has. Is he on Burst Lightning? I think he is.
He is on Burst
He
Lightning.
likes Burst Lightning.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good card.
I don't hate it. It's a shock when you need it. When you don't, it upstairs.
What do we got here? Powerful Magic Booby.
A Ransack the Lab. Getting fired off here.
Love me Ransack the Lab.
Are you regretting your decision to come on commentary for this match?
Not at all.
All right, great.
We get to shoot the poop.
The Poop Moon. All right.
All right.
The Ransack the Lab there.
Yeah, my tournament experience wasn't great today.
Yeah, well.
I mean, the experience was great. The games, I just got crushed.
My tournament experience was incredible.
Yeah, you weren't
Undefeated.
invited.
Yeah.
I choose to
Plateau
play the
there,
tournament.
providing both red and white mana, which hopefully is going to push Thomas into
Is
a
it
position.
the Drew
where he'll take
Tucker
game.
or the Cornelius Broody art?
It's the Cornelius art, right?
You are correct.
Yeah.
Huh.
Drew Tucker is only on the alpha art. And beta?
Secret Lair Drew Tucker. Let's make it happen.
That'd be dope. That'd be dope. Best of 5 semis might be a poor choice. Nah, this is Magic the Gathering. Are you kidding me?
I
you
said
people
that.
will
I said
eat
it was
up
a
this
poor
slot.
choice
Yeah.
before this tournament happened. Before I knew the matchups.
You had a whole year. You had 2 whole years. You had 3 whole years.
Well, it's far easier to criticize things after the fact. Ben.
Absolutely. Jace Wielder
going
of Mystery
for the-
setting the table. This has got to be...
Is Thomas even going to counter that? I mean, it does draw him 2 cards a turn.
I would probably counter it for the sake of speeding this game.
Oh, he has a Mystic Confluence.
Yeah.
Fire it off, bro.
Mystic Confluence, bounce my Snapcaster Mage. What are you counting?
1.
Bro!
Oh, Jace is on the table.
Holy smokes.
He's going to Thought Scour himself.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that, the One Ring? No.
That's a Wizard's Rockets.
Ooh.
Prismari Command, 2 to the Dome.
Thomas going for the grind kill. They actually aren't playing that slow.
No, they're not.
It's just, it's ending up being quite the war of attrition.
Yep.
As someone that plays Storm, it doesn't have to be.
No.
That's not on anybody.
This game in
They're-
particular has been a product of some pretty unfortunate draws on Sacha's end as well. Like,
I don't know,
just
his
having
hand
the
was pretty
brain
stacked,
freeze. And, well, no, but I mean, you got the brain freeze. You got the Jason play. Like, you're not forcing more. You're not
Yeah.
playing things to force
That's the
game
thing with this
actions.
Doomsday. You got to play the Jace. And
Yeah.
he's already Thought Scoured off it, so it doesn't get much better
Plays
than
the Mystic Sanctuary.
that. You get that Cruise on top.
Get that lightning bolt on top. That's what we
Oh,
like
he's
to
going
see.
for it.
Oh, he's going for it.
Oh.
Get probes. Show me your secrets.
Let's see.
IOK Breach, Infernal Tutor, and a Marsh Flats here.
Yeah, Infernal Tutor.
Thomas looking like it
A little
matters.
sloppy. Oh, well.
Draws it. Lightning bolt. Chain lightning. We're
Gets it
going to
done.
game 3.
Sacha trying
Thomas,
to Inquisition in response.
Thomas with the still
dice.
had all these. I'm going to go tell the players to pick up the pace.
Hey.
Robin, don't dox me.
Is doxing even a thing anymore?
Yeah.
Ben says it is. I mean, how crazy do you have to be to track someone down? That's a good question, right? Like,
Okay.
do you think they're going to be stoked? They're not.
No, I guess kind of because Dark Ridge
Yeah, they only everybody. Ben packs the Smith and Wesson. No, he doesn't. That's not legal in Canada.
So the turn where Dark Ridge rolled, if I'm just supposed to play it.
We're gonna have this happen though. It's gonna happen. Who are you rooting for, chat? Do you want to see Storm break through? I have a feeling he's due to win the next game. Of just the nature of the beast.
Now, to be fair, it maybe didn't matter in the end because I just didn't draw.
I couldn't hear anything because I have headphones on.
So,
What did you say, Ben?
exactly, you build up your luck, it's fine.
I thanked Jason Jobin and Jacob Varro for their patience.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
also
so-
told them to pick it up.
All right, Chad is saying is, where is Spencer's Sarah's Sanctum? Sorry, Spencer.
I got the Vic Magic logs, dude. That's my sanctum. I was tapping that sanctum before you even showed up to this city.
Actually, Ben, I think it's Sarah's. If we want to get specific.
Who?
Hey. I doxed you, but I also said you keep the Smith & Wesson on you.
Yeah, thank you. As long as I know what I'm about.
This gay is blessing is this Smith & Wesson.
Ooh, bars. Okay. Firing off of Serum Visions. Both these players choosing for the worst art for Serum Vision.
Maybe it's readily available. I don't know. It feels like it's got like a Ice Age Circle of Protection blue art.
Oh. Yeah.
Good vibes.
Honestly, if Sacha had cop blue in his deck.
Okay. Who did the art for Ice Age Circle of Protection blue? Like Roger Ropp?
Sandra.
Sandra Boynton?
No, what's her name? Everbringham?
Oh, Sandra Everingham, yeah.
Everingham. Is it Sandra Everingham?
I
don't think so.
Yeah. It's like Death... Oh, no, not Death Grip.
Death
Like
Grip.
Ley Druid, right?
Oh, yes.
Instill Energy, one of my favorites. I opened that in a pack of Revised for my 10th birthday. Let's go.
We got a monkey on turn 1. Well, not turn 1. There was a wasteland here that helped clear up the board just a bit. And then a monkey, which will hopefully push players to take game actions. Notably, Sacha does have an Underworld Breach in hand.
So, well, good game start.
And a Street Wraith and an Aether Spellbomb. We're cooking. We got a little bit
okay. Yeah, it went downhill from the breach, but...
And I okay. Cycling the Street Wraith into... Is that a Spell Pierce or a Thought Scour? That's a Thought Scour. Ooh, Graveyard Order matters, and that's not how you do that, bud.
It doesn't think it matters in this one.
No, it doesn't.
I almost played Phyrexian Furnace. It was in the Azorius deck.
If I were in this event, I would have played Phyrexian Furnace.
Yeah, great event for Phyrexian Furnace. Mm-hmm. It's like, is it the Furnace or the Soul Guide Lantern?
Furnace.
I like the Furnace. It's just you throw it down and it just
you just start taking away. I like the Claws too. Claws are really good if they have Deathrite Shaman because they try to eat your stuff and you scrabble your own stuff. Yeah. Rogvon coming in, connecting, making a treasure token, exiling the Mana Confluence. And to his credit, Thomas has 2 creatures. There's a Tishana's Tidebinder in play.
Ooh, this is what we like to see.
Pressure.
Pressure makes diamonds, baby.
Game actions.
Game actions.
You ever play Minecraft?
No, I never have.
Yeah, neither have I.
My good friend Deland Williams played it, and he said it was so addicting, he just got carried away, and he ended up being late for work.
How is Alan? I haven't seen him in a hot minute.
He's doing great. He's doing Dungeons & Dragons stuff. He's doing lots of comedy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, shout-outs to Alan Williams. Thomas went for the prismatic ending on the Aether Spellbomb. I don't know why he thought that was good, but hey, more power to him.
Maybe he's worried about the Tidebinder getting bounced.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I suppose it does get bounced. Well, on the what, the Jace?
I don't know. I feel like that Tidebinder is hitting like a land. Or you're hitting the Spellbomb.
It's like Stifle, right? Like the Stifles hit lands. Let's see. Chat is filled with card descriptions. All right.
All right.
It looks like Sasha's tutoring on upkeep. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, how come... Oh, I know. I answered my own question. Never mind.
All right.
We're good. It was
what's the deal with...
you know what? I'll level with you. I'll be vulnerable. I'll tell you what I was about to say. How come there isn't a Portal version of Enlightened Tutor? And the answer is very evident, in that Portal has no artifacts or enchantments.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know they didn't have instants.
Which is why you have Personal Tutor.
Personal, yeah.
And they have creatures, so you find Sylvan Tutor. And
Really?
Imperial Seal... Well, Imperial Seal is 3 kingdoms. But that just finds anything.
That doesn't have artifacts either, does it?
My favorite
they would have put
version-
it in. Like, new players can handle an artifact here or there.
No. New players can't handle anything. Favorite version of Ragavan? I like the one that Karizev makes.
Favorite new cards I'm pumped to play? What was it? I like that 2/4 with Flying and Vigilance that maybe makes a clue.
Oh, yeah, the Wojak Investigator.
Wojak or whatever.
Yeah. Chromatic Siren Lotus Petal on the table now. Excuse me. Got to get in front of that counterbalance. Ragavan, connects. Finds a Chrome Mox.
Chrome Mox. Is he going to cast it? He's got a Fury in his hand.
Hey, he's got a Fury.
I'd
Might as
play it.
well.
Yeah. Oh, he's waffling.
Oh.
Is that an AO Paquette Chrome
Taking,
Mox?
it is. Or no, that's Manuel Bavand.
Ah.
Yeah, from the KCI deck.
I remember AO Paquette when he came up, playing mono black control and standard.
Sitting on that rating.
Yeah.
Sitting on that rating.
On the composite.
Yeah.
Sacha still has a lot of options. He's not out yet. The pressure is fairly paltry, although that Tidebinder is going to get him.
He's got a big
He's
graveyard.
chomping at the bit. You can see Thomas, his hands are shaking. He's licking his lips.
Yep. Oh, he's at 15. I have a no more lies at a Shoshana's Tidebinder. I can't lose. He does. I mean, this is a pretty good spot. You can Tidebinder this. Oh,
Is he? Oh, no.
No. Yeah, game actions. You got to tap properly. He taps properly.
He taps properly.
This is huge, keeping Sacha off mana, and Sacha not really having access to easy black outside of the Chromatic Star or the Lotus Petal, but those, you kind of want to keep them around. Thoughts on Drogskull Reaver?
Drogskull Reaver.
The hands.
From
The Dark
There's
Ascension.
lots of hands.
The Dark Ascension. The
Dark.
3/5 double striking lifelinker. Never mind. At the moment,
it's the blue-white card.
yeah, the hands.
Flying, double strike, lifelink. What about it?
I don't know. Somebody asked us about it.
Yeah, it's got pretty good hands. As far as hand cards go, does it beat the Gem Palm cycle? I don't know.
No, I like the Gem Palm hands. I do believe Sacha is at 14 and not 15.
Ooh, interesting. What leads you to say this, Ben?
Well, there's a dice here that got changed from 15 to 14.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's why I always trust the dice over the technology, unless you got a wiggly table.
Technology has failed us too many times.
Anything from Fallout look exciting?
Nope.
I haven't seen much of it. I never played the game.
Oh, the sleight of hand?
Oh. Monkey. Doing monkey things. Monkeying around. Monkey trouble. No.
Okay, actually,
Now in theaters.
That equipment's pretty good.
Pre-war formal wear to white. Oh, that's ballin'.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's sweet. I like a new card I like is the Cryptic Cloak.
Mm-hmm. MKM.
Get that jacket on. That was also in my blue-white deck.
Nice jacket.
Does it have a scorpion on the back?
I drive
That'd be a good one. From the vaults.
from the vault drive.
Could you have the Mother Goose? Pit Scorpion? Some vehicles? Smuggler's Copter?
I'm dying, dude. I'm dying. We're looking at cards.
The Jurassic Park from the vault was kind of caught me sideways. That was like something I know. I was like, what? Why Jurassic Park, man?
Is there a new movie? Was there a new movie?
I don't know. Probably.
Man. Excuse me. When I stepped outside to tell the players to pick up the pace, I also maybe have snuck in a little bit of a breadstick, and I ate it way too quickly.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. You got to stay away from that cheese, Ben.
I don't think there was cheese on it.
Yeah, there was something. Yeah, of course there's cheese
That's
on it.
okay.
Breadsticks without cheese. It's like a day without sunshine. The juice. Favorite nickname for a card? Oh, my favorite. Okay, I have a lot.
Yeah, I know you do.
Okay, Coal Hauler Swine's nickname is
Job Pig.
Job Pig.
Job Pigs. Gotta be
That's
the
up
best,
there.
right?
Secret Bees for Delver of Secrets.
Secret Bee. Oh, God. Job Pig's my favorite.
It's up there, yeah.
Yeah.
Honk.
Yeah, honk.
Well, which
Any
one was
three,
Honk? It's just like,
Any 5-mana 3/5.
yeah, Ginny
Yeah.
Weasley for
Yeah.
Gin of Wishes.
Yeah. Sacha cracking the Chromatic Star
Crack, and
here.
he's desperate.
Yep.
These are the actions of a desperate man. Collective Brutality. He just wants to land. Like I said, Storm just wants lands.
Brutality's pretty good here, though. It at least kills off the Tidebinder, or the Ragavan can give Sacha a little bit of life.
Crack the pedal. Oh, he's got a mana pool.
Obstacle with the IOK.
Going for the eye. Okay, that's what you got to do. Make way for the breach truck.
Make way for the IOK.
Of course you counter that, bro. And he's gonna
He
sneak
has
in the
Brain
brutes.
Freeze and Breach.
Yeah.
Does he have enough?
He's low on lands.
No, but he's got the pedal. So he goes 1 and the pedal to cast the breach.
Yeah, I think
he
he's got it.
exiles 3 to replay pedal.
forget
Exiles 3, replay pedal, then brain freeze.
I forget what's in Thomas's hand.
Chain lightning and garbage.
Garbage. Okay. Well, depending on
I think it's chain
garbage.
lightning and lands.
Yeah, the
telling me-
IOK is exiled. And yeah, I think he can go for the breach pedal line. I can't remember. I thought there was a relevant card in Thomas's hand.
Maybe. Thomas has some weird art.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Well, at least this one was quick.
Yeah, that's kind of how the game should go.
Yeah.
Good job for Ragavan on actually being kind
The
of
worst part about this is, though, Thomas might take from this match is, I shouldn't have gotten aggressive. I should have just sat around.
Everybody will take something different.
Going to game 5.
Spencer
today.
will be like, we got to point up breach.
Yep. We have to point breach.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play Minsk and Boo and breach just so Spencer will point it.
Good.
Hey. Turn 1 off a Lotus.
Ooh, not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Going to game 5 here. Thomas is going to be on the play. Sacha able to sneak it out despite having some mana issues there.
Yeah, all it takes is a pedal.
Yep.
You do need that freeze, though.
All it takes is a petal.
All it takes is one petal is all it takes.
Let me throw out some points changes to you.
Okay,
Let me hit
okay.
you. I mean, you know about most of these. I've talked to you about most of these.
Hold on, I'm going to make up a card right now. Hold that
Okay,
thought.
all right,
Check it out. New card.
New
Dropping
card.
soon.
All right, okay. Robin's making up a card.
One colorless, one red. It's
Yeah.
a 3/2. It says damage cannot be prevented.
Okay.
That's it. Maybe
That's
it
it.
can be like a shaman or I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a human shaman?
Sure, a human shaman, sure.
Okay.
Or maybe like some weird, a monkey shaman.
You got a name?
No,
Okay.
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, Peg.
No one's going to name it with meddling mage.
They might hit it with the declaration of not.
Ooh.
I
The
played that
Eradicate?
card in Highlander. Because Joel kept having
remember
Gaddock when I was playing Heartbeat combo.
Well, that's a black card, right?
No, it's the blue. You name a card and you pay the
yeah,
thing
yeah.
to counter it. And I was like,
pay
I
to
can't
counter it.
do it. I can't repeal the Gaddock. I can't cryptic command Gaddock. I've got no outs. The out was just play Lightning Bolt or Sword to Plowshare.
Well,
so
sure. But I thought Spencer would have Gaddock in his list today.
That would have made sense.
It probably would have helped him a little bit.
Yeah,
I
a
mean,
little bit.
A little. I mean, actually, does it hit much in Breach? It hits Beseech the Queen. It hits Jace.
Doesn't hit a huge amount.
Doesn't hit a huge. Okay, forget Gaddock.
Okay, here we go. Here's some change. Here's some points changes. Here are my hot take points changes.
Yeah.
Minsk and Boo. Timeless Heroes to 1.
Okay.
White Plume Adventurer to 1. Urza Saga to 1. Comet Stellar Pup to 1.
Eh.
Get them out of here. Get them out of here. Ancient Tomb to 1.
Actually, okay. Okay.
Did I say Urza Saga to 1?
Yeah, that
All
was
right,
in there.
great. Yeah, get them out of here. Play some new cards. Get over it.
I could see it a little bit. I mean, if you're really bored of those cards.
I mean, do something different for once in your life, you know?
I'm just bored of these things.
It doesn't have to be all at once. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, you probably have to point some other stuff to balance it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vass, you got to stop with the terrible takes in chat. It's distracting me.
What's going on?
I don't know. WPA is overrated? Nah.
WPA.
It's pretty good magic.
It's accurately rated.
I think it's pretty fairly...
Not in Thomas's deck.
Nope.
Not in Sasha's
Nope.
deck.
You know, I bet if Thomas had White Plume, he'd probably won that game. Now, we do have a turn 1 Ragavan here on the play, trying to maybe run back the pressure of the
Get that
previous
pressure. Yeah. Unfortunately, in the lobby, both Jacob and Jason have turned into skeletons covered in cobwebs. See the art on Oubliette? That's both of them. The cobwebs, however, are doing quite healthy, and the
Those
spiders are thriving
Spiders are killing it.
after stripping the flesh from their bones.
All that's left is the man's rally for Hornburg, or whatever it's called.
All that's left was a dusty wedding invitation.
Fetching for a Surveil land and popping a Duress into the graveyard.
Okay. Interesting choice. Get the duress out.
You don't want that Ragavan casting that Duress, probably.
Oh, right. Okay, he did it main phase.
Yeah. Draws the
Interesting choice.
Minskaboo. So Thomas has Minskaboo, Timeless Heroes in hand, and a Force of Will.
Okay,
That's
great.
not nothing.
I mean, I'm not sure.
The Mac, the dirty
Why are
Mac.
you even reading it again, bro? You're not going to cast it.
Well,
I don't know why he would surveil main. I know he wants to play around Stifle, but surveilling main phase when the opponent has Ragavan in play, I mean, you're going to hit. It's a lose-lose. You hit a good card and you put it in the yard.
I feel like you'd probably want them to hit a random card and then use the Surveil to sculpt your next draw.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but I guess he's playing around Stifle and Tidebinder at this point because
This is the thing about the best of fives, is that you get in there, you get into each other's head, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
the lines start getting crossed.
WPA isn't even best of 3 in D&T. Take a walk, wash, shower off, or do something. Come
no
on,
pig.
no pig. I'm good.
I mean, you could point the fast mana.
We have,
Yeah, I guess
we are. Well, except for Moxon, but
No.
yeah,
I mean, it's kind of how we got the 10-point thing going on, right?
that's true.
That's the whole reason we have 10 points.
The format is inherently broken and will always be, and that's part of its charm.
I'm sick of losing to these dumb cards.
I'm sick of it.
Kill me. It's fine if you mana crypt Mox 4-drop turn 1. It
Yeah.
just can't be
Just-
seasoned Dungeoneer. Just do it with the Gideon
I
Ally
swear to God,
Zendikar.
if it's that stupid dog,
If it's the Comet, make it a Gideon, make it a Hero of Blade
please,
Hold.
I'm begging you. My kingdom to die to Hero
Make-
of Bladehold.
Make it quiet, please.
All right, so Sasha's got plenty of lands in hand.
Yeah, Pact of Negation.
Pact of Negation. I believe that's a personal.
Petal.
Is that a personal tutor?
Ugly.
If it's not,
That is garbage against Ragavan.
it is a
let me tell you.
personal tutor. Real bad.
Yeah. Unless he personals for like a really bad card and tries to trick Thomas into casting it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll play this Intervention Pact.
Don't mind if I do.
This couldn't be. 2-2. This is the final game, though. You know, we're sitting here making fun of these young men for their decisions.
The future, we're
They're
sitting
probably
here-
sweating.
Oh yeah.
The
These
pressure.
bright lights.
These
And we got
pretzels.
we have an extra best of 5. You're on deck for the next best of 5, aren't you?
Me?
No, never mind. It's Trenton and Ben. Okay.
You're Ben.
No, I know I'm Ben.
Are we doing the finals?
I'm doing the finals. Trent and I are doing the
Trent.
finals.
Okay.
Oh, Trent.
Oh, Trent. No, I like Trent.
Yeah, Trent. Yeah, he's good. What do you mean?
boy.
Don't give me that look.
Hey.
Hey.
Thought you had my back here.
I'm walking here.
Villainous Behavior. You know what's a cool card name? Villainous Wealth.
Mm-hmm.
I remember me and Alan opened up packs of Cons of Tarkir, and the rare was going to be our rap name, and mine was Villainous Wealth.
It's a good one.
His was Trap Essence.
I mean,
Also
that's
pretty
fitting.
good
It's
too,
pretty
man.
good. Yeah.
All right.
My rap name is Hal of the Horde. Time to pivot to new metal.
Marge Simpson. I knew I shouldn't have opened the secret lair. Secret lair Family Guy.
Holy crap, Lois.
What do you mean you're quitting Magic?
Oh, jeez, Lois. I didn't know they put a White Plume Adventurer to a point. I didn't mean to be over points.
He countered my Stewie.
I saw somebody with personalized plates that just said Stewie yesterday. Almost took a picture, but then I didn't want to have like a confrontation. If they came out, they're like, "You photographing my car?
You doxing me, bro?"
Are you doxing me? Are you doxiting me, bro?"
Oddly enough, never played in Highlander Dockside Extortionist. I have played Treasure Nabber, though.
Treasure Net. Well, that's a 3-2 at least.
Yeah, and like, it hoses those artifacts.
Yeah, you're telling me.
When's the last time you got your treasure nabbed there, Ben?
It's been a while.
This morning, bro. What you talking about?
Dude, this morning on the way here,
Run the ghouls.
Oath of Ghouls is also kind of
I love Oath of Ghouls.
it's a great oath.
Oath of Mages. Oath of Lieges.
Oath of Scholars?
Okay.
Okay.
They should remake the Oath cycle. like with newer oaths.
It's kind of weird that they haven't, you know? I mean, there's a card that's kind of like that. There's like a commander card that's like a throwback, but yeah, we have an Oath of Druids in the top 8.
I saw
Jacob's
that.
on
Yeah,
Oath
it's
of Druids.
Fair Oath of Druids.
Yeah.
He told me it was in his list. Then he went turn 1 Bird of Paradise.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, Jacob.
Yeah. Those oaths don't count. That's
Former points card.
That's
of
an
the Druids.
anachronism. Yeah, Oath of Druids. Former points card. Tarmogoyf hitting the board. That's a pretty big clock here.
Yeah. Make him have it. So you got to play this.
Sacha's hand is kind of miserable. You got the Mana Confluence, IOK, Pact of Negation, Chrome Mox, Lotus Petal, Personal Tutor, Xander's Lounge, and I think that's a Troll of Cause of Doom.
I think so too. Yeah, it's
That's-
a lot of air. It's a big air
yeah.
ball right now. He needs and the hand can totally change around with just like a Grim Tutor or something.
Yep. IOK here is actually kind of funny. There's a hand of Force of Will and Minsk and Boo and 2 lands plus blue card for Force of Will. I think you just let it rip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly
Sea
what he's
Chrome
doing.
Coast,
Murktide.
Mystic Sanctuary, Murktide. Oh, it's a whiff!
Swing and a miss.
Oh! Sheesh!
Joke's on you. Now I'm ramping up my Ignite memories. Oh, it was the Mystic Confluence each time.
This is why you play Mystic Confluence. You get around the IOK.
Pact of Negation sitting there.
You think that Lotus Petal from where it is in the hand just looks like the wolf in the Thoracle?
That's exactly
Yeah,
what I've been
yeah,
thinking this
yeah.
entire time. Imprint the Personal Tutor. Come on,
No,
bro.
imprints the Troll of Kaza Doom. I don't know what this
He's
is
going
doing.
to cycle the Triumph. Lots of air here. Thomas earning this victory.
Yeah.
We make fun of Thomas a lot for many, many valid reasons,
I got to tell you,
but he is really grinding this.
out of the top 4 here, I think all of them would be great to win the event. Right?
I mean, I think I would have been the greatest to win the event.
I mean, personally, if I had won the event, then I could finally quit.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think you've won an event before, so
Nope,
here we are.
I've never won an event.
Got a little close a few times.
Oh, a couple times, Robin.
Couple times.
Couple times. Anyways,
Ben famously losing to Pattern Rector in the finals of the very first top 8 with his original deck no one had ever seen before, a little green deck known as Craterhoof.
Yep, beating out Chris Sutherland on Hermit Druid by going land Black Lotus, Master the Wild.
Yeah, I
Hunt.
remember that. He could beat it.
was
Fun
so
fact for
dumb.
that tournament, Chris registered a card. Or his deck was like 73 cards, and there's a whole bunch of cards still in his box when he got deck checked, and he would have had to replace those with basic lands, ruining his Hermit Druid combo. Mm-hmm. And he was granted a special exception.
Yep. Finding Doomsday,
Oh.
playing the
what
Lotus Petal
happened?
and cracking it.
Oh, he's okay.
Oh, and he's going to cycle it to put it into his hand.
I see. Force of Will.
He's
on-
force of willing the Doomsday. Or the
Petal.
Lotus Petal. He's force of willing the Petal.
Okay.
Also, that Junji Ito Doomsday is pretty sick.
Yeah, it's almost worth getting those Junji Ito cards.
Yeah. So this means the Doomsday is going to get
Doomsday.
exiled.
Okay, Thomas, this is what your Magic careers come down to.
You
gotta
hit
win.
you with Ragavan, cast Doomsday.
Doomsday.
I'll make a pile of Lightning Helix, Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, Burst Lightning, and
I guess
Counterbalance.
I guess he's not on Triumph.
No.
Yeah, I was playing Miracles in the blue-white control, but then I realized that they are essentially dexterity cards.
Yeah. They
And, it's like Chaos Orb, pretty much.
So Thomas is going to be shields down here, no counter magic in sight, but slamming a Minskaboo Timeless Heroes and getting to crunch for, what is that? Artifact, instant, sorcery, land, 4/5? Is there even an instant? I think there's only sorceries. Getting to crunch for a considerable amount of damage. There's no way that you...
So you're going to play the Minskaboo, too. That would be near the end here. I mean, I don't know. I think if I'm Thomas here, I'm playing it safe. I hate to say it. He has no counters in his hand.
He's got a Prismari command, but
He's
that's
probably
it.
going to blow up that Chrome Mox and shock. Oh, he's okay. He's waffling.
Just go for it.
Yeah, either lines are good.
Just kill him.
Listen to your heart.
You've got rid of the Doomsday. He's low on mana.
He might be worried about a removal spell on the Ragavan.
But this Prismari command's not doing anything anyways.
It blows up the Chrome Mox.
I don't think that's too exciting. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Come on,
Do
Thomas.
it. Come on,
Thomas.
man. Come on.
Come on, you
You're
little fart.
overthinking this. You're overthinking this.
I'm going to sleep. What else does chat say? Sleep, doom, jump. Wow.
Jump.
How boring.
Jump, pretty good magic card. Oh, thank you. Trent got sleep on the screen there.
Yeah, sleep would be a pretty good
Is
draw.
it outside assistance if I scream play the Planeswalker?
You got to follow it up. So. All right, Thomas, really in the tank here.
This command's not going to save you, bro.
The drum roll.
It's not going to save you.
Yeah.
You committed to.
You can't bluff the counter spell when he's going
If
to
you
die.
committed to Force of Will on the Lotus Petal, I'm pretty sure you're like,
Hey.
oh my god.
Is he going to make a treasure? That's probably our loot or whatever.
Well, he's
Okay.
gonna loot.
He's shocking and looting. He's not even blowing up the Chrome Mox.
Wait, what?
Maybe it's end of turn. No, he
No,
hasn't
no.
attacked yet. Interesting. You know, you're saying about outthinking yourself. Aspire Bluff Canal and the Mystic Sanctuary. What are you doing, Simmons?
Damn it, Simmons.
Simmons.
It does make the Goyf a little bit bigger. So
Okay,
Sacha goes
sure.
down to 6 after this attack.
6, okay.
We got this Ragavan.
That's essentially the same as the Minsk and
Yeah.
Blue.
I mean,
Oh, Sacha bluffing the removal spell. Get him scared.
There you go, Thomas.
No, they're talking because Thomas played his land and didn't verbally like point and pick up the card.
What?
He attacked. He
Okay.
maybe he
He cheated.
yeah. What I'm saying is that
Oh, he looks like he's going to lay him down. Cycling. I don't know what he wants to hit. He's got air.
Tutor. There we go in the
Hey!
handshake. Thomas taking our 3-hour-long match.
What a match.
Best of 5 against Sacha.
I'm going to go have a heart attack.
we joked around. We had
joked,
some fun.
We had fun, chat. I hope you like me having me on.
But you know,
if you do, yeah, Doc's Ben.
please, I need my privacy.
It's a sign of respect, Ben.
Oh, thank you. Great. It is. All right.
What a year end. It's always crazy doing these things. I always love it. It's the build up, the whole year, the pressure. I was actually pretty relaxed this year
Yeah.
compared to others. Sometimes, it's you're sweating.
I feel
You
like
just
I'm
you
sweating
don't
right
want to
now.
lose. But and I didn't have that pressure because I lost so fast. Yeah, all right. I love you all very much.
Okay, well, hold on. Well, don't
Have a-
leave
have a
just
blessed
yet. No,
day.
don't leave just yet. Okay. If we can get the bracket up very quickly, we're going to have a pretty quick turnover to the next round. We've kept Jason and Jacob waiting for too long. Thomas Simmons into the finals on the left side of our bracket
Wait,
here
if
with
one of
Jeskai
them
Green.
leaves, can I take their place?
No, I'm taking their place.
Oh, okay, fine. But you got to play my deck.
I'll play your deck. And then we have Jason Jobin against Jacob Varro are about to fight a best of 5.
This is going to be a great match.
This will be a good one.
Yeah. No,
The
it's
other
gonna
one was
be-
also pretty good. We were joking around. but
Jacob's
this,
deck, very interactive. Like Flame Slash is good against his deck.
Yep.
He's playing Oath of Druids and Birds of Paradise. There's some wonky stuff here. We got the Mardu tokens. It's going to be a great match.
It's going to be a good one. And I am so excited to get out of this room,
Yeah.
drink some water, unclench my jaw,
What do you mean, Ben?
maybe have a smoke.
Me
And-
Ben Wheeler going to go to the pub.
I will be back for the finals with Trenton. But first, we have Trenton and Ben Ulmer coming in for the semifinals, number 2. Thank you, Robin, for joining me.
It's been a blast.
Thank you for watching and to continue to watch. We'll be right back in just a second.
Later, Gators.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship, brought to you by Loading Ready Run and put on by Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. Holy moly, it's good to be back at the booth after a humdinger of a first semifinal round. I'm Ben Ulmer. Joining me, we've got Trenton McIntyre. How'd you feel about that last semifinal round?
It was a lot.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Yeah, we were joking in the studio. We've got couches in the back. And that's where I was. And we called them the nap couches. I fell asleep for one game and woke up, and it was still the same game. we got 5 full games of Magic out of 2 wild decks. And I gotta say, shout out to both Sacha and Thomas for their performance on that one, but also for just having the most soothing voices to fall asleep playing Magic too. It was great. But I got a power nap. I'm so excited for this next one. Jason on Mardu tokens versus Jacob on Thoracle lands.
Yeah, I'm hoping that our match is a little quicker than that.
I mean, you'd think we got a deck that wants to turn sideways, you know?
Yeah, and you were talking about this earlier, but Jacob is facing a similar strategy to what his quarterfinals match was.
Yeah, against Noel.
Yeah.
Both of these are like decks that want to turn sideways and smash.
But Jason has a little bit more disruption. He has the black package,
the duresses,
Thoughtseize, etc. So.
Yeah.
And this should be ideally a little bit of a quicker match.
Yeah, I mean,
we hope that it still is excellent.
We've gotten to see some amazing Magic. Yeah, absolutely. The games played in the last semifinals were amazing. The match that got Jacob into the semis was some of the most just incredibly tight Magic I've seen. And I'm excited to see what pulls out in this one. So if the players are ready, we can hop right on into the game.
Let's do it.
All right, and we are underway, getting straight on into it. Looks like both players have kept 7s, which is really, really nice. We're getting that wooded foothills coming out of Jacob on the play. I think Jacob has turn 1 bob to every game.
It's too good.
It's beautiful. I mean, we've seen the Trop bops. Now we're seeing, and then it tells all this time, I assume we're grabbing a plateau from Jason.
Yeah, Jason gets the lightning bolt. So the removal spells in this matchup are sometimes really good and sometimes not. So it's going to be interesting to see where that lands. Because Jacob doesn't really have to rely on his creatures, and he has a lot of powerful enchantments, etc. But sometimes he does play Birds of Paradise on 1, and if you've got the bolt,
you're just like, oh, beautiful.
You're
this
chilling.
Is great.
And this is 30 years of Magic right at play. Bolt the bird. Get it out of here.
Old as time.
Get it out of here.
Yeah. So what do we want to see Jason doing to combat what we've seen kind of come out of Jacob? Because Jacob, as we've seen, kind of wants to do they can take their time. They're patient. Each move is methodical to try to get them to that nucleus that they're doing with the Thoracle lands. How is Jason combating that?
So Jason is looking for a mixture of a reasonably quick clock, but also some amount of disruption. The thing about the Mardu tokens deck is that we see a Lotus Cobra from Jacob. The clock on the Mardu tokens side is really dependent on your draw. Whereas in the quarterfinals with Jacob versus Noel, we saw that the green-red monsters deck was able to consistently put out a pretty fast clock, but it lacked the disruption. So
yeah, and we're seeing that disruption at play. This is uncanny. Jacob has gone bop into Lotus Cobra, I think, in multiple games, which is so perfect for it. But Jacob has, and then Jason's been able to respond with saying, "No, get your dork off the field. We're playing this one land at a time."
If you didn't know Jacob was on this Thoracle lands deck, you'd think that he's just on some sort of blue-green mid-range deck.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, seeing this strip on turn 2 is always so interesting to me because it's like, when do you decide yes, I want to crack this right away? No, I don't.
There's a couple of key moments. I think for Jacob at this stage, if he isn't being pressured, he's not really pressured to use the strip mine. If Jason misses a land drop, we'll almost certainly see it.
Yeah, just to add insult to injury.
But I'd say that on average, Jacob's mana is a little more valuable than Jason's in the early game. In the late game, that's probably not true. Generally speaking, once Jacob has developed, he has a bunch of lands in play already, and we see that with the Stride of the Elysian Grove.
Yeah, the Dryad coming on down and allowing Jacob to play an extra land, putting them to 4, and we've seen out of Jacob's deck that 5 mana is really where the deck kind of kind of cooks, and you get some really, really spooky, big planeswalkers, big heavy hitters.
The Concealed Courtyard, really relevant, means Jason has a black source, and playing a Deathrite Shaman, that matters a lot.
Yeah, especially with how much land recursion with like the Crucible effects that we've seen at a Jacob that have definitely lended to their victory. What is the second card that's come on down here?
It's a Glimmer Lens, so it's going to make a 2/2. And then Glimmer Lens has the same text as the previous enchantment that Jason played, where if you attack with 2 creatures, you draw a card. As long as you're talking with the Glimmer Lens creature.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if Jacob decides to strip mine here or not. My guess is not, because he doesn't want to get it exiled by the Deathrite Shaman.
That's always a really, really tough thing that is kind of a gotcha that gets some people sometimes too. It's just like seeing the, or even just like the act of, trying to grab something out of somebody's bin and the Deathrite instantly just getting rid of it in response.
Yeah.
It's always a tough one. We do see that they have the Echo Deep in their hand as well, which is also kind of a tough land to play when you've got your opponent on a Deathrite there.
So Jake right now has an interesting decision where this is the only time that he could strip mine Jason and then copy it with the Echoing Deeps.
Yeah.
But then the strip mine will be eaten by the Deathrite Shaman, which means he won't have access to strip mine for the rest of the game. So we'll see if Jacob decides to just copy one of the lands that's already in his graveyard, and it looks like he's doing so.
Yeah, going for the wooded foothills there. We do see the Thought Lash.
Yeah, there's a Thought Lash in hand, buys Jake a lot of time. I mean, this 2/4 is just getting in the way of these creatures at this stage. So he's not under a lot of pressure.
The Dryad is so thick, both in
It's so
art
big.
and in stats. Yeah. So they're going to get in the way quite nicely. Out comes Thought Lash. So this is one of the key components of the deck that Wheeler was talking about. What do you think? How does it play into this format or into this matchup?
In this matchup, it buys Jake a lot of time. The only worry that he might have is getting rid of a key combo piece. But it basically says that Jake isn't going to die by regular damage right now. That doesn't mean Jason's not going to attack. It just means that Jake's not going to really take any damage. And it also means that Jacob has a lot of live draws that'll win him the game on the spot. If he draws Thassa's Oracle and Jason doesn't have any way to interact with the Thought Lash, he'll be able to remove cards from the top of his library until he has no library, and then win that way.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough position to see that coming on right on down. But now we've got the Legion War Boss. Just, I mean, a great beater in red that will... I mean, there's always the scenario where because Jacob cannot see the top of their library currently, they're never going to know, I guess.
Yeah,
if they're going to get rid of one of their
There can be
pieces.
situations where if Jake milled the Thassa's Oracle, it would put him into an awkward position. I think the most interesting decision here is whether or not Jason attacks with the Glimmerlands and this Goblin token. I think you're probably supposed to. This 2/2 from Glimmerlands isn't really giving you any value at this stage. I think you'd rather draw a random card off of the top of your deck. You basically need to come to an answer for this Thought Lash or this Dryad to start being able to actually get in and forcing Jacob to leverage the Thought Lash. But Jason knows that he's pretty far behind in this game at this stage. And we see Jacob remove 3 cards.
Out comes the Badlands off the draw.
And the reason Jacob wouldn't have blocked there is because Jason could play a Badlands and like Lightning Bolt the Dryad or whatever.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, just doing the post-combat getcha on that, which is huge. It's really, really heads-up play. And I mean, realistically, with having this Thought Lash out, Jacob's in such a commanding position. Tatiova,
The Benthic Druid.
also pretty helpful. Oh, this is a grouping of cards that you do not want to be staring down.
And Jacob draws a land off the top and then gets to play the land to draw another card because of the Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
Oh,
and he draws
man.
Green Sun Zenith.
Well, that is huge. I mean, unless Jason is able to respond, I think we're going to see this game kind of come to a close pretty quickly.
Yeah, Jason casting a Resolute Reinforcements here. Not exactly where he wants to be, but he is going to get an extra draw off with his Glimmer Lens.
Yeah. So a Duress, a Thoughtseize, something like that to get Green Sun out of here would probably be the most helpful.
Duress, Thoughtseize, any way to kill the Thought Lash. It could be really any number of things. I don't really think Jason's looking for more creatures. They just aren't going to do it this game, at least at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, for Jason, we see such a beatdown on his part. He drew the part that we were talking about, which is the I'm going to turn sideways and quickly kill you.
Yeah.
But none of the like disruption of the enchantments and hand attack that you probably hope to see in a matchup.
Yeah,
like
you
this.
need both parts of the recipe. And while we know that Jason is cooking when it comes to this Mardu tokens list, I don't think he's really on the right recipe right now.
Forgot the sugar. Forgot, slightly off. But it's interesting to see that, like Jacob sees that all these creatures are pretty integral to it. And the Fourth Aerolingus is, while again, not necessarily what Jason is looking for, all these extra draws will be incredibly helpful.
The extra draws are going to matter. Also, one thing to know is that Jason has Caracas, so he can bounce the Tatiova to Jacob's hands. So
very true, yeah.
It isn't totally free for Jacob to untap and just start playing a bunch of lands.
These tokens are incredible, by the way. Just from that's a pencil crayon masterpiece right there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfection. There is something to be said here about if Jason is attacking for quite a lot, Jacob has to start thinking about blocking, because the more cards you remove with Thought Lash, the more likely you are to hit your key combo
Something
pieces.
that you need, yeah. I mean, we've seen the recursion from the land-based side for Jacob, but not like a e-witness kind of effect we've seen in a match so far. So I'd be curious to see if a key component gets milled, what happens in those instances. Like if Thoracle goes to the bin, how is Jacob getting that back?
It probably starts with like Dark Depths, some sort of maybe Solemnity kill. It's definitely not as easy.
Yeah.
Thoracle is a lot easier to win the game with than the rest of those pieces.
Yeah. Well, we are seeing just the here I come, and deciding to block, like you said, using the Dryad to stop the Legion War Boss, incoming and a ton of damage. And it looks like Jacob's just deciding, yep, we saw a ring, we saw Oath of Druids. That's a pile. Oath of Druids, anything else big in there? I mean, the Minskin Boo, the Enlightened Tutor.
Yeah, I don't think Jacob really hit anything super relevant.
No.
He feels free to block here, mostly because he probably should anyways,
Yeah.
but also Jason played the played the Fetid Heath for the turn, so he doesn't have to worry about like the hidden Badlands into a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, we did see that Jason decided to crack us back that Tatiova. So
I think I saw someone say that the Echoing Deep was a fetch land, but then it tapped for mana. I'm not sure about that.
Well, we've got judges around. They'll be able to take a look in at it if it ends up going in that direction. Land out the top for Jacob. We got a swamp. Because of the Dryad, it can tap for mana.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Good point.
Good call.
Dryad in play. It's like when you gotta take care. You gotta search for the Urborg.
Yeah.
Or the There's one or two cards that just say, yeah, the text on this doesn't actually really matter. You just do you.
So basically, Jake has to decide if the creature, a creature that he can Green Sun Zenith for, is it better than playing Tatiova and playing a land?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is really interesting. It's like Jason is tapped out. Do you just... We're seeing... Okay, Tatiova's coming right back out. So what is stopping Jacob from just oracling? Using the Green Sun Zenith.
You can't get Oracle with Green Sun Zenith. You can only get green
Right,
creatures.
get a green creature. Yeah.
So that's where...
the rules of Magic the
rules
Gathering, probably. We've seen so much tutoring that I'm just like, I assume that the green one also goes and grabs it.
I guess Jacob's identified that none of the green creatures that are in his deck are better than Tatiova.
Makes
so he's
sense.
just playing Tatiova, cracking the Echoing Deeps to grab whatever land, get an extra trigger here.
Yep, just getting to draw. Getting to draw constantly off of these lands. Tatiova is an uncommon, by the way. Great uncommon.
Yeah, this card is super sweet.
I mean, we were just seeing Ben and Robin throw out cards that need to be pointed. I don't think Tatiova's in that list, but I gotta say, my 2 cents on the whole conversation is it was being done by 2 men who have pondered more than they've goblin guided. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I couldn't agree more.
Thank you. There we go.
So Jake plays his first land drop for the turn. So he's going to draw a card here, and if he draws a land, he'll be able to play another one. So Valkid Exploration, Green Sun Zenith, and Expedition map.
Heck of a draw there.
I think if you're Jacob here and you want a bunch of time, you can Expedition map for not Thawing Glaciers, Glacial Chasm.
Glacial Chasm, yeah.
And you can play Glacial Chasm, get your Tatiova draw trigger, and then you don't have to worry about exiling with the Thought Lash anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we've hit so many cards now through Jacob's deck through both draw and Thought Lash that I'm sure the threat is there. And also deciding to use that Strip Mine to get rid of Kraxus at this point now. You want to stick your Tatiova. Makes a lot of sense. I can see. So we're not doing that. Instead, we're just playing the Expedition map, passing it on back to Jason.
Yeah, and basically Jacob here has identified that he doesn't need to leverage Strip Mine in this game because that Death Ray Shaman is going to eat that Strip Mine at some point.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it might be right now.
Ooh, goodbye.
Boom.
No more strippies.
See ya.
Smock's coming on down. Oh,
Mind Twist for 2.
All right. Well, randomly put those in your bin, Jacob.
Mind Twist, a pretty good follow-up here from Jason. If he has a way to kill this Tatiova, he can run Jacob out of theoretical gas, and then all Jacob has is his next draw step and an Expedition map.
Yeah. This is huge. Yeah, and so this is exactly what we were talking about, right? The black disruption that was
Definitely.
missing at the start, but is no less not needed right now.
Jason is drawing multiple cards with this Glimmer Lens every time he attacks.
It's true.
So he's drawing 2 cards a turn, which leads me to believe that at some point he's going to draw some sort of removal for this Tatiova, right?
He's got it, right?
Yeah,
it's got 3 toughness. It's exactly the kind of booty that Red was meant to destroy.
It's no Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
Exactly. It can be killed. It can be brought down. So we're coming on in with how much power? We got 2, 3, an extra 6, so 9, 10, 11, 13? Yeah. 13 cards we're going.
And Jacob still hasn't exiled Thassa's Oracle.
Look at that. That's like a whole standard deck.
Abrupt Decay, Crop Rotation, Twist, Omnath, Ren, and Realm Breaker.
The Boromir. Okay. All right. How relevant is the text of like the free spells for Jacob?
For this Boromir?
Yeah. Probably not huge on this, right?
I don't think it's very relevant, if at all.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see free spells. But
I also don't really think the Indestructible is that relevant, except against Tabernacle. This just makes it that Jake can't get Tabernacle if he feels like he's going to die on the next swing.
Yeah, I mean, the clock is definitely on, having yet another 3/3 beater to kind of come on in and continue to cause Jacob to sack
So before
things.
draw step, Jacob is cracking Expedition map.
Wanting to just instantly kind of get it into the field.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Jake is going to grab here.
They were hovering around that wasteland for a bit. There's their own Caracas. There's the chasm.
Yeah, Glacial Chasm seems like it would be good. You could theoretically grab Tabernacle to Pendrel Vale if you didn't exile it.
That's Surin Orb in the second half. Also got me scared.
If Jacob has a Boro, he could grab a Boro and start drawing a couple extra cards per turn.
Yep.
But I think getting the Glacial Chasm here makes sense. Again, he recognizes like he can't keep this. He can't keep exiling cards from the top of his library forever. Eventually,
he's gotten very lucky at this point without like getting rid of some of the things. I mean, 100 card singleton. Always you have a higher percentage to not get rid of the one card that you're. It depends on who you are and what your luck looks like. All right, so we're seeing 3 off the top, going goodbye. Glacial Chasm.
And he grabs the Chasm upkeep because he doesn't want to accidentally exile it with the Thought Lash.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because the cumulative upkeep of Thought Lash is exiling cards from the top of your library.
Right. Oh, big heads up play there. But then on the flip, then you can also Thought Lash the damage of Glacial Chasm, correct? Or you're paying 2 life, it's not damage, so. Interesting.
Yeah, you pay the 2 life, yeah. So Jacob drew a fetch land and a Swords to Plowshares. Fetch land is a fantastic draw here. And he has he still has another land drop from the Dryad of the Elysian Grove. So I expect him to lead on fetch land here.
Yeah, just getting the draws of
draw a couple extra cards, then decide if he needs to Swords to Plowshares something. I don't think at this stage he needs to Swords to Plowshares anything. He'll probably save that for a more relevant creature or a more relevant time.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it just, I mean, with the position that Jacob's in, like, honestly, the Deathrite Shaman seems the most annoying for him. I don't know if it's worth exiling right now.
Yeah, at this stage, I don't think you have to worry about it too much because you can exile it at any point in time. And Jacob's not really leveraging his graveyard right now. Mm-hmm. But if you were to draw something like Crucible Worlds or Conduit, then he probably would end up Swords to Plowshare in the Deathrite. Because that any of those cards in and of themselves are engines, meaning that he gets to draw an extra couple of cards a turn because of the fetch lands in the graveyard. So,
So decides to fetch right away, grabbing that Triome, the Spar's headquarters.
it's possible that Jacob's getting a Triumph here because he doesn't have other lands that he could fetch.
Oh, off of what was that? It was a Misty.
Yeah. Because he might have exiled them from the top.
That's true. Wow. Yeah, I imagine if you're not like keeping a mental note of every single card that has gone, like whenever you're fetching now, you're kind of opening up your whole library and looking at what you're trying to find here.
Jake can tap this Glacial Chasm using Dryad, so he's drawing an extra card off his Horizon Canopy. Hits a Tranquil Thicket, he's going to cycle it.
See, we got a...
It's a Sylvan Scrying that he's drawn.
Yeah,
he also has a Vindicate and a Lightning Bolt.
Pretty good hand. Kind of is able to stop a lot of these annoying things that might be coming their way.
Yeah, now that you have the Lightning Bolt, I'm pretty sure you're fine to kill the Deathrite Shaman.
Yep. As we were saying, it's kind of the one part, decides to sacrifice. So, the Indestructible and it being Boromir did help.
I love sacrificing this Boromir here. The Deathrite's like way more relevant.
The 1/2 is the scariest thing on the board right now.
The 1 mana Planeswalker? More relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, having the Glacial Chasm has, really, really cemented Jacob in the driver's chair right now.
The Ring Tempting here isn't too relevant, but Jason could throw it on one of his 1/1s and then attach the Glimmerlens to it, and he knows that the Glimmerlens creature isn't going to die in combat.
Yeah,
which it looks like that's what he's doing.
Sneaking on through there, yeah. So the Goblin, this little Goblin, is now the Ring Bearer.
And now Jacob's looking through the pile of cards that he's exiled.
And yes, that is right. You did see the top of Nelson Salahope's head, who is now in the building. Being a tableside friend, grabbing that Lord of the Rings ring for
We've got
Jason.
a coach in the house.
Yeah, Coach Nelly up in the house. All right, so we're thinking. All right, the path is now coming through too. So
Jake decides he's just going to Swords to Plowshares the Deathrite Shaman. I don't love this as much as the Lightning Bolt. I think your Swords is maybe a little more valuable, and I don't really know if you care about the cards that are in your graveyard right now.
The current state, yeah, it is interesting. Like, it's not, Jacob hasn't indicated that they want to recur anything. We haven't seen, any Crucible effects or anything. So it's not like currently, but I imagine Jason would try to is using that every turn to just, whittle away slowly. So maybe it's good to kind of decide to get rid of it now, but Oh, Seasoned Pyromancer.
Seasoned Pyromancer is a good draw. Good
Yeah.
draw from Jason.
We're going to get to draw 2 cards right away.
And he also gets to draw a card from this Glimmer Lens. So he's seeing a lot of cards.
Not exactly keeping up with Jacob, but not being left in the dust at all. Like we're going card for card in a lot of ways here. All right, deciding to go to combat here, swinging. Didn't move the Glimmer Lens over. Just going in with that Rebel and going in with that Goblin.
Yeah, I don't know how much it actually matters what creature has the Glimmer Lens.
Just as long as 2 are going.
Yeah, especially with this Glacial Chasm.
Yeah.
I don't think Jacob's blocking anymore because he doesn't want to risk either of his creatures. I was looking at Jason's deck list, and I think the only way he has to deal with Glacial Chasm is Wasteland.
Oh, okay. There's no. Okay, so we're coming out here. What do you take with this duress? Do you take the Vindicate? Is the Sylvan Scrying the terrifying thing?
So Jason took the Vindicate, I think because he fears Jacob killing his Glimmer Lens.
That's fair.
That's the only way he has to draw extra cardboard at this stage, and he needs pretty specific answers to what Jacob is bringing to the table. Crucible, Azusa, and Field of Dreams exiled. Field of Dreams being exiled, really relevant for Jason to know. If you have Field of Dreams in play and Thought Lash, you can exile cards until the top card of your library is what you want.
Yeah. That's a really, really nice effect. But is that a Profane Tutor I see coming down?
Yeah, and this is the Doomsday Clock
Yeah.
from Jason's perspective. Once this Profane Tutor is exiled, basically Jason has to find some way of dealing with this. That Profane Tutor is set to get Thassa's Oracle. Mm-hmm. So Jason either has to hope to find a way to interact with the Thought Lash or interact with the I keep forgetting the name of that land. It's not Thawing Glaciers. Glacial Chasm.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this Profane Tutor is going to find Thassa's Oracle and win Jacob the game, unless Jason gets lucky and the Thought Lash cumulative upkeep mills the oracles. So.
There's so many levels of protection that Jacob is kind of hiding behind right now, but there is always the out that Jason has of the protection kind of biting Jacob back here. We're also hitting that point in the game where so much of Jacob's library has gone through. Oh, and we're grabbing the Oboro off the Sylvan Scrying there.
And this is what I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Like, you grab a Boro, and now you can get a couple of extra land drops per turn.
Yeah, just gaining a bunch of life, drawing a bunch of cards off of Tatiova. A Boro, such a... in the time where they're like, you know what, lands can have an ability that you don't actually need to tap for.
Jason's really looking for Get Lost, Wasteland specifically. I don't know if he has a whole lot else. I'm pretty sure he's already cast his Prismatic Ending. He cast it earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw. Yeah, Jason Prismatic Ending the Lotus Cobra on turn 2 there. So that one of the answers to help there. It's tough. I mean, you want to stop the person from ramping, but enchantment removal in general, a big one to kind of go on there. So now we're in the tank. We're thinking we've got, I think we summed the Prismatic Ending into the world, because I think Jacob just drew one of their own.
Yeah, I guess Jacob's probably going to Prismatic Ending.
Oh, no, it was the Solemnity that I saw. Yeah, there you go. So, all right. We talked about...
Yeah.
We talked about layers of protection. The Solemnity coming down, is going to make it so that the cumulative upkeeps for both of these things that are holding Jason back are no longer going to increase and become more of a thorn in Jacob's side.
And that takes away a potential win condition from Jason's perspective. Now Jacob doesn't have to worry about exiling the Thassa's Oracle from the top of his library.
Yeah, like we still got to go through the... do you not even have to go through the 4 still? Or is cumulative up to just gone at this point?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not a Thought Lash expert.
There's the thing, right? They put 2 mono red boys in the booth together, and we're like, blue enchantment, 4 mana? I don't even know.
I generally turn creatures sideways.
Exactly, right? So. But the moment the Seasoned Pyromancer comes down, we're just like, popping off.
So we've got a Solitude on the Tatiova.
Ooh, and the Collective Brutality here.
Discarding a Squee.
Okay, that's where he goes. He goes in the bin so that he can come back later. So we're choosing our modes here. I can only assume we're looking at hands and doing some draining.
So Jake has a Savine's Reclamation in hand.
Not what you always want to see go to the bin.
I guess it's better than nothing.
Then,
but
what's better than 2 casts for him? Only 1 cast. Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is, like, the the clock is still slowly ticking. Jacob still has to work to get there.
Okay, so it looks like Jacob does have to exile
Yeah.
for the Thought Lash.
There's the fast bond. So still, the Thoracle is still in there. It keeps diving down deeper and deeper beneath the waves.
The Thassa's Oracle is, I'd say, a merfolk trickster at its finest.
Yeah, really. So, I mean, at this point, Jacob's got 1 card in hand. Jason's kind of checking out to make sure, all these deck lists are open, so everybody knows, what each person is on. So being able to kind of check some threats that you were aware of before are big. So we're going to see the Savine's Wreck. What are you flashing back here?
Jason being able to get rid of Jacob's Draw Engine was pretty relevant, although the Savine's Reclamation being able to get back Valakut Exploration.
And Horizon Canopy.
Yeah.
2 big grabs here.
So Jacob does have like a semi-draw engine here. It's basically as good as Tatiova. He doesn't care about the life points that he'd be gaining from it. So we're gonna see him play this Valakut Exploration, play this Horizon Canopy, try to rip a couple off the top, and hopefully find Thassa's Oracle to end the game.
We're going to find
We'll
her.
see.
No matter what, next turn we will find her. But if we found her this turn, also pretty cool. That's the thing, right? We'll have the thought. Oh, there's the Zurin Orb. We'll have the Thought Lash trigger, I guess, before Profane Tutor would go off. Or I guess you'd get. They're both kind of in your upkeep there, so you'd probably get to stack it as the way you want. So you could make sure that you're not if in the top 4 we see the Thought Lash.
Basically, I think Jason has 1 draw step to hit. Wasteland, Get Lost, whatever the few answers are in his deck that he that can combat the Thought Lash or the Glacial Chasm.
The layers that we're seeing kind of come down from Jacob here of, the Zurin Orb is yet another thing that Jason will have to, fight through. Corsair Crewfix there. There's a Crucible of Worlds. What are the odds that the Thassa's Oracle is the bottom card of the library?
I guess that would be good for Jacob because he wouldn't have to worry about exiling.
Sometimes that's where you want them.
Yeah. You keep the good ones on bottom.
Yeah. So you're going to get there in time. Zurin Orb. As we all know, 0 mana artifacts are very fair cards. And Zurin Orb here feels pretty... seeing the Crucible of Worlds there, or not the Crucible of Worlds, the what is this one? The Crucible...
The Conduit.
Conduit of... Yeah.
It matters a little less because we know the Fast Bond is gone.
Yeah.
It was exiled from the Thought Lash, so I don't know if there's any way for Jacob to gain infinite life anymore.
The infinite life in this case. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, Jason, going back to Jason, Jason is swinging on in, getting that card draw off the Glimmer Lens. What are we drawing that could get us here? I'm just like, we're thinking it's definitely not.
Get Lost. Wasteland.
Yeah.
Get Lost, Wasteland.
Those would be huge. Well, 5 mana coming on in. Who is this?
So this is Eomer.
Oh, this
King
is
of
Eomer,
Rohan.
yeah. Who is this man? Yeah, Eomer, King of Rohan. The double strike on a 2/2, always great. But it enters with a +1/+1 counter for each other human. In this case, we're getting what? Like 1, 2. Are they human riders? Is that for the 4th Aerolingus ones, or are they just knights?
I think they're human knights. I'm
Human
not
knights?
sure.
Getting quite a bit. I mean, not the most relevant thing in the world, but
The
monarchy is probably the
gives
most
them an extra
important.
draw to get lost.
Yeah. 5 mana to grab the monarchy is probably the biggest thing.
I think our players have paused because there was a solemnity question.
Oh, right. If players can get counter, or the cards can get counters, and is solemnity only for the person who's resulted? It's a symmetrical effect, eh?
Yeah, it's like players can't get counters. Counters can't be put on anything. Yeah.
Well, 5 mana 2/2 double strike. I'd still do it. Man, that is a tiny library.
So Jacob's now going to be able to get Thassa's Oracle. And
It was not the bottom card.
It
was tightly wrapped in the middle of the deck.
Now's crunch time for Jason. If he drew Get Lost, he wouldn't have cast Get Lost on the Thought Lash yet because he would have waited for Profane Tutor to be cast to get the Thassa's Oracle.
He's got 2 mana.
Actually, no, he would have cast it. He would have cast it because you can Thought Lash in response. So yeah, this is deterministic. Jacob's going to cast Thassa's Oracle and then respond with exiling cards with Thought Lash.
There's the dam as well. Yeah, and we're just going to slowly see this library getting ticked away. Here comes Thassa's Oracle. Are we going to see any sort of response from Jason? No, doesn't look like it.
Once Thassa's Oracle enters play, there's nothing you can really do.
Yeah, and we're just going to...
And that's the game.
That's going to be game 1. Well, I mean, so we saw exactly what we talked about, right? We saw Jason do the half of what he wants to see in this matchup, right? The coming out the gate, swinging, getting rid of, like, removing the creatures that are getting you to your game plan quick. We just didn't see enough of the disruption of your secret hand plans.
It's hard, too, because Jason's in this position where he wants to develop a board state to be able to kill Jacob quickly, but also needs to spend time casting disruptive spells.
Yeah.
And so finding that perfect balance, even if you do have a hand that has both, is really difficult. And when we look at the lists, Jason doesn't really have a whole lot of ways of dealing with enchantments other than discard. Again, he has Get Lost. Other than that, I couldn't really see what else he's playing that handles enchantments.
It's a tough batch. I mean, one of the things that I was mentioning to Wheeler when we were on commentating Jacob's game earlier was the Jacob's deck really does remind me of the kind of toolbox pod sort of strategy, right? Where it's just like he's kind of got this batch of cards that he's able to quite freely a lot of the time go get to answer whatever sort of matchup that he sort of happens to be in, which is like, it's so interesting when you see these 5-color decks sort of come in. They aren't like the most hyper-tuned, like I'm going to get from point A to point B like as quick as possible sort of decks. Instead, it's 5-color good stuff with answers to my friends' decks, you know?
Yeah. What you give up in terms of how fast your combo is in an A+B deck, Jacob makes up for in, like you were talking about earlier during the game, the protection. Mm-hmm. Like he's sitting behind a bunch of different things on a bunch of different axes, and especially in a format like Canadian Highlander, we don't have sideboards. So if you want to mainline your enchantment and artifact disruption, that comes at a very real cost. And so one of the advantages of playing a deck like Jacob's is the room isn't always going to have Reclamation Sages. They aren't always going to have Outland Liberators, Night of Autumns. And so when we look at these deck lists, again, Jason doesn't really have a whole lot to deal with enchantments, and that is to the benefit of Jacob. And he's specifically tuned his list to those creature decks.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about the combos that are in Jacob's deck is he can play a combo piece early and it can still be really relevant. And we saw that with the Thought Lash in this game. The Thought Lash was the most important part of Jacob's game plan throughout the entirety of this game.
Yeah, it came down right on curve, right exactly where he wanted it to be, where just as Jason was starting to ramp up with the threats on the board coming for your life total, it was there to basically put just enough of a pause on the game.
Yeah. Basically, Jacob got to sit back and relax for a bit and
that
start
patient
to accrue
gameplay,
that
you know,
advantage.
yeah. And I mean, whether that come from things like Thought Lash or the One Ring and stuff, buying a turn or two seems to be so huge for his strategy.
Definitely.
Like we said, you know, a lot of the power of the deck seems to really happen around like the 4 to 6 mana area. Like the Tatiova was just so much value.
And that's why
him.
we can see him playing so much mana ramp.
Yeah.
Like Birds of Paradise in a deck that doesn't really do a creature suite of things.
Yeah. So we're going right on into to game 2 here. Jason on the play, playing down a Scalding Tarn, going to the fetch, throwing it back, grabbing a Triome. Jacob just throwing down a Creeping Tar Pit, seeing some nice turn 1 tap lands.
A tale as old as time.
It's true. What is this? Cons Limited?
If only.
It's true. Let's just start playing things on turn 3.
Back in my day, my Tri-lands didn't have a land type.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not grabbing a Nomad's Outpost today.
Mystic Monastery, anyone?
Yeah.
Anyone?
All right, so and then we're got the fetch hand starter here. Grab Arid Mesa, I assume, grabbing a duel, and we're seeing what is that?
Staff of the Storyteller.
Cool. Okay, I'm glad
gonna go
Jacob
1/1
grabbed this one too.
flyer.
Oh, hey Thrun, what's going on, man? What do you got in your hand?
That's the staff.
It's a staff.
Yeah.
It comes with a ghost.
So this card's really good. I actually don't think this is exactly where you want to be on your turn 2 if you're Jason.
Probably something a little bit more beat heavy.
Yeah, you want to be a little more proactive than this. It's still good. Like, you're still making a creature. You get to draw an extra card, which could lead you to have to draw more disruption.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that we saw in the last game that did, sort of keep Jason in was that he was able to sort of keep up a little bit with the card draw, right?
Definitely.
Still drawing cards, still having answers to not necessarily the things that he wanted to, still kind of hindering Jacob's plan, to an extent. Right?
Well, and it is possible that Jason has a really interactive hand, and the Staff of the Storyteller is going to let him refill after he interacts with Jacob.
That might be what we're seeing, we're not getting the beatdown portion right away. We do at least have something that's going to kind of slowly come in, and then the rest can just be to stop whatever Jacob wants to be doing here.
Well, do you see Jason has at least a Get Lost in his hand?
That's
he does have some
huge.
level of interaction here.
Yeah, I could definitely see him slow rolling that, but we're going to Green Sun Zenith, I assume, for one, grabbing probably a Bop.
Birds of Paradise every game.
Yeah,
every
I was going to
format.
say, Jacob will never not have a Bop in the game. Coming on back down, though.
Wow.
Jason's like, well, nice Bop. You can grab that and throw that right into your graveyard because I've got everybody's favorite card, Orcish Bowmasters.
And this is the risk of playing the Birds of Paradise and like the couple of creatures from Jacob's perspective. Like, sometimes you get blown up by a card like Orcish Bowmasters, which I think in general, on the balance, you don't really care about that much.
This would have been a really nice one to grab or to have too in the last match. While it might, again, still would have had a hard time getting through the Thought Lash and stuff. It would be, with the amount of cards that Jacob was drawing, would be exiling probably one for every one of those.
Yeah, definitely.
So seems like a really, really nice one here too. And of course, because it comes in and gets that army, we're getting another story counter on the staff. So only costs 1 mana to draw a card off
the
that
staff
too.
rules.
The
This card
staff is
sweet.
sick. Yeah. Thinking about which fetch here now. We've got a lot of lands in Jacob's hand.
So I don't even get the draw?
You get rid of that crusty off that sleeve. The card's practically welded to these sleeves.
If your sleeves aren't crusty, have you really been playing Canadian Highlander?
It's true. I gotta say, probably the most important thing for when you're sleeving up your Canadian Highlander deck is getting sleeves that can stand being shuffled a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Within the first game. I mean, that and not having them be too slippery. But we're seeing Ren and Realm Breaker. Wow, say
Nailed
that 5
it.
times
First
fast.
time.
Yeah. 3 mana Planeswalker. Now our lands can do whatever. This one's great. This one's going to be fixing the mana. As far as mana that Jacob's already able to produce, it's pretty well rounded. But I imagine just being able to throw up 3/3s in the way to stop Jason from crundling on in will be. This is the first pillow in the pillow fort that will be built over this game.
Except this pillow is a little weaker than the others.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. The 3/3 tree folk maybe not as strong as Glacial Chasm or Thought-Lash.
It's possible Jacob isn't even going to make a land a 3/3 here, for fear of removal spell.
Oh, it's a 3/3 elemental, not a tree folk. Ren, make up your mind. Damn. Yeah, I mean, milling 3 also, just kind of filling up the bin and finding some cool things might also be really interesting as well.
Yeah, so I think the play pattern from this Ren is going to be it's going to take 3 damage, and then on the next turn, Jacob's going to sacrifice it basically to mill 3 and put a permanent back into his hand.
Yeah, so we see Jason grab a Scrubby off of the Verdant Catacombs, tap it to draw a card, and now out comes the Ancient Tomb. We got mana for days. And we're mind twisting.
We're mind twisting for 4.
Oh, that is the disruption we needed.
This is an amazingly large game.
Yeah.
For Jason.
Yeah,
Leaving Jacob with 1 card in hand and a Ren and Realmbreaker on 2.
Out of a lot of options. So down goes the Abundant Growth, the Wasteland, the Stage. Is that a green or
might be a Sylvan Scrying? I'm not sure.
Is that Reap and Sow? Is that in the list?
Maybe.
Oh, but top decks the Thought.
Does he have the 4th land? That's the question.
That's the question. What is hanging out behind? It doesn't look like it. We're gonna -2 so that we can do the mill.
So now he -2s and he can get the land if he wants.
Ooh,
wow,
this is a tough choice.
I mean, you have to take the Oracle here, right?
I assume you've got ways to grab lands, but like we said, we have not seen a ton of e-witness effects or things, rebirths, things that will allow him to grab other permanents. So
I don't want to say anything controversial, but Jacob mills 3 off Ren and Realmbreaker, hits Oracle. He mills 50 off of Thought-Lash.
Doesn't
hit Oracle.
Yeah, has bop every turn.
Hey, I don't want to be that guy.
We're going off script here. We're going off script. Wow. Well, after getting mind twisted. Oh, is that Tainted Pact in hand?
Wow, yeah.
So left with the Tainted Pact.
Yeah.
Draws the Thought-Lash. Mills and finds the
So Jacob
the
draws
Oracle.
a 4th land here. He just wins on the spot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as getting mind twisted for 5 goes, I think it worked out pretty well for Jacob. Holy moly. All right, well, Jason's going to need to find Hand Disruption Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Well, this is why Mind Twist isn't pointed anymore.
Yeah. Seasoned Engineer.
It's good, but
beautiful, but not it.
I mean, Jason doesn't know it, but he's kind of hoping that Jacob doesn't draw a land.
Mm-hmm. Asking to read the Thassa's Oracle. How does this card work? Man, what a hand. Unreal.
What a mind twist.
What a mind twist. That was 2 haymakers back and forth. Only Jacob's is a secret haymaker that's coming in a second.
He won the mind twist 1 in 5
to
keep the Tainted Pact. And then he milled off Ren and Realmbreaker and hit Thassa's Oracle in the top 3 cards of his
just
library.
before it top decked the Thought-Lash.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's moments like this that I wish that we had a face cam for the players.
Yeah.
I could not have kept a poker face over the course of those events. I would weep. So we're Tainted Pacting now.
Yeah, so someone in chat pointed out that he can pact down to 1 card on end step.
Yep.
And then cast Thassa's Oracle on his turn.
Yes. Seems pretty good. So we're just going to go find that 4th land. Are we just happy to take that mana confluence?
Well, Jacob can just keep revealing until he gets to the bottom of his library. Right.
Yes. We want to go all the way down.
Yeah. I don't really understand why he stopped there for the mana confluence. Maybe it just looks nice.
Well, we don't have a right. I guess we don't need a 4th land. Thassa's Oracle is a little bit. It's the merfolkiest trickster we ever did see.
Oh, so he's taking Bayou. Interesting.
Oh, okay. I mean, based on the lines of play that we've seen, it's one of those things where I believe. I mean, maybe this is a little bit more protection based where we can tainted pack for the land. We've got Thought Lash. We have the thing that we're afraid of milling off.
Okay,
in
he
hand.
didn't take the Bayou.
Oh, okay. We're just taking a look. Hey, look at my Bayou.
Oh, okay, he's taking
the
Tundra.
Tundra.
Now.
Are we sure? So yeah,
I looked at Jacob's list. He doesn't have any duplicates, so I'm cautious to say this, but I believe this is a misplay. I think.
yeah. I mean, realistically, this seems like the safety play. You know, we've got the thing that we're afraid of milling away in our hand already. So you play the land, you play Thought Lash here, and now you're like, I'm in the control seat. The only problem is, if Jason has a Vindicate or something like that, now Jacob's whole plan has gotten like
Definitely
unraveled.
And, well, Jason has the Get Lost.
We've
here.
got the Get Lost, yeah, and that's
There are cards that Jason could have had.
Reprieve?
Someone in chat talked about Reprieve.
Yeah.
I think at that stage, you probably are just supposed to go for it. I think it is basically just Reprieve that Jason could have had. I don't really think there's anything else that he has going on that could have interacted with you.
yeah.
So I think you might as well just go for it. And if Jason has it,
So in
has
response, Jacob does decide, let's get rid of my entire library here. And we currently are seeing 1, 2, 3, and then like 6 plus 7 points of damage really on Jason's side that it's able to swing in. I guess we'll get an
It'll
extra
be
2.
eight,
So
yeah, it'll be eight.
8, 9.
8, 9, it'll be 10.
10,
So if Jason
yeah.
can find 5 damage here, he can win.
Yeah.
War Leader's Call could do it potentially.
That'd be huge.
Flowering of the White Tree could do it.
Got a decent number of Anthem effects. Only costs 1 white. We've got one last story to tell on that Cane too, if needed. We're dividing up our mana here. 3 mana seems to be, exactly the spot. Down comes our Ariel, our Adriel.
Oh my lord, it's an Imidane's Recruiter, and Jason is going to steal this game from Jacob Varro.
Oh, man! The exact bits.
Bring the standard red-white Convoke deck called. It wants its Imidane's Recruiter
Oh my
back.
god, Recruiter happened! Wow.
Wow.
It looked Jover.
It was Jobin.
Yeah.
Jason Jobin is stealing this game.
Wow. We're counting it on up. Jacob's looking at his hand. Yuppers. Dang. I can't believe that we had Jacob nailed for the W.
This is
on
what
that.
happens when you train your troops well.
Yeah. Both of them. Yeah, shocked at the whole thing. Nelson, I can see them both talking to Nelson off camera right now.
These are the games that you look at. Jacob's going to look back at this game, and he's going to think,
You should have risked it for the
I
biscuit.
should have risked it for the biscuit.
Yeah. It's I mean in a high level, tournament like this where, well, obviously the stakes are important because you're here for the bragging rights, the joy of the game and whatnot. We've seen a number of times, I think, over the course of this where we have done the players have done the safer play as opposed to the I'm going to win this kind of play. I mean, even with it too, for when we saw Jacobs win in the quarterfinals, they had the opportunity to just do like Valakut Exploration or start doing the combo that they were looking for earlier with the ability to grab Obero and the strip and just kind of recycle through their whole thing. But they decided first, like, hey, let me see, can I just get you if I do the Merit Lage path? And then they kind of went through the motions, got to there and went, okay, this isn't actually going to work. Let's switch gears here, go through the other path. So a lot of safe, conservative plays, I think, coming out of Jacob, which has worked out quite well for him on this. That one definitely felt like it cost him a little bit.
Yeah, I think on average, you can be safe and conservative in a lot of ways, but at that stage, I think Jacob loses to way more single cards from Jason's deck. than if he was just willing to lose to Reprieve.
Yeah, I mean, and at that point, when you've gotten mind twisted, you've drawn a card, and then you've milled into all the things that you want.
Yeah, like
you just got to let your luck
you
ride,
hit the
right?
20%,
you got
and then you hit the,
to
like,
go the whole
Thoracle
way.
off the mill.
Yeah,
You might as well
just
go for
keep
it,
betting it all on black, you know.
You never leave when the table's hot.
Exactly. Let it ride. But on the upside, you know, that means that we're going to get to see more Magic, which is great. Because both of these decks very, very sweet. We're seeing we've been talking a lot about Jacob's deck because for the most part we get to see most of the deck every game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because we're constantly milling, constantly exiling, and stuff like that. But that was an example of exactly the perfect mesh, I think, of the things that Jason needs to get through each of these games, right? Is the disruption right out the gate, stopping you from doing things, even if it is just something as simple as like the 1/1 threats and whatnot. Being able to just like ping away slowly while also stopping the plan seems like that kind of is the way to go for this match.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean the staff I'm instantly impressed by.
The staff is so good.
It's great. Sweet. Yeah. I mean, again, maybe not necessarily what you want to see on turn 2, like out of the deck, but the fact that the amount of tokens alone that this deck generates, I think was perfect. Like, I imagine being unable to see what Jason had in his opener, seeing that he had, if he had the staff and then also the Orcish Bowmasters in his opening, I can instantly see why that was like the way to go on that.
Definitely. And the 1/1s that Jason makes are way better than your average 1/1s because he has the War Leader's Call, the Flowering of the White Tree. He's got these Anthem effects, Imidane's Recruiter, being an all-star.
Yeah, no, I don't think we saw it coming, but it did. It's beautiful.
I'm back to Wilds of Eldraine Limited.
Yeah,
I'm dying to Imidane's Recruiter.
Listen, a lot of people are gonna pop off about the sick Doomsday piles and whatnot. We're gonna get very excited about Trumpet Blasts on this. Also, chat popping off, we did briefly get a James Turner cameo on camera. This is the beginning of James Turner's Canadian Highlander career. So look forward to him being on Friday Night Paper Fight with his favorite deck, 99 mountains and plains and a call recruit the guards or something. just a little baby token generator. All right, we're going right into the game. We got an Indatha Triome, tappity lands all around.
Tap lands every day, all day.
Oh, the Uro in the opener for Jacob. Very nice. Lotus Cobra. Hello again, friend.
We've seen this Lotus Cobra do some pretty disgusting things in the previous match, so let's see if it can keep up.
Get out of here, Cobra. Go plow some swords.
Oh, and following up with a Deathrite Shaman. That's a big game for Jason.
That's a nice 1-2 punch for sure.
Well, especially since Jacob has this Uro in hand.
We were just talking about it, and it might not be long for this world, buddy. I mean, I guess we're going to need to find the green. I guess.
Can he? Oh, he has a Tundra, yeah. Yeah, so Jacob's basically saying, like, I'm not casting Uro this game if you have access to green mana. Although Jason's deck doesn't really make green mana super well. I don't know if he's playing
I think he's got a Bayou. I think we've seen it already.
He does have one Bayou, so if he has the fetch land, he could eat the Uro.
But, I mean, just taking the gains and then being able to play the extra land, already going to be able to generate 5 mana on turn 3 will be
There's the War Leader's Call.
All right, it's the first we've seen it today. This is kind of one of the big MKM cards that we've been talking about. We've decided to put an Anthem mixed with Impact Tremors.
This card is very good.
Yeah. The fact that it does not specify non-token is, I think, what pushes it really over the edge.
It's very rare for your Anthems to do more after you play them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, this one's going to be the thing, too. Is like, because even if we see the Thought Lash or some form of thing out of Jacob, the War Leader's Helix alone just being able to ping and kind of keep things rolling along is going to be really nice for Jason.
I will say that I don't think War Leader's Call is necessarily where you want to be if you're Jason on turn 3.
Sure, yeah, you already want to have some
play
things
it a little
out.
later.
Yeah. Oath of Druids and Eladamri's Call.
We cycled a Tranquil Thicket here from Jacob, just past the turn. Doesn't have any more green mana.
Not really under a threat right now. Jacob's sort of just able to establish what they want going on.
And here's the fetch land from Jason. We'll
Think we're
see
gonna go
if
see
he
that
decides
Bayou?
to eat this Uro. He's definitely grabbing the Bayou here.
No.
He's grabbing a scrub land. Interesting. He
Scrubby
must
scrub.
need both the black and the extra white.
Well, I mean, realistically, we see. I mean, I guess the extra white is probably the person that we're looking at here. But it's like if we grab the Bayou, Jason, we're going back. Maybe.
Wait for it.
Maybe.
Wait for
Did
it.
we see into the future? There it is. Boom, baby. We're grabbing the Bayou. We should check the soundproofing on this booth. All right. So, yeah. And I mean, in real, like that, while, you know, shows the threat that, hey, now I can eat your creatures and stuff with Deathrite Shaman. Still wanting the black there is also really horrifying. Having double black and all the hand attack that can kind of come out of Mardu is spooky.
Yeah, it's also possible that Jason doesn't eat the Uro at this stage. He's playing Sanguine Evangelist right now.
Some sanguini.
Which is going to deal 2 to Jacob because of the War Leader's Call.
Yeah. This one's spooky in combination with these.
Yeah, Jason's mounting a pretty decent amount of pressure here. If he follows up next turn with another token generator, he could put Jacob on a 3-turn clock.
Yeah, War Leader's Helix, just really, really powerful here.
War Leader's Call.
Yep. Helix would also be kind of cool.
Yeah, War Leader's Helix.
Let's just dome
Sweet card,
somebody.
sweet
Yeah, why
card.
not? I've got Aurelia on the brain. All right, we're seeing Oath of Druids coming on down. So what is this finding a lot of the time?
I think it's a value Oath of Druids.
Yeah.
Because Jacob has a bunch of creatures. Birds of Paradise, Tatiova, Dryad of the Elysian Grove,
Yeah, there's just a lot of really
Courser
good.
of Crewfix.
They're all thick. They're
well, except
gonna
for birds.
That's true. Birds. I mean, birds gets in the way nicely, and I imagine at this point Jacob doesn't need a birds, but will take a birds if it comes.
Yeah, I
down.
think if Jacob goes to his upkeep and he gets a birds off this Oath of Druids, he's gonna be pretty sad.
How about a gate?
Yeah, so the War Gate for 0. Maybe Jacob's getting a Glacial Chasm here to slow down the aggression.
Fan favorite Glacial Chasm at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if Glacial Chasm is where you want to be here. He could be getting Tabernacle to Pendrel Vale.
Ooh, yeah.
Tabernacle is good, but it actually isn't perfect here because Jason does have like an okay clock. So Jacob is going to get the Glacial Chasm here.
All right. I mean, interesting. Like, Jacob doesn't have as much of the things to negate the cumulative upkeep and whatnot that's going to start coming out of the Glacial Chasm. It is like I don't want to say Hail Mary because we're not in that bad of a position right now, but it is not as, this isn't as definitive of a Glacial Chasm as we saw like in the past.
Yeah,
games.
and the Glacial Chasm got to sacrifice Flagstones of Trocaire, which is pretty sweet. So
That's
you got to go
nice.
Get Aspara's headquarters.
Yeah.
Jason on end step is casting Resolute Reinforcements, so he's not eating the Uro quite yet. But I will note that Deathrite Shaman does get around Glacial Chasm because it says each
True.
opponent loses 2 life.
We still got a drain on board, yeah.
So if Jason and Jacob keep the graveyard stocked with instants and sorceries, then Jason can mount at least 2 points of life pressure per turn.
At minimum, we're on like an 11-turn clock.
Well, it adds up with a
Yeah.
Glacial Chasm.
Oh, absolutely. Because, yeah, like we said, like Jacob doesn't have like the Solemnity or anything on the board right now that's going to stop that Glacial Chasm from getting incrementally more ouchy.
Yeah, the Chasm is stopping the War Leader's Call here. Pretty relevant.
Yeah.
Jason played at Boromir. That's going to be nice to protect that Deathrite Shaman in the case of any destructive removal from Jacob.
Yep. And we also saw, like Jacob's got Dam in his deck as well. So wiping everything is not an option here. We're going, oh, there's the Solemnity. There's the Dam. There's the One Ring. Going straight down to a Sousa. Those are all ones that feel a little not great
So
to go away.
So if Jason wants to eat the Uro, he has to do it now,
Yeah.
which it looks like he is.
Yeah, definitely a great call here. Oh. Thinking about it still.
I think they're asking a timing question, it looks like.
Like when
Yeah,
we have time to
but,
do it.
Jason has time for it. Oath of Druids happens in the upkeep, so.
Goodbye, Uro. So Sousa coming down. I mean, we don't have a ton of cards, and there's not this massive card draw engine in Jacob, so it's not as powerful as we've seen in past games. We've got an Abrupt Decay and LRRMTG's Call, so, I mean, that could also change things up. And then also the Courser.
We are seeing the Boromir being relevant. The Abrupt Decay can't kill this Deathrite Shaman while the Boromir is in play.
True, yeah. Yeah, I mean, while we haven't seen the free spell thing really being that big, just having him act as a selfless savior is pretty nice.
In this matchup, Boromir basically is a selfless savior.
He's a puppy. Yeah, yeah.
So Courser here.
Oh, sorry, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
All right. Flooded Strand off the top, gaining some life. There's the Oboro. That's been a big part of Jacob's game plan here.
Yeah, I don't know if you want the Oboro right now. I think fetching here makes sense.
There's an interesting line where it's like you can use the Oboro to kind of to reset your Glacial Chasm. I mean, you're sacking a land, which is maybe not great. But
Oboro only returns itself.
only itself.
Yeah,
I thought it was any land. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then no.
I will say I do like fetching the Oboro way, but I'm not exactly sure why Jacob's doing it right now.
Interesting. So we're getting a good shuffle here. Curious what Jason's game plan is to get around this Glacial Chasm. It is
like I think the reason I wouldn't fetch here is because I have the LRRMTG's Call that I'm looking to cast.
That's going to happen later. I mean, I guess we're just looking to see something new on top. Prime time.
I guess if you just put the creature that you would LRRMTG's Call for on top of your library, you don't have to worry about casting LRRMTG's Call.
Simply shuffle to the thing you want, you know?
Jacob's going for the Abrupt Decay, but Jason's going to sacrifice his Boromir.
Yeah. Yeah, this Deathrite Shaman, big time relevant in this matchup. And the Ring Bearer is now just this guy. It's not. We don't have a Bilbo. We don't have a Frodo. This is just a guy. John Smith. He's walking with the ring to Mordor.
Hey, you over there.
Here, have this ring.
Take this from me.
Yeah. Guy Geisman.
Guy Geisman.
He's gonna go the distance, I swear.
So Jason sacked the Boromir. It's his turn now.
Flipping on back here. We've got the 1 mana open. Nothing really I think that Jacob can do on his turn. And we are this is a tough one, right? Like, at what point do you just start running Stone Rain in your decks knowing that people are running Glacial Chasm? Oh, all right. Well, Aomir's here this time for realsies.
For realsies, Aomir is here.
So we're going to get just the 1 counter. We've only got 1 human. The rest of these are soldiers of unknown origin. But yeah, the
pretty relevant that Jason doesn't have another human.
Yeah.
Not being able to get rid of this Courser of Crufix for free is a big deal, especially with this prime time coming down.
Yeah, everything has a big but. We've got the Monarchy though now, which again, the card draw for Jason to get out of these situations that Jacob's throwing them in with the chasm is pretty relevant. We're just sort of I am intrigued that, the decision process that you have to make where you're playing Aomir so that you can get the Monarchy versus keeping that ability to tap or to drain via the Deathrite.
Mm-hmm.
Like where the decision process is, like, is a card worth more than the 2 lands or 2 life swing?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. At a certain point, the Deathrite's going to be a little too slow here.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, we see the Solemnity is in the bin, and again, have not seen a way out of Jacob to grab permanence.
Yeah, I mean, he has a bunch of ways to sacrifice lands and then get them back from his graveyards to loop Glacial Chasm.
Yeah.
He did just get to cheap Primeval Titan into play with Oath of Druids.
Yeah.
So
pretty good.
I think my guess is that he's going to get this Tabernacle to Pendrell Vale because he wants to tighten up Jason's resources.
Yeah.
And even if Jason does sack a bunch of creatures and gets to start getting the effect from Oath of Druids, Jacob's not really scared of that.
Can't, and notably can't just merit lage it up either, doing some thespian stage combos shenanigans, because there's one little 1/1 bat in the way.
I mean, he could merit lodge and then just attack over 2 turns.
It's true, yeah.
So this is an interesting decision point for Jacob.
Might
My
be
inclination
doing
was
it.
to go for Tabernacle, but it might be correct to just get merit lodge and just say, I'm going to kill you in that.
You got a 2-turn
in
clock.
In 3 turns, yeah.
Right, I guess, because then we're can't attack this turn. Attack next turn. This idiot bat gets in the way. Oh, we're going thespian stage strip. Okay.
Very
yeah.
interesting.
You were talking about tightening up those resources. That is definitely a way to do it. I guess with what we're seeing on the board, Jacob is just still not feeling pressured enough that he has to go. Where the concise, safe lines of play seems to be his MO today.
Yeah, so the reason he gets Thespian Stage and Strip here is because he expects that his Primeval Titan is going to be able to attack next turn. So you don't have to get the Dark Depths right away. You can just get the Thespian Stage and then do the Dark Depths the next turn.
Yeah, and then sitting on this turn, you just sort of strip away resources if you want.
That assumes that your Primeval Titan is going to live, but key moment, the Swords to Plowshares earlier means that Jason has one less way to remove the Primeval Titan in his library. So.
Yeah, chat makes a really good point too. We do have the Caracas over on Jason's side, right? So Merit Lage kind of becomes not great.
Yeah, which is why Jacob grabbed the Strip Mine.
Yeah, so we'll see that happen. I assume that Caracas is probably not long for this world, but we're going to Eladamri's call here. And what's Jacob grabbing here? We've made a couple of guesses, and he's always zigzagged on us.
I was gonna say I think Tatiova is probably your best line here.
Kind of went instantly to it.
I don't know if he can cast it this turn. I don't know if he's played a land drop. You could get something like Raminap Excavator. You're probably not getting Birds of Paradise, although
it keeps wanting to show up. It's like, Jacob, I've been in every game. Come on, man. Put me in, coach. You've got your thumb under me.
He could get Thassa's Oracle. It is a little awkward with Oath of Druids, I guess, if you oath into Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, kind of gets rid of... Oh, Omnath is one that we have not seen today.
Yeah, Omnath is totally fine. Jacob's definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah.
He sort of has his pick of the litter. I think anything that he gets will be pretty good for him.
Well, this is what we were saying, right? This is the toolbox sort of vibe that I get from this deck, where it's like there are about 7 different ways to kill you right now that Jacob can kind of go under.
He does go for the Tatiova.
Yeah, really hanging on to that Omnath for a sec, but yeah, the Tatiova it is.
I think personally I would have been tempted to get a non-legend creature because of the Caracas.
Yeah.
But I mean, you are planning on strip mining it anyway.
Yeah, we're not. She's not getting cast this turn, So we've only got the 3 mana left anyway. So we've got the Tatiova that we're grabbing. What was the last card that we saw out of Jacob's hand?
Let's see here. Got Tatiova and maybe a land. So you draw for the turn.
Azusa. Right. She got.
Yeah, so getting
bounced.
Tatiova makes a lot of sense.
This was all before draw step too. Very, very interesting. Just playing the land off the top. Right, I guess the strip is already tapped right now, so.
Yeah, he can't strip this turn, but it looks like he's going to play the Azusa, and my guess is he won't play the land that's in his hand.
I assume not.
But he'll play the land off the top of the library because it's free.
And another one.
Wow.
And another one.
Take me back to Khan's standard.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of juice. This is where Jacob wants to be. Yeah, that Glacial Chasm MVP just every game right now against these creature matchups.
I guess I forgot to mention earlier, but Jacob getting Glacial Chasm back from the graveyard isn't really an axis that he wants to fight on right now because of the Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, that's true. Well, as long as the Deathrite Shaman is around, anything in your bin could go. It's kind of got the final say on those things. Grabbing a plateau as it's coming back to Jason here. I mean, Jacob just has so much life. Having the Tatiova also in hand, this Glacial Chasm has not been a hindrance to Jacob at all right now.
Someone in chat asked if there's anything that Jacob's deck doesn't do. Win fast.
Yeah. When we said James Turner's head is in his hands right now. Just he's like, it's never gone on this long. That's just going to be the thing, right? We've got lots of Magic left, but if Jacob ends up going through to the finals, we're going to see two decks that they don't even interact with each other that much, eh? They're kind of doing their things. It's going to be an interesting one.
So Jason bounced the Aomir with Caracas and is now replaying the Aomir to kill the Azusa.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Which is a heads-up play.
Yeah. You're not playing extra lands, especially knowing that Tatiova is coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, you could bounce the Azusa, but it basically doesn't matter.
Yeah. Just getting rid of it for reals. I guess, and unfortunately, to me, what this indicates if I have in Jacob's seat is that Jason doesn't have a lot of other gas in his hand. Like, this seems to be the best line.
Yeah, if I'm Jacob, I'm pretty happy to see Jason spending his entire turn killing my Azusa.
Man, this Oath of Druids is doing work.
This is the best fair Oath of Druids I've ever seen. It's actually cracked.
Yeah, is Courser into primetime? Or
Dryad of the Elysian Grove.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, the hits keep coming. The bop is avoiding. It seems like none of the cards that Jacob doesn't want show up when they are well wanted. Everything is very punctual and on time and is very respectful. You don't get a rude bop off of your Oath of Druids in this house. That's true. We still haven't seen because the last one was not off of the back of Thoracle, right? Has Thoracle actually just won the game for Jacob yet today?
Yeah, he won game 1 off of Thoracle.
Well, it was Thoracle, yeah. Okay.
I think so, yeah. I don't know.
Hi, Tabernacle.
It's been a while since game 1.
It has, right? Yeah. Best of 5, eh? So Tabernacle on top.
Yeah, so Jacob, when he picked up the land that was on top of his library, he willed.
Yep, like we said, always on time.
Right onto the top of his
right
deck.
when you want it to be there. Hi, Tatiova. How's it going?
He doesn't even care about it.
Oh, man, this is the this is the flex, yeah.
Jacob has so much he wants for nothing.
Yeah, it's all coming up Jacob, honestly, right now. This is beautiful. I mean, Wheeler, when we were first kind of bringing up this deck and looking at it in the quarterfinals, was like, this is a thing of beauty. the Jacob's Thoracle Lands deck is like, it's so interestingly crafted, and what I love that's happening really is that we are seeing all of its accesses at play every game. Every game is doing something like, I mean, the main thing seems to be playing slow and methodically and like slowing down your opponent's game plan. We've only seen it, I guess, kind of in the more creaturey matchups, but who knows when we have a lot more disruption going on. The Yavimaya on top says, I don't want that. Let's crack this turn and go find something else. What do you think? What do we got on top?
If I'm Jacob, I'm demonic tutoring my Thassa's Oracle to the top of my library.
Oh, yeah, that's where it goes?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to guess, let's say like it's a removal spell for that Death Right. Okay, I mean, Hour of Promise is also very neat.
Hour of Promise pretty redundant when you have a Primeval Titan in play.
How is it happening? What is going on?
I will I will say this. when you have this many lands in play,
I mean, fast mod at this point is redundant.
it does feel like every card in your deck also is like the best card in your deck, right? Because you can cast all of
It's
them.
all gas, really,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Holy macaroni. All right. And then after that, the Savine's Wreck is up on top. High Tainted Pact, you're here too.
And here's where we're at too. Jacob hasn't even attacked yet with the Primeval Titans, so he's still sandbagging a couple of draws.
All right. Play the Arid Mesa. Draw a card up to Atiova. Come here, Tainted Pact. All right. We've got a Misty on top. I don't think we've played a land.
Fast Bond.
Right, we've got fast bond. Who cares? Yeah, we can just keep going.
He actually gains a life every time he fast bonds because he has Tatiova and Courser of Krufix.
Oh man, God, I really wish Paul could cue up the Benny Hill music right now. I feel like that's going on. Oh, okay, we don't care about that. We're tainted pacting now.
I mean, I guess he's tainted pacting for Oracle.
I could see it.
I mean, he could tainted pact for basically anything that gives him an infinite combo here. Crucible does it because then he can draw his entire library.
Yep. I mean, Zurin Orb for a bajillion life seems pretty cool too. I guess we have no way of
up the graveyard. I mean, Enlightened Tutor would do it here because he could fetch and then like draw Enlightened Tutor, fetch in response to the Tatiova draw trigger, cast Enlightened Tutor, get Crucible of Worlds, put it on top, play Crucible, and then just continue to strip himself to draw the rest of his library.
Finding that Tatiova, we have
Horizon Canopy does it too.
Yeah, so you can just kind of continuously wait,
does it do it?
Well, you play it, you can crack it, and you play it out of the bin, crack it. He
doesn't have a way to get it from his graveyard.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, he has a Boro.
Yeah,
a Boro lets him draw his library.
Sure. So that wasn't the part that he needed here.
It's all.
We got a lot of bells and whistles here.
Jacob's eating good tonight. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah. There's
he has whatever he wants.
Do. Yeah, I mean, this is beauty. So really showcasing how this works. Stopping at Rip and Tear, interestingly. There's the Thalash. We're just gonna keep on going. Hey, look at that.
And this is deterministic at this point. He'll just find the Thassa's Oracle and then.
I appreciate this though. I think a lot of the times when we've seen Jacob play and show off this combo and stuff, it's being played out every time, and letting the audience, for example, get to see what is all happening. Combos like this, there it is. There's the Thassa's Oracle.
And Jason just making sure that Jacob didn't drop his Thassa's Oracle on the floor or whatever.
Decide not to sleeve it up.
You gotta make sure it's in there.
Gotta check your opponent every once in a while. So, game 2. Going to Jacob.
Game 3.
Oh, game 3, right.
I forgot about the Eridane's Recruiter game.
Yeah, I was like, surely at this point. But we're doing best of 5, so one more win for Jacob will send him along into the finals. So this is got to be, an interesting spot, right? You're on the precipice of going into the finals. You're playing a deck that requires a lot of moments of thought, a lot of lines that a lot of the times we're like, this is what you do here. And we've seen Jacob surprise us kind of at every angle.
Yeah, I think it really speaks to the level of mastery that's required to play a deck as complicated and complex as this one.
Yeah.
Because the games that are easy, anyone could do. I play a fast bond. I play 3 lands. One of them is a fetch land. I get Crucible Worlds into play. I have basically infinite mana. I play a Courser of Krufix. I gain infinite life or whatever, right? Those games are easy.
Yeah.
The games where your opponent is putting you on the back foot, you have to make decisions about what you feel is important at any given moment.
I mean, it seems like beating out the glacial chasm is a huge part of consideration right now.
Yeah, and I think after these 3 games, Jason being on the back foot here, he's really going to have to tightly assess what hands he keeps. It's weird because, again, he needs to fight on a bunch of different axes because he needs to provide a quick clock, and he wants any disruption that he could possibly get that's good against Jacob. and he also wants to be able to deploy that clock while also disrupting Jacob in the early game. And that's a hard ask sometimes.
It is. There's so many levels. Like the amount of weight I think that's on Jason in these games versus, Jacob has kind of gone into every game and done the same thing, and been like agnostic of the what is happening for the player like that he's playing against. He's like, I just want to slow you down. I just want to get to 5 or 6 lands. Then I'm going to start playing at some land value creatures and stuff like that, and I'm just going to slowly get there, kind of a thing.
Yeah. Oh, Jacob's chilling.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
This is big chilling.
He's hanging out.
Yeah. And at no point has he taken the quick line to victory. It has been the slow, methodical. I'm going to make this work. And I mean, it did cost him in game 2. It seemed like, but a lot of the times it seems to be working out. And even in that, Jason kind of had the exact recipe for success for like, I have this trumpet blast and I'm going to come get you now.
Yeah.
So
well, and in that game, Jacob even had drawn his outs, right?
Yeah.
And he had a line that could have won him the game, and he chose a more conservative line.
Mm-hmm.
But he still had the ability to get there. So I think basically Jacob is putting the onus on Jason to have the right mix of lands, aggressive creatures, and disruption.
Yeah,
And
in this, we have not seen like the quick I come out of the gates and come out swinging start from Jason. We saw it a little bit in game 1 with a lot of like the little wet ones sort of coming out, but nothing to supplement it. I mean, is Jason running like Ragavan or something?
He is,
in
yeah.
there? I feel like Mountain Ragavan would be huge for him in these matchups.
Mountain Ragavan, attack, exile your Thassa's Oracle off the top. That's the dream. That's the dream.
My gosh. I will lose my mind.
I'm calling it now.
Yeah, but as we know, with how Jacob's deck operates, the Thassa's Oracle is tightly tucked away, sleeping until the moment that they're actually needed. So we don't need to worry about it. Man, yeah, each of these games have just like really, we've had full on slugfest. I don't think we've had any, oops, I've been flooding out. Oops,
Yeah,
I've been
no one's
mana
really been
screws.
getting fully run over.
There was Greg piloting the Red Deck Wins deck that we saw earlier was like running into some like stumbling on mana issues, and I think Robin had one game where that sort of happened too. But for the most part, we've seen nobody getting what I'd like to call Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, you haven't been getting stomped.
Yeah. People have been able to play their deck, showcase what's going on, which is really, really cool. Looks like we're going right back into it. Jason mulling to the 6. Jacob keeping a nice clean 7. There's a Renin 6 in Jacob's hand too, which is kind of spooky. We're seeing the Bayou, Thoughtseize. Here's that Disruption. What are we getting rid of in this hand? See the
I mean, I think you have to take the Renin 6. It's probably just a little too much value.
Nile's Intervention's an interesting one.
Nile's Intervention is really good. You could take really any of these. It'll depend on the context of Jason's hand. I could see not taking the Renin 6 if Jason felt like he would be able to kill it with his creature follow-up here.
Yeah, but I imagine if we're sitting in a spot where the creature's got 1 toughness, it's a little spooky too.
The nice thing about this hand from Jason's perspective is that it's pretty slow.
Yeah.
So
this is Jason's opportunity, I think. And with none disruption really from Jacob's side either.
Yeah, that means that if Jason is able to follow up with a couple of fast threats and then maybe draw into some more disruption, or maybe he mind twists, or maybe he has a wasteland.
Yeah, I mean,
then he might be able to set Jacob back enough to really like close out the game. But it really depends on the context of Jason's hand. The hand from Jacob is basically the type of combo hand where if Jacob has enough time to resolve all of these spells, he'll most likely find a way to win.
Yeah. Yeah, the Reap and Sow.
Reap and Sow is very sweet.
Yeah, it's I'll live with you. It's been a while since I've looked at that Magic card. Can we bring that one up? Yeah, we got the Nile's Intervention as well.
It's 4 mana, but it has Entwine for 2.
Right.
You
Yeah.
can choose to either destroy land or search for a land and put it in play.
Man, Jason having like an opposition agent, seeing that hand would be amazing. We're seeing
So-
nice clean Zeotaurus training ground, and
Jacob
back to
drew
you.
a crop rotation, which is sort of more of the same.
Yeah. Oh,
and
no turn 2 play. Well, you know,
He
might
might have
the
a flash
Bowmasters.
chicken.
Yeah.
He might have Bowmasters or Raise the Alarm or Resolute Reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, Bowmasters was on my mind as like a card that would be pretty yucky for Jacob to see, especially since he's got no way to answer it. There's a Solemnity still. Wait, when did that Solemnity get here? Did I miss that?
He would have drawn it this turn.
Yeah, it would have been that draw. Yeah, right. That would have literally been the card draw there. So a lot of fun things there. I assume probably grabbing like a plateau here. Oh, going for the triumph. So no flash play.
This leads me to believe that Jason has a strong 3-drop in hand.
I would hope so. Yeah. I mean, is it just like White Plume Adventurer? I feel like that would be pretty nice.
White Plume is quite the clock.
There we go. Plateau.
Bombardiers, yeah,
the Bombardiers.
yeah.
We've
Get
been
'em.
talking about it.
2.
Choo choo. All right. Well, we're cracking this Marsh Flats.
So I don't think Jacob is crop rotationing here. I feel like there's not really a huge reason to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say. We have the Solemnity in hand. We have crop rotation. We have access to Glacial Chasm. You know?
He just doesn't have the mana right now. I mean, he
Yes.
could get Glacial Chasm here and then...
Doesn't have to right
But
away, but the threat is
I think
there.
you just take your 2 here, eat your vegetables, grab your Spars headquarters.
let us red players have our fun
Yeah, get
for a
to-
little
get to
bit.
your
Yeah.
untap
Oh,
step.
cool! Nice haste creature coming
Well,
on
like,
in.
is Jason really gonna be able to deal you 17 damage next turn?
Probably not.
like-
You've got a little bit of time.
You get to untap here. He doesn't even need to play the Solemnity this next turn.
No,
He
I think
could
just set up
wait.
your land base for a bit.
Yeah. He can wait, and then on turn 4, he could play Solemnity and then play Glacial Chasm as his land for the turn. What do you draw?
Nissa Vital Force is a
Sweet.
fun one there. Yeah, so yeah, just sort of ramping up into your big friend, and it seems like finding a card that allows you to draw a card every time you play a land is big. And we're seeing the Solemnity here, which is spooky because I guess Jason doesn't. Well, Jason has seen the ramp, but I don't think Jason has seen the crop rotation.
The reason that Jacob plays the Solemnity here is because it plays around discard.
Yeah.
If Jason has discard, he can get rid of crop rotation or Nylia's intervention or Reap and Sow, but he can't get rid of all of them.
Yeah.
And so one of them is guaranteed to be able to get you Glacial Chasm, but your Solemnity is unique, so you basically have to play it out right now. It does expose it to get lost, but your Solemnity is going to be exposed to that anyways.
Yeah. So we've only got potentially a turn or two, I would assume, before we're going to start seeing like chasm shenanigans or so. I mean, we have a lot of life. We're seeing the Skull Clamp come down here for Jason, which is nice. That's going to be some sweet card draw, especially with the amount of tokens that Jason can generate.
This is a really important turn for Jason.
Yeah.
He needs some way to interact with what Jacob's doing. His clock is just not fast enough.
Yeah, so 3 damage going on in. Jacob takes it on the chin heartily. Sylvan Scrying. How many ways can I find the lands that I want to find? Let me count them in my hand.
Jason's not out of it yet, though. He could be sandbagging a wasteland.
Yeah.
He also could have reprieve. So if Jacob goes for one of the more expensive options to find Glacial Chasm, then Jason buys an extra turn.
Decides to fire off that Sylvan Scrying that we just drew. Here
And
comes the
here
reprieve.
comes the reprieve. Yep.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, good call on that. And that's a pass back. That is huge. Huge for Jason. Buys himself another turn.
Yeah, and Jacob didn't play a 4th land, so there is actually a cost to getting this Glacial Chasm into play.
So duress out of Jason. We are now firing off this crop rotation because Jacob wants the stuff that they want.
and Jacob's going down to 1 land here if he gets Chasm,
Yeah, that's true.
which means that Jason could take the Sylvan Scrying.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting Dark Depths.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And it's going right into the bin?
So Jacob's going all in.
yeah.
Jacob's going all in here. If Jason has Prismatic Ending, if he has Swords to Plowshares, if he has any way of removing this 2020, he's in a commanding position. But
This
if
is
he
spooky.
doesn't, that's game.
This is the first time, I would say, that we have seen the full-on aggro make your move from Jacob this weekend.
I will say that Jason does have Lingering Souls and a couple of other
Wow,
flyers.
and not...
Wow.
Oh my goodness, I am blown away by this. Like, the whole time we have been talking about Jacob making the methodical, the slow line to get to where he needs to go, and the one time he's like, you know what? No, I'm gonna fire off biggest squidest.
One
Deal
mana,
with it.
make a 2020.
Yeah, and Jason's like, yup. Wow. So you know what? I mean, once again, maybe it's time to check the sound dampening. Jacob heard us goofing on the winning fast enough.
Yeah,
Hey,
hey,
how's this for you, lads?
He heard my complaints.
He did. He's
and
like,
he
oh, okay.
answered.
Maybe James went in and was like, all right, boys, come on, let's see. Who's the aggro deck now? True. Well, that is super, super exciting. We are going to now see Jacob going on to the finals versus a deck that is very not, I don't want to say similar at all, but neither deck is going to be, what is the interaction like in this matchup?
It basically boils down to Thomas has a lot of counter magic, and he has some ways to interact with enchantments and what's on the board from
Right.
Jacob's side. And one thing to note, the creatures are at their worst in this matchup, specifically from Jacob's side.
Yeah.
Thomas has a lot of removal. Some of it better than others, but he's got a lot of ways to remove creatures. So the Birds of Paradise, it's not going to be hot.
It's not going to be
It's
the
not
hottest
gonna be
thing you
hot.
can see. No, not at all. So yeah, Thomas Simmons on Jeskai Green going to be in the finals, facing up against Jacob Varro and that Thoracle Lands deck that we have been just seeing operate on so many levels. Both of these decks are decks that are going to, they have a game plan and they're just going to slowly get to there. I mean, either way, both have the capacity to just do quick blowouts like we saw to Jacob now with the quick
definitely.
Marilage. Maybe we end up seeing just like we've seen some giant Murktide regions.
Yeah,
this
Thomas definitely
weekend.
has this ability to be able to play a threat and then also hold up counter magic in a way where that's not something that Jason's deck could provide.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be a little bit more of an interactive matchup, and it's definitely going to test Jacob's both ability to pull and not pull the trigger when it comes to whether or not he wants to try and combo.
Yeah. I think the patience of Jacob is going to be a massive factor on this one.
Definitely.
It's just been an absolute treat to see. And speaking of treats to see, it would not be the finals if we didn't bring Mr. Benjamin Wheeler back on into the booth. And Trenton's going to stick around and
I'll be
commentate on
hanging
this
out.
final.
I'll be
You
hanging
started
out.
the show. You're going to end the show. So it's been an absolute pleasure coming on back. I missed last year's Highlander Championship, but I'm really, really stoked. And I'm glad you and I got to
Hey,
commentate together, buddy.
It was super fun.
It was
Yeah.
great. It was so much fun, and it's been so much fun commentating on this weekend. If you've gotten into, if this is your first time seeing Highlander or experiencing it, check out the Discord. Check out the community is amazing, and they're always just super, super excited to get more people in. It's not a cult, we promise you.
If you love Solemnity, we've got
We've
a
for
list
you.
for you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Without further ado, we're going to take a quick little break here so that we can switch out the players, switch out the commentators, and then when we come back, it is time for the grand finals of the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship. Do not go away. You're not going to want to miss this.
Welcome everybody back to the 2023. You caught me off guard with the
Where do you put your hands when you're talking?
right in there.
I'll be taking that.
Nope. To the 2023 Canadian Highlander Championship, brought to you by here at Loading Ready Run, as well as Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. My name is Benjamin Wheeler, and joining me yet again is my co-host with the Mo-host.
I've got the Drogskull Reaver hands going.
It's the big hands.
That's where I put my hands.
We got Trent McIntyre, and we also have something in front of us. A trophy. An actual fancy schmancy trophy that at the end of this match is going to have a name right there.
We're engraving it.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
We're going all the way on this one. This is the cup. Whenever you hear anybody talk about the cup, it's not Ever-Flowing Chalice. It's not the Stanley Cup. It's this one. It's this one. And let's see who has the chance to win this one. Because we're down to the finals here. Best of 5 match. We got Thomas Simmons on Jeskai Green coming in. And we got Jacob Varro on 5-color Thoracle lands.
What a spread.
This is a hell of a matchup for the final
Hell
one.
being the operative word.
Well, you did ask, like, so when do you think we're getting out of here? When do you want to get out of here? And I would like to at least sleep in my own bed tonight. But that being said, both of these players have ways of killing each other, which is good.
Definitely.
Thomas will need a bit more pressure than usual. Jacob might need a little more resiliency than usual. Jacob's deck, not the best against counter magic.
Yeah, I would definitely say that.
Yeah. But we can put something together. Thoracle is a hell of a drug, and but getting a Thoracle behind strip locking and
the
developing
lands
some
package in
engines.
this matchup is particularly good from Jacob's side.
Yeah, but we've already spent enough time watching and talking about
Wheeler
these
and I
two
could
players.
talk all day just as much as these players could spend all night casting crop rotations,
resolving
and
the
ancestral
world's
recalls.
Yeah, spending all night resolving the world's ugliest serum visions. I'm feeling punched.
It's pretty heinous.
I'm feeling punchy.
It's pretty
I don't want to
heinous.
offend the artist.
Somebody send this guy back to 5th Dawn.
It's Circle of Protection blue art. I mean, we don't need that. If the players are ready, we can jump right into it for the finals of the Canadian Highlander Championship for 2023.
Oh, it's coming.
Looks like Jacob is on the play here. Thomas having a mulligan. Both players having a mulligan.
Both mulligans.
Okay.
I think in a light resource game, Thomas is probably advantaged on average.
Sleight of hand.
But if he doesn't have a threat and gives Jacob enough time to get out of this mulligan, then I think Jacob will have the edge. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. Mana Confluence is your first land. And he has a fetch land in hand.
He's got an Enlightened Tutor. Maybe he doesn't want to price himself into a particular dual land. We got a Ledger Shredder coming down from Thomas. So there's some pressure. It's not the biggest amount of pressure immediately. Something like a Ragavan or, Dreadhorde Arcanist is also a little anemic.
Something is definitely better than nothing here.
Absolutely.
Jacob grabbing Fast Spawn because if he draws a 3rd land, he has Crucible in hand.
I think Jacob's hand is kind of packed with lands.
Is it? I thought I only saw Arid Mesa, but if he's got a couple more lands, he's cooking. Now, Thomas does run Force of Negation and Force of Will, so if he has one of those, he could disrupt Jacob's game plan here. We'll just have to see.
Even a Daze. I mean, if you're this tight on lands,
definitely.
too. Draws the Fast Spawn, plays a Yavi Maya. Actually, Yavi Maya, pretty sick with the Mana Confluence and the Fetch Land. Not with the Triome, though. The Triome in hand, yeah. So we have the Zeator's Proving Ground, and then we have Idyllic Tutor and Crucible of Worlds.
The Triome is pretty awkward here. You'd really love to get that Crucible into play.
Yeah.
Especially since the coast is clear. If Thomas had a free counterspell, he for sure would have countered the Fast Spawn, unless it was specifically Daze.
Ledger Shredder coming in. get our third land on the table. Thomas's hand does have Aragorn, King of Gondor, so we have a big target to start beating down, and a Brainstorm in hand. So we have a way to, we could play a little tricky this turn, Brainstorm, maybe find some interaction if Jacob presents something that you want to deal with. But then also we have a way to follow up. And like a legendary creature, admittedly, is a little awkward against the deck with Caracas and every way to find Caracas. But getting the Monarch can help provide Thomas with a nice flow of counter magic and one for ones that'll maybe keep him ahead with the Ledger Shredder.
He also never has to worry about Jacob taking the Monarch back. It's pretty rare.
Yeah.
Jacob's in an interesting spot here where is he going to cast the Idyllic Tutor or the Crucible of Worlds? He might want to consider what would I prefer to have countered, especially since all of Thomas's counter magic is live at this stage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Courser of Krufix. Oh, that's pretty good with that fast bond too.
That's a good one for sure.
The Courser adds an extra layer of sequencing here that also is admittedly the most vulnerable because then Thomas can just potentially Swords to Plowshares or get it out of the way. Decides to lead with the Crucible though.
I love leading with the Crucible here. I think you got to make Thomas have it.
Thomas does indeed have it, with it being a lose focus. We're just playing one spell a turn? Oh, there we go. There's the Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't usually love Brainstorms on end step, but I think since you're getting this Ledger Shredder trigger, it's actually pretty relevant.
I've come around on EOT Brainstorm, or come around on just fire it off. Cards are so efficient. Your mana is so tight.
Yeah.
Like, you will end, it's when you have cards like Ledger Shredder, Dragon's Rage Channel, or whatever, like you're going to go through your cards. It's fine. It's not the end of the world.
It's definitely a lot better than it used to be.
Yes.
EOT Brainstorm used to be just heinous, but this Brainstorm here, I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Adding extra pressure with the Ledger Shredder. And then, yeah, you're right. You are going to go through your cards at some point. We'll see if Thomas taps out for an Aragorn here or if he just holds up Counterspell. I like holding up Counterspell.
This
There's
guy's,
no reason to
this
pull
guy's
your
never
shields
tapping
down.
out.
Yeah.
He's never tapping out. You got that Counterspell. You got that Dig Through Time.
I mean, I'd love if he played the Aragorn because that means the game would be ending sooner, but you know.
Counterspell. Ledger Shredder and Dig Through Time. Pretty powerful cards. Going to keep the train flowing. That said, he's out of counter magic at this point. And like Jacob's deck you got the fast bond in play. That's the important one.
Yeah,
right?
I think we're going to see a pass and then cast Dig Through Time in response to whatever it is Jacob casts.
A Nylea's Intervention.
And we're seeing sort of a little bit of a clunky nature of Jacob's deck here. Like, he's drawing a lot of 3 and 4 drops, which means he's only casting one spell per turn. Mm-hmm. And if he's under pressure backed up by counter spells, that can actually it can be like a pretty big detriment to his overall game plan. Yeah. I didn't know that Thomas is able to tap only 3 lands for this Dig Through Time, so if he finds a counter spell, he's pretty
counterbalance is back.
I think he missed on counterspell though here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Mind you, again, he does have the most heinous card additions. So
they could be anything.
They could be anything. Who could tell? I do think that the Triomes are kind of biting Jacob in the butt on this one. We talked, actually, Robin and I were talking about Surveil lands in Jacob's list as a tutorable land that also has an ETB, and if you're making infinite land drops, it's a way of just like churning through your deck. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Seems kind of nice. The question is, what do you change? Because his mana base works for him, evidently, right? But there are certain spots where, if that Triome is something else, that's fastball into Crucible, into Idyllic Tutor.
Definitely.
And Jacob's is he on 4 Triomes? He might be on 4 Triomes.
It can often feel like these tap lands are free, but they aren't.
Yeah,
they actually do have cost.
They're free. They're air quotes free in a lower kind of quantity, and then as you get more and more of them, then you recognize that I drew 2 of these, and I'm not doing anything until turn 3.
I'm basically playing Guild Gates. So yeah, we saw the Dig Through Time, but now the Nylea's Intervention is resolving because Thomas didn't hit a counter spell. Looks like Thomas might have taken a Lightning Helix potentially. I'm not sure.
I don't hate that. I mean, you got to get this game done.
If he Helix is here, Jacob goes to 8, and then he can put another trigger on his Ledger Shredder, and that's a 3-turn clock.
Nylee's intervention finding Thespian Stage and Dark Depths. Sick. I mean, it blocks the Ledger Shredder, gets blocked. Did you say steep?
No, sweet.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Steep.
I thought you were going for some like deep Canadian cuts. Like the old Tim Hortons tea commercial. Yeah, Ben knows what I'm talking about. Steep.
Every time I'm cooking with Thespian Stage and Dark Depths, I write like I'm writing on a Tim Hortons coffee pot onto my Dark Depths.
Looking into a Tim Hortons coffee pot is the Dark Depths. And there's no going back.
Looking into a Tim Hortons is the
It's the Dark Depths. Yeah, and I got to be a thespian on the stage of life, pretending like I'm happy to be here.
Oof.
Oof.
So Thomas is playing his 6th land and slamming an Aragorn, and looks to me like he's just saying, yeah, all right, I'm coming for you. You've got a 20/20.
2 damage. No Lightning Helix end of turn is a little odd. If he did, he took the Lightning Helix?
I don't know. It was part of his dig through time stack, but I wasn't able to see what he took. Hopefully we'll be able to see his hand here.
Aragorn, King of Gondor. Hell of a Magic card.
If he did take the Lightning Helix, the lifelink from the Aragorn plus the Helix is actually going to be super relevant because he'll be able to take a hit from the Dark Depths.
Yeah. Also, just preventing the Mirage from being able to block.
Yeah, very huge. It looks like he just has double counterspell, or at least Mana Leak and...
Mana Leak and Treasure Cruise are the 2 cards in his hand.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't recognize that Treasure Cruise art. That's the old border, right?
Once again, I mean, the old border cruise is actually not that bad. But Thomas potentially making these decisions.
Oh, he did draw a mental note, though.
Yes.
I had it the whole time.
Yeah, okay. Never seen someone so excited for Mental Note.
I love Mental Note.
It's a good
I
one.
love it more than Thought Scour. I love the idea that you can't target them.
Great.
So
Yeah.
good.
One, two, three.
Jacob's tapping Dark Depths because he has Yavimaya. He's able to make mana with it.
God bless you, Trent McIntyre. Getting ahead
I'm just
of
making
everybody
sure,
in
you know,
chat.
I don't want
Yeah.
Twitch chat to riot, you know?
How is he tapping Dark Depths?
Judge?
Azusa Lost But Seeking. Not the one I thought.
You know,
Jacob
when
was
I have a
gonna play.
fast wand in play, I'm really looking for Azusa.
I mean, I am looking at his list. I'm actually surprised Jacob's not playing a Leyline Binding. Feels like it would be pretty... I know he's played it before.
Yeah, it seems pretty free.
Yeah. Could just be a case of him not wanting to play an enchantment, knowing there were going to be a couple of Green X players in here, but...
So Thomas mental noted and drew a Bloodstained Mire. He...
The Serum Visions
the se-
is back in the hand.
He's gonna be able to gain some life off of this Aragorn and block the Merit Lodge, assuming Jacob doesn't have any way to interact with him. So I think Thomas is still in a pretty commanding position here. He's Serum Visions and he's looking at Recall and Lightning Bolt, I believe.
Yeah, that's Ancestral Recall and quit moving your hand, Thomas.
If it's Lightning Bolt and he has a way to draw cards, he, I believe, can close this game out this turn.
I don't believe that's Lightning Bolt.
Might be Flame Slash. Quick, pull up the worst art you can think of for Flame Slash, and then we'll do a cross comparison.
No, he's got the weirdo Flame Slash. Trenton, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Ben.
No worries. No worries. Could be Fork Bolt. Looks like Fork Bolt. I think it's Fork Bolt. Final answer.
Fork Bolt doesn't get him there.
Trenton, if
Not
you'll
this turn.
excuse me, I have a thing to go and grab.
I
hope you
came
don't
into this
mind.
world alone. I'm going to leave it alone. I'll be fine. So Thomas is really banking on this Ledger Shredder living unless he has the win in hand. I don't know if he gains enough life off of this. Chat had it right. It is Forked Bolt. Oh yeah, if he keeps the Forked Bolt, he just needs to discard a non-land card. Because Aragorn is a 4/4. I thought he was a 3/4. My bad. Look, in my defense, Wheeler's water bottle is right in the way of the screen that I'm looking at. So I was like, Aragorn's probably a 3/4. That card's really good, so. I did come into this world wearing a tie, and I'm going to go out the same way. You're absolutely right, Yak Shack. View from above. Looks like Jacob is contemplating blocking. Can you block Aragorn? Hold on, I'm going to move this water bottle. Yeah, okay, you can't block. This thing's too good. Someone was saying that he can block with the Merit Lodge, but that is not true because he is the Monarch. So when Aragorn attacked, he got a trigger that said creatures can't block this turn. Blockbuster? I'm renting a DVD? It's 2005? Hey Ben, thanks for showing up.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
I had to move your water bottle because it was in the way of me seeing Aragorn's power and toughness.
Yeah, can you believe that thing's a 4/4?
Yeah, I thought it was a 3/4.
No.
Your water bottle was in the way, and I was like, it's got to be a 3/4. That card is broken.
Why is Blockbuster on the screen?
Don't ask questions, but we're back in 2005.
Okay.
I'm renting my favorite movie.
Uh-huh.
It's The Sandlot. You're killing me, Smalls.
Killing me,
You're killing me, Smalls.
Speaking of killing them, Jacob's at 3.
Yeah,
That's not a lot of life.
we think that Thomas missed lethal
Oh, yeah?
with Forked Bolt. Because if you Forked Bolt, you discard a spell, and then your Ledger Shredder does the extra point of damage.
Yeah. Huh.
Thomas can't get himself away from Ancestral Recall, though.
No, he's a fiend. He loves it so much,
It's
he's doing it
impossible.
again.
It's impossible to get away from.
Oh, no, he's not cruising. He discarded cruise to connive. Wow.
Yeah, he's recalling right now.
That's pretty good.
Well, if he takes 20 from this Merit Lodge, it's not that good.
That's pretty bad.
I have to imagine that Thomas has a way to win this game. I just don't know where it is.
There's a Snapcaster Mage. A Snapcaster Mage, what do we find in here?
Do you spin your recall again?
I mean, if it's all he's got, yeah, this might be a desperation. Desperation recall to not die to Merit Lodge?
It looks like
I leave for 2 minutes and
it looks
Thomas...
like Thomas might have.
Oh, he
given
drew a
this
prismatic
game.
ending.
Wow.
Wow, what a sack.
It's too easy, Ben.
Yeah. God. This is all it takes to get to the finals of one of these? Actually, I shouldn't comment. I've been in the finals way too many times. Never converted, but here we are.
Oh, this is his end step.
Oh.
Yeah, so he can't cast Prismatic Ending.
Wait, this is Thomas's end step?
Yes. Because Marilosh wouldn't have been able to
leave
block
for
anyway.
2 minutes. Ending as a sorcery. Yeah, mods.
So Thomas has a draw off the Monarch, I think, unless he's already drawn, in which case he's at exactly 20.
This is wild. He drew the recall off the Monarch, which is what.
And
started
that's
this.
game.
Oh my god.
Thomas, these are the games that you go back and you look at and you go, I had it.
He's got to be.
Had it all.
He's got to be feeling the day, right? Like at this point, I mean, look, there's a lot of glory on the line, and there's a very shiny cup.
I actually think Jacob got incredibly lucky there. Hear me out.
Okay.
If Thomas sees Forked plus any other card that isn't Ancestral Recall or a different burn spell, he takes Forked Bolt. But because he saw specifically Ancestral Recall, the Siren Song of drawing 3 cards drew him into the bay.
See, this is what separates, not to sound like an old man. Back in my day, when I played Jeskai, when I made Jeskai what it is, we played all of the burn. Ancestral Recall? Nah. Time Walk. 2 combat steps.
Love it.
War Leader's Helix? Up top.
Time Walk is just a burn spell.
Yeah, you get it. Time Walk is the blue price of progress.
He also didn't have to attack with the Ledger Shredder. You can see Thomas is looking to the heavens above, asking, what went wrong there, what happened. He maybe he's feeling the day. Who knows? All we know is that Jacob is up 1-0. It's anyone's game still. It's anyone's match still. But Thomas has a hill to climb.
In a very flattering way, Jacob was once described to me as the person that will win a Magic tournament, and after walking out the door of the tournament, he'll go like, what am I packing for lunch tomorrow? I bet my bed's going to be comfy when I get home. That kind of thing. Like, what kind of herbal tea am I going to have before bed? Where other people are like, I'm so good. I won tonight. I'm going to win again next week. I'm going to make a run for the year end, or like, I can't believe I played so poorly, whatever. Jacob wins the event is just like, should I have a pork pie sausage roll or a mutton sausage roll?
Look, I don't want to throw any shade. I don't want to be that guy.
Go ahead.
I would imagine that Jacob is thinking of those things while he's playing.
Yes.
Based on...
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
We jest.
Thanks, everybody, for sticking with us. We are 9 hours into the broadcast here.
We got to get our digs in, while we can.
Yeah, this is admittedly the best part of getting to commentate on your friends playing Magic at a high level, is you just get to rag on them. Unfortunately, Thomas did not get to Ragavan on Jacob, and instead just has a Dreadhorde Arcanist as the pressure here.
Yeah, this Arcanist isn't really the best type of pressure that Thomas is looking for, but it is really good at finding him the counter magic that he's going to need going into the next stage of the game. But I think if you're Jacob, if this is the threat that Thomas is presenting, you're like pretty happy in general.
Mm-hmm. Cracking a polluted delta here and firing off a Sylvan Scrying. What are we getting?
I just realized that Thomas's deck is full of the worst art of every possible card, and Jacob's is the second worst art of every card.
Hold on. I give Jacob props earlier, and I'll give him again. He's got a very pretty deck. Not necessarily the choices that I would necessarily make myself. All these cards are in it's too much English. But if you're dedicated to a deck like this, and it's your baby, and you're putting up results with it, like, yeah, deck it out. Do what you got to do. Make it look pretty. Make it look happy.
You might as well.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, when I tap first Sylvan Scrying, I tap 2 lands first, but everyone everyone does it their own way. Getting Thespian stage, that's a big signal to me if I'm Thomas that Merit Lodge is coming.
And to remember, it has flying and will attack you for 20. Darcy hitting the table. Oh, this is actually sick. We're about to see live, upstairs, bud. Take a game action. Boom.
Wow, this Fork Bolt is really good from Thomas's side. It's not as good as Ancestral Recall would be. I think I'd probably take that over the Fork Bolt in this instance, but you know.
Oh my God, Thomas binned a mana leak.
Wow, based
that
on
took
his,
a lot of
that's
restraint.
really interesting. Yeah, I guess from Thomas's perspective, Jacob might already just be on land, make a 20/20.
Yeah.
And so mana leak doesn't really help you in that situation.
Run it back. Forked bolt for 2. Take the dome. Pops the probe. That feels... What?
I actually like popping the probe because he has Dreadhorde Arcanist in play and he might not have another 1-drop in hand. Right? So
Well-
next turn he gets a free cast of the probe.
Yeah, but you're already casting the probe for free and getting an additional surveil off of it. Right? You draw probe.
Oh,
You get
yeah. Yeah, I'm wrong.
Look, I'm the one that didn't qualify this year, so don't ask me. But I do like this line of attack in that Thomas is actually making attacks, that he is pushing the game, not just because we've been here for 9 hours, but because this is kind of what you need to do, right? You only actually need like 1 or maybe 2 well-timed counterspells or disruptive cards, right? You just need to hit them where it hurts. Up until then, you really just want to develop pressure or the board or do
Definitely.
something.
Interestingly, Jacob is fetching with a Misty Rainforest here, and if I'm Thomas, that signals 2 things to me. It either signals that Jacob has a crop rotation in hand to make Merit Lodge next turn, or that Jacob's hand is such that he doesn't think that he can beat Dreadhorde Arcanist plus the Dragon's Rage Channeler without taking this line of play. And Archdruid's Charm right from MKM.
It's really interesting. Typically, charms have 3 modes, and they decided to instead make one with 5. Find land, find creature, buff my thing, and fight, exile an artifact, exile an enchantment. This card is absurd. And the fact that we are seeing it in a 3-color deck really just shows that mana has no meaning.
Oh,
in 2024.
and here we get the answer to all of our questions.
Yeah.
Jacob didn't have the Dark Depths, so he has to take this turn off to Archer's Charm for it. Mm-hmm. But Thomas knows that Merit Lodge is coming.
Yep. Are we thinking about firing off this unholy heat on our Arcanist?
I think you're supposed to.
Just looking to turbo out this Darcy?
What else are you heating? Birds
That's
of
true.
Paradise?
Azusa, maybe?
Yeah.
Your targets are limited, for sure. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're just getting a surveil on. Putting a plateau in the graveyard. Interesting, because Thomas does have Aragorn in his hand. I mean, it's not the fastest thing, but this also gets us a little bit closer to Delirium. We're on instant sorcery land at this point. Draw for turn. Just because you play slow doesn't mean you need to draw slow, bud.
So, if Thomas can find a way to have Dragon's Rage Channeler gain Delirium after combat, he can block the Merit Lodge and then play a follow-up to Fairy and bounce it.
Thomas opting to keep the cards on top for both the Surveil trigger off Darcy and the Surveil off of the Consider, because the card is an Otawara. Otawara giving an answer to Dark Depths.
Fantastic. And this Chain Lightning is really big from Thomas too. It means that he is going to be able to present lethal to Jacob in most likely next turn.
He does need to find the land, which is why we're seeing the Consider get fired off instead of another Chain Lightning here. Really needs that land to get the Otawara in lock. But yeah, we're pushing a lot of damage here.
Someone in chat did say that we're missing the white source for Teferi, so that's relevant.
Yeah, binning that plateau off the Darcy.
Pretty important.
Pretty important.
Although hitting the Otawara pretty much, it doesn't guarantee, I guess, that Thomas isn't going to die to Merit Lodge, but
For sure.
it's definitely a nice piece of protection. Although he does need the 4th land
Interesting.
to actually cast it.
He binned Fire Ice, which also gives a temporary way of dealing with the Merit Lodge. You tap it down. This Preordain hopefully finding a land or more burn. Like there is a point. He decides to keep it on top. There is a point where, you can pivot to being like, well, do I want to not die to Merit Lodge or do I want to kill Jacob? Right?
Yeah. Jacob has an Inditha Triumph for the person in chat asking. And Thomas found the 4th land, so he can feel pretty secure that he isn't going to die to Merit Lodge anytime soon.
Yep.
Jacob might be in a situation where he just has to go for it regardless. Unfortunately for him, he can't also wasteland Thomas this turn, it doesn't look like, unless he has some way of playing another land.
No, he's got an Uro. He's got an Uro in play, Wasteland, or Uro in hand, Wasteland, Aboro, Tundra. I think it's just a bunch of lands.
I do not believe that this Dragon's Rage Channeler is Delirious yet.
No. I think we are missing the 4th type.
We'll see if Thomas decides to preordain, for the Dreadhorde Arcanist. And that makes sense. If Thomas isn't going to be able to deal Jacob lethal damage, he might as well get the scry off of the Dragon's Rage Channeler plus the scries from the preordain.
Really tanking on this card here. Decides to keep it. Moving the trophy out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, just one more thing.
Oh, it's the Ancestral Recall. Okay, can't help himself. Now, if he casts this instead of using Otawara,
So if
then
he
we
casts
need...
Ancestral Recall and he
Oh,
doesn't
he's
draw a
doing
land.
it. He's doing it. No, Thomas.
No
Thomas, you could do
way.
that next turn.
Yeah, he might know that there's a land on top. With preordain.
If he knew both was on top, or if he had drawn one earlier off the probe. All right, yeah, he's got a mountain.
Yeah, I think Storm Carved Coast, the land that he's about to play, was on top. And he knew it from the preordain.
Okay, great. Okay. You never know. You can never know when you're this deep into the event, right?
I mean, we saw him pick Recall over winning the game last game, so...
If you ask most Magic players, what would you rather do? Lose the first game in a best of 5 or draw 3 cards for 1 mana?
I know where I'm at.
Or win the game. Yeah, win the game or cast Recall. They would go with cast Recall, I think. They're like, yeah, it's a first of 5. I'm good.
Perfect anecdote. Phenomenal execution.
Thank you. I'm really good at my job.
At any time, if Dark Depths does not have counters on it, then once state-based Bison attacks are done,
Thomas reading Dark Depths as though he didn't die to it last game.
then the board would check and it would say, okay, this needs to be sacrificed to make a merit late. That's the next thing that would happen because it has no counter.
Yeah, you can stifle it, and then the trigger has to go back in the stack again.
Sure. Okay.
So trigger.
Make it a Marlage.
Yep. Send it home. Someone in chat asking if it was too late for the Forked Bolt when Thomas threw it. It might have been.
Yeah. Could be.
We could be wrong.
Have been
It's
before.
very possible.
Are we going to sit behind a glacial chasm here? Is this what we're about to do? Jacob's eyeing up. I mean, there's an Uro. That's not nothing. This can actually help make up for losing the lands to the Dark Depths combo, and also just keeping, Jacob a little healthy. That's a dam.
Wow.
So we got removal.
Jacob's not out of it yet.
Puts a Tundra into play.
Does he have a Glacial Chasm in hand?
I don't believe so. But he does have an Expedition map. And a March of Otherworldly Light, actually. Okay, and a Primeval Titan. Yeah, Jacob's got cards to play. This game ain't over.
He has an Expedition map, so if Thomas can't come up with 9 damage this turn, then Jacob can buy a bunch of time with Glacial Chasm.
Mm-hmm. Does look like Thomas did finally draw the white source.
He also has Teferi in hand where he could bounce the Expedition map and then counter it.
Mm-hmm.
And he is recalling this turn, so he has a lot of looks at ways to deal with a Glacial Chasm, potentially.
Drawing Counterspell, Uro, and land, it appears.
Yeah, so I think if you're Thomas, you're probably playing planes, Teferi bouncing the Expedition map and then countering it on the way down. You could also be a little more patient and let Jacob Glacial Chasm and then just sit around with some counter magic until Jacob is inevitably priced into sacrificing it.
Well, Thomas has a Stifle. He might just wait for Jacob to commit mana to cracking the Expedition map. You know, let your opponent actually commit some amount of resources and trade up.
Yeah, I didn't know Stifle was in hand, but I agree with you. I think in this spot, you're probably supposed to just wait, stifle the map, hold up Counterspell. You've got a Chain Lightning in your graveyard, so you just need to find 2 extra points of damage. If you can Delirium your Dragon's Rage Channeler, then the damage is trivial.
I gotta tell you, the non Delirium Dragon's Rage Channeler is giving me old Rug Delver flashbacks
at the
with
beginning of the
Unflipped
day.
Delvers.
So I actually played a lot of Thomas's list in helping others test for the event, and hey, you know, people like what people like, but I think this is like one of the worst Dragon's Rage Channeler decks I've ever played.
Well,
it's like never deliriumed.
Yeah, I think that might be normally for Jeskai Green too. I don't think that's the case. The thing is that Thomas has a huge disdain for white cards, and so we don't see like a Leyline Binding, right? We don't see well, Leyline Binding being the big one.
We don't see
Leyline Binding.
He
no
also isn't
Teferi.
playing a ton of Planeswalkers either. He's only playing, I think, 3 or 4.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no Teferi 5 in here.
I don't really know if there's that many artifacts, if any at all.
None.
He's definitely not playing Sensei's Divining Top.
Nope. He had to cut it to make room for counterbalance.
Interesting that Thomas played the Teferi here, which means he has the choice between stifling the map or trying to hold up a counterspell for whatever it is that Jacob plays. I don't know if I love playing the Teferi here. Is that
That's a petrified field.
petrified
That's a
field.
foil petrified field. Very pretty.
Thomas is going to get rewarded here anyways. Gets to counterspell the Wrath effect.
Bins the Tishana's Tidebinder. I believe that now puts Delirium on.
Yeah, I don't think Thomas had a creature in the bin before. It's instant sorcery land. So now with Delirium, Thomas gets to flashback the Chain Lightning. He has another sorcery in the bin. I think it's a Preordain or a Ponder maybe.
Get probe.
Taxian Probe.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something in there.
Yeah, and 4 + 3 = 7, which means we're on our way to game 3.
Thomas takes that one down. Pretty clinical, honestly. Jacob was never really able to get out from under Thomas's initial pressure with the Dreadhorde Arcanist. And although I said that if you're Jacob and you see Dreadhorde Arcanist on turn 2, you're pretty happy with that from Thomas because it's not his best threat, it's still very good.
Yeah. It's like Robin said about 5 times during our commentary round. Diamonds make pressure.
I remember that. I was there for that. Yeah,
Yeah, and I took those words to heart.
And
I didn't have the heart to tell him he had it the other way around.
And I remembered those words.
And they were his address, which is as follows.
I think this game, if Jacob wasn't thinking about it before, he's going to realize that I think on the balance, you can't really go for Merit Lodge against Thomas in a lot of situations. I think he's just got too much going on. Like we were talking about Fire Ice, Odawara, Swords to Plowshares, blocking and then to ferrying it to hand. There's just a lot going on there. And I just don't think a slow Merit Lodge is really doable in the game plan.
Yeah. Like, I think if I'm Jacob, assembling some kind of infinite mana life like Crucible setup seems a little easier to get to through the disruption, given that most of your pieces, aside from Fast Bond, you have redundancy, right? You have other ways of emulating. You got 3 Crucible Worlds type cards, your Zurin Orb or your Courser of Krufix. You got options. And that's one of those kind of approaches that Jacob's deck can take that kind of just cobbles itself together over the course of a couple of turns of taking game actions, and it's less telegraphed, right? That or, Thoracle kill ain't bad.
Yeah, I think we haven't really seen a game yet where Thomas doesn't have a threat. But again, I played a lot of this deck in testing for this event, and one thing that the Jeskai green deck that Thomas is playing specifically struggles with, it is a control deck. It's not as typical as most other Jeskai green lists. It isn't as mid-rangey. It doesn't have as many creatures. And you can have draws where your hand is basically just interaction, and then you're hoping to find a threat.
Yeah.
And I actually think that type of draw from Thomas is a little weaker against what Jacob's doing. He's very redundant. He operates on a lot of axes that Thomas's interaction doesn't operate on, mainly a removal. And he does have counter spells, but again, Jacob's really redundant in a lot of ways, right? If he plays Crucible on 3, he could just play Conduit on 4.
Yeah.
Or Raminap, Excavator, or whatever, right? So I will say that I think Thomas is in a spot where he has to make difficult decisions on mulligans, because I actually think a hand of 3 land, a removal spell, and 3 counter spells, you can actually lose with that hand in this matchup.
Absolutely.
Because you don't have the pressure.
Yep. You need that pressure. It is kind of funny because there is discourse, as there is always going to be, about how there are just no real control decks left in the format.
Yeah.
Like, the control is dead. It's all the same. Yeah, and there has been a bit of a homogenization of archetypes and cards as a product of design over the last couple of years. But, this is a control deck, right?
Yeah.
He's not, no Comet, no initiative cards, 10 creatures or whatever, counterbalance.
Control is just different than what it looked like before, right?
Yeah, you don't have to play bad 6-drops. You could just kill them with Snapcaster. I mean, you could always do that. But Dragon's Rage Channeler, Ragavan, Minskinbu, it just doesn't matter. The power of these Jeskai cards and, the green supporting cards just let you 1-for-1 a bunch, play a recall, maybe recall again, and then you kill them with whatever is the most efficient.
Yeah, I think when people say control is dead, what they actually mean is that Wrath of God effects aren't as good as they used to be. Thomas has recall in his hand, notable.
Usually.
I mean, if I played this deck and I had recall every game, I'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, I don't have recall as often as Thomas when I play this deck anymore. Would be nice.
It's a little nice.
It's a little.
It's okay. It's all right. Jacob fetched for Underground Sea and passed the turn, respecting Stifle.
I mean, he's also got more lands than Thomas. If Thomas has a Wasteland, then
Yeah, you got me. Yeah. I actually think it's really interesting. I feel like Thomas's inclusion of Stifle in this open decklist format has gotten him a ton of free value.
Yes. Yeah.
For basically little cost, because Stifle itself is already pretty okay.
Oh, I was going to say, he got Underground Sea, and I was wondering why. And it had to be for Consult. So we have a demonic consultation. We don't know what he named, but he didn't lose the game off of that. So we're off to the races.
He's alive. Let's see what he named.
What are you thinking? Fast bond? Quick, $5.
Strip mine.
There it is. Hey,
He's too good.
too good.
He's too good.
Too good. That's why they pay me the big bucks. Because I can't win more than 2 tournaments.
Tournaments don't pay him the big bucks.
Nuh-uh. I win a tournament, I go to Ed. I say, Ed, keep the credit. I don't need it.
You win a tournament, you're like every other schmuck out there who leaves and says, I'm the best.
I don't want to be
I'm
that.
going to win next month.
Winning a tournament like that? No, not me. No, sir. I want to leave, and I want that Jacob Varro mentality.
What kind of oatmeal am I going to have tomorrow morning?
Should I put blueberries in my overnight oats, or should I go for something more savory? Meanwhile, everybody else tossing and turning in their sleep. Oh, why'd I serum visions when I was going to fetch anyways? You all right?
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good.
Don't want to have to do the Trenton McIntyre Memorial Tournament next week.
Overnight oats killed me. Okay, so we see a fast bond. Jacob's got a bunch of lands in hand, but I wonder what his follow-up is. Looks like it might just be lands.
That's so many lands. I mean, you got to get the tapped
What's
ones.
his
out of the
last
way.
card? I think he has 4 lands and...
They're all lands. His hand is all lands.
He's keeping the
Hold
cycle
up.
land.
Did he keep 6 land demonic consultation?
Unbelievable.
In the year end.
So good.
That rules. Oh my god. That's so sick.
Looks like he's gonna cycle the
Yeah, just do it
Yeah.
now. Thomas reading the world tree. How funny would it be if Jacob kept a land? Like if he drew a land off this trial and just keeps it in his hand. Keep Thomas on his toes.
They can play around it.
Mm-hmm.
So, from Thomas's perspective here, he is in a position where he's going to want to develop his board state, but also try and keep up counter magic because Jacob could draw any huge hit off the top of his library and cast it. I'm unsure if Thomas has any pressure in his hand at this stage. Let's see if Jacob can hit something. Azusa? Yeah, that's where I want to be when I have fast one. I already said that earlier.
It's okay. It was a good enough joke you could run it back.
Thank you.
Cracking the Waterlog Grove. You know what? It's a surprise that neither of these players are playing Sensei's Divining Top. Like, I feel like in a deck with this many fetch lands, Realms Uncharted.
And that's a great draw for Jacob.
So good. This is actually, now it is worth knowing that some cards, I believe the Dark Depths was exiled by the Demonic Consultation.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, so it's, we're not, typically the Realms Uncharted, part of the package is, right, setting up Dark Depths, Thespian Stage, Petrified Field, and like Echoing Depths or whatever. Yeah. But there might be a bit of a different setup here. And so if this does involve getting LD, like finding Waste Strip, Petrified Field, and then, I don't know, a Caracas.
I'm really surprised that Thomas didn't cast Ancestral Recall in response to this Realms Uncharted. I'm not really sure what the thought process there is. Because if you draw Force of Negation or Forcible, I think you're pretty happy to counter this on average.
It's not a bad target.
Yeah, we'll see.
Realms Uncharted in the year-end top 8 finals.
You know what?
Did you expect this to happen?
You know what realms this deck has never charted? Winning fast.
Yes. You would imagine for a deck built around fast bond that it might be a little quicker.
More like slow divide. Am I
Damn.
right?
Ooh, kill him. Kill him, my guy. All right. Earlier in the day, I did mistakenly assume that this deck, Jacob's deck, has Field of the Dead, as I am currently obsessed with that card in other formats.
Fair enough.
And it feels like a nice way of killing your opponent.
It feels like a nice way of killing your opponent.
It feels like a nice way of deading your opponent. Not in the deck. Not in the deck.
You don't need it.
Nope. Oh, this is so sick.
Yeah, this
you
is
get
sweet.
this thespian stage copying strip. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Wow. I mean, this is a way to do it. I don't think Jacob's going to be able to strip or Wasteland Thomas this turn. Again, I'm really surprised Thomas didn't respond with Ancestral Recall to try and find a free counterspell. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to cost him here. The fact that he's going to be stunted on his mana development gives Jacob so much more time to find like something that actually wins him the game.
Mm-hmm. He also has I mean, Thomas doesn't know this, but Jacob has the Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, so he's insulated from Thomas's first threat, most likely.
The Tishana's Tidebinder, though, might end up being very spicy. It is a bit of an expensive card to play, but if you can hit the activation of the Echoing Depths, which is actually a strip mine and a very large coat, that's pretty good.
Now, interesting, Thomas didn't recall on end step.
Huh. What's he holding it on for? I mean...
Oh, you know what? Maybe Thomas is holding on to it because he can respond to the Thoracle trigger and target Jacob.
That's dope.
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
And maybe he's assessed that he doesn't really need the 3 cards from the top of his library because his deck or his hand is sculpted well enough that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, he could wait, right? Like, he's got a full grip.
He's got this Tidebinder that counters the first activation of whatever it is, the Strip Mine or Wasteland.
Yeah.
And now that Jacob isn't able to strip and waste Thomas, just the one activation, like the one land destruction, isn't going to be enough.
Nope. Oh, Jacob also has an Abrupt Decay in hand. So we're going to need to double up on some of these threats.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jacob has a lot of interaction in hand, so he isn't under any pressure. But if Thomas does get to the point where he feels like he needs to reload, he can just recall himself.
Yes. We got Azusa coming down. Swords to Plowshares on the Tishana's Tidebinder. Get it out of there.
I'm interested in Jacob's assessment to Swords to Plowshares versus Abrupt Decaying. I think that means that he's going to draw with Horizon Canopy on end step. Because otherwise you'd want to Abrupt Decay because Swords to Plowshares hits Murktide Regent.
Yep. Hits Murktide, hits Aragorn. Like cards that we have seen.
Yeah. You know. Hedgemaze binning Counterbalance. Not surprising.
But kind of unfortunate. I mean, you put Counterbalance in your deck. You don't get to play it. That's a Wargate. That's a good Magic card.
So Jacob didn't draw with the Horizon Canopy. So it looks like he values the Abrupt Decay higher than the Swords to Plowshares. It is uncounterable, which is there is something to be said about that later.
For sure. World Tree. Tapping.
That Tidebinder should be in exile. Thank you for pointing that out, Robin.
If we can get our Judge Nilly on the floor. Quickly, before that dig-through time resolves.
Oh, yeah. Oh, geez.
Exile, thank you. I missed that. Thank you.
Oh, thank God.
Go.
That would be a bit of a mess to back up. Taps the World Tree for mana, blows up the land. Now what are we doing? Now are we cooking?
Jacob has a Wargate. Not really sure where he wants to go with this.
It's tough because the LD plan hasn't really paid off. Wargate for Thoracle or something like a combo kill. It's a bit much, right? Like
It's a lot
5
of mana.
That's a lot of mana. But that said, even Wargate for like an engine piece like Crucible Worlds or Ramanap is 6 mana. That's also quite a bit.
Yeah, and because he used the Thespian stage as a strip mine, he doesn't actually have 6 mana to go get Crucible. Thomas is finally firing off this Ancestral Recall.
Drew 3 lands.
Not exactly where you want to be.
Nope. No, but it's a pretty low pressure game. Yeah, you get that 1/2 off the board. It's causing too
that's
many
the Sousa
problems.
basically doesn't matter, but get it out of here.
I mean, Thomas might be in a spot where he's going to discard down to hand size.
Yeah,
It's
you
just
might
like,
you might as well torch the tower these
Yeah.
days. Like, you're not killing anything else.
Get it out of here. I might draw a Prismatic Ending. Drawing another land for the turn. Finally plays a White Source. Passes it back.
Unfortunately, any of Jacob's plans that involve this Wargate are going to be met with evasive action.
Ooh, Green Sun Zenith. Heck of a draw. I mean, you got to start working through these counters,
Yeah, and this is going to be a Green Suns for 3 to get Ramnap. It's definitely going to be countered.
The evasive action.
But this, if Thomas doesn't have any more counter magic in his hand, this might open the door for Jacob. This dig through time is a really important moment in this game. If Thomas doesn't find a way to counter this Wargate and Jacob draws the 6th land, then we could see him get Crucible and strip lock Thomas out of the game.
There's a Wasteland. Oh, Prismari Command and Lose Focus. And Lorien Revealed.
Loose Focus is exactly what Thomas needs here.
And a Murktide Regent. I mean, we might be a little ways away from that. But yeah, a Lose Focus. I mean, Lose Focus and Prismari Command give you pretty good insulation against whatever Jacob's looking to do. Murktide Regent and Lose Focus, also quite good.
I think you have to take Murktide because it actually kills Jacob. Even though you can't cast it right now, I think you're just priced into taking it.
Thomas does have a Wasteland in hand, which seems a little weird. Or did you take the? Do you have a Wasteland, or did I just see? It's the artwork. It's the artwork. It's
That
throwing me
is a
off.
Wasteland, yeah.
Got a Seachrome Coast and somebody's Triome.
So Thomas drew a counterspell as well. So we're probably gonna see Wasteland here. Kill your World Tree. Doesn't look like it. Looks like we're Flooded Stranding.
Oh, we're probably getting a Mystic Sanctuary to pop that Ancestral Recall back on top.
Yeah, that's good. That's it.
It's not bad. Not bad. Oh, opting to get a Plateau.
Oh, the chat thinks that it's Spar's headquarters, and you're probably correct. The Capenna Triomes do have the sort of weird alternate
Goofy
arts.
art,
Yeah.
I mean, we could just
Not
cast...
getting the Mystic Sanctuary, getting a Plateau instead.
Yeah, could just cast a baby Murktide.
And it looks like that's what Thomas is going for. I actually kind of like this play. Just get your threat into play. You have Counterspell. You have Lose Focus. Jacob very clearly doesn't have a lot going on. Maybe max 1 spell that's going to matter.
Mm-hmm.
So you just get your threat into play, counter his spell now, hit Jacob for 5, counter his next spell, hit him for 5. By then, you've either drawn another piece of burn or you've drawn another counter spell.
Yeah, 3-turn clock. Birds of Paradise. Blocking, though.
This Birds of Paradise isn't exactly where Jacob wants to be. If this was a land, he would have been happier.
Mm-hmm. Draws a Teferi Time Raveler. Okay, bud. Okay, not bad. Sends it in. Decides to drop the Teferi here. Decides to not tap like a ham sandwich. Always a good line.
Leaving up his Lightning Helix so that he can potentially deal lethal to Jacob the next turn.
Bounces the Bop. Draws a Prismatic Ending to deal with that fast bond. Or the Bird. Now, this is kind of interesting.
Yeah, so I don't think Thomas has the third land that produces colored mana. Oh, he does.
That's
Okay.
Breeding
So
Pool.
he's able to Prismatic Ending the fast bond, and then he'll be able to counterspell anything that Jacob comes up with.
And now if I'm Thomas, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable. I mean, I was already feeling comfortable with the, like you said, the hit them counter thing. But now that fastball's off the table, that's the one part of Jacob's board that is really just like, fastball, you could do a lot of broken stuff.
Yeah, like it's like Pandora's box, right? You don't know what you're opening when your opponent has fast bond. Replay the Bird.
Jacob drew Tranquil Thicket for the turn.
In a lot of ways, I think I'd describe Jacob as a tranquil thicket. Abrupt Decay on the Teferi. I mean, that's just kind of what you got to do. I will say, Jacob getting paid off for keeping that Abrupt Decay gets to kill a card that Swords to Plowshares wouldn't have killed. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, if he had a Swords to Plowshares here, he'd be able to kill the Murktide region that's killing him.
Yeah, did anybody mention Murktide region?
I don't know. I think I might have earlier, but I don't remember.
Going up top of the Murktide, Birds of Paradise getting in the way here. Now, Thomas does have a hand of Lightning Bolt, Lightning Helix, actual factual counterspell, and lose focus, as well as a Triumph.
I mean, Thomas is just in a commanding position here. Jacob having Wargate does give him some flexibility here if he wanted to try and play on Thomas's end step. He feels like he has to go for it on his turn.
Tapping out, got to do something big.
And Thomas has the Lightning Bolt, so
Yeah.
yeah, he's gonna take this one home.
Yeah, Bolt upstairs. Decides to not throw off the Lightning Helix on end step. He wanted to go for the draw. Now, Thomas could have fired off both of those.
Yeah, but there's some gamesmanship here where like you're like saying to Jacob with your actions, I just drew this Helix.
Oh, I drew this Helix.
Yeah,
I top decked this
Yeah,
Lightning
yeah.
Helix. Whoops. I top decked Lightning Helix. What are you going to do? Going into game 4 now. Thomas up 2-1.
And I want to come back to a couple of key moments in that game. Jacob's keep is really interesting because in a lot of circumstances and situations, that keep can be really good.
Yes.
And I think you're supposed to keep that hand on average. Just having 5 or 6 lands in play throughout the entirety of the game is very powerful. Mm-hmm. And Thomas isn't bound to have infinite counter magic. He just did in this case.
Yeah, he had Ancestral Recall.
Yeah. The recall is really what got him there. And then I want to come back to the Swords to Plowshares. I think if you weren't planning to crack that Horizon Canopy on that end step, you're supposed to just Abrupt Decay the creature that you're killing. Mm-hmm. Because what we saw, like what happened is what came to, like what I was seeing in the future is like this Murktide Regent just was able to take the game home, and if Jacob had a Swords to Plowshares, he might have been able to leverage a situation where he was able to remove it.
Mm-hmm. Jacob, not dealing with the loss super well, had to leave the studio to never return. Jacob is currently on a bathroom break, and that's okay. We allow that here.
They didn't let me.
Well, that's because you're on the clock, my guy. We got Paul in our ear saying, "Don't you dare pee. Don't you dare go today." Welcome back to Wheeler and Trenton in the booth here. Okay, so this match has been kind of interesting. We have the game 1 where Dark Depths shows up and just goes, "Oh, Thomas, you misplayed a little bit there." crush.
I'll take the 2 from Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, I'll take 2. Game 2, we got to see Jeskai Green do, albeit a bit more of an aggressive form of what Jeskai Green does. But, you know, we played some cards. We drew some cards. We countered some stuff. It seemed pretty good. That one, I mean, 6-land consult for Fast Bond could lose the game on that Demonic Consultation.
I will say that after that keep, I was rooting for Jacob in that game.
Yeah, oh, yeah. You gotta.
You just want to root for that kind of keep. I think we're kind of seeing a more normal draw from Jacob. So the thing about Jeskai Green and Thomas's list, it has a lot of power in it, but it's slow.
Yeah.
It doesn't have acceleration. It doesn't have fast mana. And Jacob does. But I don't think he's really had the hands aside. Like, he had fast mana in the last game, but he had nothing to follow up with. If Jacob has a hand where he has both fast mana and something to follow up with, I think that's where Thomas really gets into trouble.
Right. Thomas is also not looking to play that many 3-mana spells. And instead, kind of, we're seeing double spells or wanting to keep up. If it is a 3-mana spell, it's going to be an instant. And so the lands destruction part isn't as much of an issue. So, like, we kind of lose out on that aspect as we start off with a tap land against a breeding pool. Into
What card is that, Ben?
that's a serum and serum visions, Trenton.
Wow, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I think it should maybe be Sensei's Divining Top here, but what are you going to do? Oh, and it drew the Fork Bolt. That's very funny.
I also think Thomas has draws in this matchup where he draws a bunch of creature interaction throughout the game that basically time walks him because Jacob doesn't really have creatures to interact with that matter a lot. Like,
Yeah.
he does in some spots, but there are a lot of games that Jacob could play where his creatures don't matter, like that last game, for example.
Yes, yeah, it's tough. It's matchup to matchup. Sometimes you'll be like, oh my god, Lightning Bolt is so good. It kills Tatiova, kills Titania with the triggered ability on the stack, whatever. And the other times you're just like, oh, well, I can't bolt Crucible of Worlds.
I can't even bolt you because you have Glacial Chasm in play.
Yeah. Jacob going Swamp has an Abrupt Decay in hand here.
It looks like he passed the turn. And if I'm Thomas, this is fishy.
Yep. This man's about to consult. Brainstorm.
Main phase Brainstorm from Thomas. I think he's either looking for a 1-drop threat here or some sort of cantrip.
Yeah, something. I mean, looking at Thomas's hand, sure is a lot of good blue and red cards.
And here he does get to get rid of that Forked Bolt and any other destructive interaction that he has. It looks like he has an Unholy Heat. Like, that might not be doing much.
Puts the EI back on top. This could end up being one of those brainstorms where you keep the cards, but it is not, as Thomas fetches immediately. Which is very odd. Expressive Iteration, pretty powerful magic card. Oh, Monkey. Well, there we go. Abrupt Decay, putting in work.
Yeah, and this Abrupt Decay is huge for Jacob. I don't think Thomas really has any follow-up to this, so Jacob's going to kind of have his...
Ooh. Actually, interesting. Jacob has a Caracas in hand. So, I mean, it uses your mana efficiently. It's not tying you down. Just get it off the table. But did have a way of dealing with the Monkey. Now, assuming the mana is there, which we might not have the right amount of the right color of mana. But there's a Valakut Exploration, which would have been pretty choice.
It looks like he's choosing between Valakut Exploration and Azusa this turn.
Azusa with Caracas back up is kind of nice.
Yeah, I like playing the Azusa and playing the Caracas out, but leaving the other land in your hand. I guess you have to... Oh, you don't have to. He played the other land, which I find pretty interesting. I think I'd want to keep it. I guess he doesn't have mana to cast Valakut Awakening, so... Like, he doesn't have red mana?
Yeah.
We might...
Thomas drew the Unholy... Oh, no, he kept the Unholy Heat.
Yeah, he
right?
kept the
put
Unholy
EI
Heat,
back.
yeah.
Okay, he's not that much of a sack. Goes to Unholy Heat, the Azusa. Caracas saving it.
We might see Jacob copy Volcanic Island with Thespian Stage
Oh, yeah.
to be able to cast the Valakut Awakening.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
You'll love to see it.
Mana fixing.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Uh,
That's mana fixing the same way Celestial Prism is mana fixing.
now that Jacob's gotten the value out of Azusa, he's probably just going to cast this Idyllic Tutor.
Yeah, Zeus on the board doesn't really do that much for you. Thomas is sitting on a memory lapse here. And the Tishana's Tidebinder.
And Jacob can expect some form of counter magic here. It's pretty face up.
Decides
Oh,
to
and
pass.
He doesn't even cast it. I think that means that Jacob is actually looking to Thespian Stage copy of Volcanic Island.
Got to get that red mana somehow. Ops keeps it on top.
And
It's
if
a
Jacob
Prismari
draws
command.
a 6th land next
God,
turn,
this guy.
oh my-
This guy. Hey, can we check this guy? Are we sure? I want a drug test on this guy.
Thomas is playing 14 points because he gets to play the 10 that he has in his deck.
Uh-huh.
And he Demonic Tutors Ancestral to the top every game.
So powerful. Polluted Delta, the draw for the turn. Going to look to slam this Valakut Exploration. One of the two. I think it's Exploration. Somebody corrected me, and they were wrong. This is why you never read chat.
It is Valakut Exploration. I like copying the Volcanic there and then being able to lead onto different 3-drops. If Thomas counters this Valakut Exploration, then Jacob might be able to Idyllic Tutor for something that is a little more valuable.
Thomas could just hold out for the Tidebinder. Like, Tidebinder Recall is a pretty good use of your mana here, and it gets the pressure on the board.
I guess if you're Thomas, you're probably pretty happy to memory lapse this Valakut Exploration, because if Jacob doesn't have the 6th land or a fetch land, then him drawing the Valakut Exploration again is actually totally okay for you.
Decides to not play the Idyllic Tutor, wants to keep that on top for the draw. Of course, Thomas plays Ancestral Recall into Spirebluff Canal, Force of Negation, and... What?
Yeah, and I'd say recalling on
land.
Jacob's end step here is a pretty heads-up play.
Oh, and I'm reading Tishana's Tidebinder wrong. So yeah, you want to memory lapse it because the Tidebinder does not interact with the enchantments, being pretty important here. Force of Negation does, though, countering the Valakut Exploration.
Yeah, and now Jacob is going to find a land and cast this Idyllic Tutor. I don't think it's going to be met with any resistance here.
No, Idyllic Tutor's an expensive enough card that often finds additional expensive cards that you could just wait. If Thomas does have more interaction, more counter magic, you can probably just wait. Like, you're likely catching it, unless it's something like Fast Bond. But at this point of the game, you're not super worried about
Oh,
it.
and this is an absolutely devastating spell.
Oh,
pierce.
right. It's this stupid Spell Pierce art.
We need to... Somebody get the soapbox. Wheeler needs to get on it.
Look, I don't want to knock the artists. I don't want to knock people's art choices. I genuinely believe at this point that Thomas is doing this for psychic warfare. It has to be. I refuse. Yeah, right? That's what I'm talking about. It has to be. And that's classic Thomas maneuver. That guy will take the tilt inches where he can get them.
Well, I mean, last game we saw him not cast the Lightning Helix end step and wait until he drew.
Yeah, absolute sicko.
Mystic Sanctuary getting recall on top. Jacob's going to need a pretty specific subset of draws to get out of this, but it is possible. Again, Thomas has a lot of random air in his deck that doesn't really interact with Jacob. Mm-hmm. And Thomas specifically has a tough time interacting with lands. So if Jacob is able to get into a position where he plays Glacial Chasm and then is able to protect it, the game isn't actually over, even though Thomas is recalling for the second time this game.
For sure. Thomas played in a store championship. Let Thomas show that. I'll tell you what. I know the story behind this. No. Thomas used $2 store credit or whatever it was to pick up a Spell Pierce that doesn't look like Spell Pierce.
Dreadhorde Arcanist, Thomas is going for the record of most recalls cast
I don't know
in a game.
That's a hard record to beat.
He's doing his best.
That's true. That's got to be like a Chris Sutherland record, right?
Yeah, it's probably like 8 or something.
He's cast Regrowth for Ancestor Recall quite a bit.
There's some Chris Sutherland Eternal Witness, like flickering it with Soul Herder casting Recall. There's something there.
I just Crystal Shard back my Eternal Witness.
Okay, so Jacob drew for the turn, looks like. Unsure if he's passing here. Looks like he is, and Thomas is considering on the end step.
Puts a Raugrin Triumph into the graveyard. Goes for the untap. Draw. I believe that's a Thought Scour. Arcanist coming on in. Might
Thomas.
as well cast.
Most likely casting Recall here. I don't know why you wouldn't.
I got a question for you. As somebody that doesn't play a lot of Ancestor Recall,
Yeah.
I still want to hear your take on this. Would you play Ancestor Recall at 10? You think Ancestor Recall gets played at 10 points?
No.
No.
I don't even think I'd play it at 9.
9's a lot of points.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, Recall plus Cruise, that's not a bad spread.
Yeah, it's a lot, but I think especially with the way that design is going now, like raw card draw isn't actually as good as it used to be.
Right.
Like your creatures are just your card draw, right? Like your initiative creatures, your Minsk and Booze, etc. Like those cards are your actual card advantage. So, I mean, it's obviously still unbelievably good, but
Yeah. Games are indeed one where neither player draws their pointed cards. That just happens.
yeah, I've also beat people who have recalled twice in a game.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's not deterministic. It
For
definitely
sure.
happens. So, Enlightened Tutor on Thomas's end step. And Thomas just lets it resolve.
Oh, he's showing off. You cheeky little boy. Did you see that? He showed off the Thought Scour. So he's going to Thought Scour the card off the top after this Enlightened Tutor resolves. Thomas is feeling himself. You can tell. Which, I don't blame you. When you get to the finals of this year end, we've been almost 10 hours we've been here.
You draw Recall every single game.
You cast Recall 3
You're
times.
the main character.
Yeah.
You're destined to win.
He is the chosen boy.
I from Jacob's perspective here, I'm really interested to see what he gets with this Enlightened Tutor. If I was him, I'd actually be really tempted to get Urza's Saga. I don't know if it's in his list, but
It used to be. It is no longer in his list.
okay. At that stage, you probably have to go get something like what he's got in front, the One Ring.
Yeah. I mean, you could get Expedition Map. You have the Thespian stage. So getting a map, decides to get map, looks
Yep.
to try and set something up.
I mean, he's just got to go for it at this point.
You cheeky little rascal.
Yeah, Thought Scouring. I like Mental Note more than Thought Scour, but I do recognize that Thought Scour is better than Mental Note on average.
Mental Note's nice because, there's no choice. But Thought Scour is alternatively nice because this happens again.
Yeah.
Right?
So Jacob paid 1 mana to discard a card on Thomas's end step.
It doesn't say he's on Raven's Crime here, but yeah, that is brutal. And just passing. Crop rotation. Jinx.
You got me. I'll give you the Diet Coke that's in the fridge later.
Oh, I don't touch the stuff anymore.
Jacob does have the Glacial Chasm in hand, so he still has a lot of time here. Again, the game is not over. Thomas does not have really good ways to interact with Glacial Chasm. He has basically exactly Wasteland.
And if he taps down a little low, like this crop rotation could turn itself into a Dark Depths. And we could see, does he even have a spell in hand? Like a counterspell? I think he's got the Tidebinder.
He might not have a counterspell. I think in response to this Prismari command, if you're Jacob, you actually have to.
I crop rotation. We're not winning this game if we don't.
Yeah,
right?
no, I love this line. Just cast your crop rotation, and if Thomas doesn't have exactly a 2-mana counterspell, then you get your Dark Depths and just hope that it's enough. If it isn't enough, you have your Glacial Chasm as a backup.
Mm-hmm. You figured out why Thomas isn't playing top? Because it doesn't matter if counterbalance just counters everything anyways. My thought was that Thomas didn't want to make this a 2-day event.
Okay, so the crop rotation resolved here.
But didn't make the copy. Oh no. Oh, that's gonna...
Didn't make the copy? What do you mean?
Well, we didn't make the Merit Lodge. Wait, Thomas is doing this? Because Thomas has a Tishana's Tidebinder in hand.
My guess is that Jacob doesn't feel like he can make the Merit Lodge because Thomas could have Teferi or Prismatic Ending.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably less likely that he has Tidebinder. I guess he could have Stifle as well.
Stifle and Tidebinder.
It's probably
And
6.5 and 1 dozen of the other.
And Wasteland. Yeah, I think it's might actually just be a 1-to-1. You have Jace, you have Caracas.
Oh, yeah, Jace. Yeah,
Jace,
I forgot about that.
Caracas.
Caracas deals with you regardless.
Yeah. Stifle, Tidebinder. I mean, Odawara always gets you. Holy smokes. Counting all my mana to cast Fireball targeting you.
Did he draw fourth? Oh, I don't
No,
think
he's
playing
not on fourth. Yeah, he's on Recall, Cruise, and Dig Through Time. Which is kind of funny because there are a lot of Dig Through Time naysayers out there. So it's interesting. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying that. But it's kind of interesting.
Dig's really good in this deck. I was really impressed with it when I was playing.
Ledger
Playing a Ledger Shredder. And tapping his only white source. Oh, no, has a plateau. We're chilling.
We're cold chilling.
We're Bing chilling.
We're Chandler binging it. Dude.
Oh, we're Chandler Bing chilling.
Could I cast any more recalls?
If he casts the Serum Visions, I'm going home.
If this man casts the Serum Visions, we pull the plug on the stream.
Thomas hitting a counter spell is really big there.
Drawing an Oko, an evasive action, and a Tundra. Oh, yeah.
This Oko is just what the doctor ordered.
It's just such a... It's unfortunate that it's post-combat, because that treasure token could start beating down very quickly.
My guess is that Thomas isn't going to cast the Oko this turn because he wants to hold up double counterspell plus Tishana's Tidebinder.
Yep. Going to activate Thespian Stage. The sort... No, Thomas! We're going to be here forever! Oh! No, Thomas!
Thomas heard that you ordered food, and he wants it to get cold before you eat it.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so we've gotten Azusa from Jacob. It gets counterspelled by No More Lies. Oh, looks like it's evasive action. Oh yeah, he doesn't have the white mana to cast No More Lies. So Thomas doesn't know it, but casting that Swords to Plowshares means that Jacob's Glacial Chasm in hand is actually unbelievably good. It's going to give him like 7 more turns to be able to draw to some outs. Also, Thomas has already shown a lot of counter magic, and he doesn't have infinite counter spells. So I still firmly believe that this is anybody's game. And I actually think that Swords of Plowsharing the Merit Lodge was a mistake. I think you definitely want to Tidebinder it. Giving your opponent the life, and like, because you're thinking, what are Jacob's outs here? Because you're in a pretty commanding position. And playing this land from his hand is one of his outs. Like, Thomas can't counter everything that comes from the top of Jacob's deck, and he's still pretty advantaged. But yeah, that Swords to Plowshares giving Jacob a bunch of life is really, really relevant. Ben, can you throw Tishana's Tidebinder up on the card viewer? Oh, Tidebinder doesn't get...
Oh, this card doesn't get lands?
Yeah, it
Have I
doesn't get
misread this
lands.
card?
Okay.
Oh, it only counters the ability, but it the status.
Okay, so he is priced into Swords to Plowshares.
Okay.
The thing then.
I give him this. I'll give him this. But you got to admit, it was a pretty good excuse to go up and eat some food.
It was. I can smell it.
Do you want to go grab a cookie? There's
No,
cookies there.
I'm chilling.
Okay.
I'm good. The only sustenance I need is good games of Canadian Highlander.
That's a goddamn lie, man.
The serum vision sustains me.
You were literally recounting how you ran through a red light after the Sutherland charity tournament.
Dude, this guy's throwing out all my crimes right into the airwaves.
We're live? I didn't think we were live.
Look, I was tired. We had been in a closet for like 20 hours.
Yeah.
Just playing a Tidebinder is a threat here.
Yeah, even shrugged while casting it. Just like, what am I going to do, man? I guess I'll bolt you. Get you down to 31. A healthy 31.
Oh, the Uro's really good here.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to turn Thomas's clock into something like a 3 or 4 turn clock now. Well, from his perspective.
Yes.
From Jacob's perspective, he's going to play Glacial Chasm and then have like 5 more turns.
God, there's a Glacial
Chasm?
Chasm?
Yeah. We're in this for the long haul, Ben. It's happening.
All right. It's okay. I have to be here.
Trenton Red's just a suggestion, McIntyre. All I can say is,
Two Thomases.
don't commentate in a closet for 12 hours and then drive.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, not good.
Not great.
Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying at least Thomas is trying to build to the board.
Is that Thomas's Wasteland?
Yes.
All right. He's chilling.
Yeah.
He didn't have the Wasteland before, so I thought we were going to be here for forever.
Hold
but
on. Which wasteland?
I think...
That's a polluted delta.
No way that's a polluted delta.
That's a polluted delta. Yeah. I know that one.
Oh,
that's
my
a polluted
Lord.
delta. Yeah. Thomas does have... Is this a 2-turn clock? How big is this Goyf? 6? 6, 7, 10, 13. Yeah, it's a 2-turn clock. Oh, the Solemnity. Do you counter this? Yeah. Thomas
You might as well.
Yeah.
What else are you countering?
Well, good thing Thomas countered it, because here's the Glacial Chasm.
Yeah, it's interesting. If Thomas didn't counter that, Jacob might actually just have him.
Ben is putting on his robe and his nightcap with stub of candle. Getting ready to honk shoe. Not in a reaction to the quality of this game, by the way. This has been a very interesting series of decision points.
I want to put it out there that Jacob has been on the back foot for a long time, but he's been playing to his outs. He has been in the game for quite a long time. I don't fully believe that he's out of the game yet.
For sure. I mean, this Glacial Chasm just bought him how many turns? And Thomas is currently not packing any kind of counter magic, I don't think. Other than Spell Snare, but...
Yeah, when you went to get food, I was saying that Thomas has gone through a lot of his counter magic. He's used a lot of it. So Jacob's top of the deck is seemingly pretty live.
I think this brings to mind another very slow control player. Canadian Highlander year-end winner, Stefan Bard, which a matchup that I had while I was playing a Paradox Academy combo against him in the finals. And it was like almost midnight. And the game had gone on so long, I had written down every counterspell he had played, and I managed to figure out which ones he had left and how to play around them.
Amazing.
And we're getting to that point, right? There's only so many counterspells. Jacob's just chilling, thinking about those overnight oats. The counterbalance does make it a little trickier, though, right?
We've got a Teferi, so right now Thomas is just digging to his wasteland.
Yep. Sitting on a No More Lies and a Spell Snare.
It's like turn 20 of this game, and the No More Lies is still pretty relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob's overnight oats will be done by the time we're out of here.
Honestly, Jacob's Overnight Oats is kind of a great name for this deck. Am I right?
It is, yeah.
He's got Reap and Sow.
That's like when we called the Grease's deck Melted Soft
Yeah,
Serve.
Melted Soft. Getting soft serve after round one, and
Going
then
to
it's all
Burger King-
melted
Go
because
to Burger King, you grab your soft serve.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out how to resolve this Gruul ultimatum.
Land, Demir Aqueduct.
Oh, opting to Teferi his own Tishana's Tidebinder there.
Yeah, I mean, if the Glacial...
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Yeah, might as well, sure.
If the Glacial Chasm is keeping you at bay, you might as well pop
Yeah.
that Tidebinder back.
Yeah,
in your
we
hand.
might hit a thing to stifle. Sure. Whatever, dude. Thomas has Fire, Ice, Flame of Anor, Flame Slash in hand, in addition to the No More Lies, Tishana Tidebinder, and Spell Snare that we had mentioned previously. So sitting kind of pretty. I believe Jacob has a Cosmic Rebirth, which is the bring a permanent mana value 3 or less back and you gain 3 life. Something along those lines. It will need to get hit with the No More Lies or the counterbalance.
Is Jacob interested in casting Cosmic Rebirth right now?
I don't know if Jacob's interested in doing anything right now. Like what are we rebirthing,
I guess you have to start doing stuff at some point, because this cumulative upkeep is going to get you in 3 turns. Take 6 next turn, take 8 the following turn, and then you have to sacrifice your land.
Yep. Thomas drawing Lightning Helix here.
So Thomas doesn't even really need to find a wasteland here. He just needs to make sure that Jacob can't do anything meaningful.
We could fire off this Flame of Anor. It's a little awkward because there's a wizard in play. I believe you have to choose multiple targets. Maybe Thomas doesn't want to blow up his treasure token.
I'm trying to figure out what Jacob's best draw here is. Savine's Reclamation? That looks pretty good.
Savine's Reclamation's pretty good. Well, actually, the Cosmic Rebirth... Well, no, it's a little too late here.
He has both Reclamation and Rebirth here, so he
Yep.
gets to potentially do it all.
May choose to instead. Yeah, Savine's Rec here. This will pull out the No More Lies, but with the World Tree, I believe Jacob has enough mana to actually tap. So he can pay for No More Lies. I swear to God, if Jacob wins this... I mean, that's the thing. It's in the cards.
It is.
This can happen, and it's starting to form the way that Jacob can get around this. That has really just grinded out Thomas here.
Let's see if this counterbalance trigger hits.
Or if he remembers to counterbalance. Oh, there we
He
go.
pointed at it earlier, yeah.
It's a land.
It's a land.
Oh, he also has an Uro in his graveyard. That could be drawing him additional cards.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Thomas seems very likely that he forgot about the arrow in the graveyard.
So we have the Solemnity, which means that this Glacial Chasm is no longer adding additional counters. But we do kind of want to deal with the ones that we have right now.
So Jacob is still going to be taking 6 each turn from this Glacial Chasm. So he still has to find some way of either rebuying it or excuse me, gaining a bunch of life.
Thomas casting Ice to tap down his treasure token for some reason. And then Blind Flip on counterbalance reveals a land. Casting a No More Lies. Get it out of here. Tell me the truth. And only the truth.
What do you want to know?
What do you put in your overnight oats, dude?
Charlotte's Agent, Deathray Shaman,
That's what I'm talking
Ancestral Vision.
That's what I'm talking about.
For breakfast every morning, I take a piece of the Toxic Deluge that I top decked against you.
Okay. Yeah, you know,
And I chew it a little bit.
I didn't even need that piece of power in the end. What was it? A Sapphire
It
or
was
a
a
Recall?
Sapphire, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even want to mock Sapphire.
Yeah,
I was happy with my Force of Will.
Yeah.
That is now $30 or something. Yeah, it's fine. Ponder. A Reprieve, a Caracas, and I don't know, probably a land.
I think it's a land.
If I can't tell what it is, it's probably a land.
I think you've got to shuffle this Ponder, but Thomas has different ideas.
Maybe, well, you should probably, did he draw from the Ponder? He did not draw from the Ponder. You should probably complete that spell. Reprieve is kind of appealing given that Jacob is so stuck on mana. And maybe you just really want the Reprieve or the Caracas, again, giving you some kind of insulation against like Dark Depths or whatever.
I actually like this play. Thomas drew off the Ponder and then attacked with Dreadhorde Darkness and then cast Ponder.
Yep. Getting to loot away the land that was on top off the Connive trigger, and then gets to look at a new set of cards here. Opting to shuffle. Ponder. Look at that deck.
I was actually
Oh my
I was thinking
God.
that, like, you do not see Highlander decks that small, really, ever.
No.
Unless someone's winning the game.
Or there's a Thought Lash in play.
Yeah.
How funny would it be if Jacob decks Thomas?
It's possible, right? Like,
I don't want to will that into existence.
if Jacob has a way to deal with Thomas's Wasteland, and Thomas has no other way to interact with Glacial Chasm and no other way to kill Jacob, then Jacob could just wait Thomas out. He'd have to kill Thomas's Jace the Mind Sculptor at some point.
Cryptic Command.
Oh,
We
Cryptic
found a way.
Command,
We
yeah.
found a we found a way to deal with the Glacial Chasm.
Okay.
That's a huge draw.
Yeah, that's a fantastic draw, and I think that means that Thomas has this turn. If he... Oh, not this turn, the next turn.
Yeah.
He's already attacked, so Jacob's going to get one more draw step.
There is a Lightning Helix in hand. I think that's the only 3-mana burn spell. So we're not going to see like Cryptic, Bounce Your Chasm, Helix Bolt you.
I think what Thomas is thinking of here is, like, how do I prevent this Glacial Chasm from, like, being copied? And that's why he was thinking about whether or not he was going to cast Cryptic Command there.
Mm-hmm. That is Oracle. Flashing back the Savine's Reclamation. Triggered ability on the stack, by the way.
And as long as Jacob doesn't have anything else in hand, I think we're going to see Thomas take this game down.
Well, it depends on if the players here have figured out how the stack works.
What?
Because, well, there's a copy, right? We have the Savine's
Yes.
Reclamation that is being flashed back. And you could, and because it's cast from the graveyard, there's going to be a copy. And so you could target, both copies could target the Glacial Chasm. And I'm not saying that Thomas doesn't have the action for that, but he did seem very hasty on like, oh, I got to reprieve you before we even got to figuring out what Jacob's looking to do.
You're right. If Thomas misses having to counter the second copy,
We are committing.
I think Nelson might be talking to the players right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, you can have your counterbalance trigger on the stack, but you said you're going to reprieve the one, so I think you got to do that first.
Yeah, so it sounds like Thomas did, in fact, say he's going to reprieve one.
Well, and it looks like Savine's Reclamation is copied upon resolution.
Anywhere except exile.
Oh, is it not when it's cast from the graveyard? I mean, I need to see what the wording on the card is.
Sure.
Oh, it's a part of the text. It's a whole last paragraph. Yeah, you're fine. You're good. You're good. Reprieve that card.
So right now we have this judge call because I think Thomas reprieved quickly, but then wanted to counterbalance the Savine's Reclamation.
Sure.
And so Nelson is making Thomas commit to this reprieve because he already tapped the mana and put it on the table.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, I don't think this is really going to matter that much.
No.
We're going to see the reprieve counter the Savine's Reclamation. The Reclamation's going to go into exile. If you bounce a flashback spell back to its owner's hand, it just goes into exile.
So now I have one targeting Dark Depths?
We're just chilling.
What?
Wait. Hold on.
Hold on.
Turn target spell. I don't think that's right.
Yeah, you should go. You should pause the game.
Is that right?
Oh, okay. Holding up. Did we miss something? Yeah. So, Savine's. Right.
Copy.
Pay 5.
Yeah.
Return a permanent. If the spell is cast from a graveyard, you can copy it and choose a new target.
And it's not upon resolution? Like this isn't all one
It's no, it is 2.
Okay. It's 2?
It's 2.
Okay, great.
Does it put 2 on the stack?
Yeah.
So that's what I thought too. And then
Okay.
somebody's in chat said otherwise. And I've been online for 10 hours.
They're wrong.
It's fine.
They're Twitch chatting.
Yeah, thank you.
Twitch chatting.
Okay.
Sounds like Twitch chat was wrong. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I'm trusting you. Okay.
Someone
Okay.
has answered the judge call.
I come bearing unsurprising news. I was right and chat was wrong.
I just made the same joke. Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Thomas had Otawara for the Merit Lodge, and
Yep.
now it's just a formality of attacking Jacob and then casting his burn spells.
Yeah. We got a lot of pressure here. Bolt coming through.
And
There's
that's
the
game.
handshake. Woo.
Wow.
Woo-hoo.
Fantastic 4 games from these players. Thomas takes it down. Ancestral Recall, still good.
8 points. Get it in there. 4th Aerolingus? Nah. Dig through time. And that makes Thomas Simmons your 2023 Canadian Highlander Yellowjacket year-end champion. Congratulations to Thomas. Congratulations to everybody for coming out, showing up, giving us some good Magic the Gathering, a wide variety of decks. Hell of a tournament, Trenton.
Oh, today was a fantastic game of Highlander. We saw some absolutely clinical execution of people's archetypes.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, Thomas Simmons, he's packing counter spells. He's got recall on top of his deck.
He is going to be insufferable. I'm going to, you know what? If he plays on Monday, I'm bringing Merfolk. I'm shattering his mind again. Because this is, I mean, congratulations. Let's be,
Yeah, huge congratulations to Thomas. Super well played. He had some really tight games against Sacha.
Mm-hmm.
And these games against Jacob, not easy.
No.
We thought that Jacob was in the game basically until he wasn't.
Yes.
And that was the entirety of that game.
Yes.
So,
well,
really well navigated from Thomas. Jacob attacks him on a lot of axes that are really hard for him to interact with, but he was able to navigate through it anyways.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining me today, Trenton.
It's
Been
a
a pleasure.
pleasure.
Do you have anything you want to plug on yourself or for yourself before you go?
I don't really have much to plug. I'm Trent. If you want to follow me on Twitter, for some reason, I never post there. I believe my handle is at Trentiano. It might be at Big Trent. Not sure. You can find me. I'm sure. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Find them or you don't.
Other than that, I just enjoyed being here, and it was really a pleasure. And I hope to be back next year.
Absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Awesome. Thanks. I'm heading out.
See ya. We are going to bring in Thomas very quickly. We will bring in the winner here. You are going to be so annoying. I could just tell. Oh my god. All right. Come in. Do the swap.
Am I live?
Okay. Put these on. Talk into that.
Talking to what?
Congratulations, Thomas, for being the Canadian Highlander 2023 year-end champion. This trophy is for you. It will be signed with your name and everything shortly. Anything quick to say? Anything you want to talk about?
I cast
Into the mic, please.
I cast Ancestral Recall like 20 times in this event, at least. Maybe more.
Okay.
Great event.
Okay, glad to hear. Impressive run to really stoke the flames of the folks at home. What's the worst archetype that people think is good?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
I got nothing.
It's been a long day. Well, thank you very much, Thomas. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone that helped put this together. Obviously, the folks from Yellowjacket Comics and Toys, the competitors, the people around here, Trenton working on the booth, Ben in the booth and on the card reader, Paul running tech basically all day, James making sure that all of us got fed with surprise pizza and everything, Nelson for doing table judging. It was a hell of an event. The Pywo and some of the other chat judges, the LRRMTG judges as well, it was a little hectic. I had a couple of hats on today that maybe, we are going to streamline for future ones that were planned to be streamlined. We don't have time to get into that.
Best of 5.
But yeah. Well, we'll talk. But thanks everybody for watching and tuning in. Reminder that everything we do here, including these kind of events, is brought to you by you and your support over at patreon.com/LoadingReadyRun. It's the best way to support us. There are other ways through Twitch and YouTube and store.LoadingReadyRun and all that, but Patreon, best way to do it. We are not doing a sub read this evening. I will be doing the sub read tomorrow after Is This Your Card in the morning. So if you want to hear me list off like 400 names, tune in tomorrow for that. Thanks for watching, everybody. We will see you next year. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye.